And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
I gotta clear the pipes. I was about to come on the air when I realized I had a big giant frog in there. Gotta take you guys inside the throat of a Brian Murphy.
Oh, pause. Right out the gates, Murph.
You're the one saying
It's not even 6:01 yet.
You're the one saying pause, not me. Anyway, we'll clear it out. I should just go on air. There you go. There it is. There it is. We're off to a strong start, buddy. Strong start. Like your Golden State Warriors who won a basketball game last night. We know they're better than the Utah Jazz, so we know that. That helps us. Wednesday morning, it is supposed to rain this weekend. A little weather forecast for you there. But other than that, how was your Tuesday night? Marcus, good morning to you, brother.
Tuesday night was smooth, Murph. Did not go out to the Warriors game last night.
Utah couldn't draw you? Utah
No.
without Lauri Markkanen? Forever Warrior, Lauri Markkanen?
Utah without Lauri Markkanen. The Warriors without Steph Curry.
No Steph.
No disrespect to rising star Pat Spencer, who, oh, by the way, didn't even get into the game last night. But no, it wasn't really the draw I was looking for. So I just hung out, grabbed a couple beers, ended up watching the game at the house.
That is pretty wild that you didn't even walk, because people know this. Marcus is mere steps from Chase Center.
Blocks.
You know?
Literal blocks
The fact
away.
that you wouldn't go down just to watch high-level athletes do their thing because of just inertia or just because you had a couple beers? I don't know. Just you didn't even. Was it Utah?
Yeah, it was Utah. It was the fact that Steph wasn't playing. It's the fact that they're playing against OKC tonight on a back-to-back. And so I'm going to be out there guaranteed tonight because I want to go out there and see SGA versus Steph. So I'm looking for the superstars.
Okay.
Just wasn't feeling the vibes yesterday, Murph. And I said, hey, let's save some money. Let's cook some dinner at home. Let's drink a couple beers I have in the fridge instead of spending $20 on a beer at the game.
Sounds like a delightful evening.
Yeah, so it wasn't bad. How about you? How'd you enjoy the game
You know
last
what I
night?
did? Well, I did. You know what I did? I drove. Ready for this? Here's a sentence you were not expecting. I drove to Burlingame, number one. Nice town, by the way, Burlingame. Now you got that whole main street there, the Broadway and all that, all the classic stuff. That's number one. Number two, I drove to Burlingame for Matt Barrows' book launch. Okay, that's number two. You're like,
I got you. All right.
Number three, for the book launch of the mystery thriller novel he wrote with his sister. How about that?
Matt Barrows is writing mystery thrillers.
The top 50 49ers of all time. 10 greatest 49er games. Memories of Candlestick. Those are the titles I would expect to have from Matt Barrows. No. Muddy the Water, a thriller and whodunit. Who knew Matty Barrows was a freaking crime novelist in his spare time?
Dude, I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
Now, I want to know about this launch party. Was there like a murder investigation? Like, did you guys like play out the skit?
mean,
like somebody showed up like it's a game of Clue or a game of...
legendary episode of The Office when they did the whodunit in Savannah.
Exactly.
Right?
It was Brian Murphy in the library.
Colonel Mustard with a candlestick.
Mustard.
Second candlestick drop of the day already. So how about this? These people have these hidden talents. I said to him, I got no novel. Somebody said to me, somebody there was like, oh, yeah, I'd love to do this one day. I'm like, not me. I got no novel in me. You got a novel in you, buddy?
I don't think I got a novel, Murph. I don't even got an essay.
You got a mystery thriller?
No, dude, I told you I used to change the font size on periods just to extend my essays, just to like meet the 2-page requirement.
I asked Barrows,
I'm not writing no damn
how was the
novel.
book? He said it was hard. I had to put extra spaces between the lines to meet the page count.
Yeah, he's like, thank God I was listening to Waterboy and his ethics of how to cheat on his papers.
It was a very civilized event. They rented out this Broadway grill in Burlingame, which is a nice restaurant, very nice, low-lit restaurant. Walked in, they had a DJ spinning. You know, you walk in, they're playing Billie Eilish, Birds of a Feather. You know, that smooth little grab. Da, 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 da. You're like, oh, yeah, there's like a loungy feel here going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then there's little platters of food, you know, little appetizers, you know. And there's wine. There's wine.
Oh, what's a book release without
How about
wine?
that? There's wine. There was beer, but they were hosting the wine.
Okay.
And then there was a big poster of Matty and his sister, who's very talented. Jessica is her name. And who knew? The crime-writing siblings. And then all the Niner writers showed up. You had your Matt Mayokos, your Eric Branches, your Cam Inmans, your Dan Browns. Ann Killian was there.
Damn.
Jennifer Lee Chan was there. So a Niner press conference broke out in the middle of it all.
This is great. And now, like, I almost want like a 49er whodunit book.
Right.
Like, who didn't tell Kyle Shanahan about the overtime rules?
That's pretty good.
Who's going to pay Brock Purdy this offseason?
That's pretty good. Whodunit.
Who's going to fix Jake Moody?
Who forgot to? Who forgot to block? Who forgot to block Chris Jones on third down? Actually, that whodunit got solved by the film.
Who dropped the pass in the fourth quarter against the Rams? Spoiler: it was Ronnie Bill.
Who drafted Javon Kinlaw? These are all the mystery novels.
Who done it, man? Who done it?
Oh man, that's awesome. We can do a series like the Hardy Boys.
Yeah.
When you're 6 and 11, you can write a whole series of whodunits.
I mean, we could do whodunits on every sports team in the Bay now.
Yeah, we could for sure. We could for sure. That's a great bid, actually. Yeah. As long as the book parties have wine and cool loungy music and little platters of food. So anyway, that was unusual for me because on a Tuesday night, so I made sure to be the first guy to arrive and one of the first guys to leave early. But anyway, it was great to see Maddie. I put it all on my socials. You can see it all on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And go buy the book, Muddy the Water. I buried the lead. The book is called Muddy the Water. And it's funny, I was driving down to the book launch, and I was listening to KNBR, as one does. And I heard Matt Mayoko being interviewed with the Afternoon Boys, and he said, I'm on my way to a book launch party for Matt Barrows, and he said the book is called Muddy the Water. And then immediately Derek Papa was like, not Muddy Waters. And they began talking about the blues musician Muddy Waters. So when I got to the book party, I said to Matt, they were talking about it on the air. And he goes, I said, what about the title? He said, well, there was some concern people would confuse it with blues musician Muddy Waters. I said, Derek Papa did confuse it with blues musician.
That's honestly one of the first things I thought of. I thought about that, and I thought about Ricky Waters.
Maybe we'll get some Muddy Waters rejoins today. How about that? Maybe young Tony will learn who Muddy Waters is in terms of a Muddy the Water.
Yeah, I'd say that's a good guess. Tony doesn't know him.
And you said Ricky Waters. That's the other storyline for today. Today, January 29, 2025, is the 30-year anniversary of the 49ers' last Super Bowl.
Oof.
Now, this is a big day for your boy here because this was the day that I frantically and like out of a rom-com with just hours to spare and Mike Silver's help got to the hotel of one Candace Putnam, Sports Illustrated reporter. Check with Candace. Yeah, to tell her, hey, let's stay in touch. Here's my number. You know what I mean? So it was a big thriller because we were flirting all week and then the game came and we hadn't nailed down if we were going to see each other again. And then Silver's like, dude, what are you going to do about Candace? And I was like, well, I'd like to see her, but, where is she? And he's like, oh, dude, I know where she is. I'll help you, dude. And so it was he was like a rom-com. And then, I chased her and I got to it. Sounds like a stalker. Got to her hotel, but Silver brought me to her room and then we shared a cute little Hugh Grant. I'm not Hugh Grant in this scenario, but anyway, had a little rom-com where we smooched as she got into the cab, and I said, maybe I'll come to New York to see you. That was on this day 30 years ago, and here we are.
I mean, move aside Matt Barrows. It sounds like Murph's writing a romance novel right now.
Rom-com. Who knew when we shared that innocent kiss in Miami as she got into the cab to go to the airport for the very first time, that 30 years later I would drive home from Barrows' book party. She's like, you didn't take out the garbage, you fold the laundry, and by the way, your kid's doing terrible in school. Go fix it. You know what I mean? So it's like,
not the kids.
So 30 years later, you go from this innocent, we're 27 years old, to just barking at each other. What about you? You forgot to gas the car. Yeah? Well, you didn't, come on, do your dishes. So that's what it is. 30 years later, kids, that's what you have to look forward to.
Yeah, shout out to Mike Silver, the man behind it all, the man pulling the strings behind the scene.
So anyway, and it was 30 years ago that the Niners did it. Man, they're the kings of the world. That was their fifth Super Bowl in 14 years.
Yeah.
And not one since.
No,
Yeah.
and just to put it into a little bit of perspective for you, Merce, as you're out there trying to steal Candace's heart, John Curley and myself were in diapers. Young Tony was not alive.
How about that?
We're the generation that does not remember 30 years ago.
Silver helped me in that rom-com caper that 30 years later I'd be working with you fools.
How about that?
Yeah, how about that?
How about that? 30 years ago, I got some toddlers that I'm going to be working with in 30 years from now.
Yeah, somebody might have pushed you by in a crib, and I'm like, shut that kid up from crying.
Until that baby stopped crying. I'm trying to watch the Super Bowl.
I'll be working with that kid in 30 years.
Yeah, here we are now.
I was looking at that droughts for Bay Area teams. So when the Warriors won in 2015, they ended a 40-year drought. When the Giants won in 2010, well, they had never won in San Francisco, so it was 52 in San Francisco, but 56 as a franchise. So by comparison, 30's not that bad.
Yeah. So you're saying we got a while.
Perspective. And meanwhile, the Raiders haven't won one since 1980. right? 83.
Yeah, now they're in Las Vegas.
83 seasons.
So it doesn't even matter.
So 83 seasons, so we're talking 42 years. Yeah, but they're in Vegas now.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, anyway, so it's a fun day. We got tickets we're giving away. We got Warrior wins to talk about and a fun guest list. And it's a Wednesday, which means young Tony will emerge, and we'll figure out who done it here on the murder mystery that is Murph and Marcus. Who? KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. And then Silver's like, dude, what are you going to do about Candace?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have 2 new contests this week. We are giving away 2 single-day tickets to see Metallica with Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies at Levi Stadium on June 22nd. We will be giving those tickets away in the 8 a.m. hour. We are also giving away 2 tickets to see Morgan Wallen with Miranda Lambert and Ann Wilson at Levi Stadium on August 1st. We will be giving those tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour. So just stay tuned all day long. Don't go anywhere. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Schroeder with the three, I'll tell you. And he points at Sexton. This is becoming the game within the game. 8-point lead in the ball. Post. Banana three. Now Schroeder, deep three. Schroeder is keeping the Warriors afloat. Rudy three. Big shot at a big time. Moses has 14. Lajewski corner three. Brandon's got 20. It started with a D. They push it to double figures again. Warriors move to 23 and 23. They beat the Jazz now 13 of the last 15 times. 114-103 the final.
Dude, nothing like the Fitz Billie Eilish rejoin. That is Billie Eilish featuring Bob Fitzgerald. Yeah, this is walking into Barrows' book party.
Yes, sir.
It's kind of playing at like a certain volume, you know what I mean? It wasn't overwhelming, but like kind of creating a vibe, you know what I mean? Young Tony, is this book party launch music? Is this what this is here?
Yeah, this sets the vibe, right? I got you.
Yeah. I'm down with it. It's a nice jazzy jazz lounge vibe, you know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely, Murph.
Yeah.
And you know those are my vibes.
Yeah.
I am kind of like the smooth jazz, like I like the lo-fi hip-hop, something I can roll up to, Murph.
I like it. By the way, I was realizing as I was compiling my 10s Fridays bangers, I'm not here Friday.
Oh, no.
I'm off on Friday.
Uh-oh.
So you guys are going to have to, I'll send mine in and you guys can play them in absentia, or you could just steamroll it and play nothing but hyphy from him.
I mean, that's the thing. I don't know, because my guy, Kerry Crowley, will be filling in for you on Friday. And we know about Kerry Crowley when it comes to touch tunes. He's got VIP status, so he might skip you with all of his song recommendations.
You know what? He might go nuts. Will you please write down, because I'll be in the air. I won't be able to listen. I'm flying down to SoCal. So please take note of like some of Kerry Crowley's outliers and the interesting things. But I say by all means, continue with the 10s Friday.
Oh, hell yeah. I'll have Young Tony put together like a spider board out playlist for you.
Well, he will definitely, Kerry will embrace it wholeheartedly. Somebody should tell him. He'll come with a playlist. So, Young Tone, do you have a mystery novel in your bones ready to come out, ready to write?
Not a chance, no.
Yeah. I know, right? You got to like be creative. You got to think it through. You got to figure out who done it before you write it.
Now, I like participating in trying to solve the mystery, but to actually script out the entire mystery sounds like too much of a headache.
You got to be smart. I'm not smart. And like Candace reads these things all the time. She's going to read this one next. So we'll see what her, and she'll give you a frank review too. She'll say like, yeah, Barrows didn't get it done. So we'll find out.
She's like, yeah, I sniffed off the killer on page 2.
Right? That's like the one thing is like when we watch stuff on Netflix or Apple TV or whatever, and it's a streamer, she'll be like, yeah, I've read these books like this. It's that guy. Wow. I'm like, well, you just told us in episode 1. She's like, yeah, I know these stories.
Yeah, spoiler alert.
So I'm like, I couldn't be that guy. Yes, it is that guy, right?
See, told you, Brian.
By the way, shout out the texters who say that Maddie Barrows could have named the book Lindy the Waters. Lindy the Waters.
Muddy the Lindy Waters.
Did he play last night? He did get in, didn't he? No, he did not play last night.
That's crazy. No, DNP.
How did he not play? Well, so if you guys missed it, we got to call it in. It's so rare these days for these sliding Golden State Warriors.
Rare, like Mr. Clean with hair.
I was, okay. I was surprised. Markkanen, was he a little banged up? He didn't play last night? Or is he like just too emotional about the fact that he could have been a Warrior?
He's just disappointed being on a 10-35 Jazz team.
You ready for that Utah lineup last night?
All that jazz.
Drew Eubanks, Bryce Sensabaugh, Micah Potter, Colin Sexton. We know who he is. Isaiah Collier, Kyle Filipowski, Patty Mills. Got 14 minutes last night. a guy named Elijah Harkless, Keontae George. I mean, I met a guy, excuse me, told you guys I had a little something going in the throat. A guy I know, like in the suburban life, and he's a really bright guy. He's a very successful guy, and he's from Salt Lake City. And he goes, the Utah Jazz are going to win the NBA title within the next 4 to 5 years. I said that. He said yes. He goes,
What?
This guy's a very, very smart guy. He's like an analyst, and he's a VC, whatever. He makes a lot of money, way more than you and me.
All right.
And he was very deadpan. I was like, really? He goes, no, I'm from Utah. He goes, I've studied the ownership. I've seen their plan. It's going to happen. He goes, I'm very confident. So just remember that, guys. In the next 3 to 4 to 5 years, that very calm, rational, unemotional, analytic VC guy told me the Jazz are on a rocket ship to a championship within the next 4 to 5 years.
Damn.
Just FYI. I'm not buying it. I was like, I don't think so, dude.
Yeah.
But you're way smarter than I am.
Yeah, I don't know about that
He said it very
rocket
calmly
ship.
and confidently too.
Utah, we have a problem. You're 10-35.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah, that's an issue.
talk to my man.
All right, I'll put it in my back pocket, but I don't think I'm laying down any futures anytime soon on the Jazz to win it all.
Well, he's gonna until they win it all, they're gonna have to take this call from Bruce Frazier to Adam Silver. And Silver's like, man, you guys are just so dull these days. I can't even believe you're calling this in. He said, why don't you save your barbs, skinny boy, and put it in the books. Golden State Warriors 114, Utah Jazz 103.
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Lindy Waters the third?
That's crazy.
Oh, wow, Steph Curry.
Grandma's ad. And that guy's laugh at the end, too, of the Lindy Waters. So the Warriors get 23 from Schroeder. And 20 from Brandon Pajemski, who has been way better since he came off his injury than he was in the first 2 months of the season.
Absolutely.
When he lost everybody's faith and confidence. And people were like, we saved this guy for what? We didn't trade this guy, and this is the guy we kept? He was bad.
Yeah, he was awful to start the season.
Yeah.
And, of course, now he's back. He's healthy. He's got his new shoe brand that maybe we'll talk about later that young Tony was obsessed with earlier this morning.
Tell me about it. What is it?
Well, apparently he's gone like the Klay Thompson route. Young Tony was asking me this morning all these questions about pods essentially having his own signature shoe in his second year. Is this correct, Tony?
Yes, I'm going to spell the brand for you. It's a little hard to pronounce. Rigorer.
R-I-G-O-R-E. Rigor. That is hard.
It's a Chinese sports brand. He was asked post-game.
Let me just stop right there. And again, I don't have a mystery novel in me, but I do have marketing knowledge that if I'm going to make a shoe, you should be able to pronounce the brand. All right.
Yeah. That's probably good advice.
Rigorer?
The shoes are called
That's
the BP
hard.
ones. That's all you really need to know.
BP ones.
Rigorer is hard to say. That's not good. That's like
You guys want to hear the quote after the game? It's a pretty good quote.
Yeah, give it to us.
Yeah, I think it's a blessing for sure. Super thankful and grateful for that opportunity. But, to have your own shoe as a second-year player is not something that's, the norm. And so for me, to be able to, have my own shoe, is something that you take pride in, and it's something you want to achieve when you come into the league, and not many people get to do it. So I'm super grateful for the opportunity.
I'm surprised. He has. I almost feel like I think in the NBA locker room they're probably like, "Get yours, son. Get what you can while you can. This is your time to make your name and your money." The other part of him is like, "Bro, are you serious? You have a shoe? Come on, man."
Yeah, I'm not gonna knock the hustle, but I don't think Pods is at shoe level yet.
I mean, Rigorer's people might want to bone up on who they hitch their wagon to.
Maybe they heard the comments from Joe Lacob this offseason thinking that he could be a future All-Star.
That's right.
They're like, we got to buy low.
They didn't watch the film for the first 2 months. But last night he was good.
Yeah,
32
now
minutes.
it's looking like a good investment. Stock is going up on Brandon
He was
Pajemski.
plus 19 on the plus minus. 20 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 4 of 11 from three-point land, which you can live with. And how about this? We're turning into the Warriors are now the carpool dynasty, because we heard the story about how Quentin Post said Steph looked out for him on the tarmac at 2:30 in the morning and drove him home. And then we got another carpool story that apparently after they lost in Sacramento, Pods in his new shoes, Rigorers, with new guy Dennis Schroeder, they drove home together from Sacramento, and they say it was a bonding moment here. Yeah?
I think we're able to play off each other. We're both, sufficient on the ball, sufficient off the ball, and we do a lot of things. We have a lot of things in common, and I told Bonte and the guys that I drove Dennis back from Sacramento after our game. And so we got to talk to each other for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and just learned about each other, learned about his upbringing and him learning about mine, and just sharing a lot of things, basketball and non-basketball related. So I think our relationship kind of, became closer because of it.
There it is, man. Carpool karaoke, carpool pods, and Schroeder.
The Warriors have carpool chemistry, Murph.
Dude, this could be it. Now, do you guys? I can vouch. I have two gentlemen that I have had extensive carpool history with, and I'm going to go ahead and plug the competition. One of them is my dear friend Matt Steinmetz. He and I spent a year plus together commuting from San Francisco to Santa Rosa and back every night. Well, not every night, but 4 nights a week. And I mean, you talk about getting to know somebody, bro. Steiny and I, people don't know this. It is low-key, like, if the S goes down, Steiny and I have each other's backs. All right, dude? We got each other because we know each other's deepest, darkest secrets. And the same is true with former 49er Kevin Lynch. He and I spent several years commuting from San Francisco to Santa Clara back together again. And again, you get to know everything about these people. So those are my I got those guys. Hopefully they got me too. Do you have a carpool secret Santa?
See, I don't have a work carpool. I will say one of my best friends I grew up, my boy Ricky, we ended up playing college baseball together, and so I would pick him up on the way to practice. Okay. And so, but we were already boys drive, before. Though, huh? Yeah, shorter drive, not as much as a commute.
So, because San Francisco to Santa Rosa, and especially during rush hour, sometimes an hour plus, and then back 45 minutes. You're talking about almost 2 hours a day. It's almost like therapy. Same thing with Santa Clara. Getting down to Santa Clara and back during traffic. Lynch and I know everything. Lynch and I used to yell at each other. We used to fight because politically we disagree. He's like the most left-wing. He was way woke before woke, man. Wow. He was in the 90s, he was pioneering wokeness. And I thought he was a lunatic. You know what I mean? So he and I would yell at each other. What about you, Young Tone? You got a carpool karaoke buddy?
I always think about my parents, after school. How was school? I always just said good. I didn't want to talk to them. I don't know about your kids.
That's it? They're the worst. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You just get on your phone, you put your headphones in, and you don't want to talk to them.
So you never take long drives with the same person over and over and over again?
Maybe down to San Luis Obispo for college, but nothing consistent.
Yeah, I've done road trips down to San Diego or up to Washington, but it's with buddies I grew up with. So we're already boys. We're already close enough anyways.
You ever been in an awkward one? I have a kind of a famous awkward one that relates to sports. So my freshman would have been spring of '86. My freshman year at UCLA, I was still foolishly dating my high school girlfriend, and she was at San Diego State. Terrible decision. Spent the whole time fighting on the phone. Awful. Jealousy, suspicion. Why weren't you in the room when I called?
Yeah, who done it?
Who's that? Who done it?
Yeah,
exactly.
It was a mystery to figure out where Murph's girlfriend was.
There's a lot of muddy waters.
Who done it? Yeah,
there's a lot of muddy waters, dude.
Who done it?
She was muddying the waters more than I was.
Who's in the dorms?
Hearing guys' voices in the background. You know what I mean?
That's crazy. Lindy Waters. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I was definitely that guy going. That's crazy. Lindy Waters was in her dorm room.
Oh no.
Anyway, so I would try to go down to San Diego to see her as much as I could. Sometimes I took the train. It was pathetic, but actually it was kind of cool. But anyway, one time through a friend of a friend of a friend, somebody's like, hey, I know somebody going to San Diego this weekend. You can drive down with her. It was some woman. I didn't know her. She didn't know me. And we drove down together, and we didn't have anything to say or anything. But anyway, we were coming back up. It was the Sunday of the Masters that Jack Nicklaus won in one of the most dramatic days in sports history, if not golf history. Jack Nicklaus winning the Masters at age 46. And she pulled over to her Orange County home, and I went into her house. Ooh. Somebody I know, and I met her dad. And I was like, he had me in his den, and we watched Jack Nicklaus win the Masters. And I had no idea what her name is, or who he is, or where he was, or I know anything. But there I was in some total stranger's house watching one of the greatest sports moments of all time. And after Jack won, she's like, okay, we can go now. We drove back. I was like, that was odd.
That was weird.
That was really odd. But where were you when Jack Nicklaus won the Masters?
Did you have to ask her dad for her hand in watching the Masters?
He was giving me Cokes and snacks and stuff. And I was like, I don't know her. I don't know you.
I was going to say, this is moving fast.
I could get kidnapped here.
Yeah, you just met. Now you're meeting the dad, Murph. That's moving fast.
Crazy stuff, man. Crazy.
That's funny. Now, I will say, after all this talk about carpool chemistry, I really think our chemistry as a show improved after carpooling the lunch yesterday.
That's a great call.
That's it.
That's a great
call. The chemistry's at an all-time high.
Because there was some riffing in the car.
There definitely was.
We were definitely commenting on other people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the ops, Murph. We were commenting on the ops.
All right, guest list on a Wednesday. January 29th, Super Bowl anniversary day, the last Super Bowl the 49ers won, January 29, 1995. Big day. Big day in the Murphy household. What do you got, Tone?
Big day. Bobby Marks is going to join the show at 6:50. We have 8 days until the NBA trade deadline. We also got some news yesterday that the Warriors are going to be pursuing Jimmy Butler again. We'll see if that's possible at 6:50. Elliot Ramos is going to join the show at 7:15. The 2024 All-Star joins the show. Dwayne Kuiper at 7:30. The big hit at 7:50. What did Young Tony ask today at 8:15? Controversial this morning. Cooler content 8:30, and then the great George Sedano at 9:15. We'll talk a little NBA basketball.
That's a good guess. So what we're doing is, because of the Ramos interview, your Young Tony is now on Mountain Time.
Yeah, correct.
Usually 7:15, now 8:15. So I say, what did Young Tony ask today? 8:15 Mountain Time, 7:15 Pacific. No, 8:15 Pacific Time. 8:15 Pacific Time. Okay, hey, big news on the trade front in the NBA in Sacramento and maybe in San Francisco. Next on the Sports Leader.
Lindy Waters III?
That's crazy.
Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
The Sacramento Kings have decided to open up on a potential trade of De'Aaron Fox ahead of the February 6th NBA trade deadline. They are now open to listening and potentially moving De'Aaron Fox ahead of the deadline. And he has 1 year after this season remaining on his deal. And there will be plenty of suitors for De'Aaron Fox ahead of free agency in 2026. But I'm told that Fox and his representation, Rich Paul of Clutch Sports, have a destination in mind that they want to go to in this trade situation. When we find out where that is, we will inform the audience. But that is something that now just, I don't know, we've been talking about Jimmy Butler for the last several weeks. De'Aaron Fox is a premier player in his prime who is just only ascending from here. This is a massive new domino.
Man, my people in SAC. You guys are feeling so good after running the Warriors out of the gym last week, and now you got De'Aaron Fox wanting out. I wonder how they feel about all that emotionally and all that. In the meantime, young Marcus, explain your rejoin here, buddy.
Oh, in honor of B-Pods' new shoes, the BP1s, it just reminded me of the Kendrick Lamar song, Rigor Mortis, Murph.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, I don't know why. Just a connection popped up. One of his old songs from Section 80. I was like, it's a good song. Tell me to throw it on.
It's never bad. It's never good when your shoe reminds people of the rigor mortis.
Rigor mortis.
Which is the, I guess if I had to define it, is that like the stiffening of a body after death? Is that it?
I think you might be right.
Is that what rigor mortis is?
I mean, you're the English major here,
well, that's not
me.
English, bro. That's anatomy. That's,
well, you should know like definitions and stuff. That's the way I look at the English
Latin,
language.
Not English, too.
Yeah, whatever. all those languages, you know them better than I do.
All right. We'll go with it. We'll go with it. It's just like we're going away with giving away 2 tickets to see Metallica with Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies. All they wanted was a Pepsi, and she wouldn't give it to them. At Levi's Stadium on June 22nd, we're going to give away those tickets in the 8 a.m. hour. And then for the non-Suicidal Tendencies institutionalized crowd, we're giving away 2 tickets to see Morgan Wallen with Miranda Lambert. Now, that's your guy Friday. Carrie Crowley's in for me. I'm out on Friday for a family trip, and he's a huge Miranda Lambert fan. So,
oh, is he really?
Yeah. You might want to get into that with him.
All right, we might slide some into the rejoins.
Ann Wilson, not from Heart. Not from Heart. At Levi's Stadium on August 1st. We're giving away those tickets in the 9 a.m. hour. Why would you leave when you have those tickets waiting for you right there? Dude, yes, go ahead.
Well, I was going to move on and tie it in together because young Tony just reminded me, as we're sitting here talking about Brandon Pajemski's shoe deal, why not talk about the Under Armour shoe deal, which has the umbrella over Steph Curry and De'Aaron Fox, Murph. Since we're talking about De'Aaron Fox now requesting a trade, trying to get out of Sacramento, what the hell would it take to get him in a Golden State Warriors uniform?
Right? I mean, I saw somebody throw it out there, and you're like, why not? Right? Why not? But what would it take? I mean, it would take 3 number ones, right? Probably.
Take it.
Okay. And Wiggins?
Wiggins, Kuminga, Pods.
And Kuminga?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Take it.
So Wiggins, Kuminga, Pods, and 3 number ones, and you do it?
Take everything I have.
Probably.
I would give up the farm. I'd give up the whole house. I'd give up everybody except for Steph Curry to get De'Aaron Fox.
He's so freaking good, and he's young, and it's just arrow up. I feel for Sac. I mean, I don't know. I confess it's my job to know this stuff, but I don't have really the origin story on where it all went wrong. I mean, he turned down an extension last summer. Okay, and DeMar DeRozan has sort of lessened his role a little bit on the team, even though he's averaging 25. He's averaging 25 a game. So, SAC fans, if you guys want to chime in on this, 808-KNBR is the phone number. Were you expecting this? How surprised are you? Is it going to get done? It might not happen until the summer. And that's funny, we booked Bobby Marks. We booked Bobby Marks because the trade deadline's coming up and everything, but we didn't know this De'Aaron Fox story is going to break. But he actually just wrote a story this morning on it on ESPN Plus. This very what are the possibilities and who could he go to? So, but I don't think the Warriors were there. But I mean, I hear you. Of course, in a romantic world. So let's say you trade Kuminga, Pods, Wiggins, 3 number ones. Then you're saying you got Steph, Draymond, Draymond and Fox.
Mm-hmm.
You got
Quentin Post and Guy Santos.
Okay.
What more do you need?
And then you're trying to win a championship right now,
absolutely
this June.
Yeah, and then that sets you up to eventually give a max contract to De'Aaron Fox, and then he's the face of the franchise for the next 10 years.
He's your new Curry.
Yeah, he takes over. He takes the baton.
Who says no? I mean, why? I mean, again, maybe it would take even more than that. I don't know. We'd have to talk to Bobby Marks about that.
And I know he has a desire to go home to Texas.
Yeah.
A lot of reports about how he wants to go play with Wemby and the Spurs, but beggars can't be choosers. If I'm Joe Lacob, I'm making that phone call. Hell, I'm making the drive up Highway 80.
Yeah.
Bring Schroeder, bring Pods with me. You can include them with the trade too. Drop them up and bring back De'Aaron Fox.
So that leaves you, that would be, then going forward, you would have no first-round draft picks in what years? Like, 25, 27, 29, 30. I don't know. Again, this gets us into that NBA trade thing where you got to match salaries. You can only give away a certain amount of draft picks. So I would admit that I'm over my skis at that point in time and trying to craft what the package would be for De'Aaron Fox. But if you're asking me, would I take De'Aaron Fox? Would I take him over Jimmy Butler? Short answer, yes. How's that? All right, so
Absolutely. And,
that's an easy one.
And
That's
Jimmy's
a layup.
got his own things going on with the suspension pretty much until the trade deadline, until Miami Heat move him. But last thing on De'Aaron Fox, man, it is a little kind of head-scratching because my take was that maybe De'Aaron Fox wasn't on the greatest maybe relationship or on the same page as Mike Brown. Then they fire Mike Brown. Then they go 11-4 over the last 15 games, and he's talking about his focus is on winning. Well, you're winning right now, but Rich Paul is his agent, the same man that represents LeBron James and all those big stars, and he's talking about becoming a superstar. And that's kind of my take on De'Aaron Fox. I think he wants to be a superstar. He wants to be one of the faces of the league. And I don't think that he thinks that Sacramento is the market to do it in, and that's why he wants out.
So according to this reporting from Windhorse, it was not about Mike Brown. Like, apparently, according to Windhorse, it's a bad rep that he liked Mike Brown and did not want him fired, and that he's had to try to defend himself in the media against idiots like us who just throw things against the
dummies
wall.
like me who just assume that the only reason why they would fire Mike Brown would be a latch-stitch effort to try to keep De'Aaron Fox.
Again, this is according to Windhorse. Again, I mean, maybe, I don't know if he's right or wrong.
Windy
but
in the hizzle.
it says the move of firing was not welcomed by De'Aaron Fox. He and Brown had developed a productive working relationship, sources in Sacramento said, and Fox had to go on a self-run media campaign to distance himself from the firing because people thought Brown criticized him the night before the firing for a defensive gaffe. And the Kings, by the way, never called a press conference to explain this, according to Windhorse's piece, leaving De'Aaron Fox to manage the fallout. So now they're 11-4 since the firing. All right, so that is something, but they are 10th in the West, and he doesn't want to be there long term. Is it because DeMar DeRozan took his thing? Does he not like the American River? Does he not like the A's? Does he not? He's not an A's fan. He's not a fan of John Fisher.
Hey, he doesn't like the Capitol.
So Cody in Rockland's checking in I'm assuming as a Kings fan to maybe give his opinion on De'Aaron Fox. So we do appreciate it from Kings Nation, Cody. I'm assuming, Cody, you're a Kings fan. And good morning, man. How are you?
What's up, Cody?
Morning, boys. How are you?
Cody, are you a Kings fan, my man?
Heck yeah, I am. I have unfortunately been for way too long, so I've got to see the highs and the lows.
So what's your read on the De'Aaron, as a fan, what are the fans saying about the De'Aaron Fox story?
The fans hate it. I mean, we don't want to see him go, but if you actually follow the Kings organization over the past couple of years, I mean, he has every right to want to leave. They fire the coach that he loves the most. They haven't they brought in DeRozan, they brought in Sabonis, which is good pickups. But in the drafts, they continue to get guards. He's been asking for support. He's not getting it. I mean, it makes total sense for him. And I think the big thing that impacts this whole movement is once he signed with Clutch, the agency that's based out of L.A. and, supports LeBron and all them. Ever since then, it seems like they're trying to pull him to a bigger market, which the San Antonio thing doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I think that if you're a Kings fan, you understand why he wants to get out because the organization hasn't done enough for him. But we're just going to hate to see him leave, and then unfortunately going to have to hate him when he goes somewhere else.
Yeah, I feel for you, man, because I mean, when he got there, I love the guy. I think he's just a fantastic. I've told this story a million times, but when I'm obviously a UCLA honk, and I was a Lonzo Ball guy. And in the Sweet 16, we played Kentucky, and that was my first experience with De'Aaron Fox, and Fox ran him out of the building. And I was like, who is this guy? And I fell in love with him. I've loved his game. I've loved his persona. I loved everything about him. And I thought it was great that he went to SAC and appeared to embrace lighting the beam and making the Kings better again, And I was like, arrow up. So you guys have been through so much, and now him wanting out is just another blow to you guys.
And the biggest thing is when he came in, so obviously you can see what the organization has done to him over the years, because when he came in, like you said, he embraced us. He was, I want to win a championship here. I want to build things up. I want to be the reason why free agents want to come to Sacramento. And so within the span of, 4 or 5 years, we've gone from having finally a breath of fresh air with a bunch of talent, moving into I want to get out of here. So obviously the organization hasn't done enough for him to, want to keep staying around here and trying to build something, and he wants to win. And he's young.
Yeah, I hate it, man. I'm sorry, Cody. I'm sorry for you guys because you guys are great fans, truly. So
I appreciate it. But, hey, real quick, Waterboy, I wanted to let you know I was Anthony Pizzola's baseball coach at Sedano. And, Murph, I met you one time at the American Cancer Society when you were the MC. So I've been following you.
Yeah. Was that the one with – wait, was that the one with Sinbad or – was Sinbad?
Out of the Olympic Club?
Sinbad.
Wait, no, wait. Was that, no, the Olympic Club, American Cancer Society? Darn it, I'm forgetting. But hey, nice to meet you, though, Cody.
Yeah, hey, you guys are killing it, and thanks for taking my call, and just keep wishing the Sacramento Kings good luck because we're not going to get to that Warrior status.
That's a good call.
Yeah, thanks,
Cody was
Cody.
a solid call. Mm-hmm. He had a reasonable, grounded takes, little historical perspective on the Kings, how frustrating it is for the Kings, how De'Aaron Fox was such a likable guy and seemed to really want to wear the purple, and now, boom.
Yeah, and it seemed like the Kings finally got their superstar, but the problem is De'Aaron Fox doesn't think he can be a superstar in Sacramento.
I don't know, or he's unhappy with the organization,
Yeah,
or,
possibly.
They're good. I mean, he's scoring 25 a game. Did he make, is he on track to make the All-Star game this year? I don't know. I mean, he's scoring 25 a game, and DeRozan's scoring I don't know. Listen, it's sad for Sacramento. We'll talk to Bobby Marks about it. He's exactly the kind of person who can fill us in. And Bobby Marks from ESPN, the front office expert, is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Oh, yeah, the smile, baby, the smile. Invisalign clear aligners to fix your teeth and fix your smile. And I'm not just talking about the teenage kids at our house that have them. We know that. We know Rory Murphy's slogan, with Invisalign, Dad, you can make your smile shine. He's going to get paid big bucks for that every time I say it. Also talking about adults, grown-ups. You may be at the point in your life you're like, I never truly got the teeth I wanted or the smile I wanted. Well, Invisalign can fix, all right? It's faster than braces, easier than braces, and it gets the job done. So what you do is you trust 18 million smiles all over the world that have used Invisalign, and the number one doctor-recommended brand for clear aligners is Invisalign, and then you just go to the website and check them out at Invisalign.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, tax people around April 15th, they're losing their minds because it's all happening. Kids around Christmas, they lose their minds because it's all happening. And NBA front office insiders right around this time of year lose their minds because it's all happening. Trade deadline's a week from tomorrow. And whether you're talking Jimmy Butler or De'Aaron Fox, there's some big, big stories out there. That's why we called Bobby Marks, the NBA front office insider for ESPN. Bobby, great to have you back on the Murph and Marcus show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher doing the KNBR morning show out here in Warriors land. How you doing, Bobby?
Hey, morning, Bobby.
I'm good, guys. How are you?
We're good, man. As this, how would you rate this kind of trade buzz season compared to others? Like, given to Jimmy Butler, given to De'Aaron Fox, we got some big stuff. Or does this happen every year pretty much?
No, I mean, I don't think this. I mean, I think it kind of goes in cycles. I think what complicates a lot of it is certainly the rules and how, restrictive things are as far as to go out and, go out and make a trade. I mean, just look at the Butler situation. I mean, this has been going on since, I guess, mid-December, and here we are heading into February with no resolution right now based on the restrictions that teams face. So yeah, it's I think to go out and acquire a player like that, it's a little more difficult during the regular season compared to what in the offseason when there's maybe a little bit more flexibility.
Yeah, Bobby, let's start with Jimmy Butler because it's reported that the Warriors are re-interested in Jimmy Butler after the Miami Heat might be possibly lowering what they're asking for. But the problem is they can't lower Jimmy Butler's contract. Still on the books for around $48 million. So what do you think a trade offer would look like for the Warriors, and would it be worth it?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think if you're Golden State and you don't have to give up Kuminga or Podziemski, and significant draft equity, whether it be, multiple first-round picks, I think it's certainly something to explore. So what would that look like? Certainly Andrew Wiggins, because his contract is the biggest there. You've got 3 expiring contracts with Dennis Schroeder, who could be aggregated starting on February 5th, and Gary Payton, Kevon Looney. Those numbers, certainly would get you there. I think if that's what the price tag is, and we'll see how the next 8 days flush out. I do think that's something that Golden State should look at here. The question is now, are you willing to extend him? He's extension eligible if you acquired him in a trade for 2 for $111. That's a big number, especially if Kuminga is still here and he's going to be a restricted free agent. Is it a rental? Is it worth a rental as far as for the last, 2 months of the season? Could his $52 million number for next year be lower? That's something that that Golden State has to kind of ask as far as if it's worth the risk. But as I said, Wiggins is under contract for 2 more years after this year. If it makes sense, I think certainly Golden State should probably look at that option.
I mean, the idea of keeping Kuminga, Pods, and most of the draft picks is very appealing. Like, shake up a team that's just puttering along at 500. So that is interesting for sure. Who would their competition be? Who do you guys hear is putting together similar packages that would entice the Heat?
Their competition is dwindling. I mean, you look at the landscape. Listen, Jimmy Butler wants to go to Phoenix. It's been well documented here. There's no path for him to get there. Miami is not trading for Bradley Beal. That is not happening. And I don't care if they threw 4 first-round picks in the deal here just because of what Beal is owed. Outside of that, certainly we've talked a little bit about maybe Memphis. I don't see a path. I don't see a deal in Milwaukee. That doesn't make any sense for the Bucks here. So I do think what options Miami has is certainly exploring a potential Warrior deal, or potentially kind of going through this merry-go-round for the remainder of the season here, as far as Butler on the suspension list, off the suspension list, being a distraction around this team.
Yeah, Bobby, there's a lot of talk about Jimmy Butler right now here in San Francisco, but up in Sacramento, there's a lot of talk about the future of De'Aaron Fox. What can you tell us about his situation?
Yeah, it's a little bit different just because Fox has 2 years left on his, this year and next year on his contract here. Certainly, as it was reported yesterday by Shams, that they're starting to explore, trade talks regarding Fox. I think the concern, if you're in Sacramento, is that he already turned down a 3-year, $166 million extension last offseason. If he's not willing to commit this year, I think it's 4 for $229. You have to look at what your options are. And, is your options better right now at the deadline, or is your options when you get into the offseason? I think the offseason presents a lot of different optionality, just based on there are teams that will lose in the playoffs that feel like they're a De'Aaron Fox player away. The lottery has a big role in it as far as where teams are picking here. I would be surprised if he is moved at the deadline here. I think this is more of Sacramento kind of figure out what the market is, recalibrate, go into the offseason, and then figure out what they need to do with him.
Just on a basketball term, we're talking to Bobby Marks. And by the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Setting aside the contracts and the assets, we were just talking to a fan from Sacramento, and we have so many listeners from Sacramento that listen to us too. And it's the Kings, what do you call it? Just start one step forward, 2 steps back is what I'm trying to say, I guess, here. How do you feel about that? Like, they finally look like they have something going, then they fire Mike Brown. Now Fox wants out. Basketball-wise, it feels like a huge blow to their whatever light the beam momentum they had going the last year or two.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't put De'Aaron Fox as a top 20, top 25 player in the league. I maybe I'd look at him a little bit differently here. I think, listen, if you're Sacramento and you could go out and trade him to San Antonio for Stephon Castle, I don't know if that sets you back as much as maybe people would think, and if you can get draft picks with that there. So I get it. I mean, it's the nature of the beast, right? Like, when a guy is going into the last year of his contract and is not willing to extend, then you have to figure out as far as what's the best interest of, what's the best interest of the future going forward. And I think the best interest is, how do you not take a significant step back? How do you kind of stay in the middle, but also have the flexibility to continue adding to your roster?
We know that Steph Curry and De'Aaron Fox have a relationship through their Under Armour contract. Do you think there's any possibility that the Warriors would entertain maybe bringing in De'Aaron Fox?
I don't think so. I mean, I think what other teams could potentially offer would trump as far as what Golden State could. Certainly if you're willing to give up all your young players with Kuminga and Podziemski and your 3 first-round picks that you have to trade and whatever salaries that come to it, then maybe. But I do think when you're looking at San Antonio and when you're looking at Houston, Miami, some other teams, those teams certainly have a lot to offer. I think the biggest thing is, like any team out there, if you're going to trade for him, you better know that he's willing to extend with you. You can't let the season play out with him on an expiring contract. So there's got to be a comfort level that player would sign long-term with you.
Talking to Bobby Marks, a few more minutes here. He's, of course, the ace NBA front office insider for ESPN, as the trade deadline is a week from tomorrow. De'Aaron Fox now wants out of Sac. Jimmy Butler could be in the mix for the Warriors. Just before we let you go, Bobby, just about the Warriors in general. We've been, we talk about this team all the time. They're 23 and 23. Kuminga's out for several weeks. It just seems like they're just stuck in purgatory in that they don't want to blow it up and, go for 1 year, and they don't want to, it's they kind of like damned if they do and damned if they don't, I guess is what I'm trying to say. What's your view of their sort of treading water attitude?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think I get it. I think you're a game out of the play-in. I think there's a lot of separation as far as where you are and where Oklahoma City and Memphis and Houston, Denver, even some of sometimes, as I said, you kind of have to pick up your cards and walk away from the table, right? If there's nothing there for you to make a deal, then that's probably might be the best option, and then you figure out in the off season as far as where you are. That being said, if there is an opportunity to get Jimmy Butler now, and there's not another all-star level player that's available this offseason, I think that's the option that you have to go. But you're right. I mean, listen, if the roster stays intact, the likelihood is that you're probably not making the playoffs or even the play-in, and you go into the offseason with a lottery pick and some big questions that you have to answer. Certainly starting with the future of Kuminga.
Joe Lacob was vocal this offseason about trying to get underneath the luxury tax in an effort to avoid the repeater tax. Now, Bobby, I need the breakdown from you because a lot of our listeners don't know what we're talking about when we talk repeater tax and tax aprons. So can you explain that strategy of maybe being underneath the luxury tax this season so that they could reset for next year and go back over without that repeater tax?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I mean, the luxury tax and the apron are two separate things. I think where Golden State is right now, I think they're right around $6 million over the luxury tax. And there's options out there if they wanted to trade Gary Payton or Looney, and attach some cash to the deal or maybe a future second. You can, certainly entertain doing that. And, yeah, that kind of resets the clock. I mean, Golden State has been a high-spending team the last 3 or 4 years. The CBA is set to introduce more punitive penalties. It's like how many more punitive penalties can we get? But starting this offseason, the luxury tax and the repeater tax will be significant as far as how much teams have to pay. So if you can pause the clock on a deal, probably not appealing to Warrior fans. That's certainly an option as far as doing so, and it would cost you one of those two players.
Man, Bobby, in the end, just how much studying do you have to do? I mean, it's wild, right? I mean, it's like,
I think a lot of it is just you go through different, trial and error, right? Just examples of how things have happened. That's the big. Yeah, no, it's a lot, right? And especially when you're trying to, It's the funny thing. I had a team say this to me yesterday because we had the big trade guide out, and it's like, I'm worried about my own team, and you're like worrying about 30 teams, right?
Yeah, right.
It's hard to, you're trying to manage hey, we're going to talk about this in Philly now, and all these different things. I think the biggest thing is how do we present it in an easy way for people to learn, right? That's the easiest thing, and I can throw at the apron and all these different things, but kind of what makes sense on the court. And then, as you guys know, there's that business aspect of it too that teams are looking at it also from.
Well, you do present it in a very presentable way. And it's so funny because we're like, we got Bobby Marks on. You can talk about the work. But you might hang out with us and be on in Orlando or Portland or Minnesota. And you're going to go break down the T-Wolves cap situation or the Blazers cap situation. So anyway, we do appreciate it. It does help. It's gotten so complicated in the last several years. And, of course, Joe Lacob with all his spending makes it so, too. But anyway, it's fun. Always enjoy you having you on KNBR, Murph and Marcus, and enjoy the next week. We'll be following you.
Yeah, thanks, Bobby.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Bobby Marks, you'll be following him on ESPN, the NBA front office insider. I've been open about this for years. It's just really hard to keep up. You want to make a trade like the Giants. You want to trade, would you trade Camilo Doval for a Red Sox prospect? Well, that's something you can talk about. Well, I don't know. Do the salaries match? Where are we on the apron? Where are we on the luxury tax? Where are we on the repeater? The NBA will grind you down. I almost wish they would just blow it up and start all over and just keep it so simple. Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah, I thought about even asking Bobby Marks, explain it to me like I'm 5, like I'm some dummy.
Yeah.
Why do these contracts need to match when it comes to trades?
Right, yeah.
I don't understand. Every other sport you mentioned, the Boston Red Sox can send out Mookie Betts for Alex Verdugo and whoever, and all of a sudden a trade happens. You don't have to match salaries and any of that stuff. It's
nor in the NFL.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't have to do it in the NFL either. But yeah, for the NBA, then we get to Bird. I was just reading something. The boys print up all this stuff here. I was reading about the possibility of Jimmy Butler coming here, and I read something I've never read in my life. It said the Heat. It's all about the Warriors possibly trading with the Heat, and it says, by giving up only this year's pick, the Warriors could avoid the Stepien rule.
What?
Stepien, the Stepien rule issues that come with owing out picks in future seasons. Today was the day I learned there is something called the Stepien rule, all right?
Wow.
Was there an NFL kicker or quarterback named Stepien? Anyway, that's the only time I've ever heard that name. Some former Euro kicker. Stepien.
No sidestepping with these trade talks, man.
Did you know about the Stepien rule?
I had no idea, man.
Young Tony, did you know about the Stepien rule, buddy?
A lot of rules. A lot of rules, Murph. A lot of rules when it comes to making trades in the NBA.
Yesterday we were talking about that. Tony Salvador talking about this place he used to belong to. A lot of rules.
A lot of rules out here, Murph. A lot of rules.
All right, well, thanks to Bobby Marks. Well, listen, here's the bottom line. Is it sounds like you could get Jimmy Butler without giving up Wiggins and Pods. That's kind of exciting.
No. Kuminga and Pods.
I'm sorry.
You
Wiggins,
would have to include Wiggins because of his contract.
Kuminga and Pods, correct. Thank you.
But it's crazy because still, even without giving those guys up, you'd still have to throw in Wiggins. You'd have to throw in shooters, $13 million on top of that, and then maybe even an additional $8 to $9 million just to match that $48 million that Jimmy Butler's getting.
By the way, just the casual dismissal of Kevon Looney's aspiring contract. I'm like, don't take my loon. Yeah. Don't take my loon.
Well, that's another $9-10 million if you're looking.
But I mean, in 2022, I declared the guy one of the top 10 Americans of the 21st century. I really did. I mean,
loon dog.
22 boards, 23 boards.
That topic I heard yesterday when, of course, we were talking about Andre Iguodala getting his jersey retired, Kevin Durant getting his jersey retired. Will Kevon Looney get his jersey retired?
No, but I mean, in my life, he gets always, dude.
He'll be in the rafters at the Murphy house, dude.
They all get retired, dude, in some way. I heard you mention Lonzo earlier. That's by the way, thank you, Raphael Septien. Thank you, kickers.
Wow.
925 and 650. In the old days, there was a kicker. I could just hear Pat Summer right now. Raphael Septien and a kick. You guys remember Raphael?
We got the Raphael Septien rules.
Septien, yeah. Here the the Raphael Septien army's coming out. 925-650-408-720. All checking in. I just hear it in Summerall's voice. Septien from 39. And I always say this too, guys. If there's the one thing that's changed the most in my life as a sports fan in my many years on this earth, it's the incredible efficiency of NFL kickers. Guys, I'm telling you, 39 yards used to be freaking white knuckle time, bro. 39 yards, man. Oh, man, let's see what happens. Guys are picking for 56, 57. If a guy doesn't make a 56-yarder, you're pissed. Mm-hmm. You're like, what is this guy? He's a bum.
Shout out Jake Moody.
Oh, dude.
Second half of the season.
Bro, field goals used to be so hairy. They have evolved so much. All right. So you know what we're talking about? We're talking about the Giants. And we're talking about Elliot Ramos. We're talking about this guy. I'm looking for a big year, man. Is he in the 3-hole? No?
That's your 3-hitter.
But no, Bob Melvin said Jung-Hoo Lee might be his 3-hitter.
I want Jung-Hoo Lee leading off, Willie in the 2-hole, Elliot Ramos hitting 3.
I'm with you. Let's go write it down. So Elliot Ramos, the All-Star, live from Scottsdale, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, we got a good friend, Steve Moskowitz, on the line on a Wednesday morning. Steve, you want to talk to us about what to do when you can't pay your taxes?
Call us. Let us take care of it for you. This is such a common occurrence. It cuts through all walks of life, all income levels. If you can't pay, you can't pay. And I don't want to see it ruin people's lives. I have seen people do crazy things. We had 2 people, we met with their spouses, they committed suicide over this. That's insane. You don't have to do those things. I've seen a child given up in custody because of taxes. Insane. You don't have to do that. I've seen people ruin their lives. I've seen them do crazy things. Folks, look, if you can't pay your taxes, whether you filed the returns or not, there's a lot of good solutions. Whether we just pay part and the government forgives the rest, whether we pay in monthly installments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford, but what you can afford. If we get the penalties forgiven, sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the tax. There's so many good solutions. And we want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, take this problem away from me. Fix it for me.
That's Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Hard grounder up the middle, diving to his right and knocking the ball down. It ricochets over to the shortstop in shallow center field. Wendell trying to back up the play. And that's a base hit for Elliot Ramos in his first big league at bat. There's a swing. There's a shot. Deep left center field, way back there. Adios! Pelota! Another laser beam off the bat of Elliot Ramos. Elliot Ramos plants one in the seats, his first major league home run.
All right, let's have some fun talking to Elliot Ramos, the all-star outfielder. Number 17 coming in, digging in the box right now to come on the radio on the UMA guest line. Elliot, you're on the morning show on KNBR. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. And how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Elliot?
Hi, I'm doing good. I'm doing good, guys. How you guys doing?
We're good, man. We're good. Glad to have you on and promoting Fan Fests up at Cedar Health Park Saturday in Sacramento and all that. And I was thinking, so are you down in Arizona right now?
Yeah, I'm down in Arizona. I have been going to the Papago complex, the Manor Lake complex, and working out over there.
It's wild to me how the team trains almost year round. Are you seeing lots of your teammates?
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of the teammates. Shappy goes all the time. I got to Willie Adames is starting to go too, so we are both together. Fitzy, Schmitty's there. Everybody, almost everybody's there.
Isn't it funny, Elliot? There used to be a big day that when people would report for spring training, but you guys are already there, right?
Yeah, we have been reported.
Yeah. And Elliot, Giants fans got a taste of Willie Adames last weekend in San Jose at FanFest. I know you're going to be out there at Sacramento this weekend, but what was your first impression of meeting Willie Adames?
I just wanted to see how he was as a person. I mean, so far he's been great. We text every day if we're going to the complex. We work out together. We hit together. He's a great teammate. I think he's going to be a great leader too. So I'm looking forward to this season for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Elliot Ramos is the voice you hear. And anticipating, have you talked to Bob Melvin about this year? I mean, we're all guessing you're going to be the starting left fielder. Is that your impression also?
Hopefully. I mean, I'm going to spring training to work hard and obviously start hot, but I haven't talked to him at all about it.
Yeah, well, Elliot, this year's a little bit different because last year you went to spring training with the idea to compete for a roster spot. This year you're going to spring training as an all-star. So talk to us about the difference in mentality between last spring training and this year heading into spring training.
I honestly just want to build from last year, if that makes sense. I just want to keep the momentum. I just want to have good vibes around, you know what I mean, and just try to give my best out there for sure.
Can you take us back to, every athlete has adversity, and that's what defines the great ones is how they come back. And last year in the spring, I believe, they told you kind of early on, no, they sent you out. And I'm just kind of, if you can take back your mind, how upset you were, how much you had to sort of struggle with the challenge of staying strong, and then the triumph of making your breakthrough in the big leagues. Can you take us back to that last March?
Yeah, I mean, it was tough. It was tough for me because honestly, I knew that they had guys with contracts and all that, and I know how that works, right? But at the same time, I wanted to stay in the big leagues, of course. It was tough for me. It was tough for me for sure. But my mindset was just either way, it doesn't matter where I'm at. I have to produce, if that makes sense. I have to hit. I have to go work hard. So in my mind, I just okay, I'm back in the minor leagues. I'm in the AAA or whatever. Let me get my mind right and let me just get to work.
Was there a person or a coach or a teammate or a family member who you relied on at that time when you were going through the tough time?
Yeah, my mom, my dad, my wife, all of my friends. I mean, my brother helped me. I mean, they helped me through it. They were like, "It don't matter. Like, you still have to do what you have to do. It doesn't matter where you at." So, I have a lot of people around me. A lot of good people around me that help me get through things for sure.
And Ellie, we know how hard it is to make a big league roster, but to your point, it's even harder to stay on the roster. But I'm curious if now maybe you're sharing some of your experience with some of the younger guys. We saw Marco Luciano and Luis Matos get called up last year, be sent down. Have you been able to use any of your experience to maybe pass on some advice to some of those younger guys?
Yeah, I think they're taking it pretty good. I think they are hard workers for sure. We talk a little bit here and there, but nothing really about that. We just talk about just friend things, if that makes sense. We just play around. We just to say it like that, we just make fun of each other and just try to keep it light. Yeah.
So Elliot Ramos is the voice you hear, and of course the third stop of the KNBR Giants Fan Fest is Saturday in Sacramento. It's presented by Experience Scottsdale. And the admission is free, and you can get a ticket at sfgiants.com/fanfest. Going to be there is going to be Tyler Fitzgerald, Mark Hallberg, Grant McCrae, Logan Webb, and the voice you hear, Elliot Ramos. This is at Sutter Health Park at the home of the Sacramento River Cats, and it'll be on Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., so that'll be fun. So, Elliot, I was looking at your biography. You were selected in the 2017 MLB draft, and a guy who was on the team at that time and for the next several years was Buster Posey. So all of a sudden, he's the new president of baseball ops, and we haven't talked to you since then. So I'm wondering, kind of a two-part question. One, how well did you know Buster when you were at training camps through the years, when you would get called up through the years, before he retired? And then two, what has your relationship been with him since he became president of baseball operations?
It was hard because I was in the minor leagues, and Buster was such Buster has always been a superstar. Buster has always been like the best out there. So it's like I was never really in the big league side. I was always in the minor league side, and then when he retired, I didn't even get to like play with him or like get called up. I got called up on 22, and he retired on 21. So I never really had that. Was able to create like a relationship with him. Mm-hmm. I met more, and I spent more time with Crawford for sure. But Buster right now, we only talked like once. He called me once this offseason. He was in regards of like me playing Winter League, but that's about it. I'm looking forward to talk to him and get to know him more for sure.
And Elliot, what was that offseason plan for you? I know there's discussion about whether or not you would go play Winter League. What was your offseason like?
It was a good offseason, honestly. It was productive. So I went back home. I went to Puerto Rico, and I was just working hard out there. I had my trainer. I had my PT trainer. I had my track trainer. I was running to hitting. I felt really good, honestly. I felt like my body's in a good shape. Then I came back here to Arizona. I'm going to the complex all the time. The guys are helping me. Everybody's helping me. I'm working with Willie Adames, Shappy. Sometimes he's in there. Fitzy and Schmitty, they're always in there. So it has been a really good offseason for sure. We have a pretty nice group of guys that goes to the complex, and we like push each other for sure.
Yeah, it's always good to hear that the body's feeling good at this point of the season. But talk to us about how your body felt last year after playing 121 games. What was your biggest maybe learning experience between playing that many games, and how have you adjusted that and incorporated that into your offseason plan?
It's just a fast pace, I think, for me is the hardest part. Just like, because like every day, every Monday in the minor leagues in AAA, I knew it was a Monday off that I didn't have to worry about baseball, if that makes sense. But then when you get to the big leagues, it's just every day fast pace. Like here and there, you take a flight, you play next day maybe, or you take a flight to the East Coast and then you come back to the West Coast. It's like those little things is the hardest part, the hardest adjustment for me.
It is a grind. It is, and that's the mental part too, for sure. Elliot Ramos, the voice you hear, he'll be at Sacramento on Saturday for the Giants Fan Fest, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. up at Sutter Health Park with Tyler Fitzgerald and Grant McCrae and that crew. Logan Webb, of course, who's a local boy up there in Sacramento. Elliot, just a few more before I let you go. One is the body. Everybody's always talking about their bodies and the height, what you do to stay in shape. So is there a weight you want to play at? And are you looking to gain muscle? Are you looking to lose weight? Like, is there any change in your physicality from last year to this year?
No, I have always been pretty big, and that's something that I have learned throughout the years, how to stay in shape, how to like manage my weight. I want to play at 230. When I'm at 230, around like 225, 230, that's when I'm at my best. I feel fast. I feel strong. But last year I ended up the season at like 236, 237, and that was a little bit much for me. But this offseason I was focusing on being more lean, on being like losing a little bit more weight so I can move quicker. One of my goals this year is I want to steal more bases. I want to be more active on the base paths. So that's why I'm doing it.
225, 230 is a good weight, good strong weight. And I'm guessing it's that kind of weight that takes a ball from the right-handed batter's box into McCovey Cove, right? You can't do that when you're weighing 160, Elliot, right?
I know, right?
Is that the highlight, obviously, last year? I mean, making the All-Star game probably, obviously. But can you just share with the fans out there what that was like going into the Cove as a right-handed hitter? We didn't think we'd ever see it, maybe, and you were the guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty nice moment, and at the time too, I think it was the Roberto Clemente Day, I think. So, was it?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Was it at the Roberto Clemente Day?
Roberto Clemente Day, yes, it was. Yes, it was. Yeah.
So, it was the moment, the environment. You know, the Giants fans are always like tuning with us. I love the fans. So, I mean, the fact that it happened in San Francisco and the fact that I did it, it's a pretty big deal, and I feel proud of it for sure.
Yeah, and Giants fans love seeing that power on display. 22 home runs for you last year, Elliot Ramos. Is there a benchmark, 30 home runs, 35, 40 home runs? Is there something in mind that you want to do this season at the plate?
Yeah, for sure. I do want to break that 30 home run mark for sure, and I want to. For me, the biggest part is average. If I can hit 300, I think I will be at a good spot. I just want to work hard. Obviously, I want to be focused. I want to have a good mentality. And obviously RBIs too. I need the RBIs.
Oh, we like RBIs for sure. Your new president of baseball ops likes RBIs too. Before we let you go, I'm looking at, all the fans have access to this data now because of things like Baseball Savant. And I have your page up, and there's all these beautiful numbers on exit velocity and barrel percentage and bat speed and hard hit. Like, you're really, really, really up there amongst your big league peers. But the one that probably annoys you is strikeout percentage. So is that a goal of yours? Is that something you talked to Pat Burrell about? Is that something you talked to Bob Melvin about? Is that a goal to cut down on that?
Well, yeah, I talked to Pat about it, and he told me it's something that, I have power, but at the same time, it's just about mindset. It's just about commitment, of course. So in my mind, I'm just trying to commit. I'm just trying to follow my plan, not like throw away at bats, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. That's why the strikeout happened. So I just wanna be more focused for sure when in those situations. I just want to try to swing at the right pitch and take the ball, if that makes sense. So I just wanna be better. I just want to be better at that for sure.
Yeah, and last thing for me, Elliot, we've talked a lot about your individual goals, but I'm curious about your guys' goals as a team. There's a lot of storylines across baseball right now about what's going on in the division, but what's the message inside that locker room, and what are your guys' goals as a team for the 2025 season?
Yeah, everybody's talking about the Dodgers and how they're gonna do the division, but we only need to make it. We need to make it to playoffs. Our plan is to make it to the playoffs. Obviously, we want to win a lot of games throughout the season. They're not the only team out there, so we know if we make it to the playoffs, it's a different game for sure. They're a pretty good team. I can't lie to you, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. It's baseball, and we all gotta play it hard.
Yeah, it's true, man. It's going to be fun to watch. And then the last one is that we didn't mention, we probably should mention, is defense. Like, what have you done in the offseason to get better with the glove or better with the arm or better with the angles? Are you working with anybody in particular, and how much emphasis are you putting on the glove?
Yeah, I have been working with Rhino a little bit. I have been wanting to work on my turn and going to my right side to the foul line. I feel like it's hard. That's a hard comebacker, if that makes sense. Going back, going to my right and just trying to throw the second or throw the first. I just want to feel more comfortable with those turns and go to my left to my glove side.
It's all about the defense, and pitching and defense is what Buster's emphasizing, along with your RBIs. That would be good too. Well, this is going to be great. By the way, I know you said you went back to Puerto Rico, but do you keep tabs on what's going on in the Caribbean in the off season? Because did you see the Junior Caminero home run the other night?
Oh, yeah, I watched the whole game. I watched the whole series.
Okay, yeah. What did you think of that? Have you ever seen a bat thrown higher in the air than that?
I've never seen it, but a lot of my friends are saying he didn't do that much. I would have still standing on home plate, they said.
Well, we'll look for one of those moments from you this year, that's for sure. Well, listen, Marcus and I will be down in Scottsdale doing shows for the San Francisco audience when the camp opens. So we'll try to grab you and bring you up to the broadcast booth. We always enjoy talking baseball with you, and congratulations on making the All-Star game your first season. More to come, Elliot, including Saturday in Sacramento. So thanks for hopping on with Murph and Marcus. We appreciate you.
Thanks a lot, Elliot.
Thank you, my guys. Thank you.
There he is, man. Elliot Ramos sounds like he's ready to go. A little defense, a little base running, a little cut down on the strikeouts, a little RBI. Let's do it.
Throwing a splash into him, Covey Cove, and you're good.
On Clemente Day, I had forgotten about that. That's my bad. So that was a great detail that he provided. By the way, that is Saturday in Sacramento at the A's home park. Sutter Health Park. That's crazy, right? Yeah. But Tyler Fitzgerald, Mark Halberg, Grant McCrae, Elliot Ramos, Logan Webb. I guess you can get tickets, sfgiants.com/fanfest, although it's free, right?
Yes, so the tickets are free. You just have to download the QR code.
And there it is, man. See you guys up in Sacramento. It is presented by Experience Scottsdale, which we're going to experience.
And from everything I'm hearing, Murph, it sounds like it will be lit in Sacramento this weekend.
It will be lit in Sacramento.
Or to touch back to our first hour, will De'Aaron Fox be at FanFest because he's not going to be busy playing for the Kings?
Yeah, I don't think he's lighting the beam.
Light the beam.
All right, guys. Let's do this. Dwayne Kuiper. We love it. And young Tony. We know some people tuned in. They're like, wait, where's my young Tony? We got young Elliot instead of young Tony. Young Tony, you want to tell them, the people?
Yeah, 8:15, guys.
Mountain time. All right, so we punted it for Elliot because Elliot's here trying to hit 30 bombs on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here with one simple question about the Abundant Lifestyle Weight Loss Program. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight?
Yes! Yes! Yes!
A little bit of a delayed reaction from Tony. He's looking good.
Yes!
Young Tony doesn't need to lose any weight right now, but you might need to, because I know a few months I had to shed a few pounds. And guess what? I did it with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program. I went on this program for 3 months, and guess what? I hit my goal of losing 25 pounds. And I did it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we love our Wednesdays with Kite. We just talked to Elliot Ramos. We can fold that right into a Dwayne Kuiper conversation every Wednesday, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Happy Wednesday, Dwayne. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Kite.
Hey, everything's good. It is, as I stand outside, it is a little bit chilly, but hey, we're creeping up on spring training, and we're creeping up on the baseball season. So, and Murph, I have to tell you, so I picked up the paper this morning, and I'm reading about Pebble Beach.
Ah, yeah.
And I'm going back to the good old days, right?
Totally.
And what a great time we had with those matches between the Giants and 49ers. It wasn't going to ever last forever, but my goodness, did we have fun. And, you were a great part of it.
Well, it was kind of peak Pebble Beach, because that's what Bing Crosby wanted to create was, the great game of golf, the beautiful setting of Pebble Beach, but let's go have fun. And he brought all the celebrities back in the old days. The old guy, Jack, what's his name? I'm blanking on his name. Phil Harris, who was so funny, and Jack Lemmon was so great. And then all through, and then that we had several years, young Tony and Marcus. So probably for about 5 years, we had an all-star team of Giants, an all-star team of Niners, do a little 5-hole challenge on Tuesday, and we joked and we riffed and we roasted and we barbed, and they were playing for charity, and it was all sorts of fans loved it, because there was Will Clark, and there was Dwight Clark, and there was Mike and Dwayne. So now you're making me nostalgic, Dwayne.
Well, look, I remember the first phone call I got. I got it from Shayna Dahm, and she said, hey, look, the Pebble Beaches, they're coming up with this idea of having 4 Giants representatives and 4 49ers, and we want you and Mike to be a part of this. And I remember saying to Shayna, look, Shayna, what's really important as far as what my answer is going to be is how many people are going to be watching.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
In other words, if there's a handful of people, I'm in.
No.
Because I can deal with a handful of people laughing at some of the swings I'm going to take. But if there's a lot of people, I said, I'm not. She said, no. I'm told that there's only going to be a couple hundred people there. Well, when we got on the tee to tee off on the first hole, there had to be at least 1,000 or 2,000 people.
I say a couple thousand.
On each side.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. It's nerve-wracking.
I almost dirtied my pants. I really did.
It's something about it. It's like you stood in the box against Nolan Ryan, and yet there's something about that. It's just so quiet.
I couldn't get the ball on the tee.
I know. I remember you saying that. You said you got to get a tee with a big giant top so that it.
Yeah, I needed a coffee. A Starbucks cup to put my ball in. But anyway. And from there, it just got better and better.
Yeah.
I remember that
Boach, yeah.
That Boach came the next year, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that first year was after the 2010 World Series.
Yeah.
So, there's going to be a lot of, there are, thousands of Giants fans there. And it was Mike and I and Matt Cain and Cody Ross. And but anyway, I know we're regressing into talking about the past, but it was a lot of fun. And now I saw they don't have many celebrities anymore.
No, they changed the entire thing. And we can get into it if you want to get into the weeds. They called it a signature event. Now the PGA Tour is trying to compete with the Live Tour. Everything's changed, and so they have to designate certain events signature events, which means they jacked up the purse, which means they got better players, which means the better players don't want to deal with the 7-hour rounds, so they kind of cut back on the amateurs. They're only playing Thursday and Friday. Steve Young's playing though, but only Thursday, Friday though.
And you know what I really enjoyed. I would sit down after the the event that we played in. The year that Buster was there, I couldn't wait to see Buster play. Yeah, I couldn't.
Yeah.
But anyway, they have people that make these decisions.
Money.
I did notice that our guy is playing, and that's Will Zalatoris.
Well,
Will is born here.
Giants fan.
And a huge Giants fan. He texts all of us, especially Dave, a lot during games.
Oh, well, Dave loves his golf for sure. Oh, so Zalatoris is checking inning by inning. He's checking in.
He's checking in. At one point, he texts during a match where he said, "Why am I more nervous about, I don't remember, Camilo Duvall in the 9th inning against the Dodgers than I am with Tiger teeing off in front of me?"
He's great. He's a good player to follow, by the way. He's 3 runner-up finishes in majors. He could win a major real soon, and he might get a Giants shout-out there. He wound up going to high school in Texas, but he was raised here and stuck with his black and orange. So if you're looking for a PGA Tour player to root for, Will Zalatoris is your guy.
Yep. Here's our guy. Anyway, what's going on in the baseball world? Anything?
We just talked to Elliot Ramos for a good 15 minutes. He was pretty darn good. He's coming out of his shell a little bit.
You know what? His English is a lot better than people think, and he really does have a really nice personality. And the more he gets comfortable with, he's kind of like one of the guys now, right? Now he's one of the guys you count on, and that's always going to help your confidence, and it's always going to help being able to let people know what you're all about and your personality. So, good for him. And, having Adames around is really going to help all those Latin guys, because if you're around Adames at all, you see his personality, and it's just fabulous. So anyway, another reason why we're looking forward to heading to Scottsdale.
Absolutely, Kuip. And Giants fans got to see that personality of Willy Adames last weekend in San Jose at FanFest. They can see Elliot Ramos this weekend in Sacramento at Giants FanFest. But I think one of my key takeaways from our conversation with Elliot Ramos was him saying that it is a goal for him to hit more than 30 home runs this year. Do you think that he is in line for that type of season?
Yeah, he can do it. There's no doubt about it. Look, do we want him to sacrifice a few other things in order to hit over 30 home runs? I don't think we want that at all. We want 30 home runs or more to come naturally, not without, putting out this grand effort where you start to strike out a lot more. So I think he's got to let it come to him. And even if he does that, he can hit 30 or more.
He said he wants to, yeah. Sorry to
And
interrupt.
I think we would all take 25 or 30 from him. Absolutely.
Yeah, he said he wants to steal more bases. But the other thing is defense. You know, Buster keeps talking defense, and I know Farhan did too, but it seems like Buster's really even more emphasizing it. And he's not maybe an awesome outfielder. He's a good outfielder. He's got a good arm.
Played all three positions.
Yes. But I'm just, that's something he said he's been working with Ryan Christensen on going to his right and going to the foul line, which is something he struggled with. So they got to, I'd like to see him get even better there.
Yeah, and left field's, a little larger at Oracle Park than some of the other ballparks. I mean, I think he's pretty good in left field. I mean, for a big guy, he's got pretty good speed. But it's nice to hear that he acknowledges the fact that he wants to get better and he wants to work on some things. Look, it's one of the things that you got to get through to younger guys is don't go to spring training and work on your strengths. You got to work on your weaknesses, and that's not always the fun part of the job. The fun part of the job is getting into the batting cage and seeing how far you can hit the ball. What a lot of these younger guys need to do is work on their defense, work on their base running. For the guys that part of their game is bunting and moving runners along and using their speed, those are the things that you really want these young guys to work on.
Yeah, Kuiper, and I would actually say I was actually pleasantly surprised by Elliot Ramos last year defensively, especially when they did put him in right field, played the wall pretty nice, threw out a couple of guys. But, I mean, when you compare him to someone like Yaz, who might be the best defender to play that right field wall, I guess his defense could improve a little bit, but that does bring me to the conversation about right field, about whether or not it will be Yaz, maybe a Luis Matos, whether Grant McRae. How do you think that competition is going to play out through spring training?
Well, I'm really curious, and I know that you've read about the terrific season that Matos had in Venezuela. As a matter of fact, I believe, if I read this right, he was the MVP.
I think it was Rookie of the Year, I think it was, right?
Was it?
Yeah.
And, look, I played there. I mean, it's a little different when I played there in the 70s and 80s when there were more American players there. I'm not sure there are any American players that play there now. But anyway, the whole point is the competition there is still pretty good. So if he had that kind of year in winter ball, then if he can apply that to spring training, who knows? He might be your right fielder. And if he's really off to a great start, then all of a sudden you're not going to platoon. You might see the guy play all the time. So anyway, it's really intriguing because he's got the ability, and the guy that loves him more than anybody is Pat Burrell. And and I believe in Pat Burrell, and I believe that if he says this guy's got it, it's in there, and now we just need to get it out of him, then there's a possibility that could happen.
Marcus was with Pat Burrell down in San Jose, talking hitting. Right?
Yeah, Pat had a great breakdown on Luis Matos,
I'm not surprised. The one thing that you can engage Pat Burrell on is hitting. That's for sure. And I'm looking forward to seeing him too because he's always fun to talk to.
Dwayne Kuiper on the UMA guest line every Wednesday. We're getting ever closer. We are 3 weeks away. Actually, I'm doing the math here. 3 weeks from tomorrow. We fly 3 weeks from today after the Wednesday show. We do the Thursday and Friday show. And then Dwayne and John do the Saturdays, 3 weeks from Saturday, the first game. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
So much fun, man. Well, we also, not to make this all about Elliot Ramos, but we talked about him cutting down on strikeouts. And that I would say that applies to a couple other guys, too. Tyler Fitzgerald, I think, struck out too much. And then I don't know what Grant McRae's role will be, but in the brief time he was up, and I loved him on defense, and I loved his surprising power, but he struck out too much, too. And I suppose it's a common problem for young hitters. But that would be a big one for guys like Ramos and Fitzgerald. He said he's been talking about Pat Burrell, and it's a mindset about putting the ball in play, hopefully, Dwayne.
Well, I think it's going to be a common theme all year because if you look at the players that are going to play all the time, they're going to strike out, and you're going to have to live with that. Chapman's going to Chapman's going to have really terrific numbers, but you're going to have to live with a few strikeouts. Adames is the same way. So, I mean, that's just kind of the way the roster is going to shape up. I mean, you got the guy in center field, Jung-Ho Lee, who is not going to strike out a lot, but you don't really want him to. So, you know, you can work on not striking out, but also you don't want to take the aggressiveness away from hitters. So there's kind of a fine line that they're going to have to work with. But I do think you're going to see some power and you're going to see some home runs, but you're also probably going to have to live with a few strikeouts.
And Elliot said some RBIs. He wants to drive. I was like, give me the RBI, baby. Nobody likes the
Jeff
RBI.
Kent.
Yeah.
Jeff Kent.
The money lies.
The money lies in the RBIs, and he made sure those little leaguers knew that.
Hey, man, these days with the NIL, maybe the little leaguers are getting those deals. My God.
They might be. I mean, you might be seeing some really strange-looking people at the Little League World Series.
Kuip, I definitely know for a fact, being in that world, that there are parents out there that offer financial incentives to their kids. They do. No joke. They're like, hey, man, you drive in 3 today, here's $20 for you.
Well, you know, look, I'm not going to say that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm telling you,
it's true. It happens all the time. I'd say all the time, but I've seen it on more than one occasion. They're like, man, I drove in 4 runs today. My dad's giving me $20. I'm like, really? Okay, well, help me, you know.
Well, I think back in our day, it was either maybe a trip to McDonald's or something like that.
There you go. There's that. The milkshake, right? Who doesn't want a milkshake? All right, Kuip. Always fun. Too bad. I mean, we'll get nostalgic about Pebble every year at this time. But it was they say don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened. Don't forget Jim Harbaugh was out there in his khakis. He had Alex Smith toting his bag around. Remember that?
You know what? I'll never forget Jim Harbaugh. The Giants had a chance to win the hole. I think it was the second hole at Pebble Beach. And in order to win the hole, Will Clark had to make a 3-footer. And I remember Harbaugh, as Will was almost ready to putt, Harbaugh walked by, nudged him just a little bit, and said, "You have no chance." And I thought, what a dick. You got to be kidding me.
They're just competing. They're competing.
And Will hit it right in the middle. He drained it.
Man, let me tell you.
But, I mean, you know, it kind of, you know, I guess that's kind of what I expected out of Harbaugh. But anyway, yep, the good old days.
All right, Kuip. Have a great Wednesday. Next week, we'll be ever closer and talk a little Super Bowl with you, too. So be good. Have a great week.
Yeah, thanks, Kuip.
You got it. All right. Go Will Zalatoris.
There it is. Giants fan on the tour. And Dwayne Kuiper, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. All right, that was fun. The big hit it's really the only story out there is what's going on with these trades. And Jimmy Butler getting ever closer to the Warriors. Bobby Marks told us he thinks the Warriors might be one of the few teams left in the Jimmy Butler sweepstakes. How do you guys feel about that? Plus, our friends up in Sacramento. How you feeling about this De'Aaron Fox news? Such a likable king, and he wants out. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. So trade rumor galore, basketball style. The big hit next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have 2 new contests this week. We are giving away 2 single-day tickets to see Metallica with Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies at Levi Stadium on June 22nd. We will be giving those tickets away in the 8 a.m. hour. We are also giving away 2 tickets to see Morgan Wallen with Miranda Lambert and Ann Wilson at Levi Stadium on August 1st. We will be giving those tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour, so don't go anywhere. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
The Heat are engaged with multiple teams on Jimmy Butler, including, from what I'm told, the Phoenix Suns and Golden State Warriors. The Heat are operating in the landscape as a team that's motivated with interested suitors. And as far as a price tag on Jimmy Butler goes, it's been described to me in league circles that the Heat are looking for shorter term contracts along with draft assets, and they have not yet received an offer that they're moving forward with. But the trade deadline looms on February 6th, and what we've seen play out here is a divorce in real time. These two sides, Jimmy Butler and the Miami Heat, they've had 5 overly successful seasons together. 2 runs to the NBA Finals, another run to the Eastern Conference Finals where they almost made it to the NBA Finals. But what's transpired over the last month and a half to 2 months is a relationship that is evaporating.
Oh, Shams Charania laying out the big hit for us. Good morning, everybody. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Happy Wednesday. You got your boy Marcus Boucher sitting to my left. You see him on the TV right there on the YouTube, on the Twitch. You got me wearing my Willie McCovey pullover today. And, of course, former Pebble Beach player Willie McCovey. Young Tony behind the glass, John Joe Curley here. Good morning, everybody. We just talked to Elliot Ramos and Dwayne Kuiper and Bobby Marks, who went back to back to back. And stay tuned, because in 15 short minutes, what did Young Tony ask today? And it's new slot, 8:15, just for today, because we moved for Elliot Ramos. Later on, George Sedano, who will be on tonight's Warriors-Oklahoma City game. But, of course, the big hit at 808 KNBR is the trade deadline, because 2 sizzling topics on the front burner. 1, Jimmy Butler inching closer to the Warriors. We had kind of turned down the heat on that one for a while. No pun intended, on the Miami Heat. But that
I see you working.
The new details that fewer and fewer suitors are emerging for Jimmy Butler, and that the Warriors could be one of them. And according to Bobby Marks, if you don't have to give up position, if you have the sound, let me know when he says you don't have to give up Pajemski, Kuminga. By the way, 20-point Pajemski from last night in the win, which we called in, everybody.
In the BP1s.
That's right, in the Rigorers, which I looked them up. It is a Chinese brand. But anyway, don't give up Pods, Kuminga. All you have to do is kind of move Wiggins or Schroeder or Gary Payton or Looney. Are you willing to move an Andrew Wiggins for a Jimmy Butler? It's definitely more intriguing. The other storyline is De'Aaron Fox. And the sad sort of ending there, that he wants out in Sacramento, and that it may happen this week. If not this week, it would happen this summer, and the Kings kind of resetting their whole identity up there. But yeah, man, so Jimmy Butler inching closer, Marcus, does that sound appealing? Or stay away, like a punt? Peter, stay away, don't touch it. We're not touching the punt. What do you think?
Well, Murph, sometimes guys have second thoughts about maybe picking up that punt and returning it to the house.
That does happen.
Trying to make a big play.
In the middle of a play, guy changes his mind and tries to pick it up and go.
But then sometimes people attempt to pick it up, and next thing you know, they fumble and it's a turnover. And that's kind of where I'm at in this middle ground, because when these trade rumors first popped up, I'm like, nah, I'm not going to mortgage the future for a 36-year-old Jimmy Butler. I don't want to move on from Jonathan Kuminga. I'm not giving up first-round draft picks, especially when you're looking at the Warriors being a borderline playing team right now. But now with the reports that the asking price has been lowered, my question is, what exactly is the asking price? And you mentioned it. We talked to Bobby Marks. He says maybe you can hold on to some of those younger assets. Maybe you can hold on to your first rounder. But you still have to match the contract of Jimmy Butler, who's on the book for $48 million this year. So the trade conversations don't get started unless you involve Andrew Wiggins. Throw in Dennis Schroeder, and now you're maybe around $30-35 million. Still got to throw on an extra $9 to $10 million on top of that just to get Jimmy Butler. And I guess that's the question, is you're willing to give up that much depth? And really the question's not for us, Murph, with our Twitter fingers and trade machines. The question is for Steph Curry. And if Steph gives the green light on this move, then absolutely I'm fine with it. It does sound more intriguing now, but I'm not still 100% sold that Jimmy Butler is going to save the season for the Warriors.
Well, it is intriguing. It's more, I mean, as we've seen since the first thing, it came up a couple weeks ago, the Warriors have sort of treaded water since then. Now they're missing Kuminga and Draymond. We get it, so that is a factor. But it is sort of the definition of insanity. Once again, if you just keep running this team out here, we saw them when they played the Kings, when they played the Lakers, they just weren't good enough. Again, without Kuminga and Draymond. Maybe they win those games with Kuminga and Draymond, maybe not also. But the idea of Jimmy Butler shaking it up kind of becomes more appealing, but there are complications. What do you do with him at the end of the season? He wants to be extended. What are all the financial and monetary things that go on? And that's where you, the casual fan, loses his mind. Because they're like, wait a minute, you can't do this because of the math? I didn't do this for math. I didn't become a sports fan for math, my friends, other than reading a batting average on the back of a baseball card when you're a kid.
Yeah, Murph, I went to college to play baseball, not to do math.
Dude.
Like, that's the problem. Still got my degree, and I'm still out here biffing math equations, trying to figure out how you can make this trade work. And then another factor we haven't even put in here yet. What if the Warriors want to dial up a 3-team trade? That way you're moving contracts, you're trying to match. Maybe you don't have to give up as many players to match that $48 million. I mean, the world of trading in the NBA is so confusing. But, Murph, it seems like there's always another option.
Well, generally, Marcus, they say in life, the three-way is a good thing.
Little menage a trois action on the trade deadline.
But I would say for me as a sports fan, a three-way trade, not good. I would not be able to work out a three-way trade. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, it gets confusing sometimes.
If I was a GM, they'd be like, hey, do you want to do a three-way? And I'm like, I mean, what?
Yeah.
No. The answer's no.
Then you're focusing on one team more than the other team, and the other team starts to get jealous, Murph. It gets tricky in those situations.
And do I even go there with kids in the car? Do I even go there with kids in the car? Which team gets to be Lucky Pierre? You know what I mean? Anybody with me on that?
I think I can dissect that joke. I think I can dissect that.
I tell the joke, but I told this kid, we all went to lunch as a staff yesterday. What a bonding moment that was, by the way.
It was great. We were like the carpool chemistry warriors.
I told a joke at the table that I thought was fairly straightforward and pretty funny. And about 5 minutes later, Tony goes, by the way, I didn't understand that joke at all. That's what he said. So, Tony, you want to... Did you ever kind of
context clues? I understood what you were trying to say. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Had that joke
again? Context clues. I don't know the reference, but I understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah. Let's just say to the people out there, it was the joke about the Nymphomaniacs convention and the and then
I understand
the Native American. Yeah,
I got you. We don't need to go into that.
Right.
I'm not going into that.
And the name is Tonto Goldstein and all that. Yeah, okay.
I was laughing, Murph.
We got it.
I was laughing.
All right, guys. We're getting a little spicy on the big hit here.
Yeah, we are.
Here's what Bobby Marks had to say about the Warriors' possibility of getting Jimmy Butler.
Their competition is dwindling. I mean, you look at the landscape. Listen, Jimmy Butler wants to go to Phoenix. It's been well documented here. There's no path for him to get there. Miami is not trading for Bradley Beal. That is not happening. And I don't care if they threw 4 first-round picks in the deal here just because of what Beal is owed. Outside of that, certainly we've talked a little bit about maybe Memphis. I don't see a path. I don't see a deal in Milwaukee. That doesn't make any sense for the Bucks here. So I do think what options Miami has is certainly exploring a potential Warrior deal or potentially kind of going through this merry-go-round for the remainder of the season here as far as Butler on the suspension list, off the suspension list, being a distraction around this team.
We got our Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line buzzing on this topic. 408. I'm torn on Butler. On one hand, the guy is an absolute diva, and I want no part of him. On the other hand, an angry, hungry, motivated Jimmy Buckets is aggressively appealing. There's that spin. By the way, he says a diva. I still think of him being that super good guy who does the Hootie and the Blowfish Michelob Ultra ad, Only want to be with you. Remember that one?
I mean, Jimmy Butler is super entertaining. And for content, he would be great if he came to the Warriors. But I think people are starting to label him as a diva because of what's going on with Pat Riley in Miami.
It's incredible. But you'll cross Pat Riley. I mean, that's like crossing Mike Corleone. Number 707 says, what the blank is with the Warriors? Butler, really? Someone in the front office needs to put I don't know what Penniman is. What is Penniman? Do you guys know what that is?
No idea.
I don't know. Is this some sort? Anyways, let's just say put the pipe down because between this and retiring 35, their high is blank. Well, that's an angry 707 who does not want Kevin Durant's number retired.
No love for KD and no love for Jimmy Butler. But I think the problem is, what other options are out there? It seems like it's Jimmy Butler or bust.
Or just treading water this year.
Unless maybe they make a call up to Sacramento about De'Aaron Fox.
Sounded like the more we that one's unlikely.
Yeah, it seems like a pipe
Unlikely,
dream, but
yes.
Murph, a man can dream.
And
And I'd be willing to give up the farm system. I'm giving up Kuminga. I'm giving up Pods. Hell, I'll throw Steve Kerr in the conversation. You can have anything you want, not name Steph Curry, to get De'Aaron Fox in San Francisco.
Well, they told us in the programming meeting, no topic beneath us.
Mm-hmm.
At least that was the one programming meeting that doesn't seem to matter anymore.
Hey, yo.
559 says, what's the price? Well, we know today's price is not yesterday's price.
Simple as that. Tell him, Fat Joe.
831 says trading Kuminga and or Wiggins for Butler would not change anything. He's obviously better than those two, but it wouldn't be enough to make them an actual contender. Would it make them a contender?
I think it gives them a better chance of reaching the top 6, Murph, and maybe avoiding the play-in bracket.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think it makes them title contenders like they'll be one of the favorites in the West, but it does make them a better team if you can keep Kuminga only moving on from Wiggins and a few other pieces.
I am that moron who still looks at the standings. They're in the 11 seed at 23 and 23, and I used to sort of eye the 5 seed like, hey, they can get there. But the Lakers, although the Lakers lost last night, did you guys hear Bronny James played and got kind of toasted?
Yes, with those turnovers in the first quarter.
Yeah, they said.
What is he doing playing in the first
And
quarter?
J.J. Redick even kind of regretted putting him in. But
a lot of energy.
He's only 4. Well, they're 4 losses behind the Lakers. But dude, we saw them when they played the Lakers. Although Anthony Davis got hurt last night, I heard. I heard he hurt his core. If Anthony Davis is locked in, Warriors have none chance. None.
Not against
like
that squad.
0. All right. But if Anthony Davis is hurt, maybe they falter.
Street clothes, Anthony Davis.
I mean, they play Oklahoma City tonight, bro. Oklahoma City's 37 and 8.
Yeah, I know Chet's out tonight, but SGA is having an MVP type season. Man, oh man, I'm looking forward to that matchup between him and
By
Steph.
the way, one of their 8 losses is the Warriors.
Yeah,
right?
Any given night, Murph. Any
Back
given
when
night.
we had this freaking mirage start when they went 12 and 3, man. 707 says, I would trade Steph Curry for De'Aaron Fox.
Ooh,
Would the
now
Kings-
that's spicy.
Would the Kings trade Steph
That's
Curry
spicy.
for De'Aaron
But what
Fox?
if I want Steph and De'Aaron Fox? I want to have my cake and eat it too.
Steph and De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah.
Well, then you're going to have to trade pretty much everything, right?
Take the house. You can have Chase Center. You can have K Fico. I don't care. Take everything you want.
You want Splash?
So
Right?
they can have Splash.
got
I'd be willing to mortgage the rights to Splash. Hell, I'll give them the rights to Highway 80. We can call it the Sacramento Highway.
By the way,
Just give me De'Aaron Fox.
I'll let you know how Splash is because I got the invite you didn't.
I know, Mr. VIP.
Oh.
Shout out to the
Wait,
1%ers who get into Splash.
Should you be my +1?
Hey, can I please? Now, my only question is, Murph, will young Tony be there and can I leave at halftime?
Do you have to stay for the whole opening?
Yeah, do I have to stay for the
Do you
whole
have to stay
opening?
for the whole beer? 209 says, don't forget Jimmy left Minnesota and Philly on bad terms. Come on
want
now.
to be with you.
And multiple people are mad at me on the punter reference saying I'm making an allusion to Kyle Williams in the 2011 NFC Championship. I'm not doing that.
Hey, you connected your own dots,
No,
all
I'm not
right?
doing that. Anyway, well, listen, the big hit was abbreviated today because we had a lot of guests leading up. But that's it. We can return to it later in the show, probably around 8:50. But it's time for Young Tony to take center stage in the breakout hit of 2025. What did Young Tony ask today? Next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If you have not already heard, we are giving away some new tickets this week. We are giving away 2 single-day tickets to see Metallica with Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies at Levi Stadium on June 22nd. Stay tuned through the 8 a.m. hour for your chance to win those tickets. We are also giving away 2 tickets to see Morgan Wallen with Miranda Lambert and Ann Wilson. Shout out Lexington, Kentucky. That show is going to be at Levi Stadium on August 1st. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win those tickets. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. It's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
The breakout hit at 2025. I'll tell you, it's worth it just for 2 things. 1, the John Lynch just memory that still gives Tony all the chills and thrills. And 2, just that little laser. Pew, 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 at the very start. What is that? Like Star Wars there, man. You know the deal. It's the middle of the week. This is where the week begins to pivot towards the weekend. We begin to leave the early week blues behind as Young Tony asks the questions that need to be asked. And Young Tony, what's the rules here, buddy?
All righty. Good morning, everybody. It's 8:18, not even 7:18. We have some questions that I've prepared for you guys. After I read the question, Marcus, you're each going to have 1 minute to respond.
1 minute. I can definitely do one of those 3-way trades in less than a minute, Tony.
If your time runs out, you're going to hear this bell. That is your cue to stop talking. Text line, YouTube chat. Everybody can join the conversation.
How about if we, every week come up with a different sound instead of the bell?
Yeah, but
I mean,
this is maybe at the end. I make the rules here. Whoa.
This is What Does Young Tony Ask?
Has anybody seen the lower third?
Which, by the way, is probably the best thing about this segment.
If you go on YouTube or Twitch, Young Tony's adding some tremendous graphics.
We got the doorman on the graphic.
I would suggest that after 1 minute, you play Dwayne Kuiper saying, "What a dick!"
Yeah, that would work.
All right, go ahead, buddy. What do you got?
All right, here we go. Last Friday, after the Warriors beat the Chicago Bulls, Greg Papa praised Kevon Looney for his excellent performance, 11 rebounds, 5 assists. However, we all know Looney does more than just fill up the stat sheet. He went on to say Looney is the most underrated Bay Area athlete maybe ever.
Ooh.
So do you agree with him? And then if you don't, who do you think is the most underrated Bay Area athlete of all time?
Here's the thing about these young Tonys is that they're outstanding questions. The kid's a genius. Is that the answer I'm going to give in the next 45 to 50 seconds is going to be an answer I want to correct, okay? So right out of the gate, first of all, love the take from Papa. Great take. I'm a huge Looney guy. I told you guys in 2022, I was sweaty and so excited. I remember tweeting out, this guy's one of the 10 greatest Americans of the 21st century. I mean, I love Looney. So it's a great bar to set. Top of my head, I'm going to have to rank, I'm going to go through my Niners right now. O linemen, D tackles, Armstead Buckner, Dante Whitner, running backs, I'm going to go with my Giants. I'm thinking about Crawford. He gets all the love. He got Joe Panic in the double play. I'm thinking about maybe a Matty Kane. Doesn't get all the love he wants. I'm going to say until further notice, guys, my guy, Loon Dog. Don't forget my buddy, EB over in Piedmont. His son recorded a gangster white boy rap song called Looney a Dog. And so I'm going to go ahead and endorse G Papa until I come up with a better one. Yes! The answer is yes.
Up against a buzzer. Now, Murph, I was thinking about it, and the first name I actually thought of is Andre Iguodala, who is getting his jersey retired. But I guess that doesn't make him underrated if his jersey is being retired, but he does kind of get pushed out of the spotlight behind the big 3 and Kevin Durant when we're talking about those 4 titles for the Warriors. But there was one name that you did mention real quick when you brought up the San Francisco Giants. I want to give some love to Matt Cain. It feels like we talk so much about Madison Bumgarner, Tim Lincecum, Buster Posey, Brandon Crawford. It seems like Matt Cain at sometimes is the forgotten man. So let's give some love for Matt Cain, maybe one of the biggest underrated pieces of that dynasty.
Okay, I'll go with it. By the way, see, the names are coming to me now. Do I go back to the early 80s, 90s, late Paul Hofer, anybody? Late 70s, early 80s? I mean, we can keep going, buddy.
John Taylor?
That's pretty darn good.
That's what Papa said.
That's pretty darn good. Papa with a strong take. That's why he's Greg Papa.
Yeah, that's why he's G Pop.
Not
underrated.
Number 2, speaking Speaking of underrated Bay Area athletes, Andre Iguodala will be the last Golden State Warrior to wear number 9. He joined an exclusive group of all-time greats to have their jersey number retired by the Warriors, including number 13, Wilt Chamberlain, number 14, Tom Mashiri, excuse me, number 16, Al Attles, number 17, Chris Mullin, number 24, Rick Barry, and number 42, Nate Thurman. So the big question here is Andre Iguodala a top 10 Warrior of all time?
Ooh, that's rough. Well, when you only have 7 guys with their number retired, he becomes the 7th. Then you throw in the other 3 that are going to be ranked ahead of him when we're talking Steph, Dre, and also Klay Thompson. I would say he's borderline top 10. I don't know if I could put him in that conversation because those other guys are Hall of Famers. Love Iggy. And hell, who knows what the NBA's Hall of Fame, the Basketball Hall of Fame, I should say. He'll probably end up being in that also. But I would say borderline top 10. I'd probably put him in the 10th or 15th ranks.
Take a stand, buddy. Come on.
Well, then no. The answer is no. He's not a top 10 Warrior of all time.
There you go. And he did it under the bell, too. Look at you, buddy. Now you'll need to use 20 minutes and a ham sandwich.
I told you, I never need a full minute, Murph. Never need a full minute.
Okay, so you laid out 6 that we assume are already better, and then we already know the 3, Draymond, Klay, and Steph. So now we're at 9, and then you get KD in there, and you get 10. And now you're looking at, oh my God, Andre Iguodala is in Brock Purdy land. Because every time we lay out the NFL quarterbacks, we always get to 11, 12, and 13 where we put Purdy. I can't believe I'm saying this to a guy who won 4 championships and an NBA Finals MVP. That should almost automatically... I mean, do I throw out one of the retired jerseys? Do I come for the Russian poet, Tom Mashiri? I hate to do that. I don't want to do that.
Not the Russian poet.
I mean, do I do that? Do I throw out Mashiri and put in Iguodala? Now I'm taking shots at Tom Mashiri. I don't want to do that. My man will read poetry in a high school English class, so I'm going to have to friend zone Andre Iguodala and put him at number 11 in Brock Purdy land. That's out of respect for the great Tom Mashiri. If you want to get down and dirty and throw Mashiri out, I'll put Iguodala in. Right now, I don't want to choose violence this early in the morning, all right?
All righty. Number 3, Robert Saleh is back. I want to cue up Reunited Peaches and Herb. Anybody heard this banger?
Oh, come on, Tony.
I mean, what are you doing here? You're just like, you're entering you've entered the chat, buddy. This is my world. Come on now.
Eric Branch, friend of the program, wrote a story in the Chronicle yesterday. I want to read you a little excerpt. He said, Saleh is inheriting a fixer-upper defense that could quickly return to the dominance that it first flashed under Saleh. That means Saleh's plan B job could make him an A-list candidate in 2026 for maybe potentially a head coaching gig. So, we all wanted Saleh to reunite with the 49ers, but is a 1-year deal worth it if he does, in fact, opt out like our boy Blake Snell or Carlos Rodon?
Absolutely. And with all due respect to Maria Lopez, who came in, she goes, I don't like it. It's 1 year. Maria, everybody, did we see the defense last year? Have we seen what this team's trying to do? Today, the time is now. You ever seen that? Steve Mariucci used to have a clock in his office, and instead of the hours, 12, 1, 2, 3, it said now. So the time is like 5 after now. All right. So the time is now, bro. I say this all the time. I get hit by a truck crossing the street today. I need to win now. I'm not worried about 2026, 2027. I mean, they say, my dad told me when my heart was broken by many young ladies growing up, he said, Bri, a woman's like a bus. You miss one, there's always another one coming along. And I'll say the same about defensive coordinators with respect to Nick Sorensen. You found D'Amico Ryans after Robert Saleh. Give me Saleh now. Give me the wins now. I'm living in the now. Be where your feet are. Let's win now. Bring it on, Mr. Bald Man, Buff Man. Run the stairs, win some games. We'll worry about the future later.
Without a question, this was the right move. And Murph hit the nail on the head. Who cares about 2026, 2027? Murph, I can't guarantee any of us will be alive on Sunday.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
And that goes for Robert Saleh. I can't guarantee that he's going to be the DC for the next 4 or 5 years, but who gives a damn? Because it's obvious that the 49ers needed to shake it up and bring back Robert Saleh. Not just for the scheme, but for the energy, for the vibes, for him running up the steps at Levi Stadium before every game. He brings a different energy and passion. We've heard Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, Dre Greenlaw, and those kind of guys praise Robert Saleh. He's bringing back the vibes, and hopefully he does bring back that 2019 defense, Murph. This was without a question the right move to make because you play to win the game, and you're looking to win games right now.
Yeah, this guy was choice 1A, baby. We got choice 1A. I'm not worried about anything else, kid. Let's win
the game.
Yeah, love it. All right. Finally, on January 29th, 1995, the 49ers beat the Chargers 45-26 in Super Bowl 29. And at the time, the Niners became the first team ever to win 5 Super Bowls. For the record, if you weren't aware, I was not even alive in 1995. I did a little research last night.
Not alive at 95.
Amen. I did a little research last night. Steve Young won the MVP, beating out Barry Sanders, also 2 of his teammates, Jerry Rice and Deion Sanders. And oh, by the way, Deion won the DPOY that year, which is pretty crazy. So let me ask you this. Out of the 5 Super Bowls, Murph, which one is your favorite?
Well, there you go, buddy. It gets to the age-old question about your children, right? I mean, each one of them gives me mind-blowingly, and to keep on our very spicy 8 o'clock hour, orgasmic feelings.
Hey,
all right.
now.
81, you're never going to beat the very first one. It's 84, take down Marino. And Montana turning to the camera with number 1. 88, we played the Lon Simmons touchdown to John Taylor. Oh, my God. 89, I just watched on TV, on my internet the other day. Montana freaking dropping nuclear bombs on the Denver Broncos. And then 94, obviously, Steve being Steve. So I'm going to go ahead and say it's a 5-way tie. But I'm probably going to go ahead and give the slight edge to 81 because it's the first. But 94 is when I met my wife. I'm going to give you the worst answer of all time. 5-way tie.
Wow. That's better than the 3-way trade situation that we talked about earlier this morning.
I mean, get to 5 ways. Now you got a lot of situations.
Now it's getting complicated. And Murph, I'm glad you answered this question because just like young Tony, I guess actually I was alive, but I was 2 years old the last time the 49ers won a Super Bowl. So I said they're due, and I'll give a shout out to my Aunt Lisa, who was a cheerleader for the 49ers in 89, 90, and 95. She's got her 3 Super Bowl rings, just waiting for the 49ers to win another one.
I mean, now that I'm saying it, I told you, every question you ask, my brain starts to go through. I mean, like, if I don't put 94 at number 1, what am I saying about meeting my wife? But that, that's another thing. And then actually, now that my brain starts to pull at me, the Joe Montana Super Bowl's a little better than the Steve one. Because he's Joe. I mean,
you never forget your first.
I was watching Super Bowl 24 highlights yesterday. 24 would be the one where they beat the Broncos 55-10. Just go back and watch Joe. Go watch him. Because every now and then I say to myself, I'm like, I go on the air every day. I talk about Joe. I'm like, am I imagining? Did I imagine it all? And then when I go on social media and I watch highlights, I'm like, no, I didn't imagine it all. He was better than everybody, and it remains better than everybody, and that includes freaking Kermit the Frog on next Sunday. All right, buddy? There you go.
Nicely done.
Is that it?
Great work, boys. Yeah, it's 29. We got to go.
That's it. Young Tony is done. Cooler of content on the other side. Thank you, Young Tone, on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Center. All right, smile, smile, smile. Nothing left to do but smile, smile, smile. Say you're Grateful Dead. Shanice says, I love your smile. Charlie Chapman says, smile. Though your heart is breaking, smile even though it's aching. Beautiful song. Invisalign brand is helping you smile. Invisalign clear aligners. That's what we're talking about. So I talk about my teenage kids. They have them. So, yeah, of course you want kids to fix their teeth growing up, right? And 13-year-old Rory Murphy says, yeah, Dad, tell him with Invisalign you can make your smile shine. I said, you're getting a bonus in your next check for that slogan, kid. But also grown-ups, adults can have them. And it might be the situation where you're at your point in your life where you're like, man, I never really fixed my teeth the way I wanted. So I have adult relatives who use Invisalign clear aligners. Fixing that smile. Making you confident. It's a no-brainer. Choose Invisalign treatment. Invisalign is the #1 doctor-recommended brand and has transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world. So get started at the website. Check them out at Invisalign.com.
'Cause I love it, I smile.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler. You're not sending me to the cooler of content.
Yeah, baby! Scotty Barnes is gonna be all-star. He's gonna be the face of this league.
On the sports leader.
We love the cooler of content, and we love Metallica, too, by the way. Rock out down at Levi's Stadium. Win the tickets right now. Call 415-896-KNBR. With Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies, you know I'm going to say it. All he wanted was Pepsi, Mom. I'm okay. Leave me alone. Pantera, Suicidal Tendencies, and Metallica. Call 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10 wins 2 tickets to see Metallica at Levi's on June 22, 2025. We used to work with a guy. I'm going to leave names out of this to not incriminate, but we used to work with a guy who liked Metallica, and he may or may not be pulling some shenanigans with this contest. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm just going to leave names out.
Interesting.
I just want to keep. The reason I share that is just to let people know that things do get spicy here at the leader.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Things do get spicy. All right, guys, here's the deal. The Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. It's also sponsored by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care closer than you think. And if you think that's it for the tickets, you're wrong, because you're giving away 2 tickets to see Morgan Wallen, the country artist, with Miranda Lambert, who Carrie Crowley likes, as do I, and Ann Wilson, Not From Heart, on Levi's Stadium August 1st. That's next hour. So, man, a lot of goodness. Coming your way. All right, Young Tone, the Cooler of Content and the sheet I have right here. Okay, where do we start with Debo? We start with Debo.
Well, you know.
So,
My dissolve.
he answered the question that none of us can answer, which is, who do you root for in the Super Bowl? Dude, it's Wednesday. I'm still idling in neutral. I can't imagine rooting for either team. I just can't.
I'm rooting for the Eagles.
Because, you come
I
by,
hate the Chiefs.
I mean, you come by that naturally.
Yeah.
All right, I got you.
But I'm still pleasantly surprised. I guess not pleasantly, but surprised with the amount of 49er fans who actually said they're rooting for the Chiefs because they somehow, some way hate the Eagles more than the Chiefs.
The Eagles do have a special place. I just think they just don't like them. I can't root for the Eagles.
I understand that, but also the Kansas City Chiefs have stopped 2 Super Bowls in our lifetime, Murph. I know we're talking about your favorite 5 Super Bowls. I represent the generation of the young Tonys and John Joe Curleys who have never seen a Super Bowl victory by the 49ers because of Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs.
It was so freaking awesome when they won 5 Super Bowls.
I bet it was.
Amazing.
Must be nice.
It really was.
Must be nice.
But let me tell you what, I don't want, no, I would actually, believe it or not, if the Chiefs won, I would look at it at the angle of, I'm pleased that the Eagles and their fans were defeated. And if the Eagles won, I would look at it pleased that the Chiefs were defeated.
Now, this is also shocking because for
I'm
years...
going to take that. I'm going to take the pain from the losing team.
Yeah,
That's
but for years you fought back about the narrative of Tom Brady passing up Joe Montana, and now we're on the verge of Patrick Mahomes passing up Joe Montana.
He's just not going to. I told you guys, I watched the social media. I watched the 5 touchdown passes from Super Bowl 24 on Twitter last night or Insta, whatever. One of the ones I follow, one of those Joe Montana freaking fan gushing boy accounts that I follow. And I was like, yeah, no, Brady and Mahomes aren't as good as he is. So it's as simple as that. All right, here's the deal. Debo Samuel says he's picking a horse. Take a listen.
They just keep hating because they done beat me twice. It's so, I got all the reason to hate. First of all, I think on Philly end, it starts with the D-line that they got, the amazing players they got up front. As you can see, they just been dogs all year long. For us, kind of recap of the Bills and the Chiefs game. It's just like every time Pat Mahomes caught them in man-to-man, they were just running straight race routes. And then, you're going to get picked. So I was just like, when are they, going to pop out in zone, this, that, and the third? But it never happened. But you always got to tip your head off to the Chiefs for sure, always finding a way to win. So we got the Chiefs and the Eagles. I got love-hate for both. But, I got all love for my brother, A.J. Brown over there. So I definitely want to see him win. I definitely don't want to see Mahomes get the third one. So yeah, I'm rocking with AJ and Saquon with this one for sure.
Okay.
I'm not gonna be too much in tune of the game, but Would like to see the outcome of it for sure.
I give him credit. He picked a horse. He's going with the Eagles.
Yeah, he went through it. Even though he's going a little Radio Raheem on us with a little love-hate for the Philadelphia Eagles, sounds like he has more friends on the Eagles than the Kansas City Chiefs.
I mean, it makes sense to ultimately choose the Eagles, to deny the Chiefs something that, Montana never got, something that they hurt us twice for. I get it. But again, people say, how can the NFC Championship loss where Brock Purdy hurt his elbow compare to losing 2 Super Bowls? And I get that. You're right. Losing Super Bowls is worse than that. But again, there's just something about the Eagles and Philly. I can't see myself rooting for.
Well, I think that something might be some of those Philly fans, the ones that are calling out the zesty West Coast, because everybody, it seems like, wants to see the Philly fans suffer more than the actual team, Murph. And it's actually a take that I've heard from a few 49er fans, that they don't want the Eagles to win because they don't want Eagles fans bragging that they were able to beat Mahomes in the Super Bowl, not the 49ers.
See, that's another reason.
So there's another angle for you.
Yeah, and you see that video of them stealing the beanie off that Redskins fan's or Commanders fan's
come on.
head?
You can talk ass. Don't take the man's
I know,
property.
It's just stupid, man. It's so stupid. So, Debo picked one. You've picked one. You're going Eagles. Debo's going Eagles. What about you, Young Tone?
Fly, Eagles,
Have you
fly.
chosen
Eagles all day. Big
why?
Eagles guy.
Why?
Because there's no historical hate for the Eagles besides
there is.
one game.
Yeah.
Your head coach decided to use a backup tight end, Tyler Kroft, to block Hassan Reddick, and that didn't work out. And your quarterback's elbow kind of exploded. So, it is what it is.
But there's no historical hate for the Chiefs other than 2 Super Bowl losses.
Yeah, that's pretty historical.
Pretty historic, Murph. Now, John Joe Curley, I know he's taking calls right now, but he's actually one of the 49er fans that I know that says he's rooting for the Chiefs. He's rooting for history. He's rooting for a 3-peat. He's rooting for Patrick Mahomes.
That is unusual.
That is weird.
Again, I've told you guys, maybe I'll feel different. Check back in a week. Right now, I'm sitting here and I'm going to watch the game and really have no reaction.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the halftime show. That's what I'm looking forward to.
I'm looking forward to eating some French onion dip.
Oh,
that's what I'm going to look forward to.
Are we going to get Daisy Duke? Daisy
they're
Dip
not
back in it?
sponsoring this year, I don't think.
Hey, come on.
And
Come
Candace,
on, Daisy.
I told you, check with Candace, it being the 30-year anniversary of our big romantic rom-com moment at the Super Bowl.
Congrats.
Is that she likes to cook food associated with each city. So what I will do is I'll enjoy a cheesesteak perhaps and some barbecue.
Wow. This is like
fat.
This is like the
fatter.
This is like the Murphy version of the Pop Culture Showdown.
Yes, it's exactly
because we
right.
welcome you to our house.
Very
we have
good.
foods from
Yes.
both culture, and
That's
it's the Pop
exactly
Culture
right.
Showdown.
That's exactly right.
I like
So
that.
there you go. Well, we will be doing one, and you will know who wins because it's undefeated.
Never lost.
Jerry Jones is just, dude, the national guys I drive in listening to still talking about him. I'm like, come on, bro. The Brian Schottenheimer hire, when he calling it out right with Schottenheimer sitting there saying, yeah, this is a crazy hire. But he did say something about smiles and glory holes.
What?
Take a listen here. Yeah.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes. Very low percentage.
Wait, whoa.
What is this guy talking about?
Whoa. He said that? Wait.
Play that back.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes. Very low percentage.
I'm very hesitant to comment on this one here.
I'm also confused because I think there'd be a high percentage of smiles at a glory hole.
Well, there's some diciness there, buddy.
This is true. Now, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that glory hole is a reference to something in the oil business.
To what? Is
to
it?
the oil business. I mean, I don't know what else he's talking about. I hope he's not talking about the other thing.
Smiles and glory holes.
Boy, he's losing his mind. By the way, we watched episode 1 of Landman with Billy Bob Thornton, and we're in. We'll see how it goes. You subscribe to Paramount Plus for it. $12.99 a month. Less than a beer at Chase
This
or
is
Oracle.
true. And you get smiles and glory holes.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, he said it, not me.
And glory holes.
He did. He did.
That's Jerry.
Oh, my God.
That's Jerry.
Where do you want to go?
It's Jerry's
Young
world.
Tone, which one do you
full
want to
of
go here?
glory
Because some of
holes.
these are sort of...
Let's go with the Iggy video. Why not?
Oh, you wanna
we
get
got the video on the
emotional
stream, yeah.
here? After we dogged him and friend zoned him into number 11 all time in the Warriors list. This is very, very sweet that his son narrates it. And they say, so he signed in 2013, so it was 12 years ago. So his son was just a little kid when he signed. And now here he's narrating. This is pretty cool.
Thank you for being here today. Down in front, we have a few special guests we want to introduce right here at the beginning. We have Mr. Andre Iguodala II, who is here. Welcome.
Time has passed since that day.
enough time to build a legacy. That day, you arrived with excitement.
You just don't find players like this, and you actually don't find too many people like Andre.
Then you brought it to the floor with you. You stopped.
Outstanding defense, the best hands in the business. Yeah, Iguodala.
You swiped.
This is crazy, G.
And you sacrificed your way to the top.
Andre set the standard of sacrifice and the idea that we were going to do anything to win.
Then you stayed there.
There's a new dynasty in the NBA.
You returned to the empire you helped build.
This year, more than anything, is going to be full of joy. Really looking forward to ending the chapter whenever it may end here.
And when you did, you conquered again.
And we all say God has a way for you, a purpose for you. This is my purpose.
That's a lasting legacy. And because of that, you'll be the last warrior to wear number 9. Our name lives forever because of you.
All right. Nicely done, Warriors. That was cool. Nothing like a little piano bed that can take you a long way.
Yeah,
You know what I
that
mean?
was cool. And the fact that he had his son to narrate it. I never really thought about that, like what it means for a family member.
Our name lives
like,
forever, yeah,
way down the road.
You walk in and see Boucher up in the KNBR rafters.
That's it, Murph. I go down to Washington Park in Santa Clara, and my name's out
Yes.
on the outside on
Hey,
the bricks. Marcus Boucher will last forever.
I'm not kidding. We have our middle school team. They have if you win the championship of the league, the county, they put the banner up with the names of each kid. And I've been saying to the kids for years, don't you want to be on the wall? Don't you want to be on the wall? Don't you want to be on the wall? So Iguodala, I can't believe we friend zoned him into number 11. Well, young Tony forced the issue.
I know. He put us on the spot.
We had people coming out saying they'd put him ahead of Mully, which, oof. I don't know. I wouldn't do that. And put him ahead of Draymond, which, again, don't forget Draymond's Dude, Draymond, I mean, I know he's driven people crazy, but this was the heartbeat and the defensive culture changer. Now, Andre is a culture changer, too. And there's nothing wrong with being number 11 all the time. I mean, do you put him ahead of KD because KD was here so short? But you can't. KD won 2 championships.
I don't think you can. And then, Murph, how about one name that we have not discussed, whether it comes to his number being retired or whether or not he's better than Iggy? What about Tim Hardaway?
Yeah.
Where does
very
he fall
good.
in the conversation?
Well, definitely behind Iguodala for sure. He's down in the 10 to 15 range.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised thinking about that his number's not retired. Obviously played in a different era, but...
Well, I mean, yeah, and I heard Papa was talking about that yesterday too. I do love Tim Hardaway, but that's kind of getting into sort of the brand. Do you retire Brandon Crawford, that kind of stuff? So
do you retire Kevon Looney's number?
Yeah, well, most underrated athlete of all time too, for sure. Look at this.
Wow, look at this live coffee.
Yeah, coffee deliveries.
Wow, from the boss man.
From the boss
From both
man.
the bosses.
Oh man,
Mike Holler and John Joe Curley.
What a moment.
Wow.
What a moment.
Look at that.
All right.
Mama, I made it.
Young Tone, what were you saying there, buddy, to me?
Yes, we have George Sedano coming up at 9:15, so we will talk a little bit more about Jimmy Butler coming up next.
Perfect.
Really? You don't want to recap the Elliot Ramos interview?
I just do what Curly tells me, man.
All right.
What do you think, buddy? We don't have to do what Curly tells us.
I
Have
think
you
we all
listened to
do.
the afternoon show? They don't do what anybody tells them to do.
This is true. We're rebels, Murph. We'll figure it out on the other side.
I'm a rebel, Dottie, a loner. Young Tone, you know that one? Pee Wee Herman?
I don't think so, no.
Pee Wee's Great Adventure? It's not even that old of a reference, like 88, 89, which I consider relatively new.
Wow. I wasn't born until 1998, though, dude.
Do you even know who Pee Wee Herman is?
I've heard the name, yeah.
Okay.
Well, here's my advice. Don't take that adventure.
Very, very good. So, all right, guys. Well, that was cool. That was it for the cooler content. All right. Well, we can do what Bobby Marks told us about Jimmy Butler, what you guys think about Jimmy Butler at 808 KNBR, or, of course, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-5627. As it gets closer, is it something you're willing to do, especially if you don't have to give up Kuminga or Podziemski? And if it's Wiggins out, Butler in, are you in? Next up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Smiles and glory holes.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus the Waterboy Boucher here on a Wednesday morning to talk to you about Prize Picks because the big game is right around the corner and it's now or never. Don't miss out on the last football game of the season with Prize Picks, the best place to win cash while watching the big game. Prize Picks is also going to give away a free pick for the big game where one of the starting quarterbacks will only need to throw for more than 1 yard to win. And if you get that correct, you can pair it up with another stat option and you can win real cash. And spoiler alert, that quarterback is going to be Patrick Mahomes. He only needs 1 passing yard in the big game for you to cash in. So you can pair it up with Saquon Barkley and whether or not he'll have more or less 112 rushing yards, or maybe you can take Jalen Hurts to have more or less than 215 passing yards. The choice is yours, and the options are plentiful. So join us on Prize Picks and download the app using the code word LEADER, and you will get a $50 bonus instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. And get this, you don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Heat are engaged with multiple teams on Jimmy Butler, including, from what I'm told, the Phoenix Suns and Golden State Warriors. The Heat are operating in the landscape as a team that's motivated with interested suitors. And as far as a price tag on Jimmy Butler goes, it's been described to me in league circles that the Heat are looking for shorter term contracts along with draft assets, and they have not yet received an offer that they're moving forward with. But the trade deadline looms on February 6th, and what we've seen play out here is a divorce in real time. These two sides, Jimmy Butler and the Miami Heat, they've had 5 overly successful seasons together. 2 runs to the NBA Finals, another run to the Eastern Conference Finals where they almost made it to the NBA Finals. But what's transpired over the last month and a half to 2 months is a relationship that is evaporating.
Shams Charania, by the way, with 2 runs to the NBA Finals and an Eastern Conference Championship. Who do these guys think they are? The Kyle Shanahan 49ers? Yeah, and by the way, young Tony playing the song when Jimmy Butler's a much happier guy, doing Michelob Ultra ads and singing Hootie and the Blowfish on the plane. And young Tony, you came out supporting this song, which will cost you strong credibility in the music industry.
Oh, really?
Because the cool kids hate Hootie and the Blowfish.
Wow. What's wrong with Hootie?
You talked to your old partner who used to sit in here with us.
Ah, not a Darius Rucker fan, correct?
No, well, that's 2 different things. Darius Rucker is a solo artist on his own. Maybe feel different. Shout out Wagon Wheel, the whole crowd. If you liked Hootie and the Blowfish, you liked middle-of-the-road pop. And if you like middle-of-the-road pop, you're not indie cool.
I only want to be with you.
You understand?
I like good songs, dude. This is a great song.
I got no problem with Hootie and the Blowfish. Saw him live at the Fillmore. Got roasted for it, too, by the way. Got roasted for it. And then when they were sealed as middle-of-the-road bland when Tiger Woods had them play his charity event in Vegas, they're like, well, yeah, Tiger likes him. He's the ultimate nerd.
Hey,
You know
it's
what I mean?
it's Hootie.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Ooh, that's a good one. And then, of course, the confusion that Darius Rucker's not Hootie. They were just called Hootie and the Blowfish after some like dorm buddy of theirs in South Carolina.
Well, then is he the Blowfish?
He's neither.
Okay, not Hootie, not the Blowfish.
I'm okay with
Thanks
Rucker.
for the clarification.
I'm okay, but I'm just letting you know.
All right.
When you're
Haters gonna hate, dude. I tell you what.
If you're trying to impress the cool kids, don't walk around talking about
Hold that, haters!
Come on, to hold my hand. Come on, hold my hand. So listen, and Rucker went country. By the way, we have in the studio, in the system, here we go. Everything's coming together. Pebble Beach, the week of Pebble Beach. It's Pebble Beach week, and we're lamenting the fact that A, we're not there, but B, if we were there, there'd be nothing to cover because the event has changed entirely. They barely have any celebrities. They're only playing Thursday, Friday. It's nothing like it used to be. So there's really no need for us to be down there. It's all changed. Bing Crosby's, I don't know what Bing Crosby's doing somewhere. Well, actually, I could make a joke about that, but I'm not going to.
Yeah.
Anyway, point is that we had Darius Rucker on the show. We used to get so many great guests. Darius Rucker ranks like number 71 on our power list of great guests down there. He ripped off an organic laugh that was... Pecan captured it. So here we go. Add this to the... Darius Rucker on our show from Pebble Beach. Pretty strong.
Dude, I forgot we had that in the system.
Once again. Hey, if you're going to do that, I'm going to need my Detroit Lions.
The Rucker laugh.
I'm going to need to put that up against this Honolulu Blue podcast here.
Not the Honolulu Blue.
This is my once a day. Yeah.
Bro. Chill. Damn.
Chill. Damn.
All right, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. There he is. That was on our show.
That's
on
unreal.
KNBR. What do you think of that one, kid? You never heard that one?
That's a great laugh. Like, good laughs make you laugh. It's pretty funny.
100%, all the time.
Contagious.
Is Jimmy Butler worth laughing? There's my transition. I don't know. So we're closer to the fact that it might happen. Bobby Marks came on our show and was like, yeah, there's not much competition. In fact, Young Tone racked that up. where I said, well, if the Warriors do want Jimmy Butler, who are they competing against?
Their competition is dwindling. I mean, you look at the landscape. Listen, Jimmy Butler wants to go to Phoenix. It's been well documented here. There's no path for him to get there. Miami is not trading for Bradley Beal. That is not happening. And I don't care if they threw 4 first-round picks in the deal here just because of what Beal is owed. Outside of that, certainly we've talked a little bit about maybe Memphis. I don't see a path. I don't see a deal in Milwaukee. That doesn't make any sense for the Bucks here. So I do think what options Miami has is certainly exploring a potential Warrior deal, or potentially kind of going through this merry-go-round for the remainder of the season here, as far as Butler on the suspension list, off the suspension list, being a distraction around this team.
Yeah, man, wow. I mean, there's a time where I thought, God, you can go get Jimmy Butler, and now it's kind of like, for example, here's the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 831, I'm out. Butler is an oft-injured malcontent. 707, too old, a cancer, and a rental. I was like, well, okay, people are really coming at him. 707, Andrew Wiggins is better than Jimmy Butler. Why would you make that trade? I mean, these are 3 texts I look at right away, all negative.
I know.
All out.
It sounds like we're watching an episode of the Shark Tank. And for that reason, I'm out on Jimmy Butler.
So you are out?
No, see, I'm dipping my toe in the pool, Murph. Because originally I was out when this conversation first got initiated. And I said, look, I'm not trading Jonathan Kuminga to get Jimmy Butler. I'm not giving up a first-round draft pick to go out and get Jimmy Butler. And all the reports we're hearing now is that the price has been lowered. But the problem is his salary hasn't been lowered. And in the NBA, where you have to match contracts to trade, Jimmy Butler is on the books this year for $48 million. So yes, if we do start these negotiations, even if the asking price is lower, you're going to have to start with giving up Andrew Wiggins. Now, what's the difference between a 36-year-old Jimmy Butler and a 28-year-old Andrew Wiggins? Then you throw in the fact that you'd also have to give up probably a Dennis Schroeder. That's $13 million. You're still not at 48. You'd have to throw in someone like GP2 and his $9 million contract. So then that's the question for Steph. That's the question for Mike Dunleavy. That's the question for Joe Lacob and all these guys. Is it worth it to give up 3 of those guys? You would still hold on to your young pieces in Kuminga and Pods, kind of not really mortgaging your future, but still, you're giving up a lot to get a 36-year-old Jimmy Butler, and there's no guarantee that Jimmy's going to be here post this season.
And Truth Serum in the Bridge Club, where Joe Lacob hangs out with his minions, what's his realistic goal this year? Is it still to win an NBA championship? Because I mean, what are they serving at the Bridge Club, right? If that's what his goal is it to make the top 6, which I said would be fun and exciting? Maybe it's that, or is it to just, as we said, tread water, reset? You've brought this up, reset in the summer and just kind of burn a year of Steph, which you didn't think you were burning when you were 12-3. You thought you were going to be an interesting team this year that might mix around with the top 4 or 5 in the West.
Yeah, but think about those comments from Steph and Draymond a few weeks ago when we were discussing whether or not the Warriors were waving the white flag. And it sounded like Steph and Draymond and Steve have kind of came to the realization that, look, this year is not the year to go out and win a championship. And that's why I keep on throwing out this topic of a reset year. Not just for the players, not just for the organization, but for Joe Lacob's wallet.
Yeah.
Because he does not want to pay that repeater tax. Yeah. He wants to get underneath that luxury tax. And if they just get below it this one season, then maybe he breaks out the checkbook next offseason and makes a bigger move instead of making one at this trade deadline.
So we asked Bobby Marks, if they were going to do it, how would they do it?
Here. If you're Golden State and you don't have to give up Kuminga or Podziemski, and significant draft equity, whether it be, multiple first-round picks, I think it's certainly something to explore. So what would that look like? Certainly Andrew Wiggins, because his contract is the biggest there. You've got 3 expiring contracts with Dennis Schroeder, who could be aggregated starting on February 5th, and Gary Payton, Kevon Looney. Those numbers certainly would get you there. I think if that's what the price tag is, and we'll see how the next 8 days flush out. I do think that's something that Golden State should look at here.
Wow, Looney, the most underrated athlete in Bay Area history, as we were saying here. Multiple others have come in too. John Taylor, Roger Craig, guys like that. But there was Bobby Marks laying it out. So basically, you're trading Wiggins. Is basically what you're doing in that scenario. Well, I think the Warriors like Wiggins. They do. And he's two-way Wiggs, and he's under a deal. And if it is going to be going forward, he can be a productive part of this thing Now, if he doesn't take his personal time off, et cetera, et cetera. And again, how different would the Warriors be right now if Draymond and Kuminga were healthy? I mean, they're 23 and 23. What would they be? 25 and 21? Would they win 2 games if those guys were healthy?
They'd be a better roster.
Yeah. I mean, would they be? And again, now what's the goal? Is it top 6? I think realistically, I could say top 6, take our chances. Because the play-in's awful.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Play-in's like death.
And that's the question is like, how much better would Jimmy Butler make you? I think it makes it more possible that they could get a top 6 seed maybe, but I still don't look at them as a title contender just by adding Jimmy Butler.
But also, I don't know if you take away Loon and Peyton and Wiggins, are you a top
Then there's a lot of depth. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like who's picking up the guards in the backcourt? I know Jimmy's got good defense too, but you're losing out on the defense of Wiggins.
925 says you guys are worried about Butler's personality. They already have Draymond Green's personality.
That's
But
a lot
he's,
of personality.
believe it or not, he's loved on some level.
Yeah, he is.
951 says, Murph, let's see, what's this? Murph is still a bigger distraction and diva than Jimmy Butler? Wait, what? Am I reading this wrong? Or is he saying something?
Murph's a diva, 808 KNBR.
I do. You guys should see what happens after shows.
Oh, dude, I've seen it.
559 says, shout out the Friends episode where the gang goes to a Hootie concert and Monica has a moment with a member of the band resulting in a hickey and said the hickey was, quote, the work of a blowfish.
That's pretty good.
They says 559 says, ask young Tone if he knows what a hickey is.
Oh.
Do you know what a hickey is?
I mean,
come on, dude.
Some of these questions, man.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
obviously.
is the hickey still a thing?
It's still a thing.
It is.
You think my boy Tony ain't got no game?
Bro.
I mean, it is
crazy.
Okay. All right. I didn't know. It's
Is the sky blue? Does a bear use the woods as a lavatory?
Well, you guys have gotten your generation's gotten so foul and offensive that I thought the hickey would be left in the 50s.
Oh, no, Murph. You should see where the hickeys are now being left.
Okay, well, there you go.
That's the real thing. That's the real key here, Murph.
There you go.
Yeah, You want to talk about the evolution of the game.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. There you go. You took it to the next level.
Yeah,
Very
sorry. But let's tie it back. We have
one more Bobby
reel it
Marks
back
there.
in. Let's reel it back in.
One more Bobby. The more we talk about it, no. I mean, I know. The more you just don't do it because Wiggins is a really good two-way player, and Butler has a huge contract going into next year. I mean, does it make him more interesting in the short term? Yeah, it does. Certainly makes him more interesting in the short term. And but go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say it definitely makes him more attractive to watch without a question, but it goes back to my original take. Like, I don't know if he's the one missing piece that's going to maybe put you on the verge of winning another championship. 36 years old now, that's going in a different direction. But it kind of circles back to the Warriors really not having those possibilities on the trade market. Like, it seems like we've been asking Mark Spears and Marcus Thompson the last couple of weeks, who's out there? Who can they trade for? And they're like, look, the market's just what the market is right now. Until last night. Until we found out De'Aaron Fox could be available. Apparently, him and Rich Paul want to get out of Sacramento, and now he's the hottest name on the block. Murph, I know it sounds pretty unrealistic, and I'm sure our listeners up in the 916 are probably throwing stuff at the radio right now. But man, oh man, I would give up my firstborn child to get De'Aaron Fox.
Wow.
Like, anything is on the table.
And the best part is you don't have a firstborn child.
Not that I know of, Murph. Not that I know of. But if I found them, I would ship them up Highway 80 to Sacramento. I mean, they could take my left arm. They could take Joe Lacob. They can take everybody not named Steph Curry to get De'Aaron Fox.
You calling for De'Aaron Fox was like when the Niners were on the phone with New England and they asked about Brady.
Yeah, you got to make the call.
Yeah, this is not going to happen.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. But also, hey, no topic beneath us, right?
Also, he wants to go to San Antonio.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to start to get him where he wants to go. I don't think he has any interest in coming to the Warriors.
Can
but
you
hey,
imagine De'Aaron Fox and Wemby playing together?
Just throw it out there.
Man, oh man, I'm just saying, look, there's connections between the Under Armour ties with Steph Curry and De'Aaron Fox. Seems like De'Aaron Fox wants to be a superstar and play in a bigger market. San Francisco is a bigger market than Sacramento. Hey, I'm just saying.
Right. I mean, okay, craft the trade for us and put it out there.
I mean, this is what we were
Put it on
talking
your
about
Twitter.
when Steph Curry was talking about the Twitter fingers and the trade machines. Sure, let's do it. Let's play the damn game, because if not, then it's going to be up to those guys to make the decision. And they said Mike Dunleavy was going to figure it out. Well, hey, there's a name on the market. You at least got to make the call.
628 says Lord Lacob will make a blockbuster move this off season for the Dubs. You don't need Jimmy Butler now. So there you go. That's
Yeah,
one for
I think there's a bigger move coming next offseason.
559 says, sorry, Young Tone, I didn't mean to offend you on your hickey knowledge.
Yeah,
All right, buddy.
Have you seen my guy's neck?
925 says Jimmy Butler also wants a new contract. That's a problem. 510 says Dub Nation is out on Jimmy Butler. Too old and broken. 707 says, why are they not trading Draymond Green?
Well, there's a lot going on there.
Yeah.
He's part of the squad. He's part of the franchise, part of the deal, part of the identity.
Yeah, and Draymond has more value in this system versus any other system in the league, so you really wouldn't get much back in return for Draymond Green.
408 says keeping Draymond after the punch is one of the worst decisions in Bay Area sports history.
Ooh.
Wow.
The butterfly effect.
Well, that's a big one for what did Young Tony say? What are the worst decisions in Bay Area sports history? Trey Lance, James Wiseman.
John Fisher and the A's.
There's a number of them up there, man. But that's one right there. Keeping Draymond. Like you're saying, like if they had moved Draymond right after that, how would Jordan Poole be as a Warrior? Would he have improved his defense? Would he have improved his cut down on his turnovers, et cetera? He's that second scorer that they don't have. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, well, there you go, guys. Just more chatter in a late January, early February run here. That's what they do as the trade deadline approaches. And we'll hear what old Shams digs up and Brian Windhorst and that whole crew.
Windy.
And doing their thing. Okay. On the other side, George Sedano, he'll be here for the Warriors and the OKC Thunder tonight. Who's rating the Warriors a chance tonight? Right?
Ooh, Murph, 10.5-point dogs tonight. Double-digit dogs, and that's without Chet in the lineup.
Wow. So that's how Vegas views this thing going up.
That tells you what
Plus,
you
we
need to know
talked to
about the
Elliot
Warriors.
Ramos. We can revisit some of that before we get out of here. What did Young Tone learn? All that good stuff. And we still haven't given away those tickets, have we? Not yet, everybody. Not yet. Everybody chill out. But we are going to get to Sedano and talk a little NBA landscape on the other side. Some Ramos cuts for you, too, before we get out of here. Oh, and congrats to, is it Ryan in Walnut Creek who won the Metallica tickets?
Nice.
And Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies. Go get your Pepsi, Ryan, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You just heard Murph tease it. We are giving away 2 tickets to see Morgan Wallen with Miranda Lambert and Ann Wilson at Levi Stadium on August 1st. That is the Ann Wilson from Lexington, Kentucky. That's right. We're going to give those tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour. So just stay tuned. You got about 50 more minutes. You're not going anywhere. You got to just keep listening to win. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896 KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
There he is. That's Darius Rucker doing his solo thing, as separate from his Hootie and the Blowfish, which is what Jimmy Butler sang in his Michelob Ultra ads. We've tied it all together. He will not be at Chase Center tonight. The Oklahoma City Thunder will be with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the somewhat NBA MVP leading candidate, unless you look at Nikola Jokic's box scores of late. But the Thunder are amazing. 37-8, having this insane season. One of their 8 losses was the Warriors, amazingly enough. And we'll talk about that with our next guest, George Sedano, who, of course, will be on the sidelines tonight at Chase for ESPN as NBA sideline reporter. Of course, you can hear him down in L.A., too, and Sedano and Cap on ESPN L.A., 7:10, weekday evenings, 4 to 7. So, George, welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher up here in San Francisco. How you doing?
Hey, morning, George.
Morning, guys. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, I am excited. I've got a little double dip action Wednesday, Friday here in the Bay, so I will be here for an extended period of time. I always enjoy covering the Warriors, and I'm kind of happy they're coming off a victory yesterday. So I think that's certainly important.
Yeah. By the way, just how is Chase for you as a reporter? You know, a lot of people very nostalgic for Oracle. Go ahead. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, I would say this. I am certainly nostalgic for Oracle. I don't think there's any question about that. But I thought you meant just in regards to the functionality of what I do. Mm-hmm. Yes, I think that Chase is great for what I do. And so let's just say this. As the sideline reporter, it has become more and more commonplace that the national sideline reporter doesn't always sit at the scorer's table or whatnot. The position has been moved to different areas to sell more seats and whatnot in different arenas. And Raymond Ritter and the Warriors still do a very good job of allowing the sideline reporter to be where they need to be, which is right there at the scorer's table to be able to see all the action and be able to get up quickly to move around and take care of business when I need to move around, because when there's an injury, I got to get up and make sure I can get kind of some eyes and ears on it. And I got to head, whether it's to the locker room or get into a different position on the floor to see maybe what happened or what people are saying as they're getting closer to the particular person. And then just having Raymond Ritter, the PR maven to my right, with any quick information. So it's not every place that's like that anymore. So I am appreciative that the Warriors value the position.
That's awesome. Raymond, come on. What are you going to say? I mean, they're going to retire Andre Iguodala's jersey. They should retire Raymond Ritter's jersey.
They got to retire Raymond Ritter. Raymond Ritter needs to be in the rafters. As a matter of fact, I'm telling Steve Kerr that tonight.
Well, I don't even want Ritter to retire, though. You know what I mean?
No, definitely not.
That's the thing.
Not.
Let's put his jersey up there, but keep him active. How's that?
I like it.
We're huge fans. He's the best in the business, second to none. All right, best in the business is the Oklahoma City Thunder, George. Tell us, in your reporting, what is going on in OKC? For a casual fan that's tuning in that wasn't paying attention to OKC, only paying attention to the Warriors, why are they going to see a team that's 37-8?
Well, first of all, let's start with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I mean, he's the MVP, I think, this season. And that's not a knock on Nikola Jokic, because I think that these two guys are neck and neck in this particular category. But you look at SGA, he's on pace to be only the second player in NBA history to average 30 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 steals, a block on over 50% shooting. The only other person in the history of the sport to do that, Michael Jeffrey Jordan. Okay, so like that's what he's doing right now this season. That's the type of season he's putting up. The kid has been phenomenal for years now. He was right there knocking at the door for the MVP last year. And again, Nikola Jokic is one of one. But now we're starting to see that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is also close to being one of one as well. So it starts with him. He's kind of the head of the snake. And then they've just got a lot of young guys who, and you don't see this. This isn't very commonplace with young teams, that they really understand their roles. And I can't really think of a young team that I felt that way about. Maybe the young Warriors back in the day, where guys kind of knew, hey, Steph is the head of the snake, and then the rest of the guys, while all very good, right, filled in their spots, and they added some veteran help. And I feel like that's what OKC is doing. They just added the veteran help last year. They bring in a guy like Alex Caruso, who's a former champion with the Lakers. So they've really filled the gaps really well, but they understand what they want to do. And then defensively, they're the best team in the sport. They are like piranhas out there. It's wild. Like, it just feels like they're always around the ball and always trying to dislodge the ball. They lead the league in steals. They lead the league in defense. They cause a lot of havoc and turnovers, and they get in transition, and that's how they do it.
Yeah. George, you mentioned OKC adding veteran help. The talk right now in San Francisco is about adding help to Steph Curry in this Warriors roster. The latest name to jump back into the trade speculation is Jimmy Butler. Sounds like Miami is lowering the price. What's your breakdown of that situation, and do you think the Warriors should be in on Jimmy Butler?
Yes, I do think that they should be in on Jimmy Butler, because if you are going to try to maximize Steph Curry's window, then he's the type of player that can help do that. I think Jimmy's got probably another couple of years left in him at a fairly high level, and I think that the Warriors need more consistent help on the perimeter, particularly on offense in tight contests where I think the Warriors are 1-16 in these tight contests down the stretch. I'd have to look at the exact parameters of it, but they're one of the worst teams in the league in clutch time this year, where, historically they've been one of the best teams in clutch time, over the last, decade plus. But I think that he helps them there, certainly. The asking prices come down. I think the challenge really for the Warriors is matching the salaries, right? So you need multiple teams in that case to get involved. But yeah, I would imagine that Andrew Wiggins would probably be the person that ends up going there in somewhere in that scenario, and Jimmy replaces him. And look, Jimmy obviously goes about things a different way, and I don't necessarily agree with the way he's handling his business, but it's not new. This is the way he's handled his business before, and it ultimately boils down to Jimmy wants his money. That's the most important thing. Even though Miami paid him and nobody else really did, it still didn't matter. When it came time to get paid again, he wanted to get paid. So as long as he gets paid, he's going to be a happy Jimmy. And the Warriors, if they pay him, he will be happy. Maybe because he can opt into his contract and he can, potentially be a rental and look for a larger deal. Maybe you'd still get the best Jimmy, but you'd get the ultimate Jimmy if you actually extended him for a year or two at this stage at 35 years old. And then you would get the best version of him, which I think, honestly, if you get that, and I think the Warriors probably still could use like a stretch big. So to help space the floor, so like a Nikola Vucevic type, right? If you can get him for less than a first rounder, maybe like multiple second rounders or whatnot, I think that really changes the game and changes the spacing, because then Steph Curry has these driving lanes. Steph Curry's not getting trapped if you got Vucevic and Butler on the floor, and that's really been the issue. It's just generating offense has been so difficult for the Warriors, because teams are basically saying, you know what, we're going to trap Steph as soon as he crosses half court, and then, let those other guys try to beat us and try to, wind down the shot clock. So the Warriors need some help on that end, particularly. And then, of course, particularly Jimmy helps you on the defensive end, which the Warriors are already pretty stout to begin with.
George Sedano, the voice you hear, of course, NBA sideline reporter for ESPN, will be at Chase Center tonight for the Oklahoma City Thunder, 37-8, the 1 seed, having this incredible season against the scuffling Warriors, 23-23, trying to find their way. You know what, George, after all that you said, you haven't experienced the Quentin Post experience. The Warriors.
I have seen it. Okay. I have watched him.
Yeah.
I saw when he got 21 the other night. I watched him play against the Lakers the other night. I'm curious to see him up close. I like him. Look, I do like him. But I think obviously he's still a ways away from a consistency perspective. So, and again,
sort of half joking, but he is, there's something there. There's a little spark there.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you on that. Like, I think that there is a developmental aspect that needs to happen there, but I was surprised at how well he was able to pick it up once he was on the floor. Now, obviously, he hadn't been on the floor very much, if at all, prior to the 21-point game he had a couple days ago. But, yeah, I think there's something there. But, if you can get a guy like Vucevic to really show him the ropes, how to play that position the way he's capable of, those two guys actually, in theory, have similar type games. So I do think those type of moves would be beneficial for the Warriors. And I think if push came to shove, I think they make at least one of those, the Butler or the Vucevic, if not both. If they can swing both, I'm sure they'll try.
George, outside of the trade talks here in San Francisco, the biggest basketball story in Northern California is De'Aaron Fox up with the Sacramento Kings. What's your breakdown of that situation?
Not entirely surprising. I get the sense that, and again, I've only been around them a little bit this year because I've only had them a couple times. So I got the sense that he wasn't thrilled with the Mike Brown firing. Maybe I'm misreading that, but that was the sense I got. I know that him and Mike were close. Mike really coached him hard, which I think De'Aaron needed and liked. And it's not that Doug Christie wouldn't coach him hard, but I just think that there was a little bit of that. And I also get the sense that he really enjoyed their time getting into the playoffs, winning a series, and now it feels like they've kind of peaked, right? Like they're not really going to that next level. So I think he's looking for an outlet to get there. And I don't blame him. I think he was willing to play out the rest of the season in a perfect world, but once I guess he let it be known that he probably would not sign the extension, the Kings, understandably so, put him on the trade market. So I think it worked out well for both sides. It doesn't seem like it's like there's this contentious nature to it. It just feels like, hey, we want to offer you the extension. What are you thinking? He's like, I don't know. So once you say that, the team needs to act. So that's just kind of my sense on it. I'd love to see him. There are a number of spots I'd like to see him. Obviously, San Antonio makes the most sense. The Victor Wembanyama effect, I think, is real, guys. We've seen how good he can be. So I think that would be the number one spot. I think the Rockets make some sense, too, for him. And I would say Miami, interestingly enough, if they can make this, they can swing this multiple team deal to get him there in a Jimmy Butler trade, that would make some sense too. But those would be my top three in that order.
And then, George, before we let you go, we know you do radio down in L.A. What's your baseball team, bro? You're killing me. You're killing me.
Why'd you have to bring that up?
You're killing me, man.
Oh, man. It is wild, huh?
Are they listen. Is there? Have they sold out the season? Is it like just mania, right?
Well, they're about to have their Dodger Fest thing coming up in I think it's next week. I would imagine it'll be tough ticket to get. If it was a tough ticket to get last year, I'll give you an example. So I don't have a ton of time with my crazy schedule between the NBA and college football to get to that many ball games, right? So I usually go to like 2 or 3 a year, and I'll bring my wife and kids, and we'll go. And I remember 2 seasons ago, we went to watch. This was before Ohtani, right? So we went to see the Reds because I wanted to see Ellie De La Cruz, right? So I bought these tickets way in advance, and they're good seats, third base line, right near third base, probably like top of the lower section because I got little kids, so they always want to go to the bathroom, so I want to be as close to the top as possible. So in the lower section, I'm in kind of that last row. And I bought some seats, and they were like $120, which is not cheap. But I'm like, all right, that's fine. Like, I guess it is what it is. This is what it costs to go to a baseball game if you want premium seating. Well, the following season, I was like, I wanted to see Churio, the kid from Milwaukee. And also, this is same month, July, the whole deal, like after 4th of July. And I looked up the exact same seats, okay? All of a sudden, those $120 seats were like $165. And I was like, man, this is the Ohtani effect for real. So to your point, They're printing money over there. There's no doubt, and I think that's also part of why they're able to spend the way they're able to spend. Ohtani is his own economy. So, like, I think that ultimately creates this opportunity for them. And just like I told you, when you have a window, you got to go for it because these windows never last as long as you think for one reason or another. So you got to go for it when you got it, and they are certainly going for it.
I mean, I'm a lifelong baseball fan. It sounds like you are too. If you're picking out Jackson Churio and Ellie De La Cruz, you know what you're talking about. But I guess my only positive spin as a lifelong Giants fan and Dodger hater is that it's at least people like baseball. I guess that's it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's supposed to be a dying sport. It's not dying in L.A., right?
Yeah, it's not, right. Like, I think that, this town obviously is one of them, but there's still, like, a decent amount of towns in the Northeast, you could do it, right? New York, Boston, Philly, et cetera. Up here in the Bay, L.A., like, you could talk baseball pretty much year-round. I do think, it's lost its national appeal to some extent, but I think little by little, they could get it back. I think the shortening of the game, the pitch clock, that kind of stuff, I think that stuff makes a ton of sense. Because, man, some of these games, they were like 4 hours long. And it just, and again, you want to take your kids to watch these games, right? And it's just, they're like, Mom, Dad, when is it over? Like,
I know.
So it's tough where there's not, when there's not a clock per se, or previously there wasn't a clock, you could point to like, hey, buddy, like, all right, let's just go get more popcorn or whatever, So I think that the fact they've shortened the game will help. But yeah, I think baseball's still, alive and well in a lot of markets. And I think it's great. Like, I love going to baseball games. Even when I'm on the road sometimes, I'll try to just sneak one in if I can get there. But, yeah, I don't know what to tell you about the Dodgers, man. Like, hey, baseball's a funny sport, though.
It is.
A couple years ago, you guys won, 108 games, and nobody saw that
Well,
coming.
I mean, if you look at it, the Dodgers last year was showing you guys were down 2-1. I say you guys. The Dodgers were down 2-1 to the Padres. Padres had game 4 at home, and the Dodgers are going with a bullpen game. I mean, that's how close it was. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's how close it was.
It is a funny sport that way. So I think that, listen, I'll tell you this, though. If Dave Roberts, and I like Dave a lot, okay? But if Dave Roberts and the Dodgers go with a bullpen game with with these available arms to them, then the season has definitely gone in the wrong direction.
Well, you better, all I'm saying is you and the wife and kids, you better pick out your game now because,
oh my
the prices,
gosh,
yeah.
Good luck getting a ticket.
Those same seats are going to be $200 now. I'm going to sit in a different section now.
George, we enjoy it. Great work. And ESPN, we always enjoy it. We enjoyed the visit. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, George.
You got it, guys. Thanks for having me. Have a great day.
George Sedano, ESPN. Good personality, good energy. I don't. In the middle of that, just trying to be nice to George, I found the positive spin on the Dodgers. It's baseball.
Yeah,
it's baseball.
People
By the
like
way,
baseball. That damn traveling circus.
You know what I was going to say, though? Maybe the cheap ticket will be the Giants.
Oh.
You know what I mean? When the Giants come to town.
Well,
me and my buddies are narrowing down. We're about to finalize our dream trip, and I think we're going to go to Dodger Stadium.
You're going into the
And you know
belly
what's
of the
funny?
beast.
The number of my buddies who are my age, obviously, who've lived a little bit, have not been to Dodger Stadium.
Wow.
Well, your first trip was just this October?
This is true, down for the World Series. But I'm not going on dream trips every year.
You liked it, didn't you?
I did. But then again, I grew up going to the Coliseum, so it's going to be hard for me to find a stadium that I don't like.
It is. The weather's very pleasant, but what are we going to do? I can't believe I'm saying this right now.
I didn't like it too much when Freddie Freeman hit that walk-off grand slam.
You were there.
I was there. And then I left Freddie hanging in the post-game scrub when he came down and tried to dap me up after. I told you that story, right?
No.
I went to the post-game press conference, and Freddie Freeman, talks to all the media, and then all the LA media members were chumming it up with Freddie and giving him fist pumps and dapping him up. And Freddie walked straight by me with his fist in the air, trying to dap me up, Murph.
Dude.
I left him hanging.
You got him back.
Yeah, I guess, whatever.
He hit the
won
grand
World
slam.
Series. Yeah. Who got the last laugh?
What the hell was that? That must have been a loud.
Why'd you have to bring up the Dodgers?
Well, we were talking to George Sedano.
I know. I thought you were going to go Lakers, and you threw him a curveball with the Dodgers.
Yeah, well, I was looking at his Twitter feed, and he's a radio host down there, so he talks about this stuff.
Yeah, you know what I got to say to that?
Anyways, the Dodgers.
There you go, buddy. Speaking of which, Elliot Ramos joined us. What do you have to say next on the Sports Leader?
Oh, man, it is wild, huh?
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Big hole on the right side. Second baseman Albies shaded far up the middle as Ramos swings, hits a high fly ball, deep center field, hit well. Kelnick back at the track, at the wall. It's gone! Elliot Ramos to the deepest part of the ballpark, over the 400-foot marker in straightaway center. A game-tying two-run home run here in the fourth. And for Ramos, his team-leading 12th homer of the season.
Listen to Joe Rizzo calling that home run by Elliot Ramos. Did you forget that he wore number 17?
No, I don't think I forgot.
Because I had him on his Baseball Savant page, he's swinging wearing 53, but he switched to 17.
Ooh.
You hear that,
better than the last number 17, right?
Yes. Yeah, very good. You guys know this. This is the country guy. Morgan Wallen tickets right now with Miranda Lambert and Ann Wilson, Not From Heart. And you get your tickets right now. They're going to be at Levi's Stadium August 1st. We're giving 2 away right now. You get to hear that country guy. Caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see Morgan Wallen at Levi's on August 1st, 2025. Call John Joe Curley right now. Also, a little more baseball talk. Tyler Fitzgerald joins Papa and Silver at 1:30. And the afternoon boys will be at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City today.
Ooh.
So there you go.
Might have to swing by for a brew before tonight's Warriors matchup against OKC.
You didn't even go to the Utah game.
No. Why would I?
To see a NBA basketball game free?
You mean a G League basketball game?
Well, you say it about Brandon Pajemski and Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah. And Pat Spencer, a guy who's going to be representing the Warriors in the Rising Stars game, who couldn't get into the rotation last night even without Steph Curry.
Yeah. Who's TJD going into it?
TJD, I'm happy, but I'd rather see Quentin Post or my guy Guy Santos in the Rising Stars game.
I lose track of the whole Rising Stars thing.
Yeah, a lot of stars.
808 KNBR, do you watch the Friday night NBA stuff? All-Star
Murph,
Weekend.
Here's the thing now. We haven't even talked about this. They've changed up the NBA format. So now it's like a 4-on-4 tournament, and you're going to have one of the teams be the Rising Stars team. So I'm going to be at NBA All-Star Weekend, and you're telling me there's a possibility that Pat Spencer could be guarding Steph Curry?
I've completely lost track.
That's not my All-Star Weekend.
Completely lost track. My kid asked me, he sometimes, he's looking, he says, why did they change the format, Dad? I said, do yourself a favor, go look up the score of last year's All-Star game. Mm-hmm. And he said something, he mentioned the word 200 at one point. I said, well, there's your answer.
Yeah, there's your answer
right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
When somebody's scoring 200, we got to do something.
Yeah.
But I don't know if anybody's excited for this tournament. Are you excited for this tournament? I don't know.
Not really, to be honest with you.
No.
I'll go down there. I'll check it out.
Anyway, just a little baseball before we get out of here, because Elliot Ramos joined us. And FanFest is Saturday in Sacramento. Goes Sutter Health. Again, first ever FanFest at another team's park.
I think it has to be.
Mariner FanFest at Target Field in Minneapolis. Come on out. I mean, we're doing it at the A's ballpark.
Yeah,
All right.
Welcome to Dodger Fest in Anaheim this weekend.
I'm just telling you, but it is also the River Cats Park.
Yes, this is true.
Anyway, Elliot Ramos is supposed to be there. Hopefully he will be there, as will Tyler Fitzgerald. But he joined us, and we enjoyed our conversation. Listen, this guy was probably going to hit 3, 4, or 5. He guy's a middle-of-the-order type of guy. And in fact, young Tony, go to Cut L about home runs. He actually threw out a number here, benchmark home runs here.
Yeah, for sure. I do want to break that 30 home run mark for sure, and I want to. For me, the biggest part is average. If I can hit 300, I think I will be at a good spot. I just want to work hard. Obviously, I want to be focused. I want to have a good mentality. And obviously RBIs too. I need the RBIs.
Wait a minute, 300? Mm-hmm. Oh, he's going to hit 300?
I mean, 330 bombs and throwing some RBIs. That's another All-Star season, Murph.
Who's the last Giant to actually hit 300 with more than like 400 at bats?
Good question.
It was like,
right,
bro.
Let me see.
That's just done that. Who won the batting title last year? Was it Luis Ariz? Probably, obviously, but. I mean, the batting average is no more.
No.
And that's part of the problem.
Was it Posey?
I mean, 2012 when he hit? I'd have to go.
Maybe. I'm trying to think like contact hitters over the last couple of years. Like Tyro was never higher than like a 270 guy.
I mean, again, I'm talking about you need to have 400 ABs.
Yeah. That's a good question. Damn. Tell Tim to ask that at his trivia night next time.
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
who is the last Giant?
Is it Barry Bonds, the same guy who last guy to hit 30 home runs? It can't be, right? Melky Cabrera must have done his All-Star season.
Yeah, I think you might be right. But did he get to 400 ABs?
Yeah, that's right. He got suspended.
Last year's highest batting average among regulars on the Giants.
Ooh.
Blake Sable hit 313 in 38 plate appearances.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
Tyler Fitzgerald hit 280 with 341 plate appearances. Ramos in 500 plate appearances hit 269, which isn't that bad these days. 269. So anyway, that was just yeah. Go ahead.
I'm going off of StatMuse. They threw out Blake Sable in 2024. They're giving me Austin Dean in 2022. shout out the Farhan special. He only played 3 games, but it's looking like Buster Posey 2021 had a 304 batting average and 395 at bats though.
Well, I'll give it to him.
Yeah.
I'll give him the 5.
We'll
plate appearances. Wilmer hit 284 in 2023. They're counting on him, by the way.
Shout out my guy Joey Bart, who hit 333 in 2021, apparently.
Oh, boy.
Just in 2 games.
What did
6
young
at-bats. Brandon Belt, 309, 2020.
How many at-bats? But that's the COVID season.
COVID season, only 149 at-bats.
On our text thread here.
Last guy with 400. Last guy I'm seeing is Buster Posey in 2017, 494 at-bats, 320 batting average. The answer's Buster.
MLB Network did their top 10 breakout candidates, and on that list was Joey Bart.
Here he is, QB1.
Joey Bart was on that list.
Yes, Joey.
No Giants.
I'm a Joey Bart guy.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Guy from the A's named Osvaldo Beto was on that list.
I wouldn't mind a backup catcher and a DH, you know.
Are you down with your Beto?
No, I was talking more Joey Bart.
Yeah, I know. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
More Ramos, because he says 30 homers, hitting 300 in RBIs. Good stuff too. We asked him about the Dodgers, man. Like, what's the goal here? And it's cut N, Tony, here right here, cut Nancy.
Yeah, everybody's talking about the Dodgers and how they're gonna do the division, but we only need to make it. We need to make it to playoffs. Our plan is to make it to the playoffs. Obviously, we want to win a lot of games throughout the season. They're not the only team out there, so we know if we make it to the playoffs, is a different game for sure. they're a pretty good team. I can't lie to you, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. It's baseball, and we all got to play it hard.
Okay, so wild about the wild card.
Simple as that.
Wild about the
Just
wild
get in, Murph. All you need is a ticket to the dance to get lucky.
A chip in a chair. You ever heard that one, Tony? Chip in a chair, young kid?
No.
A poker chip and a chair. Do you play poker?
Ooh, a little bit. More blackjack than poker.
Okay, well, they say if you have a chip and you have a chair, you got a chance. Go
All
win the
right.
hand,
All
right?
right.
A chip and a chair is all you need.
So you're saying there's a chance.
And then last one is on his
I know
weight.
chip and a putt. That's what I'm thinking of.
I'll be got my
Up and
match
down?
coming up this Sunday. It's supposed to rain. By the way, I'll be playing. I'll be playing through the rain. Which, by the way, how about this? Once again, Pebble Beach this week. And again, we're just listen, we're not there, and it's not the same. But hey, if you're going, have a great time. But it's supposed to rain again this week. It's it's unbelievable. Just slate it for rain, man. I used to cover that event all the time, and yeah, it rains. But do you know the famous line that happened? Because there was a stretch in the late 90s where it rained every year, and players were just bitching and moaning. Why do they have this event? Why are we here during the rainy season? I'm sick of this. I'm never coming back. Blah, 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 blah. And Clint Eastwood, this was 26 years ago now. Clint was still pretty feisty. And he was the chair. He was kind of the unofficial chairman of the event, the one who kind of presided over everything, made sure everybody was in their places. And the Chronicle, San Francisco Chronicle, asked him, they said, what about all these players complaining about the rain? And he said, those who want to play will play, and the rest are candy asses. That's what he said.
That's a great breakdown.
It's incredible. One of the great quotes of all time.
The rest are candy
Those
asses.
who want to play are going to play, and the rest are candy asses. So there you go.
Simple as that. It's kind of a life model.
I recommend juror number 2. I'm not telling you it's Citizen Kane or Casablanca, but in terms of streaming a movie for a little bit of a whodunit, and it's Clint Eastwood directing at age 94,
Ooh.
go ahead and say yeah. Again, I'm not telling you it's going to, not going to blow your doors off, but if you're looking for an evening's entertainment.
Well, Murph, I do love myself a good whodunit, which is why I'm going to check out Muddy Waters by Matt Barrows.
Not Muddy Waters, Muddy the Waters.
Oh, Muddy the Waters. I went Muddy Waters.
Well, you might have let us into.
Maddie. Sorry, Maddie.
You might have let us into.
How about Muddy the Lindy Waters III?
Well, there's that,
That's
too.
my favorite novel.
We appreciate the spirit, though.
Yeah, dude, I'm trying to.
You were helping.
Hey, look, man, I'm trying to help my guys out.
All pub is good pub. And in fact, you might have just led into what did young Tony learn today?
Whodunit.
All right. And congrats to Alexa in Richmond, who's going to go get her cowboy hat on and listen to Morgan Wallen on August 1st. All right. What did young Tone learn today? And hand it over to Papa and Silver next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we got you through a Wednesday for free. If you didn't like it, you can get your money back. We'll stay on with Papa and Silver, and you got no choice because you ripped the knob off. By the way, just a quick clean of the text line, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Asking Waterboy, are you going to the Benavidez fight?
No, I will not be out there this weekend, but I am taking David Benavidez fighting out in Las Vegas this weekend. David Benavidez. Let me make sure I say that clearly.
And 831 says, good show, I enjoyed it, but he's always very upbeat and optimistic and says, my only solace on this Dodger stuff is that learning it costs their fans more to go to their games now. So take that, Dodgers fans.
Yeah, take that, Dodger fans.
There we go. And 209 cursing the OKC Thunder, saying, LFG, the Warriors are going to get them. Well, there you go. All right, guys. So there we go. And then we got to, of course, the time where young Tony joined the fray.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, it is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Now, this is not to be confused with What Did Young Tony Ask Today, which was the breakout hit of 2025. And if you missed it, it'll be podcasted, I believe, Tone. And it was sizzling. It was another sizzling episode today. Does it return to its regularly scheduled programming next week?
Sure.
Because we had to
get another Giants player at 7:15, man. We can pivot. You know, we got to keep people on their toes.
People got to find it, and they will find it because it's the breakout hit of 2025. So anyway, that was what happened early on. And then later on, as the show went on, I was telling the story about what I did last night, and that was to support the great, and I mean the great Matt Barrows, who is, of course, the Athletics 49ers writer. Has been covering the Niners since the early 00s when he was at the Sacramento Bee. Well, little did I know before that, he worked at the Hilton Head Island Packet, a small newspaper in South Carolina, where maybe he got the seed for an idea of a novel. Wait, a novel? Matt Barrows. Wait, you should be writing about Nick Bosa and Dre Greenlaw. No. Last night I went to Matt Barrows' novel book launch party. He and his sister, what a family affair, cute story. He and his sister, who she's a very accomplished journalist on her own right, they co-wrote a murder mystery novel called Muddy the Water.
Ooh.
And it's about a murder or a body that turns up in South Carolina.
Ooh.
And a young reporter at the paper might know more than he's letting on.
Oh, he's got the scoop.
They said he has a deep, dark secret. But you got to read the book to figure out what the teaser is.
I like it, Murph. Nice tease. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued.
Are you guys intrigued?
Absolutely.
I gotta find out who this man is and if he has any connection to Lindy Waters III. That's crazy.
So it's called Muddy the Water, and I'm driving down listening to KNBR as I do, and they have Matt Mayoko on, the Afternoon Boys, and Matty goes, I'm on my way to the Matt Barrows book party. I said, hey, I'm talking to my windshield. I'm like, hey, I'll see you there, buddy. I'm on my way too. And they said, oh, Matt Barrows wrote a book. And Matt Mayoko said, yeah, it's called Muddy the Water. And Derek Papa said, Muddy Waters? And so he said, no, it's Muddy the Water. Then I got to the book event, and I saw Matt Barrows. I was like, bro, I'm so excited. I bought the book. It was really cool. I posted on my Insta and Facebook and social and all that stuff. You can see a picture of the proud author. And he goes, I said, I like the title. He goes, yeah, we were wondering if it was too close to Muddy Waters. I said, that's funny you say that because on the way down, Derek Papa immediately called it Muddy Waters. Which point we turned to Young Tone. We said, you know your Muddy Waters, Young Tone? And you said, who? Yeah.
Just like the Whodunit book.
Okay. Who? Born in 1913 in Mississippi to the birth name McKinley Morganfield. Come on now. One of the greatest blues guitarists and singers in the history of this great nation. Muddy Waters. First of all, what a name, right? What a name.
Phenomenal.
And how about this lick? Come on now.
So did someone steal this from him? This sounds like another song I've heard.
Well, blues licks are generally kind of everybody's property. They passed from one guy to another. But this is called Manish Boy. It's one of the most famous blues songs of all time. And by the way, he was considered the father of the Chicago blues. Okay? And I'm just glad we got to turn you on to him, brother. You digging it?
Oh, dude, this is tremendous. By the way, great name. Muddy Waters?
Yeah.
And Manish Boy. The only thing I'm confused as, and I looked it up, is why he wasn't in the movie The Blues Brothers, which is one of the all-time great entertainment movies of all time. And I guess there's a story that he was supposed to be in it, but then the scene fell through or something, because
That movie's about the Chicago Blues.
Yeah.
Belushi and Aykroyd.
Wow.
Greg knows.
Sounds like that story's a little muddy, Murph.
So anyway, Young Tone, there you go, buddy. The father of the modern Chicago Blues. They say he rained down Delta Beatitude. Other songs included Hoochie Coochie Man, I Just Want to Make Love to You, and I'm Ready.
Hey, now.
So there you go, buddy. Welcome, Young Tone now knows about Muddy Waters. All right. We'll hand it over. We'll go Oklahoma City tonight, right?
That's it. I'll be down there, Chase Center, OKC versus the Dubs tonight, SGA versus Steph Curry.
It is time for it. By the way, shout out to 559 saying, is Maddie B the modern day Angela Lansbury? Can I get a Pat Summerall murder? He wrote.
Murder.
That's pretty good.
He wrote.
That's pretty good from a texter.
Right after murder, she wrote.
There you go, buddy. There you go. Look at you.
Oh, I know.
Hey,
Murph.
when it's time for a change, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco. John, Joe, Tony, see you tomorrow. The sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Yeah, I'm rocking with AJ and Saquon with this one for sure.
What a dick. You gotta be kidding me.
Smiles and glory holes.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
Not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Test by Quentin Post. And Post, he's 7 feet tall. That was smooth. You see a little Euro step at the end of that one? Well, he's from the Netherlands. There you go. Worked out. Shot clock at 7. Now Schroeder, deep 3. Schroeder is keeping the Warriors afloat. He was kind of in no man's land in between the switch. 8-point lead in the ball. Post. And a 3. I tell you, when he gets his feet set, and you commented, and we're noticing it together, he doesn't take crazy threes. The ones he takes are good. They're the ones that should be taken. Sexton down the lane to lay it up and out. Moody played the D. Looney got another rebound. Everybody has to be ready to help. Moody came over at exactly the right time. Pajemski corner 3. Brandon's got 20. It started with a D. They push it to double figures again. Pajemski's got his swagger back. Interesting fourth quarter, an 11-2 run. Pajemski was terrific, as was Looney. And Guy Santos. Wiggins continues to play well with 19. He wasn't pretty at times, but it looks good as the Warriors move to 23 and 23. And they've beaten the Jazz now 13 of the last 15 times.
Yeah, here's the thing. 23 and 23, you can't be complaining about what kind of wins you get, how you get your wins. You're trying to compete in the Western Conference, the NBA's 82 games. You take wins where you can get them, and the Golden State Warriors had their 28th clutch game of the year last night. I got to say, they handled business pretty nicely down the stretch. Now, I know there were a lot of stars missing. No Markkanen, no Walker Kessler, no Steph Curry, no Draymond Green, no Jonathan Kuminga. But hey, Dennis Schroeder played nice, season high for the Warriors. Brandon Pajemski has been pretty good offensively since coming back from injury. So we're going to talk all about it. Greg Silver, Greg Papa here today. And Papa, good morning. Like I said, take wins where you get them.
Without a doubt. And I know Utah's 10 and 35, but the Warriors getting back to sea level before you got Oklahoma City tonight and then Kevin Durant and Phoenix coming in on Friday. And they had to make a call. Steph's knee has been bothering him, so could he play both ends? Let's try to beat Utah without him. And you don't have Steph, obviously. And on top of that, you don't have Draymond Green and you don't have Jonathan Kuminga. I was a little surprised when we talked to Craig Bolerjack yesterday. We knew about Walker Kessler may not play because he didn't play the night before at home against Milwaukee. And you get into these back-to-backs, and I know it's much easier to go from the mountains to sea level than the sea level to mountains in the Wasatch Mountains, but Larry Markkanen not playing. It's good for the Warriors. I wanted to see him play a little bit, but it's obviously without Draymond, it's a tough cover. And then they didn't have Jordan Clarkson as well. So even teams that are 10 and 35, and you never know how important winning is. For a guy like Danny Ainge, you would think winning is paramount. But anyway, I was surprised it got to be a clutch game situation. The Warriors kind of controlled the game after the slow start. And Dennis Schroeder, that guy is tough. He went down hard early third quarter, and he crumpled. And again, when he tries to go to the goal, it just doesn't work out as well. The Warriors had a hard time finishing around the basket. I'd like to see the breakdown on Dennis Schroeder around the rim, in the paint, bottom of the circle versus the mid-range. Is it obvious? We were talking earlier, and it's pretty obvious he's a much better shooter. Most people are just off the catch. I'm talking about no dribble, catch, shoot, especially on the three. The only guy, Steph, is ridiculous the way he's able to get into a shot. Clay, much better just off the catch than the bounce. But also Schroeder, when he comes off that high ball screen, he goes to his right. He is much better when he pulls up right off the screen. Maybe one dribble to get a little rhythm, and he goes right up. For whatever reason, when he tries to go inside, he doesn't finish. His shot gets blocked. He has a hard time. And last night, he went down hard. You could not tell. Was it the knee? Was it the ankle? It looked like possibly both, the way he jammed the floor. But Kalina was talking about how he's a skateboarder, and you got to be used to, if you're a skateboarder or a boarder skiing, to fall. And I thought, oh, he's going to be out. How long? I mean, what are we looking at? Are you talking about trading him a week from tomorrow? Is he going to be untradeable because he's hurt? And then here he is. In the same quarter, he bounced back into the game. And I'm like, whoa, that guy's tough. And right away when I'm watching him, he's not moving the same. He looks like he's measured. But then as he played through it, so he's tough. He's a little spindly and undersized, like tonight against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That's a hard matchup. He's a good defender. He'll get up into you, but you'd much rather have Andrew Wiggins. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, for his little skinny frame like Ja, is just wiry strong. How does he get to every spot? He looks like, he's just a rail, but he gets wherever he wants. He gets on the rim. He takes the fade. That's a tough matchup for Schroeder. But Schroeder showed some toughness. He and Colin Sexton got into it last night. That was a battle.
Yeah, they did.
And without Markkanen and Kessler and Walker, they needed him. I was a little surprised it got to be such a close game. But Schroeder did come back in, made a lot of big plays, played well. Moses Moody, wow. How good is this guy? He's starting to be more consistent. Last night, again, when you got a guy like Markkanen, the great shooters, you have to catch the ball thinking you're shooting the ball immediately on the fingertips. With Moody, he would catch it, hold it. Schroeder does that a little bit too much. Kuminga, as a young player, would hold it. He's starting to think shot before, and the ball's coming to you, think catch, shoot right away. Look at Steph Curry. He's like a cat. When Steph falls and lands on the ground, he's like a cat jumping back up, and he takes the shot. So Moody made some big threes. He had big tip-aways, played well. Wiggs played well. Buddy struggled, but it is what it is. But the real story of the game, I think, is Brandon Podziemski.
Yeah.
And what being away for the time that he was away, and it was a long time that he was away right after Christmas until he returned last week of the second half of the back-to-back against Chicago. And he was talking about why is he playing better with Schroeder? Mully asked him after the game, and then he elaborated that at the podium, is that he drove, Brandon Podziemski and Dennis Schroeder drove together. Pods drove Dennis Schroeder back from Sacramento. So that's like an hour and a half in the car, 2 hours after, a tough game. And you got a game the night before, and Pods was actually coming back to play against Chicago. And they're just kind of figuring it out because they're both guys that don't need to handle the ball. Schroeder more than Podziemski. They can play on the ball, play off the ball. They're both tough guys. I'm not saying they're similar, but they're not that far away. And when Steph's obviously missing an entire game of those non-Steph minutes, they're going to be paired together. So I think there are a lot of good takeaways. Moses Moody is solid. You wonder why he just does not consistently play, whether it's a starting lineup or not. And he can play 4. He can play 2, 3, 4. Really, the only things that are different on this team are 1 and 5. 2, 3, 4 are all wings, interchangeable. But anyway, Schroeder was tough. Not always perfect, some throwaways, but he did battle back, and he showed some toughness coming back off that ankle injury. But the way he and Podziemski played last night was really encouraging.
So I spoke about Dennis Schroeder last week and said they should look to trade him. I talked about the fourth quarter in Sacramento, how that was the type of fourth quarter that by bringing Dennis Schroeder in, they envisioned it was perfect. Kings were pressing up high, forcing the ball out of Steph's hands. It was a 4-on-3, but no Draymond Green, which is his superpower. And then you got someone like a Dennis Schroeder, in theory, to handle the ball, drive to the hoop, facilitate, score on his own. Schroeder played so poorly that night with the turnovers and just not getting anything going offensively that he wasn't even on the floor. This was the other situation in which you're really glad you have a Dennis Schroeder, only this time it panned out wonderfully. No Steph Curry, resting the knee tendonitis, just one of his 3 injuries, by the way, as he's getting a little bit older with the thumb and then the ankle. But Dennis Schroeder, without Steph Curry, scores a season high of 23. You need it desperately. He's hitting shots from beyond the arc, and Warriors actually didn't play that well in terms of shooting in the paint, but outside, they had a really strong game. And then the note on Moses Moody is he had a stretch here during this skid where he was just 4 of his last 24 on threes, and it was rough. And I don't think he was always a terrible problem to have out there. It was kind of a whole team-wide issue. But then when he's making the shots like he's been lately, it's just another reminder of, oh, wow, when he's decisive shooting the ball, Moses Moody has a lot of value as a shooter, as a wing. He can defend certain types of guards really, really well. And when Kerr had his postseason press conference after the loss in Sacramento at the end of last season, jotted a few notes down, JD and I, of what we really focused on. Clay being a 6th man option. Kerr said that has to be on the table. Obviously, Clay wanted more, ends up leaving. We know that whole story. And he said for Moses Moody, I want him to be more decisive. When he catches the ball, get ready to shoot it. I think when you see it, like last night, I know it's a 10-win Utah team, but a decisive Moses Moody, whether it's going in or not, is a really refreshing sight to see, because if he's missing, okay, but generally he looks to be more in a flow, and when he's making it, he's got some serious value for this team.
I love his shot. I mean, the form on the shot is perfect. You have to have a thought process to catch and shoot. As the ball's coming to you, get lined up, get your feet lined up, get your shoulders lined up. The window's going to close. You may think you're open. All of a sudden, they see the ball coming your way. It closes fast in the NBA. You got to get it up, and last night he was decisive. There's no doubt. Plus, he can guard. So we'll see. You got SGA coming in tonight. We'll get into the Oklahoma City matchup. But as far as Schroeder, we 1 week from today, the Warriors can trade him. And I think it was a week ago after the Sacramento game, we both agreed he's just not fitting. You need somebody as a ball handler, especially when Steph does not play. And he did play in the back-to-backs last week, Sac in Chicago, but he wasn't able to get through it. And then you got another game coming up on Friday against Phoenix and Devin Booker and Durant. And Beal off the bench if he's still there. Could be Jimmy Butler. Probably not. Anyway, you can use Schroeder's expiring contract for your own good. You also have his bird rights. You can keep him for beyond this year. So let's see what they get offered for him. And then I wouldn't do that trade alone. That would be a way to move some money, to take some money back. And it's a little different with Schroeder because you can trade him and not get money back, but you need money coming in the other way to be more lined up. So we'll get into it more in the next week. So when you see him play like he played last night, and it was without Steph on the floor, he can play with Steph. You just need that trio of ball handlers where it's Podziemski, Steph, and Dennis Schroeder. And last night, I don't know if it was his best game as a Warrior. He made some big, when they beat Phoenix earlier in the year, he had a couple of big shots late in the game, made some free throws, made some stops. He obviously scored more last night, but when you see him play like that, and he shot the ball 13 times beyond the line. He got the ball up a lot. He had 20 shots in total, 13 were on threes, and the guy is tough. When he went down in a heap under the basket early third quarter, I thought he's going to be out at least 3 weeks. He came back in at the end of the quarter. Who thought that?
When I look at the stat sheet and I see Andrew Wiggins goes 5 for 17 overall, Buddy Hield 1 for 7, and you consider everyone who is out, I would have said, uh-oh. But Brandon Podziemski, since he's come back from injury, has found an offensive game. Dennis Schroeder, when they needed it last night, was very much there on the offensive side of the ball. And we're going to keep getting into this on the other side. We'll talk about Brandon Podziemski and the value of getting a car ride from a teammate. It's Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Vallejo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Vallejo's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
With the NBA trade deadline coming up next week, who do you want the Warriors to trade for? De'Aaron Fox, Jimmy Butler, other, you name it. Let us know in the YouTube chat. The only place to let the Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader.
It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver hanging out with you on a Wednesday. By the end of the show, you're going to be in the home stretch of your week. You'll have officially made it over the hump, and we're here to help you do just that. Been talking about the Golden State Warriors with a 114-103 win over the Utah Jazz, and the Warriors back to 23-23. No Steph Curry last night. Hopefully the Warriors can have him tonight for a big game against the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's going to be an ESPN game, and I tell you, Colin Sexton had a nice night for the Utah Jazz last night, but that is no Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Totally different player. Collins explosive though, and obviously when he was together in Cleveland with Darius Garland, and it was a tremendous backcourt, and now they got Donovan Mitchell. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is just different. I mean, right now you'd have to say the NBA All-Stars are coming to the Bay in a couple of weeks. Tomorrow we're going to have the reserves announced in both conferences. He's already a starter. I mean, right now he's the most valuable player in the NBA. Cleveland's got 4 guys. How many All-Stars is Cleveland going to have? Their backcourt and their 2 front-court guys, Mobley and Allen, and Garland and Donovan Mitchell. They may have 4. Is Oklahoma City, who else is going to make the All-Star team out of Oklahoma City with Holmgren out to injury? They have the best record. Dagnow is going to coach the game. And by the way, I have a new doppelganger for you. It's not Chalamet, Bob Dylan. A complete unknown. The head coach of the Oklahoma City Thunder. We got to put up on the stream a side-by-side. Do you see any Dagnow in you, by the way? He's coaching the game.
I see a little bit.
Little bit. He's coaching the game. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander will obviously start the game. Right now, would he be the vote for the most valuable player in the NBA? They got a pretty good record. Cleveland's got 4.
Jokic might be heading for number 4.
Yeah, but their record's not there. Whenever I voted for he was the best player on the best team, and he is. But who else from Oklahoma City is going to play in the All-Star game besides SGA? Probably nobody. I really like Jalen Williams, the Santa Clara product. Which one?
Santa Clara, Jalen Williams.
They lead the league in Jalen Williams.
How about Jalen Williams in the same draft? I'm like, you couldn't have at least split this up for us?
You like the one that's a Bronco? Is that the one?
Yeah, I like the Bronco, Jalen Williams.
Lou Dort? You like Lou Dort?
I do like Lou Dort as a player, but he's definitely not an all-star.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, I think it will be one all-star from Oklahoma City with the Chet Holmgren injury on the table. Cleveland, that's a good point. Are they going 4? They're definitely going 3. It's Mobley in the backcourt.
Did the Warriors ever, when the Warriors went 73-9, or when Durant was here, did the Warriors have a single year where they had 4? It was, Steph and Clay started the All-Star game together one year, and it was the all-Warrior backcourt. Did Draymond make it? Did Durant? Did the Warriors ever have 4?
I think 2017 they had 4.
That's rare. Anyway, Cleveland may have 4. And Kenny Atkinson, the former Warrior assistant, is the head coach, so he'll be coming. Anyway, we're talking about SGA. He's just different. And as far as both ends of the floor, who guards like him at 6'6"? They could put a lot of different bodies on Steph tonight, but it could easily be Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And then Wiggins has got to guard him.
Yeah.
But how do you guard him? He just gets wherever he wants on the floor. And it's a little bit like Ja, but Ja's getting up there to do a chin-up on the rim. He's going to attack it. This guy, he does not look that strong. He looks wiry, spindly. How does he get there? But he leans a shoulder into you. He feels you. He fades away off of you. He's a different player. 3-point shooting's not a big part of their game. He can make one, but he's trying to attack you. He's more of an old-school guy. And then as far as being a two-way player, Joker's improved his defense a lot, but he's not the defender Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is. I mean, you could make the point he's the best player in the NBA. Look at his numbers. He's over 30 a game, 3rd in the league in scoring, whatever he is now. So, yeah, Colin Sexton was attacking the rim, and he had to without Lauri Markkanen and Walker Kessler and Jordan Clarkson. But Oklahoma City is balanced. He won't force it, but I think right now he's the MVP of the league, and it's going to be Steph's All-Star game. But as far as the young stars in the NBA, this is the guy right now.
He's absolutely the guy. I mean, I would put him, Anthony Edwards, and Luka probably in that little trio right there, especially with Luka getting to a finals and Anthony Edwards knocking off the defending champions. Jokic is the best player in the league, but nothing about his personality screams wanting to be face of the league. Like, that's the whole face of the league discussion. You got to have the personality for it, too. LeBron James, KD, Steph Curry, there's a reason that still draws so much attention because those guys all have face of the league personalities in their box office. And especially when you look at, I mean, really all 3 of them are once-in-a-lifetime kind of players. Kevin Durant, a 7-footer who shoots and handles like a guard. Steph Curry, we've never seen anyone shoot the ball like him. And LeBron James to be that strong, that physical of a specimen, and to be as great as he is for as long as he's been is remarkable. But there's also the reality here sitting in 2025 of this dynasty is winding down. This era of the NBA is winding down a little bit. And last night was a fun glimpse at what the Warriors' future could look like. You had no Draymond. You had no Steph. And, yeah, you didn't have Kuminga, and he's probably going to be a big part of the future. But Wanted to play this piece of sound because you referenced it in segment number 1. This is cut F, Walter, and Brandon Pajemski. So we had Quentin Post talk about Steph Curry giving him a ride home at 2:30 in the morning when he couldn't give him an Uber. Quentin Post goes out, has a nice contribution, helps out Steph Curry in a win. Now we got Brandon Pajemski bonding chemistry on an hour-and-a-half drive after the Sacramento game, which was a tough game for the Warriors, but hey, here's what he had to say.
I mean, if you want me to be really honest with you, I think it was our car ride we had back from Sacramento, the game before I came back. He needed a ride home, and I took him home, and, we got to talk for, an hour and a half, 2 hours, and just pouring to each other some knowledge, and he gave me a lot of advice because he's been through a lot of things, and I think that bonded us closer. And so I think I credit a lot of that to that because obviously everybody sees his play, but to be able to have an hour and a half car ride with Dennis and just share information with each other, learn about each other, I think it's helped us.
So you got a little bit of Chase Center background audio in there, but the reason that I like that clip, and it was a great one to reference, Papa, is because all the Warriors, like anyone rational who's a fan of the Golden State Warriors and wants to watch this team grow and improve and see what they can get for Steph in the final years of his career, all you can really ask of a Brandon Pajemski is that he continues to learn and grow and improve. And he had some bumps on the road here, little sophomore slump, as the term is loosely thrown around, but for him to get injured and to take things away from that injury, both in terms of conversations, watching, being a student of the game, I don't know what the next 10 games for Brandon Pajemski are going to look like, but I got to say, these 3 in which he's come back, he looks like a completely different player than what we saw in November, December.
Well, you got to remember, he took a shot in training camp or in a late preseason game from Trace Jackson Davis. He was playing with that mask on for a long time, and it was bothering him. He wasn't able to see the floor. He was mentioning how when he would move the mask down a little bit, it affected his vision. And then he had that weird bout where I didn't know if it was vertigo. I had vertigo a couple of years ago, and I was out for like a month. And it wasn't the kind where the crystals in your ears can tip you upside down and you're all good. It was like, what's going on here? It was a virus of some kind. So I don't know what he had, but he took a shot in the nose or the facial area. Had to wear a mask, had to acclimate to that. It was bothering him. He looked kind of strange, like a hockey player with the mask on and the headband and the hair flopping and then whatever imbalance problem he was having. And then the coach calls him out and yells at him and challenges him. I didn't like any of it. And it was probably good that he went away, with the core muscle injury. I haven't noticed the reteaching of his gait. What does that mean? How is he running differently? I'm like slowing it down frame by frame. Like, how is Pod's running? How do you teach someone to run on their toes or not on their heels as much? I don't know. But they were talking about the injury was so severe, he had to kind of learn how to rerun. I'd like somebody to ask that question when you at the arena next time. Ask him. I don't know how that works. Anyway, he's come back as a different player. And it started the night after the ride from Sacramento. So in professional sports, it happens all the time. And we heard the story about Steph and Quentin Post. Quentin Post is a young player. He's going up and down to the G League. He's going down to Santa Cruz. He gets called up. You're on a charter flight. A lot of you want to park your car where the charter is so you can drive home, but maybe it's easier just to take an Uber there. I don't know how they do after practice sometimes, get on a bus and then how do you get home when you land back? I've had that problem where you're scrambling to get home at 2:30 in the morning. There's no one around, and the Uber's not going to be here for an hour, so... Hey, Curry's, and that's just who Steph is. Steph is a great guy. So they bonded a little bit. I mean, you would think they would interact as teammates, but not really. I mean, you may see them in the locker room and on a plane, a bus, but it is Steph Curry. They probably sit in different sections of the plane and the bus. And then for Dennis Schroeder, he's new to the Bay Area as well. He's got a family here. I think he's brought his kids out. He's a great dad, but he's still acclimating. So what do? Take the team bus to Sacramento and then drive back? I'd always drive myself back and forth, but the team, I remember one time I did take the bus. Rick Adelman used to actually fly an airplane. He would charter an airplane from San Francisco to Sacramento. I'm like, what? The flight's like 7 minutes. What are we doing? It's harder to land at the airport, but that, back then they played at Arco 1, Arco 2. Just weird. But we had that big bus ride one night with Nelly after we won a game. I think we were flying out, that's why. But we stopped at the entire bus, the entire team, we stopped at a drive-through McDonald's. It wasn't even an In-N-Out burger. We didn't get all the way to Fairfield. But Nelly ordered you still got that 39-cent cheeseburger deal? Let's take 39 dozen of those. The guy's like, what? So, I mean, you do bond. And this particular interaction is interesting Because as you mentioned, Schroeder that night in Sacramento is probably his low moment as a Warrior.
Yeah.
He did not start the game. He did not finish the game. They death-trapped Steph that night, not even waiting for a ball screen to come. The moment he crossed midcourt, they brought a second defender. We're not waiting so you can tell us who we're switching on. We're going to bring our own guy. And then they couldn't make him pay. And that's why Schroeder's on the team, right? As a secondary ball handler or a primary, and Steph off the ball. So I'm sure at that moment, Schroeder was probably despondent. Like, do I fit in here? Am I going to get traded? Greg Silver's on the radio tomorrow ripping me and say, trade my ass in a week. And Papa's agreeing. But anyway, then you have Podziemski. And I don't know how that but I think they just talked about how they could coexist. Podziemski came back the very next night. In the back-to-back, they needed him against Chicago, and he played well. So it's one thing to talk it out. You actually have to go on the floor and play and come together. But I have to say, and it was an issue last night, and I loved his answer when Mully asked him on the postgame show because it was enlightening. I mean, that's where they came together. You need more of these one-on-one teammate to teammate, not a coach involved. We'll just talk it out. How do we feel? You know, you like the ball, I like the ball, I can play off the ball, you play off the ball differently than me. How do we guard? How do we switch? How do we handle it? Like tonight against Oklahoma City, you're going to get a lot of guard-to-guard screens. That's what they do. They screen for each other. How do you handle that? If Steph's off the floor, or if one of them's on the floor with Steph, or when Steph's off the floor and they're on together, and they get a guard-to-guard screen, how are we going to handle it? And you handle it differently if it's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or somebody else. So that happens in pro sports. And they never – I guess they did play together because Schroeder got here in earlier December. But how many games they actually play together before Podziemski went out, curiously, right after Christmas. So those are the kind of stories you hear all the time. It's nice that he was able to share that and just that bonding time together. And you get to learn a guy a little bit better. But the bottom line is last night was a good time to tell that story because I thought Moody was really good last night, but your two best players on the floor last night for long stretches were Dennis Schroeder and Brandon Podziemski.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But I want to play one more cut because this is a short one. Walter, this one's cut M. And the reason it's significant, even though it's short, is just because Steve Kerr is talking about Brandon Podziemski and says he seems more sure of himself after coming back from injury. Well, we saw him light up Podziemski at the podium back when he was making overhead passes in close games, called it insane. So here's Steve Kerr on a short and sweet note on Brandon Podziemski.
I think so. He just, I haven't talked to him about it, but I do think that since he's been back, he just looks more sure of himself for whatever reason.
And that's really what Kerr has been preaching to all these young guys. He called out Kuminga and Podziemski. I took it as both of them when he said, don't settle for contested 17-footers early in the shot clock. But just to kind of, I don't know, reassure Brandon Podziemski, he's got the confidence, he looks healthier, he's being more decisive. Like that's all you can ask of a Moody or a Podziemski right now, to just continue to learn, continue to grow, and become a better player. I don't like the untouchable label. I don't like the future all-star label. I just like the find a way to help the team win some games, with or without Steph.
And I love Steve Kerr, and I'm the one who endorsed him coming here from the start. But to him, stop yelling at your players in public. You're not Pop. You're not Nelly. You're Steve Kerr. You deal with civility, and I didn't like any of that. With Kuminga, there's a communication gap where he has grown up, but he's just not played a lot of basketball. So it's different, I think, sometimes getting the message to him and having him fully understand it. It's clear that he understands it. This ankle injury is bad. He's missing a lot of time, and he's not going to be back for a while. As far as Podziemski, he's fine. The guy he plays, he has a borderline aggressive / reckless nature to his game. So many times he gets in the paint, and you're like, that's a turnover. Where are you going? And then he pivots out of it, and he flips it back for a three. It's like, how did you get out of that? He really is a hockey player on an odd man rush sometimes. And you're like, whoa, dude, slow down. But he plays a different game, the way he picks up charges, the way he throws his body around. When he guards SGA tonight, he'll get in his face. He's not going to back down. He'll fight him if he has to. And Schroeder showed some toughness last night. So I think they're fine. Obviously, tonight's a much bigger challenge. And then Friday night, you get Durantula coming in with Booker. And they're not going to trade for Jimmy Butler between now and Friday. If they do, it'll be next week. We got one text about, why don't the Warriors trade for De'Aaron Fox? I'm like, are you kidding me? That's like asking, why don't the Niners trade for Devontae Adams and Max Crosby? Mark Davis will just drive him to the Niners. Where do you want him to go here at 49-4? You think Vivek, Ronadive? is going to trade his best player to Joe Lacob. You think that's happening?
If Steve Ballmer didn't want to play ball on the Paul George negotiations, then just forget about it with Vivek Ranadive and De'Aaron Fox there. He's Greg Papa. I'm Greg Silver. We're going to keep the conversation right here on Hoops and maybe get into a little bit of this trade deadline drama as Bobby Marks had some great comments this morning. It's all coming up on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on? It's time to talk to our friend, Steve Moskowitz, the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. And Steve, it is getting to that time of year, so it's important that you tell the people what to do when they can't pay their taxes.
Pause. You know, so many people suffer needlessly, and I've seen horrible things. I've seen 2 suicides. I saw a child given up for adoption because of this. Businesses ruined, divorces, just horrible consequences that could have been totally avoided. There's a lot of good solutions. We've dedicated our professional lives to this. We've been doing this for over 30 years. Chances are we might know something that you just didn't know existed. So if you're in a situation where I know you feel frustrated, I know you feel like you're 1,000 feet underwater, but there's a lot of good solutions. Whether we just pay part and the government forgives the rest, or they forgive the penalty. Sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or we get you a monthly payment plan that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. A lot of good solutions. We have a free consultation. Talk to us. We want to take care of you. The only thing you have to do is pick up that phone and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
Steve Moskowitz, thanks as always, and he can help you out if you feel like you're in a tight situation this tax season. You can give him a call now, free consultation at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
If you're Golden State and you don't have to give up Kuminga or Podziemski, and significant draft equity, whether it be, multiple first-round picks, I think it's certainly something to explore. So what would that look like? Certainly Andrew Wiggins, because his contract is the biggest there. You've got 3 expiring contracts with Dennis Schroeder, who could be aggregated starting on February 5th, and Gary Payton, Kevon Looney. Those numbers, certainly would get you there. I think if that's what the price tag is, and we'll see how the next 8 days flush out. I do think that's something that Golden State should look at here.
That was Bobby Marks on With the Morning Boys, Murph and Marcus. It is now Greg Papa, Greg Silver. We got Walter hanging out with us. Walter did his hair today just so that we could all be together and have the best hair of all the shows. I think that's a fair point. I mean, afternoon show, dirty work, that's, that goes without saying. That's off the table.
Who's in second place?
It's got to be Murph and Marcus.
Murph and Marcus.
Yeah. But we take the lead.
Copes has a nice head of hair.
Copes has an absolutely nice head of hair. He's right there with JD. Anyway, moving past that.
Derek, not so much.
Trying to remember if Derek was he a C-section baby? No, I don't think so. When you get a C-section baby, you have a beautiful round oval for a head. He does have a nice round oval, but I don't think he was a C-section. I can't remember. I've had so many damn kids, and that was the first one. When I was in there, I'm like, what is going on? No, actually, well, he was not, because it's the most amazing thing to visualize ever is the pointy head coming out. Like, how is this going to happen? And then it just explodes into a human head.
KNBR,
anyway,
the Derek's birth leader.
TMI. Yeah, I don't think he was a C-section. I think he was natural.
Well, anyway, moving on to Bobby Marks.
Yeah,
talking
nice
about
segue.
Jimmy Butler, and it is fascinating to get into the Butler conversation because it was there, we kind of pushed it to the side, and now Phoenix is another team that was talked about, but Bobby Marks was also saying, look, they're not going to want to pay Bradley Beal with all the money that comes. You could offer 4 first-round picks, and he's not going there to team up with KD. Never say never, but look, as far as Jimmy Butler, I am a little torn in the sense of, like, the reasons for yes, it would be nice to have him is we've seen he's a winner. We've seen what he's like when he's angry and motivated, and there is a part of me that's like, you can't keep trotting the same team out there night after night and expect much different than a 500-ish. On the other hand, if they're not winning, what's his attitude going to be in a locker room with Draymond Green, another big, strong voice? Giving up Andrew Wiggins this year does not just make you a better team considering the year that he has had. He wasn't even good offensively last night, and you still needed Wiggins. And then there's the element of it, which nobody really wants to get into. We don't get into sports to talk about money, the CBA, and contracts, but what are you going to pay Jimmy after the season if you trade for him and you want to keep him? Because Kuminga is going to make a chunk of money if he ends up staying. And then eventually, if you want Pajemski and Trace Jackson-Davis to be part of the future and you sign Jimmy Butler to some kind of multi-year max deal, that's going to impact those decisions too.
Yeah, I kind of moved on from Jimmy a couple of weeks ago. I just didn't see it as a fit. And I don't know where this is coming from. Shams Charania yesterday made it a big deal. I would think it's coming from Jimmy Butler and his camp. Bernie Lee from Lee Basketball Services is his agent. The Warriors are in on all of it, and they may be inquiring if they can get him cheap. But what do you have to give up? And I like Bobby Marks, but you had Bobby on, because he's the one that was driving the Dennis Schroeder trade for DeAnthony Melton, and we were talking about that before, and then poop, it happened. The first Sunday you could make the trade, they got him, so I like Bobby. I just don't like Jimmy Butler enough to do this. I like Jimmy. But this is his age 35 year, and he's basically ruining it. He's not playing. He makes over $48 million, almost $49 million from Mickey Harrison and Carnival Cruise Line. He's to be suspended once, twice, and now a third time indefinitely. That's a problem. I like him on the floor. He came into the NBA as a shutdown defender and became a really good go-to guy offensively. He's always amazed me how he's been able to score and never quite figure it out. Different than Kawhi, but similar. He's a dog. There's no doubt. He would fit in. The one thing about them is they play so slow, and it's by design. They play with a slow pace. They play a lot of zone. He's sitting in the base. I think he can play man and get up, and I think he can run, but he's an older player. I mean, the one thing, when I heard Bobby talk about, you don't have to give up Kuminga, he said Pajemski. Now, I like Pajemski, but I would include him in a trade to get Jimmy Butler. I would think it would be Wiggins would not be touchable. If like tonight, we're going to watch Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He was traded for Paul George. And at the time, it was not the exact same because Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was really young and he hadn't developed yet. But at the time, it was a lot of people, not just Shai, it was picks, other players, and Paul George was the guy. Very shortly after you made that trade. And PG's a fine player. He's had to battle a lot of injuries. But Shai Gilgeous-Alexander became a better of the two players, and you name me any two players in the NBA that's better than him. So I'm not saying Wiggins is that, but you don't always want to make the young for old deal. You could do it here and there. I'm just not sure Butler's the right guy in light of what's going on. Now, if Pat Riley has to give him away for 25 cents on the dollar, you talk about it. But then as far as paying him, he has a player option next year for $52.4. This whole reason he got mad at Pat Riley is they did not address his contract. So how much do you have to bump him up? I'm not giving up Wiggins. That's to me is a similar SGA for PG trade. Not exactly, but Wiggins is a younger player. He can do the same things Butler can do, just different. Maybe he's not the dog, you go-to guy offensively, but he's going to play 5-7 years when Jimmy Butler's retired and working on TV or whatever he's doing, making movies. So I would not do that. The one thing about Kuminga is what will it cost to sign him? We don't know. Now, there is a mechanism where they can match and he's restricted and you don't think he's going to make enormous money. But that's the one thing is you feel like we just don't want to give him that kind of money for whatever reason. They know him better than us. Now, he looks like an ascending player who could be an SGA kind of player in time. The one guy, and I hate to bring it up, but if they want to Draymond Green back the other way, that's something you would think about. I do worry about Draymond and Jimmy Butler coexisting in the same law. I think they'd be fine ultimately, but he would push back a little bit. This would change your team. It would change where you are. It would be a huge deal. They've resisted moving Draymond when there was times whether to re-sign him or to trade him. It looked like that could be the course of action. Beyond that, how do you get him? How do you get him? And does he have to be traded in the next 8 days? Is Pat Riley have to move him? I just don't see him as a fit. There are other people out there you can get for less, both in salary and player compensation, and picks going the other way. And how much better does Jimmy make you? I forgot what kind of player he is. He hasn't played in so long, but I think he would fit in here. If you could just trade him straight up for Andrew Wiggins, and the salaries don't match, so you can't. Would you trade?
Yeah.
Just straight up? You want Jimmy Butler on this team over Andrew Wiggins?
Probably. For the
Why?
sake of the competitiveness and trying to make a push at the playoffs, and it's nothing against the year Andrew Wiggins has had. I agree. Andrew Wiggins, what he gives you two-way, the perimeter defending. I'm just saying yes in the sense of if it's just straight up, and again, this is a fantasy world because it's got to work on the salaries and all that. I probably would do it for a year knowing that you got limited time left in Steph's career. Jimmy Butler is about Steph's age. When this is all done with Steph Curry, like the way I see it is after Steph, it's going to be an inevitable rebuild and they will be a lottery team for a chunk of time. Now, is that going to be 2 years like the Oklahoma City Thunder did with a very lightning quick turnaround in a rebuild? Is it going to be 10 years? Is it going to be 35 years like we saw with 40 in between championships here in the Bay Area? That's all about how your organization functions and time will tell. But yeah, in the hypothetical scenario, I probably would do that.
I would not. I would pass on that. I've watched Andrew Wiggins play, and I don't care if he scores -5 points in a game. The guy takes on the role of the best player. Like if Markkanen would have played last night, he'd be on Markkanen. That's a 7-footer. That's a hard cover. He's going to be on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander tonight. He guards literally 1 to 4s, can switch on 5s. He can run the team. He doesn't say anything. He's no drama at all. Jimmy may be a better player for a short period of time, but I'm not doing that. So unless they wanted, to me, it would kind of be like the Andrew Wiggins, D'Angelo Russell trade, where if you give me picks back the other way, Riles, I'd take your problem. You got a big problem here. This guy, you going to suspend him the entire year? Is that what you want to do? And then trade him in the offseason? Good luck with that. You worry about your headache. We're not taking him on. But if you want, who do you want? If you want, we think Wiggins, as obviously is a younger player. He does essentially the same things, different. He makes less money. So what do you want to give me along with that? Now, it's hard to take money back. Would you take some of your dead money? Would you cobble together maybe Schroeder? We'll give you Buddy Hield. We'll give you Kyle Anderson. We're going to move some players. We like Kavan. We talk about it. Why would Riley do that? What's the best offer out there he's got? Bradley Beal, and what else is the league telling you about Jimmy Butler? But as far as making a straight Andrew Wiggins for Jimmy Butler trade, I would not do that. It may help you in short stretches for certain games right now. I'm not sure, though. but it's not going to help you for long. I would pass on that. I wouldn't touch him.
No, I think it's fair, Papa, to say that it wouldn't be a great long-term solution. And the reason that I'm saying yes on it and looking at the short term is I'm just quickly envisioning what the Warriors kind of lack in all these close games. I mean, look, they've played how many games now? 46, and 28 of those have been labeled clutch games. So I think about Jimmy Butler. I think about the fact that he is clutch. I think that he can get big buckets. I think about the intimidation factor that he's had in the past and just, frankly, a little bit more scoring. But do I think that I like the age difference between him and Andrew Wiggins? No. But if we're doing a little thought experiment here in a one-on-one trade, which isn't going to happen for a lot of reasons we just laid out, I'm intrigued by it. I think Andrew Wiggins is a great number 3 or number 4, and he was the number 2 on that championship team for the most part, but nobody really told him he was supposed to be the number 2 on the team. I mean, Clay was coming back from injury. You had Jordan Poole. So that's just kind of where I sit with it.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. There's other guys that the more I think about it, there's no way. And they don't say you're number 1, number 2. I mean, if it's not a wide receiver progression, just a guy who's open attack. And I would not do it for a number of reasons. I'm not going to take their headache. Now, you can talk to them and see what it would take and kick some things around. There are other transactions out there that are much better. Vucevic, Quentin Post, he plays more and more. He's fine, but he's not Nick Vucevic. If you want to, improve this lineup right now, you'd go get Vucevic.
Yes.
Miles Turner. Everybody keeps bringing up Miles Turner. We had my good friend Kristen Airy, the longtime TV voice of the Pacers, on when they were in town on that Friday night, and he said he's arguably the most beloved Pacer since Reggie Miller and Mel Daniels and Rick Mount. We're not trading him. He's never going to fit. But the reality is Herb Simon has not given him a contract extension. Kevin Pritchard there. They got off to a slow start. They're playing much better. I mean, if you want to improve the team, I'm keeping Andrew Wiggins. Now, how do you get, Miles Turner from Indiana? That would be my number 1 goal because he solves 2 problems. I don't know if Vucevic guards enough. He guards fine. He rebounds. He's huge. He's going to get a double-double every night, and occasionally he'll get a 20-20. He can score both in the post and not. Valanciunas, we keep bringing his name up. Now, that would change. The one thing Mark Spears says is they got to get a 5 just to help Draymond. And Trace Jackson-Davis is fine. Kevon is fine. And Quentin Post is intriguing. But do you want just another big body next to him? Now, Valanciunas is going to be strictly a low-post guy, and he's not the player he used to be. He's not going to step out. Vucevic is more of an outside player, but he can score inside, but he won't guard. I mean, my number 1 target between now and a week from tomorrow would be Miles Turner. But are the Pacers really going to trade? And what are they going to do? His contract is up. Are they going to re-sign him? Or do they just roll it out, see what they can do? They were in the Eastern Finals last year and then deal with them in the offseason.
Feels like Miles Turner's name has been looped in with trade discussions for like 8 consecutive years now. But I really do like this discussion we're having in a back and forth. And that's a good pivot when we come back because we're going to do something called Walter's Wednesday Whip Around. It's not quite Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia, but we will do a Walter's Wednesday Whip Around. See, I'm trying to get the words out of my mouth and the alliteration going.
www.
www.com.
Whip it good. I'm expecting Devo when we come back.
We will see. It's Papa and Silver. Walter's got a surprise for us next on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. Let's have some fun, why don't we? Papa and Silver hanging out on a Wednesday. It's time to do something a little bit brand new for the show. It is Walter's Wednesday Whip Around. I can say it clean if I say it slow. And who better to bring in and kind of explain what we're going to do? We did the confidence score a couple of weeks ago, but this is going to be a little bit different. So first of all, Walter, how are you? How's the other side of the glass? It looks cold in there.
It is a little cold, but I'm doing good, man. I got my hair done. I got Papa in the studio.
Looks
this
good.
is fantastic Wednesday.
Hair looks slick.
Yeah, we're definitely running away with the hair awards at KNBR.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, moving past the hair awards, how are we going to award points on this whip around?
Eric's finished. He's touching your man bun.
He's jealous of my man bun in here.
That is off limits. Don't touch the man bun.
All right. So what we're gonna do? It's going to be a whip around. We're gonna get on 3 topics. It's going to be baseball, football, basketball, whatever we want to talk about pretty much in this segment here. And what we're going to do is I'm going to present a question to you guys. I'm going to give you guys 2 minutes to give me your best answer. I'm going to award the winner of who I think wins.
It's around the horn.
Yeah, it's around the horn, essentially. Yeah,
well, how does the scoring of this? So we get 2 points. Whoever wins, the other.
You get 1 point. You get 1 point, and I'll award it to who I think is deserving.
So I'm glad it's at least consistent of just 1 point per question, because I was talking to you guys before the show with Around the Horn, and one time I was in a Sport Clips hair salon at like age 15, and I had to Google how does scoring on Around the Horn work, and they're like, they just kind of. It's just subjective. They just
it goes
decide
up
randomly.
and down. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Did you get an answer? You got a nice haircut, by the way, Dag. Now
that's right.
Yeah, no. So we're going to be able to.
So it's 1 point,
it's
3 questions.
It's 1 point, but only 1 point per round.
So each the score is either going to be 3-0 or 2-1.
2-1. Yeah. So it'll be easy to keep. Pretty simple. Pretty simple
All right.
stuff.
Do we have to have a coin? Do we have a coin flip to see who goes first? Is it better to go first or second in the answer?
We'll do like a snake draft. I'll have whoever goes first.
Draft?
Whoever goes first in round 1 will go they'll go second in round 2.
I'll give you the coin flip, Fred Warner. You going tails never fails? How you gonna
I'm
do
going
it?
heads.
Heads?
You going heads? All right. I'm flipping the coin.
There it is.
It's tails. Papa's gonna go first.
Can I defer? I'm gonna defer.
Okay.
I'm gonna let you go first and then snake you. I'm gonna stabler
Silver's gonna
you.
start when you guys come up on the timer.
Okay.
You're gonna hear this sounder.
This is the 2-minute warning.
That's to start it?
That's going to be when it ends.
Got it.
That's your 2-minute warning. It's over.
So the clock starts at 4.
Okay.
Yeah, it starts at 4 minutes. All right. So the first question I'm going to present to you guys.
Greg,
we're
you're
talking
going
about
first.
The Warriors pretty much all morning. So will the Warriors be active at the trade deadline? And I'm not talking about just minimal trades. Is it going to be significant? A significant trade at the trade deadline? Or is this just a reset season for the Warriors? Greg, you have the floor.
So a soft buy would qualify as a reset season. Okay, got it. So to answer the question, I think what I want and what I think are 2 different things. What I want is activity. What I want is a stretch 5 first and foremost. That's why I know I said Jimmy Butler, I would do a 1v1 swap and Wiggins. Look, that's fantasy land. This is reality. I do not want to pursue Jimmy Butler. I want to keep Andrew Wiggins. I want to keep Jonathan Kuminga. And let's see what happens with a guy like Brandon Pajemski this year. But what you do need is a stretch 5, and that is the inevitable. And I actually want to bring in a text from the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line because I thought it was a great point, and it's something I was going to get to.
Is this allowed? What is this, phone a friend? What are you doing here?
Phone a friend. Here we go. Millionaire, yeah.
Why is no one discussing that our second and third best players, meaning Draymond and Jonathan Kuminga, clarified?
Are they?
In this text, they are. Why? That they play the same position, that is untenable moving forward. And guess what? That is a fantastic point. That is why I want a stretch 5, whether it be Miles Turner would be choice number 1. We'll see what Indiana does. Was reading that he wants a contract somewhere in the mid-30s, 30-plus million range. Are they going to deal him before the deadline? Could you trade for him now? I want to trade for Miles Turner, not just for the Warriors, but also that he doesn't go to the L.A. Lakers. Can you imagine what Anthony Davis and LeBron James, if they had a Miles Turner on their team as a third guy? With just those 2 alone, it was already a problem enough on Saturday night. I want a Miles Turner.
This is the 2-minute warning.
I had him in 1:33. I'm going to give him 30 more seconds. They're not going to get Miles Turner on top of Anthony Davis, even with Davis being hurt.
Go ahead. You got 30 more seconds.
I got the timer here.
The timer was fast.
To close it out is what I want is for them to make a trade and get a stretch five. What I think is that they are going to reset some money and look to make a greater move in the offseason. I'd love to be wrong.
All right, 2-minute warning.
This is the 2-minute warning.
Which official was that, by the way? Ron Torbert or not? Should I go right now? Timer start, go! They will make a trade. They are going to be active in the trading deadline. Now, there's pecking order. I don't think they're going to do Jimmy Butler, but they're going to kick the tires on Jimmy Butler. I think the guys we've been talking about, throughout is Vucevic and Miles Turner. Tell me how they get Miles Turner without giving up Andrew Wiggins and or Jonathan Kuminga. I'm not doing that. You're not going to trade Steph. I mean, the conversation would be Draymond, but I think that's probably shot down at the ownership level, but you never know. But I think they will make a trade. Now, is it going to be a trade that flips the fortunes of the franchise? I don't know. Can they trade Schroeder and take, get his money off the books and then make another trade to add to it? I think this team, obviously, now the text line, why is no one discussing that our second and third best players play the same position? I'm not sure they are your second and third best players. Where's Andrew Wiggins on that list? That's not true. And then they don't play the same position. It's because of court balance you are forced to play Jonathan Kuminga at 4. If Jonathan Kuminga was healthy right now and on the floor with Quentin Post, you could easily play Jonathan Kuminga anywhere. 1, 2, maybe not 1, but he can guard ones. That's what he should be doing. Anywhere from 1, 2, 3, 4. He could even play 5 if you wanted to go undersized. The reason you can't play him with Draymond is because you don't have a stretch 5, and then you got 3 non-shooters on the floor. But there's no question they can play together. They do not play the same position. It's positionless. I want 5 Kuminga and Wiggins on the floor. That's what wins in the NBA. Look at Oklahoma City tonight. You won't be able to tell Jalen Williams and Lou Dort apart. You'll know who SGA is. So they will make a trade. Obviously, the number one choice would be Miles Turner. Give me in a scenario where they can get him. I think you can get Vucevic for cheap. I would not give up a first-round pick for him, but if you can get Nick Vucevic for a second-round pick, I would do that.
There we have it.
This is the 2-minute warning.
Who was that? It's not Sean Hockley.
Whoever was. Oh wow! Look, my alarm's going off. So
we got it.
It's whoever it was in Week 18 in Arizona.
Last game of the year. Is that Cleet Blakeman? I'm trying to think.
I have no idea. All
right.
I just found
Wednesday.
It was the cleanest.
Walter, whip it out.
All right. So I'm going to whip it out. I'm going to give my first point awarded of Walter's whip around on a Wednesday.
Give it to Greg.
All right. I'll give it to Silver.
All right. That's not the Greg I was talking about, but
no, I didn't know that you were talking in the third person.
Give it a Silver.
So that's the first one. So you get the first point of the Walter whip around. So let's go to question number 2. And that is baseball. We're going to switch gears a little bit here to the home run king, Barry Bonds. He was on foul territory yesterday with our guys Scott Braun and Eric Kratz and everyone's favorite giant, AJ Pierzynski. So he was on foul territory yesterday.
He was on with Pierzynski?
Yeah, he was on there, and he was pretty much talking about it. Came into the conversation of Shohei Ohtani, right? And he suggests that Shohei Ohtani should remain a DH and not get back on the mound. Your thoughts, Papa? You can start first.
Well, when I first saw him play, and we saw him as a younger player, I thought he had a chance to be this generation's Barry Lamar Bonds offensively. I thought his pitching ability was suspect. It was scattered. He didn't have the command. Now, he's improved a lot as a pitcher. But if you're bringing up, the return from the Tommy John, he's had Tommy John surgery twice in his lifetime. Sometimes they come back and they actually throw harder. I don't think you can say whatever you want to say. The one guy who's going to decide this is Shohei. There's no one that's going to. Andrew Friedman ain't deciding it. The Guggenheims ain't deciding it. Doc Roberts is not deciding it. Mark Pryor. It's all going to be whatever Shohei wants because that's the terms that he went there. Would it impact adversely his hitting? I don't think as much as I did when he was a younger player. When I saw him when he first came in to the American League with the Angels, I thought, why is he dicking around with pitching? He throws hard, but everybody throws hard. And does he have the command? Offensively, he's a force. His bat speed, the way he controls it, he's very much like Bonds, where he can sit on one pitch, and when he gets it, he barrels it, and it's incredible to watch. He has become this generation's offensive Barry Bonds, and he's got the speed element as well. And Barry had that. He went 500, but this guy went 50-50. If I had say, and you could tell him what to do, or if you could sit him down and counsel him, I would say, what do you actually, if you could throw so hard and so effectively from the mound, why can't you play the outfield? Well, why can't we do? We moved our Gold Glove right fielder to shortstop. Why can't you go play? If you're a guy who can steal 50 bags a year and you can pitch the ball, as well as anybody in baseball like Justin Verlander, why can't you play right field? I don't want you to DH. I want you to play every day. If you want to pitch every 6 days, which is what he likes, that's fine. But I agree with Bonds. I think ultimately to get the most out of his offensive ability, he should give up pitching, but I don't see that happening.
This is the 2-minute warning.
Ooh, that's going to be a tough point to top. And really interesting take there from Barry Bonds. We were joking a little bit earlier that Bonds just wants to preserve his legacy, not have someone be so great at both. Here's the deal. Shohei Ohtani did not pitch last year, and he went 50-50. 54 home runs, 59 stolen bases because he only focused on offense. Now, some of that might have to do with he played on a much more talented team. Pitchers are not just worrying about Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout and, whoever else the Angels are going to trot out there. You got Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts and Will Smith, and the list goes on, right? We know this with the Dodgers. Now, here was my initial thought on this, actually. Of course, as Papa said, the decision is Shohei Ohtani's to make. He could pitch every 6 days if he wants to. But I thought, why not have him as a little spot reliever? You already got Tanner Scott to fill that role. He still could throw the ball really hard. He doesn't have to do so much wear and tear in terms of number of innings, exerting his legs that much. We talked about, Walter, the difference between a single and a double when you just got that much exertion out of your legs. But I think he's a unicorn, man. He can continue to pitch. Now, do I want to see the Dodgers succeed? No, of course not. But we're talking about a one-of-a-kind player. And I go back to 2023 when there was that doubleheader. He became, the fifth player since 1900 to throw a shutout and hit 2 home runs on the same day. I mean, who does that? If he wants to pitch, let him pitch. That's all I got.
You got 30 more seconds if you want to make a more compelling argument.
I think that's really all I have. I'm just gonna keep it clean.
All right, let me hit the ding for you.
This is the 2-minute warning.
I'm going to go ahead and give that one to Papa.
Yeah.
I'm going to give that one to Papa. He took it all the way down to the 2-minute warning, gave really strong arguments, but you made a good point as well with him going into the reliever role because, we saw that in WBC against Mike Trout. That was compelling stuff, but yeah. I'm going to go with Papa.
And the Dodgers have Blake Treinen, and they have a couple. Yeah. The one thing is, we're comparing him to Bonds, but really, Babe Ruth did do this. Babe did not overlap for a long stretch as far as a pitcher and a hitter. The Spanish flu of 1919, actually, when his teammates were dying and falling off and they were coming back from World War I, he was forced to do it more. Could Shohei Ohtani, not even Bonds, but go Babe Ruth, where he was a dominant two-way player, if he just was a hitter, and he had 59 stolen bases, damn, he could go 60-60. And then why can't he play in the outfield? If you could steal 59 bags in a year, you can't catch a fly ball in the outfield? And if you have that kind of an arm, you can't throw the ball in from right field, go play the outfield for me.
A quick follow-up on this, just because Bonds is on the topic. If he did switch to just being a straight-up hitter, DH, do you think
he break his record?
Do you think he reaches that?
Which one, 73 or 762? Hard to get to 762.
Let's go with 73, single season.
He's 29. He's going to be 30. And Bonds did take off, as we know, curiously, from ages 30 to 40 and beyond. I don't know, Victor Conte. How the hell did he do that? Velco, he cleaned and creamed every ball that I saw. I don't know. That's good. I think he has a chance to do 73 and beyond. I don't know about 762.
I'd agree with that as well. 762, that's a long, long climb. And we look at the players that were even on pace in this generation, and A-Rod was up there, and we're just like, dude, no one's catching Bonds there for a while. Then again, if someone could do it with the longevity, maybe. 669 also adding, I want Ohtani to pitch so he can get hurt again and help the Giants. I love it, bleeding the orange and black.
That is a point. You want to get him out of the lineup, go out and pitch, and throw out the UCL for a third time.
Yeah, you do you, Shohei. All right, so we are going into the final round.
1-1, we're going to overtime?
We're tied. Who
All
would have
right,
thought?
it's a snake draft, so I get to go first, but can I defer Clete Blakeman?
Yeah, you could defer.
When I did defer, you won. When I took it first, I won.
It's up to you.
It's football.
So the last question, yes, it is football. It's going to be 49ers.
That's
so
not
right
great for me.
up, yeah, right up Papa's alley. So
I think Mike knows a lot about the Niners as well.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so let's go ahead and get into it. The biggest need for the 49ers, because we saw they addressed the coaching needs with Saleh in here. They got special teams coordinator. But what is the biggest need for the roster? It is blank, and why?
A war daddy on the defensive line. There's no doubt. They need to fortify. I think when this team was the gold rush defensively, they had the Oregon tall furs in the middle. They had Eric Armstead and Defoe. DeForest Buckner outside. They had the pressure. They could mix in a DJ Jones. You definitely need, I think Leonard Floyd situationally could be strong in that regard as well. But I would say that, first of all, you got to re-sign your own. You got to pick and choose who you want to keep. And I think Dre Greenlaw, when I'm looking at the front and the D tackles, it's not just the front four, it's how they run fit behind it. And it's a lot different when Fred is out there with other players. When he's out there with big play Dre, who is the enforcer on the defense, it's a lot better. But you've got to fortify the heart of your defense. You got to rebuild the defensive line. Dre Greenlaw re-signing is a part of that. The offensive line, I think it's criticized a little bit too much. And I know what Chris Verster thinks of them. I want to draft guys at every position, and I think you have to think about left guard. Do you want to pay Aaron Banks? And I was concerned last year about Trent. That ankle just would not heal, and it was blowing up like, what's going on here? And he took the painkiller to play against Seattle. So the O-line, you always want to fortify that. Colton played well at right tackle. Dom Pooney, could you move him around? He's good at right guard. They like Brendel. You definitely want to add to the O-line, both for depth. When you got hurt late in the year, some of these guys, Zakel, is he good enough to actually play up on game day? Good guy, and he lives with Brock, and, he fits in. They like him. But how much do you want to play him? He's just a guy. But there's no question that this franchise turned when they identified the engine of the football team as the gold rush. And it's not just the pass rush. You've got to stop the run. I think Malik Collins, Jordan Elliott are good players, but are they alphas? Maybe from down to down, they're going to wear down. You got to manage them. You need alphas across there and then mix these guys up. I'd like to bring DJ Jones back, DJ Reed back. But as far as the one area to improve the football team the most, that'll benefit the most, there is not a doubt in my mind. You got to get the D-line back playing like the gold rush.
This is the 2-minute warning.
I mean, look, I hate to go in accordance for a lot of this, but it's got to be the trenches, right? We hear Tim Ryan talk about it all the time. You look at the 49ers and the skill positions, and that's not an issue. Injuries were a big problem this year, but defensive line and offensive line have to be used, one of them on the 11th pick of the draft. And I was looking at Pro Football Focus. Matt Barrows wrote about this. Robert Saleh, when it comes to blitz rate, the only year he was even in the top half of the league, top third of the league, was when 2020, Nick Bosa tore his ACL. That was an anomaly. That was a COVID year. That was all weird. It was this bad Super Bowl hangover. It was kind of like what we saw this last year. So I think with Robert Saleh coming back, yes, he's experienced, he's smart, he knows what he's doing, but in order to wave that magic wand and turn around the 49ers defense, you also got to have some personnel, man. And Malik Mustafa, Renardo Green, two really nice young pieces. Add to it. And I keep going back to what JB Long said when he came on the show with us. Jared Verse was a reminder of what a first-round defensive tackle looked like because, like the 49ers, the Rams sacrificed a lot of picks for a little bit there. They didn't have a first-round pick. Now they've rebuilt the young defense, and I do think offensive line could be a good backup priority. Now, I was reading a column in The Athletic about a little mock draft because we're already getting into that season, and actually your guy, Abdul Carter, they were projecting number 1 to Tennessee. Now, I don't know if they're going to go that far, but it is a very good edge and D tackle kind of depth. Now, in this one, they had offensive tackle from Ohio State going to San Francisco, Joshua Simmons. I'm always good with the offensive line because I do think Brock Purdy, you got to put him in situations to succeed. Look at Jalen Hurts and what he has had between Saquon Barkley, we've got Christian McCaffrey, and that offensive line after Jason Kelce retired. Life was very, very pleasant for him in the playoffs. So I think the defense needs to become a force again. When Brock Purdy made it to the Super Bowl, it was the offense and Purdy for 30 getting there. So always look to rebuild the offensive line, but defensive tackle for Robert Saleh coming back, refortify the defense, get younger. That's the priority.
That's the longest 2 minutes in recorded history. I think I fathered 5 kids in the time it took for you.
How many C-sections?
I'm not sure. Derek has a nice round oval, so I'm not sure. I don't think any, actually. Was that 2 minutes? You gave him.
It was 2
I
minutes.
got a timer on the two.
I gave him like a little extra.
I would say 2-1 Silver in overtime, but you'd pick.
I'm going to give it to Greg.
Hey! G&G?
Yeah, G&G.
Double G?
Yeah.
Do we tie? Is it 1.5? Which one are you picking?
I think I'm gonna go with Silver on this one.
In fairness, I appreciate the point, but I do think Papa also outlined a lot of the foundation for where I was going. Like
he went long over 2 minutes.
I went like 7 minutes.
I cut him short earlier though, so I gave him back a couple seconds.
It's all good.
It's like, soccer
this.
rules. Soccer rules.
This is a Walter Whip It Out Wednesday.
Whip It Out Wednesday, baby. We'll do it every week.
You whipped it good.
Walter Whip It Out Wednesday.
That was the text. Walter Weekly Whip It Out. It's a Walter Whip It Out Wednesday. He whipped it, didn't he?
I think he whipped it pretty good. Love the little music going. Like it kind of reminds me.
That whip.
I remember one time when the Warriors were in their heyday. It was say 2017-18 with KD, and it was to the point where they were making headlines over anything. And Draymond Green was complaining about either Orlando or New York. They were on an East Coast road trip, and how there was no music playing in the arena on a little matinee weekend game, and how he's like, no, we need the music to get us going. I kind of see where he's coming from now. That was good.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And you guys just unleashed a monster, because when you guys start talking too long in a segment, I'm just going to hit you with a...
This is the 2-minute warning.
Who was that? And does not sound like cleat blame. That was the referee we had the last game of the year in Arizona.
Yeah, it was the cleanest one that I can find. Yeah.
Sounds like a raspy Ron Torbert. Who's getting the Super Bowl, by the way? Do we know?
It is Ron Torbert getting the Super Bowl.
Is it Torbert?
I believe so. Yeah, because Mike Sando wrote about it. So when you were off, JD and I... Thanks,
you got
Walter.
into it?
JD and I, no, we were talking to Mike Sando, and he had a whole breakdown about Patrick Mahomes' success with each referee, and I think he's 3-1 with Torbert.
So ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But, Julian Edelman had some funny comments about that as well. So anyway, that was Walter's Wednesday Whip It Out. I'm going to say whip it out instead of whip around.
No, that was Sean Smith in Arizona, who I thought actually was going to maybe get the Super Bowl. That's who Pereira told me would get it. It would be Sean Smith, but it's Ron Torbert. He's a good official.
So anyway, 49ers rebuild that line. We have Shohei Ohtani. I didn't think of the outfield angle. That was interesting, although it's not like the Dodgers necessarily need an outfield.
Well,
they're not like the Giants right now.
Well, what are they going to do in the outfield? Play Teoscar? Or is Michael Conforto going to be their left fielder? What are they doing in the... I'm just saying, if he's good enough to steal 59 bases and throw 100 miles an hour, why can't you go play right field for me on the days? Why are we DHing the best athlete in the sport?
It's not a bad point. We'll keep this conversation moving. Walter, appreciate the little juice here on a Wednesday. I realize I never even teased the guest list, so we'll do that coming back. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The third leg of FanFest is upon us in Sacramento this Saturday. And one of the attendees, your second baseman for the San Francisco Giants, Tyler Fitzgerald, stopping by with my two Gregs, with Greg Papa and Greg Silver today at 1:30. Make sure to check that out on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Oh, hey, what's going on, everybody? It is time to talk about sleeper picks. Yeah, that's right. We've been talking a lot of basketball here in the first hour of the show. And look, the Warriors are 500. Some nights it's looking pretty. Some nights it's just not. But the best way to get through it is to make some money. So if you're tired of watching everyone else make money off of their NBA picks and you're watching a 500 basketball team, well, you can start cashing on Sleeper today. A fantasy game, just pick more or less on at least two of your favorite players' stats, such as Brandon Pajemski three-pointers, Dennis Schroeder pointing to the bench after he makes a three, whatever it may be. And the bottom line is, if you're right, you win. So for a limited time, Sleeper has a special offer. New users can play just $5 and they'll receive $55 in free entries instantly. So they'll even give you a player projection discounted to just a half a point with your first entry. Almost guaranteed money. And with the newly launched 1,000-time payouts, a $5 entry could win you $5,000. So download the Sleeper app now. Use promo code LEADER to get in on this promo before time runs out. I said code LEADER to download this app and get in on the play $5, get $55 offer. Must be 18 years old. Promo code, location, and other restrictions apply. Minimum deposit $25. See terms of use for details. Please play responsibly and call 1-800-426-2537 for help.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Papa and Silver hanging out, the Gregs here on a Wednesday. We just had Walter's Wednesday whip around. I enjoyed that. We might have to make that a little Wednesday special. So good job, Walter. I gotta say, not only is the hair on point today, but segment's going pretty well, if I don't say so myself. Never really teased the guest list, I realized, and that's because it's always a little bit of a piece together act, but we're going to have Sean Merriman, former San Diego Charger, doing a little Bet Online promo for the Super Bowl.
Lights out?
Lights out, joining us at 12:30. That's an hour. We'll have a very quick moment with James Ham, talk about De'Aaron Fox, the Sacramento Kings, and their direction. And then Tyler Fitzgerald is going to be joining us at 1:30 to promote Giants Fan Fest Stop number 3 in Sacramento at Sutter Health Park. So lots to look forward to on the back half of the show here.
Looking forward to dealing and talking with Fitzmagic. What a year he had last year when he came up. And I honestly thought he was going to be the starting shortstop to begin the year. But they didn't go that way. Casey Schmidt was in the mix. Ultimately, they obtained Nick Ahmed late, and then he did get the job later. But he had as good of a streak as far as home run hitting that any player's ever had in Giants history, going back to the great Willie Mays in New York when he was young. So, but now he's got a major transformation. Second base. I remember he's really a natural shortstop. He played in the outfield. I think it was on Father's Day a couple of years ago at AAA Sacramento. He never played there before, and he's got great speed, but you have to, judge fly balls. At Tony La Russa's event over the weekend, Jose Canseco opened up about, Jose was the first 40-40 guy. He had big-time speed, but he was petrified. Every single fly ball that was hit his way, he was so petrified. And Billy Bob got him to talk about the time when the ball hit him in the head and went over the wall for a home run. And actually, he met his wife. He saw his wife, his future wife, the night before at Hooters, of all places, and brought her to the game. And they wound up getting married. And he had a clever line about, well, actually, the way baseball works is if it hits off my head and goes over the wall, I get an assist on the home run. She didn't know about baseball. But anyway, but Jose was just such a great runner. But he was not a great fly ball catcher. He didn't have angles. He didn't know where to go. He would take false steps. He had to recover. That's the thing with Tyler was he took to center field pretty naturally. How's he going to take to second base?
Yeah.
And do you want that athleticism to be at second base? He's not a great defender at shortstop. He had some issues on the backhand side, going in the hole and planting and throwing. So how would you align him? But I'm anxious to hear from Fitzmagic coming up later on. And then this morning I heard Elliot Ramos with Murph and Marcus, and he was really interesting. And he relived, that day, the Clemente day, when they all were 21, and he went opposite field, and McCovey Cove Dave was there to get the home run, the first right-handed homer to go into the cove, into the bay for a splashdown. So, and I remember talking to him last year about hitting, I think it was 20, because he had never hit 20 in professional baseball. He obviously got past that, became an all-star. But now he's talking about being the first 30 home run hitter as a Giant since Barry Lamar Bonds in 2004. So I think he has the ability to do it. But he was talking about his defense, and he's got to tighten up. I think he's fine in left and right. He has a great throwing arm. For some reason, just did not track the ball well in center field. Tyler Fitzgerald could track it in center. He was decent at short. How is he going to be at second base, though?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see with Tyler Fitzgerald and moving around the infield. I mean, I want to ask him just what he learned about playing defense at a park like Oracle Park, because he moved around and he was 26 all of last year. I mean, still fairly young, coming up at the majors to be a utility guy and kind of have to work with a park that is known for low-scoring games, tough to hit the ball out. You got the wins. And as far as center field goes, I mean, I'm thankful that, if everything goes well, Jung-Hoo Lee able to be back there full-time. We just saw him for 37 games. I don't know what we're going to get offensively from Jung-Hoo Lee and if he's going to be that full-time leadoff man, but to have Jung-Hoo Lee back there defensively, I remember the day he got injured, I was in the car driving here to do a little extra innings postgame show with Bill Lasky and had it on. Harrison's out there on the mound. Looked like Lee was going to make a play, or sounded like, because I was in the car, and then I came in, saw the injury, and was like, oh, that's not good. And then he was out for the year shortly after.
I think Kyle Harrison was on the mound, and you reminded him of that, and he got a jolt. Jung-Hoo Lee's a good outfielder, there's no doubt. I think Grant McCray has a chance to be a better outfielder, but they'll figure it all out. And then obviously with Matos in the offseason he had, but it'll be good to catch up with Tyler Fitzgerald. But, beginning of the year, he just, middle of the year when he came up, he caught fire. He was the best player. I actually thought he was maybe going to finish third in the National League Rookie of the Year ballot, and he wasn't even on the final ballot. There were a lot of good rookies this year. Obviously, Skeens in Pittsburgh, and the young man in Milwaukee, Churio, and the young guy in San Diego, the center fielder. And look about him. He was a natural shortstop, never played the outfield. Pretty impressive. But anyway, then he went into a bad funk where he was swinging and missing a lot. Those two fateful games against the Braves, to bunt or not to bunt. Yaz had the first one. He had the second one. And in all honesty, Bob wanted them to bunt, but not to just give himself up. He wanted them to bunt and try to beat it out, push the bunt. Don't put it down and give yourself up. And he wound up, making a bad play, and it didn't work out. But there's some refinement to his game. And then, like so many guys on this team, they strike out too much. Tyler Fitzgerald's got a hole. Matt Chapman's got a hole. Yastrzemski's got a hole. They cannot handle the high fastball. So he's going to strike back and hit a lot of home runs, and he does it on all kinds of pitches. But he's got to barrel the ball more. But more than anything, you don't want him to lose his confidence offensively by making this adjustment to second base. That you would think it'd be easier to play second than short, but how does he come across the bag? It's an entirely different position. So I don't see him really as a second baseman. Maybe he'll surprise us and he'll do well. And if he does struggle, Casey Schmidt, I think, could play second base. So I think it's a battle between those two right-handed hitters. We'll see, ultimately how they do. But I'm anxious to catch up with Tyler Fitzgerald.
Well, we got some news actually on another infielder around the MLB. Ha-Seong Kim and the Tampa Bay Rays are in agreement on a 2-year, $29 million contract, which includes an opt-out after one season. This per Jeff Passan of ESPN. And Kim expected to return sometime in May and slated to take over at shortstop when he does come back. So
that's too pricey. We were wondering if Ha-Seong Kim could lay around. Before he injured his shoulder late last year, and before Buster Posey took over and can lure someone like Willie Adames, we thought, and Bob, basically at the end of the year, Bob Melvin came on this show, and I don't want to say he said it flat out, I didn't want Ha-Seong Kim, but it certainly sounded that way because of the connection with his countryman, Jung-Hoo Lee, and everything. And then he hurt his shoulder, and they're like, whoa. And then there was a time where I thought, could they get both, Willie Adames and Ha-Seong Kim, and play Kim at second base? Or when he gets over the shoulder, he's a better shortstop than Adames. Now, what deal did you make with Adames? Is he willing to move to second base? Probably not likely, but he may have to move off a short at some point. But and we just talked about this a couple days ago.
Yeah,
that's too much money. You're not giving him 2 years, $29 million on top of what you gave Adames. So there was a market for him. He had to wait to nearly February to get it. So good luck for him. But he's gonna miss the first month of the year, and then you do wonder, how's he going to throw the ball with the torn labrum injury, and also. How's he going to hit the ball? When he first got to Major League Baseball, he was overpowered. The bat was knocked out of his hand a lot. And then he started to turn it around. He hit homers. He hit doubles. He was a really good hitter. He was a better shortstop than Bogarts. He's a good player. But now I think what it really would be the medical. You got to look and see what's the shoulder, how's it healing? Do you do a tryout, throw the ball, hit the ball? When's it going to take? It's more of your doctors. But that's a reasonable deal for him, but too pricey to bring him in on top of what you gave Adames, on top of what you gave Chapman.
It also makes me grateful that the Giants just went out and got Adames done quickly, because when we talked to Dave Fleming and Andy Baggerly, they were like, well, the number that really stuck out was 161. Adames was available, and he was a shortstop that's going to be better on the offensive side, and he's going to be able to go through spring training, and if all goes well, be able to play another 161 for the Giants here in 2025. You know, I was laughing last night because those letter grades that are given to off seasons or drafts or free agency and all that stuff, that's about as subjective as the around the horn scoring system. So you never take it seriously. But I saw Willy Adames with a C+ attached to it for the Giants, and it wasn't grading the offseason. It was grading the individual signing, and I'm like, C+. I'm like, the Giants went out and got the best player on the market at the position they needed the most. So maybe
we'll
laugh a little
see.
bit.
Can he play shortstop? You know, how is his power going to translate going from Milwaukee? Milwaukee's a hitter's park. Is he going to hit 32 bombs in this ballpark with 32 doubles? I think you have to wait and see. And then defensively, you know, having Chapman next to him will help him, but he does not have a lot of range at shortstop. Now, that can change. You know, now that he got paid, he may work a little harder, get in better shape. He's a great clubhouse guy, obviously, but I think that's to be determined, exactly how good of a player Adames will be here.
Absolutely. Well, we'll keep this conversation moving. It's Poppin' Silver with Walter and the slicked back hair and the man bun on the Sports Leader.
Gray, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, everybody? Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs. We're taking it all the way up to 2 o'clock. Dirty Work actually is going to be out at Harmonic Brewing today ahead of the ESPN showing of Warriors and Thunder. We'll see if Steph Curry is good to go tonight, missing the front end of the back-to-back. The Warriors now 6-3 without him, and they actually played OKC one time without Steph this year. Kind of took it down to the wire, ended up being a pretty good game, but they ultimately fell in that one. Quick note, as we kind of do a little reset of everything here. So we continue to monitor the All-Star weekend because it is taking place at Chase Center. And Shams Charania putting out there that Caitlin Clark is not going to participate in a three-point shootout, wants her first three-point contest to be a WNBA All-Star in Indy in front of her home fans. And, I mean, look, I respect wanting to go in front of the home fans. And there were also reports out there from the Sports Business Journal that maybe Steph is going to go to Indiana over the summer and do something. I love the growth of the women's game. I'm excited that there's a team coming to San Francisco here in the Valkyries. But last year, Sabrina and Steph was the star of the show out of all of it.
Shams certainly is credible, but I go to the 30-mile zone. TMZ had the latest on this with Caitlin. So we thought, and it's been mentioned before, and we talked to Kevin Harlan about it when he was on recently, the other day, and we thought it was going to be Steph and Clay and the way to get the Splash Brothers back in the Bay Area's All-Star game against Sabrina and Caitlin. And on top of it, to promote the Warriors' new WNBA franchise, the Valkyries. And by the way, their merch is just selling out of the team store. It's all around the arena, the color scheme, the purple. It's hot.
I think they got more season ticket deposits than seats in the arena.
So I thought she would do it. I don't know why she turned it down. I understand her situation in Indy, and Steph could go back and do it that way. So what other WNBA player can you put in there to replace Caitlin Clark, she may be a bigger star than anybody, including Steph or Clay or even Taylor Swift, how big she was and what she did for the college basketball ratings in the WNBA last year going to Indiana. So, I mean, how do we do it? I frankly don't know the WNBA personnel well enough to know. But the real goal was to get them both together involved. Do you just do Steph against Sabrina again? How do you get Klay Thompson? What if you just do Steph versus Clay? Just do that. I mean, have they announced the contestants for the three-point shootout? I have not heard that. We've heard the Rising Star game and the dunk
contestants.
I think in light of that, just invite Clay back. Maybe just you want the whole field and everybody involved? Probably, but really what you want to do, if you want to make it a Bay Area, or maybe make it around it, just have a Steph versus Clay shoot-off, because you want to get Clay involved in the All-Star game some way, somehow. Draymond will be hanging around as an ambassador, but even though he's a Dallas Maverick, this All-Star game does represent in this building the greatness of the Dub dynasty, and Clay was right there. So how do you get Klay Thompson involved, as opposed, and he sold his house in Belvedere, so he's not going to come back here on the yacht and just hang out. He put that up for sale. So in any event, Caitlin can do what she wants, but we were kind of hoping she'd roll with it, and Steph could still do it. But how do you make it work where Steph and Clay do shoot on All-Star Saturday night? How do you do that?
I want Iguodala.
Yeah, he's not involved. He ain't doing it. You're the executive director of the NBA Players Association. We do not want to embarrass Andre. Let's not do that. We do not want Iguodala.
Let's do every Warriors role player of the dynasty. Let's get Festus Ezeli, Ian Clark, Brandon Rush. No, I mean, and look, I would like to see Sabrina Ionescu incorporated somehow as well, being a Bay Area native herself at Miramani High School. So it's a fair point, and I don't say this disparagingly of any players in the WNBA, because it's just a fact right now that Caitlin Clark has a level of star power and intrigue that is well beyond most players. Now, a lot of different players could participate in a three-point contest. I mean, like Marina Mabry is a walking bucket. Kelsey Mitchell just re-signed with the Indiana Fever. Caitlin Clark's teammate. Kelsey Plum was just traded to L.A. So there's players. There's Jewel Lloyd. But it's like I'm throwing out these names right now. And a lot of people here, if you're just out there listening in your car on the text line, like the odds are that you're probably not going to know a lot of these names unless you follow women's basketball regularly. Now, it's not a bad way to expose it. And again, I am not disparaging any of the studs that play in this league that is continuing to grow. But to have an all-star game in San Francisco, Steph and Sabrina, that was the ratings bucket right there. That was gold. I don't know if somebody besides Sabrina or Caitlin Clark can really do anything close to justify as, being what last year was.
I agree, but if she's not going to take part, do you have enough star power to pull it off, even though the WNBA has good shooters? The 408 on the text line, interesting.
Yeah.
How about a father and son shoot-off between, Steph and Dell are two of the best. Michael Thompson was not a three-point shooter. So I think that wouldn't be unfair to have Clay and Michael. You could have LeBron and Bronny involved. He didn't play as well in Philadelphia. He dropped 31 of the G League game recently, which is interesting. I don't know if outside of Steph and Dell Curry, and Dell, he wasn't Steph. He was a catch-and-shoot guy, and he got no jump on the jumper, but, man, he was money in the short corners. There was no one like him. His hand-eye insane. That's where Steph comes from. And outside of Steph and Dell Curry, what father-son duo could take on Steph and Dell and even compete?
I don't think there's anyone. You're already going against the greatest of all time, and Dell was a damn good shooter himself. I mean, let's see.
Let me think about that. Steve and Nick Kerr.
Scottie Pippen.
Could they do it?
And Scottie Pippen Jr.
Scottie Pippen, no. Scottie was not a shooter in his son. That would be a route. I would take Steve and Nick Kerr, the coach of the Santa Cruz Warriors, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. But, I mean, Clay, we got to get Clay involved. Just have Steph versus Clay. It's a splash down by the bay. The Splash Brothers have a shoot-off, just one-on-one. Let's go. What do you think, Walter? How do we get Clay involved in this since Caitlin won't take part?
I don't know. I would love to see that, though. You guys are talking about father-son duos. What about the Hardaways? What about Tim Hardaway?
Oh.
Ooh. Tim Hardaway Jr., Timmy, not great shooters. They could clearly compete, though.
They could hold their own,
Tim had the ugliest knuckleball shot that's ever been shot, but he just willed the ball in the basket. It's like, that thing is going to break the rim. It's not, swish, Hardaway! That would be good. Timmy Jr. is not a three-point shooter. He's more of a midi scorer. The least they could give him, what if we had a bunch of them? Michael Thompson's not going to do it.
209 saying Gary Payton Sr. and Jr. Yeah.
Again.
Good luck on GP2.
They would break the rim on that one. No, it doesn't translate. I mean, what father and son duo? Kobe and Jelly Bean, we lost them both. I went Bill Walton and Luke Walton. You think of the history of the NBA. We got to think more. There are a lot of good father-son.
Also, you bring up Tim Hardaway in that era. Like, point guards weren't automatically good at shooting the three ball back then. But today, if you're a guard, you're probably able to hit the three at a pretty efficient
Chris
clip.
Smullen didn't shoot the three ball back then. That was not a part of the game. Timmy had an ugly three, but it would go in and he would go off. And by the way, I did see Mully at the Billy Bob, Tony La Russa event on Walnut Creek, and we visited. And last time we had Tim Hardaway on, he said, I'm coming to town. What did he say, like February 12th or something? The week of the All-Star game, and he said, let's get everybody in studio. So we are going to put that together in studio to have a Run TMC, Walk This Way reunion in this studio where the three great Warriors, Tim, Mitch, and Chris. How about the Berries?
Oh.
Now, Bones Berry Brent Berry can shoot the ball. John Berry can shoot the ball. Rick Berry can shoot the ball, whether it's underhanded or overhand. They would probably... We got to give a shout out there to the 915, all the Berry. Now, which Berry brother and son would you take? Scooter would be my choice. What's the other one he has? Canyon? I know Rick would push for Canyon. We don't know who he is, Rick. But I think I would take Bones. Bones was the one guy, Brent Berry, that was in the NBA three-point shootout as a player and the slam dunk competition. I don't know if it was the same year, but he was athletic enough where he could do both. So maybe the one father and son duo in the history of the NBA that could shoot with the Currys would be the Berries.
Yeah.
I mean the father-son duo no one's talking about is Draymond Green and Kevin Hart. I mean.
Who's the father and who's the son?
That's a good question.
We got Glenn Rice Sr. and Jr. from 707 on the text deadline, or the text line. We got, let's see. We have Larry Nance, Sr. and Jr. That's a toughie.
If you wanted to have a dunk competition, I'd take that. And when I did the All-Star game my first year in the NBA with the Indiana Pacers, Larry Nance Sr. won that dunk competition over Orlando Woolridge. I think Michael was too young. It was Michael's rookie year. I don't recall him taking part. But if you want to have a dunk competition, Larry Sr. and Larry Jr., the Nances, would clearly win.
We could also do Bob McAdoo, James Michael McAdoo.
Not related. I would. That's my hero growing up. There's no one better than Bob. Kevin Durant is Bob McAdoo, without a doubt.
I think there has to be a qualifying factor, though, for entering this three-point contest. If they were a C-section son, bonus 5 points.
Greg Papa and Derek Papa taking on the Currys? No, not a shootout.
With a 5-point lead.
Maybe you shoot your mouth off, we could handle it, but not that. We got to get Clay involved. I mean, I didn't we all think this was happening? So Caitlin is the one. I was wondering, when are they going to announce that? Now she's put the kibosh on it. They're not. Let's just get another WNBA player and do that. Does it have to be Caitlin?
I don't think
Sabrina,
it has to be Caitlin.
Walnut Creek, the Splash Brothers. That's what we want, right?
Yeah, that's what we want. I wouldn't mind a repeat of last year. It was incredible. Sabrina tied the top score of all the NBA three-point shooting contests, and the only one to beat them all was Steph. So that was awesome. But, yeah, that's kind of our little reset here, and we're going to keep this going on the other side. Since we got Sean Merriman coming up at 12:30, let me get a little bit back into football in our Robert Saleh conversation. It's up next, Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
What could you do with an extra $75,000 right now, or even a couple of $100,000? If you own a home, you can get that money in less than a week with Loan Pronto. Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Loan Pronto is the leader in quickly converting your home equity into cold, hard cash, so you can pay off all your credit cards or start that home remodel. Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There's virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, no junk fees, and often no appraisals. Listen, the average homeowner now has over $300,000 in equity. That's your money. Use it. One client got $150,000 out and paid off all their credit cards, 2 car loans, and a personal loan, cutting their monthly expenses by $1,500. You can get approved as little as 1 day, so act now with no hard credit pull up front. LoanPronto.com, 415-808-5721. Get the money you need for anything, 415-808-5721, LoanPronto.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Timeouts left. Timeouts left. 2 hands off. Tony Jones Jr. off the left side is going to run for a touchdown. Right through the Niner defense all the way in. Touchdown.
Yeah, that was the very, very end of Greg Papa's long season of calls there for the 49ers as Jones takes the handoff from Clayton Tune and the Cardinals run away with it. 49ers, of course, already eliminated at that point. But the reason I kind of wanted to come in with that one is because, well, you said it to me during the break, Papa, from start to finish, stopping the run was a big problem for the Niners this year. And when we did Walter's Wednesday whip around, we were both pretty adamant about you got to get a run stopper, you got to get a defensive tackle, you got pick number 11 in the draft. I was looking through some mock draft columns. There's actually a lot of good defensive prospects here in round one.
Well, I'm watching the Senior Bowl as we talk, and we're recording it all. We are going to the Combine this year, and we're going to stay all weekend, so we'll be there Thursday and Friday for our shows from there, and then watch Saturday, Sunday, come back. So it's a big draft, obviously, and that Tony Jones Jr. call, you could hear it in my voice. I mean, the game was over. They came out of the 2-minute warning. You were going to kneel the game out, and that was not James Conner. You know, it wasn't even Michael Carter, who was playing a lot that day with the injury to the Terminator, James Conner, and Tony Jones breaks a 46-yard touchdown run that he shouldn't have scored. But he's Tony Jones Jr. It's his one chance to get in. He could have slid down, whatever. But they, led by that run, they had 151 yards rushing in that game. Carter did have a touchdown. They had 2 touchdowns. The Niners have got to fix their run defense. I mean, it's just, if you cannot stop the run in the NFL, it is hard to win a game. They will, that's what the Niners do. They run all over teams. They have 30, 35, 40 attempts, keep the ball 30, 35, 40 minutes and play bully ball and keep away. And that's what was happening to the Niners. They could not stop the run. So how do you do it? Obviously, bringing Saleh back will help, but his run defense for the New York Jets wasn't great. It was the one probably weakness they had. So you do wonder, obviously, it's personnel, it's players. You've got to get better. The loss of Javon Hargrave was a problem with a torn bicep early in the year, but he's not a great run player. He's more of a pocket collapser as a pass rusher, but he's a big body guy. Eric Armstead's no longer here. We know about DeForest Buckner. The run defense began to slide last year when Talanoa Hufanga got hurt. You don't have Dre Greenlaw. There are a lot of reasons why. But you've got to fix the run defense. And the moment that Saleh was announced last Friday night, we've been talking about him forever. I do wonder about, he's not going to change, I don't think, the back end a lot as far as the cover 3 based. And you gave the blitzing numbers. You'd like to win with 4, but if you can't, you got to get home some way or another. And last year, the Niners only had 1 sack from a non-defensive lineman, Fred Warner, earlier in the year. So why are we blitzing when you're not getting home? Now, a lot of times that does translate into somebody else getting a sack or a throwaway. And they did blitz Kyler a couple of times on 3rd down that last game and forced a throwaway. But you've got to stop the run. Now, do you want to change the scheme of the wide 9? Chris Kaceric's the defensive line coach here. And I don't think he's going anywhere. He's good at his job. They love him. He's the energy of that D-line and the defense specifically. But do you want to alter it where you don't play the wide 9 on every down? Really, it is a pass rushing 3rd down, 2nd down and long kind of defense where the wide 9 means the ends are playing out at 9 technique. It's just where you line up on the grid. 9 technique is outside of the offensive tackles, out by the tight ends. And there were times where the Niners got some teams use Buffalo or Detroit uses a jumbo lineman. They're bringing a 6th offensive lineman and a 3rd tackle essentially and putting a tight end outside of him. So you're not at wide 9, you're at wide 11. You're so far out there, which is fine if you want to come around the edge and get a sack. But if they want to run the ball, there's just so much land in the middle of the field. You're putting so much on the D tackles to squeeze that down, the linebackers behind. It's hard. So I would like to see them get away from the wide 9 as much and use it situationally. If you get a team into a 3rd and long, a 2nd and long, let's go. Let's go wide 9. We're getting up the field. If it's 1st and 10 or 2nd and 4, and you got to be a little more balanced. The wide 9 may take away, the Todd Gurley outside zone run in LA. He's not here anymore. They're running more. They built their offensive line. They're running more gap scheme downhill. Arizona's running downhill more with Connor and Kyler in the gun. And then beyond that, so let's see if they tweak it. I'm not sure they will, because that's just what Kasarik believes in. And that's why he was brought here. But maybe just have more of a discussion about that. But the bottom line is they need more bodies inside. And I do want to keep Malik Collins and Jordan Elliott. They're good players. You just can't play them as many snaps. So you've got to draft inside guys, the whole D-line, and then you got to go out, outside of your own realm and sign guys. And of the guys that are free agents, the one that I want back the most is Kevin Givens. I think, Dre certainly is in a different category. What kind of money is Kevin going to get? Kevin's a good player. He's been an effective guy on this front for a long time. He got hurt this year and he had a chance to play more. Evan Anderson can play the run. Again, Elliott, Collins are rotational guys. We'll see if they can bring Hargrave back. But as far as signing players that are not in the building right now, I agree with Matt Barrows. I want Mr. DJ. Hey, Mr. G, I want 2 DJs. DJ Reed. Now, is he going to make $13 million a year like Kruger said? I went, whoa, that's expensive. We're not doing that. But maybe, is he going to get that much money? He's not a big corner, but he can play outside. He also can go inside a little bit. If you lose Diamador Lenore, Renardo Green can go in there. But DJ Reed fits here. And then DJ Jones. I remember talking to Evan Anderson. He's an undrafted player. The Niners gave him a lot of money to bring him in here as a after draft, not drafted free agent, a rookie. And the guy that he watched the most tape on, and they said, we want you to play like DJ Jones. So why don't we just go out and get DJ Jones? So how much would that cost, though, if you go out and get both Mr. DJs? DJ Reed as a corner and DJ Jones as a defensive tackle.
Right, and then if you add that cost, is that too much to be able to go and re-sign Dre Greenlaw, depending on what his market is? So there's a lot that's got to fit together. Greenlaw, if he does come back, would just be one of 3 bodies that was there for Robert Saleh in 2019 starting back when he was getting this defense going. So, yes, it's great to have Saleh back, but he's going to have a lot to work with. And it's not just the bodies and getting younger and having the depth, but there's also the element of where was I going with that? With the bodies and getting younger, there's also the element of the scheme. And if you adjust that wide 9 like you were getting at, Papa, and if it's a thing you don't just necessarily get rid of, but you're using it sporadically on long third down situations and something like that. So I'll tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I'll admit I haven't gotten too deep down the rabbit hole of looking at some of the top prospects, as the 49ers not just have the 11th pick, but they're going to have 12 total picks in the draft, assuming they end up keeping all of them. And Michigan's defensive tackle probably will not be there at 11. Mason Graham is projected around top 5 to 7 range. But there's also another interior defensive lineman out of Oregon in terms of Derek Harmon that could be someone that's a really nice fit for a 49ers alongside a Nick Bosa who's fully healthy. And we'll see what happens on the back end if they have to start Jair Brown and Malik Mustafa next to each other. I know when Hufanga came back, they were very quick to, even with a club on his hand, to start him alongside of Mustafa, and that seems to be the best combination. But Hufanga, reality is he might not be back next year, so a lot to work with.
I typically, and normally we're playing in the Super Bowl, or not normally, but we have our championship games, and you don't get into this now. I will start the draft prep, and we are going to the Combine. So when we get there, we'll be thoroughly prepared for all these guys that are going to be not just the number 11 pick eligible, but later. The Senior Bowl all of a sudden is important in Mobile. How many Niners are there? We did reach out to get Robert Saleh on the show this week, and I think all the coaches are out of the office this week. So where'd they go? Are you seeing them on the video in Mobile? You would think so. This is a huge draft for this franchise to continue to build on what they did in last year's draft. You got to hit those picks again. I haven't studied any of the players except for a few. Obviously, the Penn State guys. The tight end is a special player, Abdul Carter, who we love. And now in Daniel Jeremiah's top 50 prospects, he had his first mock draft, the top 10. He has him going number 1 overall in the entire draft. We'll talk to Sean Merriman about taking an edge guy, and they typically do go high. But at number 11, you look at typically what happens, and last year, quarterbacks went 1, 2, 3, and then you had Marvin Harrison going 4, You had a quarterback going later, obviously, to J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota. Where did he go, 10?
10.
You know, there's been a trend where quarterbacks have gone 1, 2, 3 and high in the draft, and last year it was just ridiculous how high they were going. This does not appear to be a great quarterback class. Shador obviously is out there. Cam Ward from Miami is out there. My question would be, is somebody going to trade up to go get a quarterback, or is somebody going to take a quarterback unusually high that's going to drop somebody down? I'm looking at the list of the top 10 from Daniel Jeremiah, and there, there's an edge guy, Jalen Walker from Georgia. You got an offensive tackle from LSU, a D tackle from Michigan, Graham, the tight end we talked about from Penn State. That's high to take him 5 overall, Tyler Warren, but he's a beast. I mean, that guy, it looks like Taysom Hill meets George Kittle, and he's bigger. I mean, what a prospect he is. And you saw the tight end play, what the Raiders were able to do this year with Brock Bowers from Napa and how good he is, the Georgia star. So anyway, will teams overreach to go get a quarterback? They always do. And then if you're the Niners at 11 and someone likes a quarterback that is still on the board, whether it's Ward or Shadir Dion's son, do you trade back in the draft? Do you just stick and draft at 11, or do you move back and get more picks? Could you imagine dropping back a little bit, like Belichick often would do, or Seattle, and you wind up with a couple of first-round picks and maybe move back to the teens or somewhere there? But the quarterback element to this, because it does not appear to be a strong quarterback draft. How many are we going to have in the first round? 2 would be the most. I haven't studied. I think the Syracuse quarterback is really good. Strong, but is he a first-round pick? Probably not. You could get him later in day 2. But the quarterback element in every draft does change what the actual board is as far as who's the best football player. How could that help the Niners?
See, that was my thought as well, kind of looking at the draft order and starting to get into this a little bit. There's not a lot of quarterbacks out there. Like last year, we had all the prospects. I mean, Michael Penix to be the 4th guy taken off the board, and then you got J.J. McCarthy and Bo Nix, 6 of the first 12. That was crazy. There's not 6 guys that are going to be able to go in the first 12. But I do look at the order, and I see 5 teams of the first 7 that you could justify taking a quarterback. Tennessee with the number 1 pick. Cleveland, now that Deshaun Watson had another setback with his injury and already was playing terrible football to begin with, could very much take a quarterback. New York, you think that's their top priority for the Giants. New England, no. And by the way, congrats to Drake May making the Pro Bowl roster as a fill-in at the end. Jacksonville will not do it. Las Vegas absolutely needs a quarterback. And the Jets, we don't know the future with Aaron Rodgers, as Aaron Glenn has been putting out comments and making waves there this year. So, again, that doesn't mean that there's going to be 5 quarterbacks off the board come the first 7. But you do kind of wonder if teams, especially getting a little desperate, if they're going to reach, do the 49ers have guys fall to them at 11 that they didn't think would be there? Or is their top choice off the board where they feel like they can get more picks, slide back a few, and ultimately get more out of this draft?
No, I mean, that's what happens typically. Now, how are you going to evaluate this? These quarterbacks, I mean, when you look at it, and Caleb Williams, a Heisman Trophy winner, Jaden Daniels, a Heisman Trophy winner, Drake May had a better, not as last year at North Carolina the year before, but a great prospect, Shemenkin Penix. And Bo Nix just played so much college football that Sean Payton was comfortable taking him at 12 and then making him the starter. And look at how good he did. They got in the playoffs this year. Is there anywhere near that caliber? I haven't looked at Dion's son enough. He looks like a dual threat player. Could he be Jaden? And then obviously Cam Ward. Who beyond that? I do like the Syracuse quarterback. We're watching the Senior Bowl. The Notre Dame quarterback is working out. The Alabama quarterback. There'll be some, but the point is, if you're looking for interior defensive linemen, edge linemen, offensive linemen, somewhere in the line of scrimmage, and I think the Niners will just pick the best player that they can get. If the Penn State tight end falls to them at 11, you're going to pass on that guy? And then with all these needs, I think is Tennessee, are they married to Will Levis? That guy is beyond reckless with the football. They let Malik go in the offs. They traded him to Green Bay. He wound up being a serviceable player, Willis. And then, they got Mason Rudolph there. I think they got to start clean. Now, I don't know. Brian Callahan's going to make that call, obviously, the new GM. Nick Holtz is there as their offensive coordinator. I mean, if this was last year's draft, there's no doubt Tennessee would take quarterback number one.
Oh, yeah.
Is it worth? Now, could they play the game where, we don't think these guys are worthy of the number one? Could you trade back at a quarterback? Cleveland, you mentioned them. The Giants are in play. New England's got their quarterback. Jacksonville's got Trevor. The Raiders need a quarterback. What are the Jets going to do with Aaron Rodgers? I mean, Aaron Glenn's going to have to figure it out. I think even if you bring Aaron Rodgers back, you still may want to come away with a quarterback.
Oh, absolutely.
What is New Orleans doing? Now, who's going to be their head coach? I think it will be Kellen Moore. We were talking about this yesterday. Mike McCarthy did drop out.
Mm-hmm.
Why did he drop out? Because he knew he wasn't going to get the job. He was going to hang around for a long time. So just there, and then the Bears are, they're not going to take a quarterback. The Niners aren't going to take one of the 11, but I could see the Niners taking one later in the draft, and then Dallas 12, Miami set. Indy got their young quarterback. Is he good enough? So certainly 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 are all possible. 9, Derek Carr just can't stay healthy. He's not been effective. He's not won enough. So of the first 9 picking, and the Niners are picking right behind him at 10 and 11, they go number 11. How many of those are quarterback-needy teams? But is this draft going to satisfy your need for a quarterback? Maybe you pass this year, you go out and get a veteran guy, stopgap it, a bridge quarterback, and then take a quarterback later in the draft.
Right. There may be veteran guys out there like a Sam Darnold who could be a little bit of a bridge for you. Or if he plays like Minnesota, when he did last year, might be able to be the guy and get some money. And just kind of looking at the quarterbacks. So in this model, it had Tennessee waiting till round 2 when they got picked 35 and taking Jalen Milroe, the Alabama QB.
He's at the Senior Bowl. I'm watching him right now.
We've got Jackson Dart from Ole Miss is another name. Quinn Ewers, all guys getting floated around in
Where
the
do
second.
They have the Syracuse quarterback going?
Ooh, it's a good question.
He's definitely a day 2 guy. I don't think he'll be a first-round pick, but could you get him in the 3rd round, or do you have to get him in the 2nd round?
This only goes 2 rounds deep, and so
he's
no
not
Syracuse
he's not
in
there?
Here. No. But yeah, but again, teams also can get a little bit quarterback happy. I didn't think that Bo Nix last year was going to go all the way to 12. Look what happens.
He's a good player.
He's a really good player.
61 starts in college football. He made errors a little bit. The Ferris Bueller that Sean Payton referenced. We have to coach the Ferris Bueller out of him. Not sure what that means exactly, but a little bit too much fun. But that guy's a gamer. I mean, right now, Penix, I think, has got the arm strength, but he has to prove he can read a defense and not telegraph the ball. I mean, obviously, Jaden was great. The best of all of them may be Drake May. If Drake May was on Washington this year, what would he have done with that roster? Or even on Chicago. If you put Drake May on the Bears over Caleb, but Caleb just wouldn't get the ball out of his hands. He was so indecisive with the ball, but Drake May is a player.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Drake May because we saw New England come to San Francisco week 4, and I'm like, this roster is terrible. The O-line is terrible. That's when the 49ers defense was at its healthiest. That was the game Fred Warner got injured in, but right before the injury, he has the pick 6, and I'm thinking, ooh, don't put Drake May out there behind this O-line, and you just let Jacoby Brissett take the hits, and they ended up going with Drake May. He showed some pretty nice flashes on what was otherwise a not impressive roster at all. Now you got Mike Vrabel back there rebuilding it, so a lot to get into. Sean Merriman coming up in about 15 minutes, so we'll go ahead, take a timeout, and keep this thing moving. It's Poppin' Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors were victorious again last night, pulled back to 500 against the Utah Jazz, but they have a tough task against the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight. So head on out there, and if you're out there early, stop by Harmonic Brewing, where you'll see Dirty Work getting down and dirty from 2 to 6. Talking Dubs all day here on The Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs. Happy Wednesday, everybody. We're hitting that midpoint of the week. If you made it this far, you're going to make it to the end, and we're all going to be okay. I was trying to figure out what we were going to talk about this segment, Papa, and then we just started beefing with a CBS promo that was playing over the air, talking about teams wearing white jerseys, being 16-4 in the last 20 Super Bowls. Hey, thanks a lot. Yeah, I can name 2 where it didn't go our way.
Super Bowl 54 and Super Bowl 58. The Chiefs wore red, and the 49ers won white.
Yeah, so anyway, take that for what it is. I think the Reddit guy who has incorrectly picked the Super Bowl 16 years in a row, I think finally the streak broke last year. He picked the Chiefs, and we're like, it's going to happen. They just break every curse, and it stinks. But that's okay. We're still talking a little football. Sean Merriman's going to join us at 12:30.
Let's draft one of those guys. Let's draft Lights Out. What an edge rusher he was.
Yeah, for San Diego Chargers, and a thing or two about the Buffalo Bills where he ended his career. So it'll be good to hear from him. He'll talk a little betting props if you want to make some money off of this Super Bowl. But just kind of want to reset and sort of wrap this conversation up on the 49ers and their priorities. Going to be great to ideally go to Indianapolis and scout a lot of these different position groups. What do the 49ers do depending on the 10 teams in front of them? And it's not just about pick number 11 because they got 11 other picks as it stands right now. There's a lot of different areas they can address. If Dre Greenlaw leaves, think about linebackers, possibly in free agency or through the draft. What are you going to do with your kicker? That's every fan's favorite topic. So
we're not cutting him. Just bring in guys to compete with him. He's under contract. So I don't know what they'll do with him. It'll be up to Brand Proyer, the new special teams coordinator. So the Senior Bowl's going on right now. We got a game on Saturday, a Pro Bowl game on Sunday, then the Super Bowl, and then, it really does start. And I know we look at the draft and the combine and the schedule, and we are going to Indianapolis for the combine. First time I've ever been there for a combine, my former home of Indy. I'm looking forward to it. But the new league year starts in March, and it starts there. Free agency comes before the draft, unlike, the NBA drafts first and free agency in July. So first thing you have to do is identify on your own roster, and this is where you have to be clear. You have to know your own players better than everybody else. You have to decide who you want to pay. And some of these decisions are easy because, like the exclusive rights free agents, and Evan Anderson just got here. I'm not sure they gave him a one-year deal when they outbid everybody else, but he's one. Undeniably, I want Evan Anderson back. How much will it cost to bring him back? He had quite a market. The exclusive rights free agent is you can offer him a one-year contract at the league minimum, and he can't negotiate with other teams. So you can bring him back. Alex Barrett, I don't think so. Jalen Graham, I think you let him walk in the offseason. Maybe bring him to training camp. Sam Okawano, undeniably, I want to bring back. Good player. He played a lot of snaps last year. He does fit with his athleticism. You can move him inside over a guard. Austin Pleasance, I didn't know much about him until they got him later in the year. He's good size. He's a prospect, certainly, to bring back. How much would it cost you? Jake Tunges from the South Bay. Braden Willis, maybe you have to move on from him. But I think at least these guys, because you can control them, I'd say bring them all back, and it won't cost you a lot. The RFAs, restricted free agents, or, again, you control those guys. Like last year, Jawan Jennings was an RFA.
Right.
Not only did they bring him back, they signed him into a 2-year contract. And thank goodness that they did. Otherwise, he'd be a UFA this year, an unrestricted free agent. And off
probably
the year,
in the market somewhere.
Well, you'd have to pay him a lot more if you could bring him back. So the RFAs, restricted free agents, I'm bringing them both back. One is Jordan Mason, who, while Christian was out till mid-year, was one of the leading rushers in the NFL. His first game against the Jets, he proved he could take on a load, be the lead back. He did get hurt late in the year, but I think he's a guy you keep, and maybe it's time to move on from Elijah Mitchell. I like Garendo as a prospect, but he flat out gets hurt too much. He's going to have to prove that he's more than just a special teams player based on availability. We know he has some ability, although I think he runs upright too much and he gets hit a lot. So I'm bringing Jordan Mason back. How much would that cost you to do as an RFA? The other one that really nobody talks about out there, and I think his injury really set this team back more than anybody knows, and that is linebacker Curtis Robinson from Stanford. I am unquestionably bringing him back as an RFA. He was going to make his first NFL start They had told him you're starting on Sunday. I don't know what they told Devondre, but that very practice that day is when he tore his knee up. And it was on a special teams drill. They very seldom start with a special teams drill. They did this day. He goes down to cover a kick, and they have to cart him off the field. He's just like, unbelievable. This guy, he's going to honors this year as the 49ers Walter Payton nominee now that Eric Armstead is gone. He is such a great person. He is ready to start in the NFL. He would have started here. That would have, Devondre may have gone AWOL then. Had they told him Curtis Robinson's now starting, how he would have, I don't know. But he played so well, whether it was a green dot, Mike linebacker, he could play Sam, he could play Will. I think it's essential to bring Curtis Robinson back. And if you could bring Dre back, we talked about D. Winters mixing in. I think, the way I would line him up, just because of his ability, and he's smart, and he's older, Stanford guy, fits, he could play teams. Your 3 starting lineups, maybe, even if you bring Dre back, it'd be Fred, Dre Greenlaw, and Curtis Robinson. If you can't bring Dre back, then it would be D. Winters in the mix. But I think even in the nickel, when you went to 2 linebackers, Curtis Robinson was going to play a lot this year, and no one knew who he was or talked about him. Tim and I talked about him in the preseason. He made every damn tackle. And I know it's preseason, not everybody's playing, but look at him scrape sideline to sideline. He's a great teams player. He won't cost you a lot. So of the RFAs, restricted free agents, I'm bringing Jordan Mason back, and undeniably Curtis Robinson coming back.
So if Dre Greenlaw walks, would you say Curtis Robinson is unquestionably, if he's healthy, the guy to start alongside Fred?
Then you may have to go out and buy one. I don't know how much it's going to cost. As far as the UFAs, and Greenlaw's the main name, you want to bring him back. Javon Hargrave, can you afford him? I don't know. That'll be up to the market on him. There's a way you could bring him back, but maybe not. Charvarius, I think it's time to move on. Ike Yadam, I was frankly disappointed in him. I thought his body in the OTAs and the mini camps, he had this long body. The guy, he was the first one on the field to work. He would work with Kyle's sons and during training camp. They picked on him. In that Ram game, they went at him specifically with some of their pre-snap motion, going to a bunch and losing him. So I like him. He did not make a lot of money. I just thought he was going to play better. But you need a corner here with Charvarius moving on, assume he is. You have Bernardo and you have Diamador. If you can get TJ Jones, Yadam would be a backup player. I'd put Rock Yassin in the same category. Feliciano, does he want to play anymore? Is he going to retire? Certainly I want to bring Kevin Givens back. Maybe time to let Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles go. They love that guy, but he's strictly a teams player. If you're playing him on the field as a linebacker, he gets moved around. Khalil Deis. And I like Chris Conley and Saubert. Can they fit? The real question is going to be, and there are other names. Talanoa Fungus, huge. We talked about Elijah. I'd like to bring Jalen Moore. The quarterbacks, they are both unrestricted free agents now. So what do you do with Josh Dobbs, and what do you do with Brandon Allen?
40-year-old Joe Flacco?
Well, I like Flacco. I liked him a lot, and he's a different player than beat the 49ers in the Super Bowl 47, but he's a pocket player. We'll get into that more. I think he's better when he plays a little bit. He was great in Cleveland a couple of years ago, but he wore down, later in the year. Later in games, you could see his arm get tired, but there's no doubt. But can you bring Dobbs back? What's the market going to be for him? And then Brandon Allen as well. So a lot of interesting free agents, whether they're in the different categories that they're in. Exclusive rights free agents, the RFAs, restricted, are the guys that you have no mechanism to force them to come back, really, if they're unrestricted free agents. And then after you determine what you want to keep of your own, who do you want to buy off other teams' rosters?
808 KNBR to share your thoughts. But right now, let's hear from Sean Merriman on the other side. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Time to open up the phones to our guest on the Yuma guest line. It is Lights Out, Sean Merriman joining the program. He is here courtesy of BetOnline. Check out BetOnline for the most diverse list of well over 1,000 Super Bowl props, including MVP, the length of the national anthem, probably a lot of props on our girl Taylor Swift. Broadcast odds.
She's not singing the anthem, though, is she? She's not doing halftime.
No.
How many times they take a shot of her? She gets nervous.
And much more. Sean is on the Yuma guest line. Greg Papa, Greg Silver out here in San Francisco. Appreciate your time, and how are you?
I'm doing well, man. How about yourself?
We're doing great here to start things off. And, I mean, look, we've been complaining about the Super Bowl matchup as it pertains to the Bay Area. The Chiefs have caused the 49ers a lot of pain. The Eagles are a new NFC rival. But at the same time, the best way to make some medicine off of this is to make some money.
Yeah, no doubt about that, man. I think there's going to be so many prop bets and just stuff that outside of the actual game that's going to be going on because Taylor Swift is involved, the officiating crew. I think this is going to be probably the wildest, betting of a game that's not actually dealing with the actual score of the game.
Well, let's get into the score of the game and who's going to win the game. Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans a week from Sunday. It's a rematch of a couple of years ago, and that one wound up 38-35. Not quite overtime, but the Chiefs are a 1.5 favorite. The over-under is at 49.5. If we're to parlay this one, where would you go? Who wins the game, and what's the over-under you're taking?
Yeah, look, me personally, I've gone against the Chiefs so many times. And at this point, you just can't fight it anymore, right? You just can't go against them. Whether you think it's the refs or whatever the case is, you just can't go against these guys because they just find ways to win. You have to take the Chiefs, but bigger than that, man, I think you got to take the points, man. I think this makes more sense. I think the Chiefs ice this thing with a field goal, find a way to get down there with a minute and 20-something seconds left on the clock and kick a field goal, win the game because that's just what they do.
What about the over-under? You got Butler winning the game like he did against him 38-35 a couple of years ago, but are we having a 50-point game? The over-under's at 49.5.
Yeah, I think the first half is going to be slow, man. I think that most of the points are going to be scored second half after the adjustments being made, or they go back and look at some of the tape and see what they can adjust from. I think it's going to be a very low-scoring game, and that second half is going to open up and start really punching the ball in the end zone.
Sean Merriman, kind enough to join us, courtesy of BetOnline today. And Sean, you say that you think the Chiefs are going to win and you take the points. In that event, is it worth betting on anybody not named Patrick Mahomes to win the MVP?
No, because ultimately, he's going to be driving a ship. If you really wanted to get to somebody that's, Travis Kelce maybe, because one thing about Travis, man, regardless of how he plays in a regular season, he just takes it to another level in the playoffs and definitely in the Super Bowl and find ways to get it. If you want to take somebody wild, maybe Chris Jones, with a couple sacks and then somebody that can ice the game at the end, I don't know. But if you want to take somebody out that's not a quarterback position or Travis Kelce, you look at Chris Jones. He's done it the last two. Like, look at 2 Super Bowls ago when they lined him over that left side. He ended the game on, I think, with a big sack. So if you're looking for somebody that outside of those two guys who can win MVP, look at Chris Jones.
Yeah, the 58 previous Super Bowls, quarterbacks have won it 33 times. There have been 10 defensive players to win, and most recently Von Miller here in the Bay Area, Super Bowl 50 with Denver. Take the quarterbacks out of it and even the great Chris Jones. If Philadelphia were to win this football game, you could make an argument that Saquon Barkley might be the MVP of the game over Jalen Hurts. And I'm looking at the odds. They have Saquon 11-4, and the quarterback is 18-5. So they do have a running back over the quarterback for MVP.
Yeah, because Saquon has been playing out of his mind this year. I think the biggest part about Saquon and how he played this year, he might have reset the running back market. He might have gotten a lot of these teams in front offices look and say, you know what, we've been devaluing these guys for so long. Let's look at seeing why teams are winning, especially late in the season. So he may single-handedly change the views and how football looks going forward here.
Sean Merriman joining us for a few more minutes, talking about the Super Bowl and ways to make some money. And Sean, our producer Walter likes to do a lot of overs and unders on different props. And I see him just sitting there so eagerly rooting for overs. You want people to get yards. Over bets are the most fun. The line of scrimmage matchup between the Chiefs D-line and the Eagles O-line is going to be really, really paramount to this game. I mean, what players do you think stick out as having potential to just kind of pop off here?
Yeah, I just said it earlier, Chris Jones. We've seen the Chiefs tackle struggle this year. I think they're going to be moving him to the left side, the right side. We'll still see him in the interior, but I think he's going to be working a lot on these tackles in the game. They're going to, kind of bring someone up on the line of scrimmage and get him isolated one-on-ones with the tackles, and he's going to have a big game. On the other side, Jalen Carter, man, I think he's going to give a lot of problems to Patrick Mahomes. Get him off the spot where he can't throw up and deliver a ball down the field. Patrick Mahomes he's going to have to find a way to throw the ball on the edges, get him outside of the pocket, extend the plays, and then that's when Travis Kelce is going to start working the field, sit down in those empty spots, because that's where he's most dangerous in finding ways to be in those one-on-one matchups. And when those plays get extended, it's just like backyard football at that point. He finds a way to get open, and Patrick Mahomes is going to get him the ball.
Yeah, I mean, he's won, 3 Super Bowls, obviously, and been in 4 of the last 5. This will be 5 out of 6. But the one year that he lost in Tampa during the pandemic, their offensive line got overwhelmed in that game, and Tampa just took them apart. I expand a little more about the Philly D-line against the KC O-line. And KC's O-line, beginning of the year, their interior 3 were as good as anybody's in football, but they've had to move the all-pro guard, the left guard, Joe Thuney, lights out to left tackle, which does open up the middle. You mentioned Carter, but Nolan Smith Jr. from the edge is so fast. They got Jordan Davis. They got Milton Williams. Is it possible that Philly's D-line does what Tampa Bay's D-line did to Mahomes a few years ago in Super Bowl 55 and just overwhelms him?
Yeah, I think that is very, very possible. And Nolan, one thing about Nolan, man, just the way he bends a corner. We just talked about like Von Miller and his capabilities and how he won the MVP coming off of the edge. And Nolan, man, he's really good against offensive tackles at getting under them and then bending the corner. Not a lot of guys can do that because you can't teach that. You can't coach it. The guy has to be athletic enough to do things like that, and he got it. And so that's why I said that this thing it really could go both ways. Yeah, I hate going against the Chiefs. I'm not going to go against them anymore. But when you look at the matchup across the board, they actually match up really well in that front 7, but more importantly, that D-line, O-line.
Sean, I want to ask you, for all the bettors out there and the people looking for the props, where will Philly capitalize on the passing game? Because we know what their running game is with Saquon and the tush push and all that, but you got Dallas Goedert, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, a lot of ways they could spread around the ball through the air. And if they're trailing to a Chiefs team, they're going to have to throw it. Of all those weapons, who are you liking the most to make a splash in the stat category?
A.J. Brown. And he's the go-to when the running game is working, and that's why it's so important to stop Saquon early, because he's a momentum guy. If you let him get going and get to that second level, then they're forced on the defense of KC to bring somebody up in the box. Then that's when A.J. Brown, he's isolated. He's one-on-one against anybody, and most of the time he's going to win those matchups.
Obviously, we're getting ready for the Super Bowl a week from Sunday, but a lot of coaching moves this offseason. I do want to ask you about, and I remember you and coming into Oakland to play the Raiders on a Monday night and just going off. I mean, your rookie year was as good as anybody's with 10, but you came right back and had a 17-sack year. And Marty Schottenheimer was your head coach then, and we miss Marty. One of the best to not get to and win a Super Bowl. But his son, Brian Schottenheimer, I think a surprise to a lot of people, got hired this week by the Dallas Cowboys, but he's been a really good offensive coordinator for a long time. Have you interacted with Marty's son, Brian, and how do you think he might do as the head coach of the Cowboys, Sean?
Yeah, and as you said, Marty was one of the greatest coaches, if not the greatest coach I got a chance to play for many different reasons. But Brian Schottenheimer was on that staff. And you can even see him in his early days, him having that leadership role, taking charge and doing some things outside the box, just really establishing dominance. And, people talk a lot about Marty football, but it was also Brian Schottenheimer who really kind of moved the envelope and established that. And I think this we're in a day and age where these teams are going to get big name coaches and making big splashes. Pete Carroll coming into to the Raiders, and Vrabel going to the Patriots. So we're getting these big name coaches. So when Dallas is bringing somebody that's in house, that's not a big name guy, it's automatically turning people's heads, and a lot of fans are not happy because they hire within. They're looking to bring in a Deion Sanders. They're looking to bring in, a bigger name guy off the market. That's not always the case, right? A winning for recipe, and what they don't want to do in Dallas is change that offense too much. You can bring in a new D coordinator, guys can go out there and learn the lingo, fit right in and get right to it. But if you go and change that offense again, they just happened a couple of years ago. Kellen Moore left. Brian Schottenheimer came down. Now you're looking at another offensive coordinator coming in. That takes time. Defense, you'll figure that out in training camp, during the offseason, OTAs and things like that before the season starts. That offense needs to be clicking, and I think that was the main reason why they kept everything in-house.
Sean, really appreciate your time. And before I let you go, one quick one. What's the first Kendrick Lamar song we're going to hear at halftime?
The one they tried to cancel, Not Like Us. I think he opens up with that one, man. He had a lot of big hits from that damn album too, which is magnificent. But if he opens it up with Not Like Us, it'll just set the tone for the rest of the show if he was able to do that.
Really appreciate you coming by. It is Lights Out on this segment with Lights Out himself. You're the best.
Thanks, guys. Make sure you download Lights Out Sports TV as well. We got a lot of free sports on there. It's free ad support, this platform of mine. We got a big fight February 7th in Long Beach, California. But we got 2 guys in this card who I think will be heading off to the UFC when they get done. So make sure you guys tune in February 7th to Lights Out Extreme Fighting.
All right, Lights Out TV, February 7th. Catch that fight. Once again, he is Sean Merriman here, courtesy of Bet Online. You can check out Bet Online for the most diverse list of well over 1,000 Super Bowl props like MVP, the length of the national anthem, Kendrick Lamar's first song, anything related to all the celebrities that are going to be there, the broadcast odds, the game, player stats, and much more. I'll tell you this one, Papa. I think the 2 MVP picks, I'm going to go off of value. I'm going to go Oren Burks for the sake of 49ers torture.
Whoa.
Forcing multiple fumbles on kickoffs. And I'll go Samaje Perine because he just disappears until they need him most for a game clinching. 500 to 1. Let me put down $1. Come in with a bag.
How about the NFC Championship game Oren Burks had? He had 9 tackles in the game. He had a quarterback sack in the game. He had a forced fumble in the game. But I'm not going with him for defensive MVP. So if you're Kendrick Lamar, and Not Like Us, Drake's going to love that. Heavy favorite, why? 2-3 on that one? So what if Kendrick Lamar just goes and bets $1 million and then plays that song? Who's to prevent? That's a weird one because one person can determine what they do. Is Kendrick Lamar not seeing the odds on what his opening song's going to be? Now, how do they keep him out of a sports book at a casino from making a bet or doing it online?
That's a great point. Jonte Porter was getting put in jail and banned from the NBA for communicating with bookies during his game and being like, I think I'm going to get some shots up in the second half. Kendrick Lamar's got full control here. We got real money on the line.
Plus, he's not going to get kicked out of the music industry. It's different than doing it as a sports player when you're gambling on yourself, not getting any numbers. I'm going to foul out or to say that I'm hurt that night. But seriously, Kendrick Lamar could not bet. They're not going to allow him to make a bet on something like this. Or how many shots that they take of Taylor Swift. The director of the Fox broadcast determines that. So do they not just go lay a bet on the over and you take a couple extra shots at Taylor Swift? How do you control this?
I think they just assume that a lot of people are going to be drinking a lot on Super Bowl Sunday to where they're not paying attention to the details of all this.
The people at the casino will pay attention to what Kendrick Lamar opens the show with and how many times they show Swiftie. So it's just when one person can determine the bet, it's not like the MVP. You don't know who's going to be the MVP. That's going to be determined on the field. But Kendrick Lamar's probably already got his playlist, his set list for the Super Bowl halftime, and he can determine what he wants based on. Take rigor mortis. I'm going to go rigor mortis at 50 to 1 and put down $1 million. I'm going to open the show with rigor mortis.
I'll keep it right there on 50 to 1 and go all the stars because SZA is going to be joining him as a guest. So there you go.
By the way, where are we on the Kendrick Drake?
It's a battle.
Where are we at?
Kendrick,
right?
He just? Well, Drake's, he's we've seen him a lot in Toronto. Does he even watch the Super Bowl halftime? What does he do at halftime?
He'll probably turn that off. Are you a Drake guy, Pop?
I do like Drake. I've actually met Drake. He lives in Toronto, and a buddy of mine lived in the same penthouse. We actually hung out with him one night, and he was always there for a lot of Warrior games. Steph Curry with the shot. So I don't know. What is their beef exactly? Why is he not like us? What is the beef between Kendrick and Drake?
It all started with some lyric and J. Cole was part of the big three, and then he's like, there is no big three, it's just big me. And it's like, I don't know, Kendrick, Drake, and J. Cole were all part of the same group. And
I can play the song when we come back. We could dissect it.
Yeah.
We could break it down.
Not like us? All right.
This was like back in May. I was on a little family getaway for my grandmother's 90th birthday, and everyone's like, oh, Kendrick just dropped a new song. I was a little bit late to understanding the beef.
We're getting inundated with the prop bets have small limits. I'm not allowed to gamble on this stuff, but you can still put $1,500 on a prop bet. So if you're at a Kendrick Lamar, rigor mortis at 50-1, I'm putting down the max bet. Who's to say he can't control that?
I'm disappointed that you guys didn't bring up the Gatorade shower. That's always a big prop bet.
Oh, the color of the Gatorade?
Yeah.
If it's Kansas City, it's red. If it's Philadelphia, it's green, right?
Yeah.
Probably. Was it just blue come out of nowhere? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there was like a study on the Gatorade shower where they were pretty much saying like I think the red is like the most popular one to get a shower.
See, this is funny because people who tune into the show, it's like, this is a reminder. Hey, you don't have to spend any money. There's a lot of people that are going to spend money on things like what color of the Gatorade that comes out on the other side. So, yeah, that's all fun. Great to talk to Sean Merriman. And somehow we'll pivot on the other side as we get ready.
Burks at 250-1? Wow.
Force a couple of fumbles on the kickoff. Did Keyshawn Nixon recover? Nah, Packers
How about
got wiped
Xavier
that game.
Worthy at 33-1? That may not be a bad one.
That's not terrible. But then again, I'm kind of with Sean. Like, if the Chiefs win, it'd have to be some player going crazy to not have it be Patrick Mahomes.
I wouldn't go with Mahomes. I mean, Philadelphia, it could be Saquon, could be A.J. Brown, could be Devontae.
See, now I wasn't going to watch the game, but now I'm getting all excited because of all these prop bets.
So what was the line last year on Jawan Jennings being the Super Bowl MVP? John actually bet it. And he got it. I don't know if it was, Samaje Perine at 500-1. May have been. I mean, Jawan was way down.
Ridiculous. I don't remember what it was. I'll have to look that up.
And going into the game, I knew they were going to put McDuffie in the slot, and Jawan lines up in the slot a lot, but McDuffie kind of man-matched Debo. I knew the double pass was coming. I didn't know if he was going to pull it off. But up until the Chiefs won the game in overtime, was Jawan Jennings going to be the MVP of the Super Bowl? What would that return have been?
That would have been a lot. I got to look up the odds in the back. I think I put a few bucks down for Debo last year. Didn't pan out so well. Even if the 49ers had won, that didn't happen. Maybe we should have JR and Moskowitz call in together at the same time. We'll have them battle it out for who to gamble on all these props.
If I do win a big bet, how do I not to pay the taxes to the IRS? I think over $5,000. If you make less than $5,000, you don't have to report it to the IRS.
There you go.
That's the key. Win $4,999. I don't know.
I'll be putting that in. When
Moskowitz taught me that in an earlier lifetime on Chronicle Live, I think.
When I bet Oren Burks, I'll make sure the return is under $5,000. So that's all fun. We'll be getting into that maybe a little bit later as we talk about our lovely Christmas-colored Super Bowl. Eagles, Chiefs, yay. More basketball with De'Aaron Fox and baseball on the other side as we get ready for our last two guests. James Ham at 1:15, Tyler Fitzgerald at 1:30. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The third leg of FanFest is upon us in Sacramento this Saturday, and one of the attendees, your second baseman for the San Francisco Giants, Tyler Fitzgerald, stopping by with my two Gregs, with Greg Papa and Greg Silver, today at 1:30. Make sure to check that out on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Silver Linings Playlist with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
Well, since we got a guest-packed 1 o'clock hour with James Ham set to join us on 1:15, and then Tyler Fitzgerald ahead of Giants Fan Fest stop number 3 will be at 1:30. We're pushing up the playlist a little bit early today. As I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Papa and Silver, final hour here. We had Walter's Wednesday whip around. Might have to make that a staple. That was a good little around the horn kind of thing, but at least the scoring made a little bit more sense there. Song today, you know, sometimes it comes easy, falls right into my lap. Sometimes I'm kind of thinking, what are we going to do today? And last week when we had Pat Burrell on the show, I tried to keep it baseball themed with Tom Petty's Swingin'. And I thought, well, let's do a little bit of Boxmasters. And who are the Boxmasters? Oh, that's
I heard them Saturday night.
That's the band that he just saw. And who was the lead singer of that one?
Billy Bob Thornton. I cannot name one song by the Boxmasters, so I want to know where you're going with this. Then we'll tell some stories about Billy Bob, who we spent a lot of time with, and he is so easy to talk to. This is Billy Bob, as lead singer of the Boxmasters. They've been around forever and ever. I think he said they've been around 18 years, and they've recorded 21 albums. I don't have a single one. What is
21?
What is the try? It's more than one a year, Billy Bob, kind of like his wives.
Are these like all cover albums or something?
That's
Wow.
him. No, this is all original stuff. And he's the lead singer. So what's this track called?
So this is actually a cover of the Kinks, and it's called "I'm Not Like Everybody Else."
I think he played this on Saturday. He did mention the Kinks on Saturday.
Yeah, so I was curious last night, so I did do a little bit of diving into the Boxmasters. Didn't listen to a ton, but I liked a good Kinks cover. And the reason I thought of the Boxmasters is because, well, Tyler Fitzgerald and Elliot Ramos, guests of KNBR today, I want them to be the batter's box masters on a team that really struggled to hit. They really faded in particular in terms of strikeouts after the All-Star break. Tyler Fitzgerald obviously had the one crazy stretch of going 7 homers in 8 games. And I mean, look, can Elliot Ramos be a 30 home run guy? Like, that's a question we're putting out there. Tyler Fitzgerald, he had 17 stolen bases on a team that was 29th in the league. Can he push 30 in a full year as a starter here? Willie Adames, by the way, had 21 last year, so he would have led all Giants. Verlander, not many pitchers we've seen in this game like Justin Verlander. So here's the thing with the Giants. They got a crazy division. The Diamondbacks are really good. The Padres are really good. We know what the Dodgers are as the defending champions. In theory, they're a 4th-place team in the NL West, but this is why you go and play the games, man. I mean, I don't think a lot of people thought 6-11 was going to be on the cards for the 49ers this year, nor would the Washington Commanders have made it all the way to the NFC Championship. The bottom line is, this is why you play the games. I'm looking forward to it. I'm here to set realistic expectations for what the the Giants could be here in 2024, but we got some youngsters, a lot of guys in their 20s. Tyler Fitzgerald just turned 27. We'll talk to him in a half hour. Maybe we'll have some guys that just aren't like everybody else.
So in honor of the best little cover band in Texas, the Boxmasters, you're going right-handed batter's box masters. And I heard Elliot this morning talk to Murph and Marcus, and he reminded about him going splash the other way and did it on Clemente Day. And we're going to talk to Tyler Fitzgerald coming up a little bit. So Boxmasters starring the great Billy Bob Thornton, who was quite the pitcher in the day, had a great slider. So I assume he throws right-handed, although I'm not sure with Billy Bob. Could be a lefty. But that would be the pitch that would give Ramos trouble. It would give Tyler Fitzgerald trouble, more the high fastball. And Billy Bob told stories about throwing out the first pitch at Busch Stadium with Robert Duvall, the consigliere, Tom Hagen, the great Santini, and how Duvall bounced his pitch. And Billy Bob is proud of his pitching. He threw a strike, and he wanted to keep the clean ball. But just had a chance to meet him at Tony's event. And you know, Dave Stewart was there, Eck was there, Jose Canseco was there, Adam Duritz and Counting Crows there. We had a lot of stars there, but and he gave us the number. Landman, 2.8 billion streams.
Ooh.
The most streamed show by far in the history of mankind. Squid Game, I think, is number 2. And he is such a sports fan. I think he could have done play-by-play. His vocals on Boxmasters are interesting. Sometimes I couldn't hear him, and especially when Duritz went up, I went, whoa.
Did Billy Bob have the audacity to cover any Counting Crows?
No, he did not do that. Yellow Taxi, he did not do that. But he did, and he was so nice to everybody. I mean, after he had a meet and greet, and great to see Tony. I haven't seen him in a while. And Canseco, I haven't seen him in a while. And it was the first time I saw Stu since Ricky died. But it was the time we spent with Billy Bob, and it was like going to a wedding receiving line. Every single person wanted time with the landman, the great Billy Bob Thornton. And he was so engaging in every aspect of the night. On stage, he carried it. He was on the panel with the Oakland A's Q&A, and he's the one that kind of drove that and told some great stories. He's the one that cleverly got Jose Canseco to talk about the ball going off his head and over the wall for the outfield. And my highlight was with him and Michael Zagaris. I think they're kindred spirits. I told Billy Bob when they do the movie Z-Man, the great Michael Zagaris story, I want Billy Bob Thornton to star in that. But we had time with Billy Bob. I actually chatted with him about 20 minutes after the show was over. He gave Bob Lattiser, the great head football coach at De La Salle, 151 straight wins. And if they they wrote a book about, that team. And if there's ever a movie about that team, Billy Bob could play so many different characters. But he chatted up with Ladd for a long time. He is a huge sports fan. His wife is from the South Bay. She's from a mile away from Levi's. Oh, so, wow. He could be a great, his voice is just so commanding. As a singer, it's interesting. He's got a lot of guts to get up there, but as a speaker, he could do theater without a doubt. I told him he could do play-by-play. The way he talks, the way his voice just commands a room, the way he's able to use it, and then you see it in all his roles. I go back to Sling Blade. I actually was part of an investment group that was in on that. I didn't even know Billy Bob Thornton was. And the next thing, he and Angelina is swapping blood. But he's such an engaging guy. But if you had not seen Landman yet, we actually finished it last night. His character, Tommy, in that weekly on Paramount Plus is just it's unbelievable. He's had so many great roles up for Oscars, obviously, in Sling Blade and others, but he is just so commanding. The way he's able, he really is the star. I mean, there's so many great actors. Demi Moore is in it. We're going to talk to James Hamm coming up. John Hamm is actually in it. It looks like, and he's a huge St. Louis Blues fan, that his character I think he died or is on life support or not going to be the same at the very end of the last episode of season 1. So Billy Bob said they're going to start filming season 2 in March. It'll be out in October, but Boxmasters had me squirming in my seat a little bit. It was fine. They actually had Carlos Santana as their drummer, couldn't make it, so Carlos's drummer sat in with the Counting Crows and also sat in with the Boxmasters. It was just a great, he's not that, I have a feeling if you met, Nicolas Cage, the thespian, he'd kind of let you down a little bit. Billy Bob Thornton, I didn't know much about him as an individual. I know his work, obviously, for years. What a great actor. Landman is transcended, how good it is and how he does. But as a person, I'm so glad I got a time, obviously catching up with Tony and Jose, and Eck is just Eck, the way he's so comfortable, and everybody, seeing all the old guard ace people and Dave Perrin and Mikey and Dave Renette, everybody. But the one thing I'll remember more than anything is just the easy way to talk to Billy, because you didn't know he could, blow you off or be a superstar. We chatted for a long, long time.
He's like, you're Greg Papa.
He actually said he knew. You don't know who I am. Yeah. Come on. He goes, no, I'm affiliated. My wife, we're here. So I do want him to, I said, come to a Niner game or roll out the red car. He can obviously sit anywhere he wants. But anyway, he does have a Bay Area tie with his wife, and just a great guy. And honestly, if you've not seen Landman, and Jerry Jones in episode 8 has a huge role in that. We talked about that scene for a while. I said, how many takes for Jerry? Because I went about a minute and a half. The thing about Billy Bob is he's giving long rips where it's just a monologue. He just talks and talks. It's like, how does he do this scene? And a lot of it, he has some amazing lines that I can't repeat even on my show. But he does, he said he threw some ad libs in there, here and there, but his ability just to be able to give a long form monologue is amazing. What an actor and what a time it was to meet him.
That's incredible that you did get to go meet him at the LaRussa Rescue Champions event. And yeah, I heard Murph this morning talk about how he got Paramount Plus. He's getting that $12.99 a month in. He started Landman. So I got to go do the same now. Can not be too behind him because, they're always like poking at young Tony for not knowing enough on the show. They all got what did young Tony learn? Today was what did young Tony ask? Another great segment. But I'm thinking, you know what? I got to help with, with this young generation. I don't know if Walter's, he's like kind of somewhere in between him and Marcus and Derek. They're kind of like their own little category. The me, the young Tony, the Cole, the Kyle Hars. We all got to pull our weight on being able to know just enough here. So I'll be starting Landman. Can't be falling too much behind Murph. That's my deal.
Cam Minman is listening, and Cam's got the shot, overhead shot of us. I believe that's the great Jeff Dudum there. And then look at this shot of Billy Bob and Cam and his wife. So what a name. And Cam actually met him at Tony's event a few years earlier with Boxmasters. First time I had a chance to meet him. So as far as Monty's character, everybody's freaking out about a spoiler. First of all, it's all out there. It's not like you have to wait a month for the next. The season is done. So watch it. And I don't know, Monty, what happens to him, but he's not well at the end, whether or not he's able to hang on. But James Hamm, Demi Moore, and Billy Bob Thornton. So
John Hamm.
I'm thinking of James Hamm, our next guest. James Hamm was at the Winter Classic this year in Chicago. A huge St. Louis Blues fan, by the way. Good hockey fan.
You just had me a little bit on my heels for a moment because I'm like, wait, do I got to ask James Hamm coming up about his role in Landman?
James Hamm. No, he's not Monty.
Him and Jerry Jones.
No, he's going to tell us if De'Aaron Fox. Why are they trading De'Aaron Fox, really? And what could they get back for him?
I predict they don't before February 6th, especially with. So, we talked about it with Katie Christensen, right? The Warriors are mid but have been trending in the wrong direction. The Kings have been mid, but trending very much in the right direction. I don't see why you want to just rush De'Aaron Fox out of town, but we'll talk about that next with James Ham, Billy Bob Thornton, courtesy of the stream from Greg Papa. It is Papa and Silver, back-to-back guests, James Ham and Tyler Fitzgerald, to close up a Wednesday. Don't go anywhere on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The third leg of FanFest is upon us in Sacramento this Saturday, and one of the attendees, your second baseman for the San Francisco Giants, Tyler Fitzgerald, stopping by with my two Gregs, with Greg Papa and Greg Silver, today at 1:30. Make sure to check that out on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR Social.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver. Had Sean Merriman on a little bit earlier. And now we go to another guest. It is James Ham, who does what we do out in Sacramento, co-host of The Insiders for ESPN 1320. So to spend some time on the air, take a little break, and then go back on the air, well, that's an admirable move. James Ham joining us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Greg Papa, Greg Silver, down I-80 West in San Francisco. How are you, James?
I'm good. When I'm done here, I'll probably go back on the air somewhere else. That's the way it goes right now. This is life and the NBA covering a team.
And let me guess what you're going to talk about. Swipe out, De'Aaron Fox. So we'll get there in a minute. But how did we get here to start with? And, Mike Brown's situation, James, and his firing, and Doug coming in. And I thought Doug kind of pacified De'Aaron Fox. So was that a driving force in the firing of Mike Brown? And where are we at right now with De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah, this is about as chaotic a situation as I've seen in Sacramento since relocation attempts way back when. To be honest, how we got here, it's weird and it's kind of, sorted. The Kings, they made some calculated mistakes here, and whatever has happened here, the relationship is tattered. I know De'Aaron Fox, came into this season, he didn't sign his extension, but in all honesty, that was expected. Most people understood why he didn't sign his extension, because if he made All-NBA, his contract extension would look much different this coming off season. And so he kind of said, no, I'm going to wait until after the season. And on top of that, look, you guys need to make some adjustments here. You need to bring in more talent. And what we have here in Sacramento is they keep getting really close to a deal and then not being able to finish a deal when it comes to adding talent to this roster. And that's what Fox has asked for the whole time. He wants, help at the wings to help combat against bigger NBA teams. They don't have a bunch of 6'8", 6'9" guys with 7'3" wingspans that can jump out of the gym. They've got one of them, and that's Keegan Murray. And outside of that, they just don't have that type of player. And it's really put the team at a disadvantage this season. And unfortunately, it led to Mike Brown's firing. They just couldn't figure out a way to make this thing work. I think on the outside, a lot of people thought when Doug Christie was hired, and all of a sudden Doug Christie's 11-4, that might quiet all the noise. But the fact is the Kings still need these players, and Fox has still asked for these players, for them to go get these players. And for whatever reason, they just continuously have not been able to close a deal on trade, whether it's for John Collins or whether it's for Cam Johnson. And so at a certain point, Fox's people pushed a button here, and it's gotten ugly.
So, James, we talk a lot about the Warriors here, obviously, and we kind of compared the Warriors and Kings when they met in the last week, and we said they're two teams that are mid, as Steph Curry used in the slang, and the Warriors were trending in the wrong direction at mid, and the Kings were very much trending upward. So with that in mind, just how likely do you think it is that De'Aaron Fox moving before February 6th is going to happen? Because I almost see the best path for the Kings as to wait and see what happens with the season. They're playing well. If things go really well and they make a little bit of a run in the playoffs, maybe De'Aaron Fox his mind about signing an extension has changed in the end.
Yeah, I think that that's one of the options, right? I do think that that's one of the options. But the way that it's played out over the last few days, it just doesn't feel good. And I would like to tell people that, it's possible that they can repair this relationship. I don't know that they can. And, I think they can try to. I think ownership can try to. But one of the things that De'Aaron Fox has asked for from these guys for a long time, it's stability. He came into the league and Dave Yeager was his head coach. But since then, you've got Luke Walton, you've got Alvin Gentry, you've got Mike Brown, you've got Doug Christie now. We're talking about 5 head coaches. And the way that this thing has kind of derailed itself, you could see a switch out of the front office this offseason. And so that, again, is just another line of instability. And that's the other piece to this. It's not just, hey, go get me players. It's like, hey, let's have some stability. And I think there was a lot of damage done at the firing of Mike Brown, and we're finding that out today. De'Aaron had a conversation with Chris Biederman from the Sacramento Bee this morning, and according to Chris Biederman, Fox was very clear that it wasn't just the firing of Mike Brown, it was the firing and then not having a press conference and leaving De'Aaron out there holding the bag as if this was his fault for the firing, and he had nothing to do with Mike Brown's firing at all. He was a Mike Brown advocate from start to finish, and a lot of people took it that because the night before he got fired, Mike Brown went off on De'Aaron Fox for making an egregious error on the basketball court when he fouled Jaden Ivey when the Kings were up 3, shooting a 3. Jaden Ivey hits the 3 and then hits the free throw, and the Kings lose 114-113, that it was instantly that De'Aaron Fox had had enough of Mike Brown. And that just wasn't the case. But when you don't have a press conference to address the firing of a coach, it goes on somebody, and somebody has to stand there and ask and answer the questions, whether it's to the media or wherever else. And unfortunately, the Kings made a decision not to do that. And so I think that's part of it as well. It's the stability, it's the direction that they're going, and it's just sort of this inability to step up and take accountability when you make a decision to relieve a head coach of his duties. And it's led to like a pretty toxic situation here.
Well, we're going to find out in a week. The NBA trade deadline comes up February 6th, which is 1 week from tomorrow at 1 o'clock our time. You reported yesterday, according to multiple sources, if De'Aaron Fox does leave the Kings via trade, his preferred landing spot is San Antonio. Why San Antonio? Are they much better? You got Harrison Barnes there. He's a wing, but are they better? And, Pop's not well, but he's still involved with R.C. Buford and others. So, and what does San Antonio have on their roster that would satisfy the Kings to give up De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah, that's the tough part. Anytime you're talking about trading your 1A, whether he's a 1A on every team, but he is the 1A on the Sacramento Kings. And, let's be honest, De'Aaron Fox, it doesn't matter what, metric you want to use. He's a top 20 player in the NBA without any question. And a couple of years ago, he was all NBA player, so a top 15 player. So when you're looking at that, it is very difficult to match up and say, what can you give? They do have Victor Wembanyama, which of course would never be involved in a trade. But I think that's the allure for Fox, is that he can be in a smaller market like he prefers, and he can actually play with a superstar and get the notoriety that comes with that. And I don't blame Fox for sort of putting that out there. This is purely a basketball decision. He is from Houston. He was born in New Orleans, but he was raised in Houston. From what I know, he doesn't really want to go to the Houston Rockets. There's some other, situation there that he does not want to go to the Rockets, although that could change. But San Antonio has this spectacular young talent that he would love to partner with and be part of that program, from what I've heard. What the Spurs have to offer is going to be the problem. They don't have a player anywhere near the caliber of Fox outside of Wembanyama to offer, and that's going to be a problem. So if you were to make a trade with San Antonio, it's going to be costly, and I know Spurs fans don't want to believe it, but it's going to cost something like Devin Vassell, and it's going to cost you Stephon Castle, and it's going to probably cost you Jeremy Sohan. And so you're going to have to give up that. And then on top of that, look, that doesn't equal De'Aaron Fox. The Kings don't have another way to go get a superstar player because they are a small market team. And so you're going to have to give up draft picks on top of that. And San Antonio has a bevy of picks, including a couple of unprotected picks and pick swaps from the Atlanta Hawks. And so I wouldn't be shocked to see the Kings kind of go after that war chest of selections that the Spurs have hiding.
James, just a quick one for you. We got a TV up in the studio and don't have the volume on, obviously, doing the show, but we were seeing stuff about De'Aaron Fox in relation to the Denver Nuggets. Like, could that be another option on the table? And we're thinking, what would Denver have to give up? It's probably got to be Jamal Murray, maybe Aaron Gordon thrown in there, or a Christian Brown. I mean, is that even a realistic possibility, or is that just kind of Wednesday talk going on?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of Wednesday talk going on. That, to be honest with you, like there's going to be a handful of teams that are in the running for De'Aaron Fox, and
right.
Rich Paul, his agent from Clutch, is going to control a lot of this. And those teams are going to be teams that not only have a really good young couple of players that can help the Kings right now, because the last thing the Kings want to do is to take a major step back, but they also have to have that extra piece, which is the potential to land another player in the draft, or the potential to give up enough draft capital that the Kings could go be a player in another trade down the road for a 1A type player. And I just, there aren't a lot of teams that kind of fit that mold. Again, the Houston Rockets have an incredible group of young players, and they also have picks. But if Fox isn't going to guarantee that he'll resign there, his value goes down precipitously. So I think that's going to be the biggest issue.
Yeah, a lot of big names may be dealt between now and a week from tomorrow, but De'Aaron Fox would be the biggest, James. Just your thoughts. Does Monty McNair, Vivek Ranadive, do they do this? Are they forced to trade their best player?
Well, I do know that Vivek does not want to trade De'Aaron Fox at all. And, I don't think the front office wants to trade him either, whether it's Wes or Monty. But at the end of the day, you got to do what's best for the franchise. And a player has more value when he has a year and a half left on his deal than when he has one. And again, if he can control his own destiny after next season, that changes the calculus as well. My guess is it's going to get hot and heavy, and I would not be surprised to see De'Aaron Fox traded by February 6th. It's kind of the writing is on the wall, and, the Kings are going to have to do what's best for them. Fox is doing what's best for him, and I don't fault a player who's been with the franchise for, 7.5 seasons and who's gone through 5 or 6 coaches and the instability that's been around this team for so long, for just saying I've had enough. And, the team isn't bad right now. They are on the cusp of getting right back in the playoff picture. And so maybe the Kings do try to run it out, try to see if they can catch lightning in a bottle in the second half of the season. But it puts the front office in a very precarious position, because are you going to go chase a John Collins still? Are you going to go chase a Cam Johnson, knowing that, you could have to trade De'Aaron Fox 3 months later, and not knowing what that certainty would be? And the answer is you probably don't. You probably don't give up assets right now when you have so much uncertainty moving forward, and it just puts them in a really awkward position.
James, really appreciate you coming by. I know you're going to go on the air somewhere else and just keep this thing moving. So good luck with the Fox saga, and we'll see if it's over by February 6th.
Anytime, Greg to the second power.
Yeah, well, we have a new name for a show, Double G, G&G, Greg to the second power. I like that, James name. You like that?
There it is.
You like that?
Yeah, that was the formal way of saying Greg squared, what everyone else says. So I like it. Step up. Step up.
I like that. Thank you, Ham.
There we go. Anytime, guys.
Thank you, brother.
He is James Ham, and let's take a pause so we can get to Tyler Fitzgerald from Hoops to the batter's box. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Here's Tyler Fitzgerald against Yarborough. He blasts one to deep left field. Going back on the ball. Vargas, it is gone! 4 straight games with a home run for Fitzgerald. And the Giants have tied the game on that one swing. He's done it again.
Yeah, we're about to get to that time of year where we can hear guys like Tyler Fitzgerald going yard, and Tyler Fitzgerald is going to be part of the Giants Fan Fest stop number 3. And right now he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. He's the July National League Rookie of the Month. Tyler Fitzgerald, Greg Papa, Greg Silver here on KNBR. And first things first, you got married this past November. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on. I always love being on here and talking to y'all. And, yeah, I appreciate that. It's been an awesome offseason. Definitely the highlight was getting married, and it's definitely made the offseason fly by.
Yeah, congratulations. Best wishes to both. And let's get right into it. I mean, we'll find out, your year last year. But just what changes did you make in the body, the swing? Where did you spend your off season? Are you in Arizona now? I know you're coming back home to be a part of Fan Fest over the weekend, but what was your off season like, Fitz?
Yeah, my off season was pretty normal. Nothing crazy changed. Every year it's about getting stronger. It's about keeping my speed. It's getting those 10 pounds or so back on that I had lost throughout the long year. Nothing crazy, no crazy swing changes. Just kind of some adjustability stuff that I think will help out in the course of a year. The main thing has been, defensively, learning second base and the fundamentals there, and just kind of trying to make that switch over a little bit easier and getting ahead of, where I was at this time last year. We've been out here in AZ for 3 weeks now, taking grounders every day. And really it's been on like the mental side of things, trying to take a step back and see where I could have gotten better last year and kind of prepare my mind in that way for this upcoming season.
Tyler, you were asked to wear a lot of different hats defensively last year in a park like Oracle Park. That's not easy. What were the biggest challenges that you faced in the infield specifically, and what are you kind of learned about second base in particular as you get ready here for 2025?
Yeah, man, it definitely was not easy. I think the hardest part of it was, being a rookie, not the consistent playing time, which, there has to be guys on your team with that role. And I love the role. I love being on the big league roster. But I found that for myself, it was a bit of a challenge, mentally and physically, kind of staying in that game shape. When you play every day at one position or one or even two positions, it's kind of easy to kind of stay in a groove. But, I kind of had some challenges the first half last year, bouncing around a lot. I'd get thrown out in shortstop, but I hadn't played there in 2 weeks. These real key positions, that you have to be ready at all moments. And, I definitely struggled with that, but, in the long run, it's going to make me a lot better.
Yeah, and once you locked in and played every day at shortstop, the homers started coming just virtually daily.
Yeah.
So I remember in the minor leagues the story, you never played center before, and you went out on Father's Day, and you're playing center. You're just a great athlete. But second base, coming across the bag to turn the double play, there's a lot of subtleties to playing second base. You did play a little bit of second last year, as I recall. How much second base background do you have in your life, your baseball life?
Yeah, man, I've had, I've always had to compete my way through the minors. Not very many times would I go into the affiliate with, shortstop is mine. So I've had guys in front of me a lot of times. And with that, I've had to play a lot of second base, and I've had to play a little bit of third base. And, the Giants have been so great about moving us around and not just keeping us at one position, because when you do get to the big leagues, chances are pretty high that you're going to be playing multiple positions. So I have played, off the top of my head, maybe a little over 100 games at second base. I could fact check that, but I don't know.
We're doing it for you. We're doing it for you.
Yeah, go ahead and pull that up over my minor leagues.
Are you comfortable there? Are you comfortable there? And what's the major change going to that side of the infield?
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm definitely comfortable. It's just, it's a lot less throwing, so that's nice. But I think I'm going to do a great job. And I think over the course of spring training, I'm going to get a lot better. You know, there's only so much you can do on these practice reps, but we'll find out here once spring training comes and once the game starts speeding up. But I think I'm going to do a good job there.
Tyler Fitzgerald, kind enough to join us here as we wrap up a Wednesday. And you can catch him out at the Giants and KNBR Fan Fest Tour 2025. Stop number 3 of 3 in Sacramento. Admission is free. Get your tickets at sfgiants.com/fanfest. And Tyler, something we hear very frequently, especially in the early stages of baseball season, whether it's a win or a loss, you know, that people are always saying, you don't want to get too high, you don't want to get too low. But as a team, this offense collectively did really struggle in the late half of the summer. So just kind of want to ask from an experience and a morale standpoint, like what was that like as far as not getting too low, keeping your heads up as you continue to fight all the way through September?
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough on all of us, you know. I mean, we wanted to win so bad, almost to a point where we were putting more pressure on ourselves than what we had to. But, you know, this offseason has been just about getting the guy in from third base, you know, all the fundamentals of baseball that we lacked last year. You know, all just the little things that make a team good, like adding Willie Adames and picking his brain, and a guy that's hit, I think he had 114 RBIs last year. Just having him around the clubhouse, you know, is going to add that boost to us. And, yeah, man, we struggled last year, but we're really excited. We're ready to go. And, you know, I don't think we're as far off as what people seem to think.
Now, we do remember when you got to play every day, though. You got on a home run binge. You were hitting one a day. You had 15 career home runs by middle August, as I remember that series against Atlanta. And Willie Mays is the only guy in Giant history that had homers in his first 59 games to have 15 or more. You wound up the year with 15. You had a couple, you know, the year before. The one thing that you mentioned, you know, we had Pat Burrell on last week, Tyler, is just situational hitting. Runners, not just necessarily getting a hit with a runner in scoring position, but, you know, driving in a run without getting a base hit, a proper out. You guys struggled a lot with a runner at third and less than 2. And a lot of it, to me, was striking out. You got some guys that strike. I mean, Yaz strikes out. The high fastball is a problem. Chapman strikes out. Some of the better players on this team strike out. You struck back a lot with your power, but how do you put the ball in play? I mean, 108 punch-outs last year and 341 plate appearances is probably too high for your liking. So how do you back off? How do you still drive the baseball but yet put the ball in play more consistently?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those contagious things that you just see around baseball. You know, it can go with success or failure. You know, when we'd have these opportunities in games last year and, you know, there's no outs and a guy on third and you're in the on-deck circle and the guy in front of you strikes out, you put more pressure on yourself to not strike out that next at-bat. Whereas, you know, our mindset going into this year is going to be, hey, we're going to pick this guy up. Like, we're all a team here. We're going to pick this guy up. We've already been talking about all these things. So it's really it's more of a mental thing really than a physical thing. You know, we're all capable of getting the guy in from third. We're all capable of driving in runs. It's really, we have to come together as a group and decide, you know, what group do we want to be and like what are our goals this year. And certainly at the top of our goals and the offensive category is driving in runs. And you know, I hit those homers last year, but certainly I wasn't great in those situations either. So that's definitely been an emphasis. And, you know, that starts with this offseason and our preparation.
The voice you hear is that of Tyler Fitzgerald, and you're talking about driving in runs. I also want to get into setting up runs, specifically on the base stealing front. Now, as a team, you guys were 29th out of 30 in the league when it came to stealing bases, and Buster Posey has kind of laid out a blueprint of what type of team you want to be. Win a lot of low-scoring games at home, pitching and defense. So having your speed as an asset to set up some runs, I mean, have you had any off-season conversations or workout training designed specifically to highlight your ability to steal the bases and get in scoring position?
Yeah, and our weight trainers here, Andy Lyon and staff, do a great job of making everyone's off-season training routine just a little bit different. So for me, every year, man, it's keeping my speed. That is the main priority. You know, that's what I was originally called up to do was be the guy that could come off the bench and run. And so for me, keeping my speed is always a priority. But yeah, just utilizing that this year when Buster came out and said, hey, you know, hopefully Fitz will come out and steal more bags, and if he gets thrown out, he doesn't have to look over his shoulder and worry. And that's really resonated well with me. I think at times last year I'd be a little bit passive out there, whether I get picked off or thrown out, and to hear Buster himself come out and say, basically tell me to be fearless and steal, and that's what we need, I think is going to fit good with this group. And I think this time last year to this time now, we have a lot more speed on the team. We got guys like McCray and Jung Hoo, and Chappie's good at stealing. We have a lot of stuff we can do, and in different ways we can score this year. So it's pretty exciting.
Now, I mean, you had a high percentage. You had 17 stolen bases last year to lead the club. You were thrown out 4 times. And in the minors, you had some big stolen base years, 32 one year. So the great Dwayne Kuiper just dropped by the booth to the studio to give us a hug. And like you, a fellow second baseman, he reminded us that you are the fastest San Francisco Giant. Really? Are you? I mean, Matt Chapman is deceptively fast. Mike Yastrzemski can run. You mentioned Jung Hoo. And Grant McCray can fly, Tyler. Are you, in fact, have we quantified this, either going from home to first or first to third or whatever, first to home, are you the fastest San Francisco Giant?
I mean, there's a lot of info out there right now. So you just do a little Google search and you'll see it. But, yeah, man, that's something that I really take pride in. That's one part of the game where I can kind of talk smack to my teammates without looking arrogant. I was just born with it. So that's the one tool that I'm very, very proud of. But I think McCray is a little bit quicker than me. But my top speed, I think I got him by a little bit.
He's like, go to Baseball Savant. You figure that out for yourself.
Sprint
I love
speed,
it.
you win. Is that what we're going with? Sprint speed? Is that what we're going to fire up?
Yeah, just Baseball Savant it.
I get it.
Hey, we might be going to the NFL Combine, so we'll bring Tyler Fitzgerald with us.
What's your 40 time? You ever run a 40-yard dash?
No, I've never ran a 40, unfortunately. I can't tell you.
All right, we'll have that as a little spring training event or something for sure. Hey, Tyler, while we got you, it's just actually news about 10 minutes ago or so that the Cincinnati Reds are finalizing a trade to acquire your teammate and left-handed reliever Taylor Rogers. So I know this is probably a little bit of an instant reaction for you, but just kind of want to get your thoughts on Taylor Rogers as your teammate, what you learned from him, and now he's going to Cincinnati.
Yeah, man, I really had no idea. Wow. I try not to even look at too much stuff like that in the off season, or else I'll be checking my phone all the time. But man, Taylor's been awesome, and especially having both Rogers brothers around the clubhouse has been just so cool to witness and play against. And man, I can't say like enough nice things about just the way Taylor has been, and that whole family is just so nice. He's definitely going to be missed, but I'm excited to see him, in Cincy.
Yeah, they are mirror twins. So you got a right-hander who's a submariner in Tyler. You got a lefty over the top in Taylor. And the few times I've been around him, I just go, hey, T. Rogers or T. Raj. I mean, they looked exactly alike. It's easier now. We're going to miss Taylor, but you don't have to be awkward like, which one am I talking to? Could you tell them apart?
I'm in the same boat you're in right now. When they're right next to each other, I have to actually look to see which one has a ring on to know which one Tyler is. Or to look at their baseball glove. But there's a lot of times where I've probably had the same conversation with, like you have one conversation with Tyler and then you have another one with Taylor and you think you're talking to the different person, but it's really, I'm repeating the same conversation with Tyler or Taylor twice. It definitely gets confusing, and this will make it a little easier. It is sad to see him go, but
yeah,
you know how the baseball is. I'm very excited for him.
Yeah, the way you can tell is which glove are they using. One guy throws right-handed, he's a submariner, and one lefty. Just on that note, second base gloves are smaller than certainly an outfielder's glove or a shortstop glove. I mean, how many different gloves do you have to bring into your cubicle there?
There was a time last year I'd bring 3 down to the games. Man, then there was a time I was an emergency catcher out in Philadelphia. So at one point I had 4 gloves.
I remember that.
Yeah. So, I guess 4 or so.
That's impressive. Maybe I'll bring 4 sets of headphones in for, all the different chairs and whatever. I can never compare it to Tyler. while we got you for just a little bit longer, you got any games you're looking forward to the most or a ballpark to play in? I mean, this division alone is going to be some high quality and high competition for the games, but just kind of what are you looking forward to in a full year number 2 as far as where to play or who to face up against?
Yeah, I'm really excited to play close to home. So Wrigley Field and Busch Stadium, just have as much family there as I could possibly have, because that was the one trip last year that I missed because I had got sent down to AAA, and of course they were just right next to my house. So I'm really excited to travel around the Midwest and play close to family. Very excited to go to Yankee Stadium. But man, I'm just really excited taking the full experience of a year. With a little bit more consistent playing time, hopefully. So it's going to be awesome.
Tyler, we really appreciate you coming by, and FanFest is going to be awesome out in Sacramento. So make sure the people out there go and catch Tyler Fitzgerald along with his teammates. And I can't thank you enough. We'll have to do this again soon because can't wait till spring training, man. It's coming up.
Yeah, it's exciting. This is the best time of the year, isn't it?
It's right up there, man. If only the 49ers were in the Super Bowl, then we'd be living. But we had that last year, so it's okay.
Yep, exactly.
Thank you, Fitz.
Yep, thank you, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
He is Tyler Fitzgerald, and like I said a little bit earlier in the segment, he'll be out there at FanFest Tour stop number 3 of 3 before the open house that takes place at Oracle Park. So that third stop's going to be this Saturday. Admissions free. You can get tickets at sfgiants.com/fanfest. You can go catch, along with Tyler Fitzgerald, Logan Webb, Elliot Ramos, Mark Hallberg, Grant McCrae. He talked about Grant McCrae, says he thinks he's the quickest, but Tyler Fitzgerald, he got that 40-yard dash speed.
He didn't back down when I said he's the fastest giant. He said, just check the sprint speed. So nice to talk to Tyler Fitzgerald. They've kept Tyler Rogers. I'm getting very confused. It is Taylor Rogers, the lefty that is gone, and that saved the Giants $12 million. He was owed $12 million this year on the deal. We'll see what they got in the bullpen as far as lefties. This one was kind of rumored. They moved him out of high-leverage roles last year, which was somewhat interesting to me. So it has been rumored that they did it. I wonder if there's a corresponding move to go along with this. But he was an effective pitcher.
Yeah.
I mean, how many lefties do they have on the 40-man roster now? Eric Miller is on the 40-man roster. Joey Lucchesi, who they just signed. I believe it's a minor league deal. And I actually met Joey a few years ago at a Warriors game. He's a local guy, former San Diego Padre and others. But a little bit light on lefties by trading Taylor Rogers?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you still got Tyler. You got Eric Miller, you said. You've got Duvall. You got Ryan Walker. You got Sean Jelly. These are all righties that I'm naming. So we'll see
Eric
what
Miller's
happens.
a lefty.
Eric Miller's a lefty.
He's a lefty.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I mean, that's just about it, right? In the whole system besides Joey. You got left-handed starters, obviously.
Right.
And Kyle Harrison and Robbie
And
Ray.
we don't want Yaz pitching another inning like he did in that Atlanta series. That's not on the category for lefties.
No, he went Ephus pitch. I've seen him throw the ball harder from right field. Why was he throwing the Ephus pitch, the big breaking curveball, over and over again?
Yeah, I have no idea. I was at that one, actually, doing a little audio work for us here at the Leader. So, yeah, good to hear from Tyler Fitzgerald. And, I mean, the Tyler Rogers thing, Jordan, one of our board ops, also works at Original Joe's. She was telling us during the season last year, she's like, oh, is either Taylor or Tyler Rogers who came by the other day? And I'm like, yeah, I would have no idea. Ask him to throw something or sign
Throw
the check.
something at him, and if he catches it with his left hand, it's Taylor, and if he catches it low with his right hand, it's Tyler.
Yeah, I can't imagine how outside of baseball with jersey numbers, they find a way to tell them apart, but they're going to be wearing
Who
different
did the Giants
uniforms
get
now.
back? Minor league right-hander Braxton Roxby is coming back the other way for Taylor Rogers.
Okay, well, we'll wrap the show up on the other side and talk a little bit about the minor league prospects. It's Papa and Silver closing up shop on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors were victorious again last night, pulled back to 500 against the Utah Jazz, but they have a tough task against the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight. So head on out there, and if you're out there early, stop by Harmonic Brewing, where you'll see Dirty Work getting down and dirty from 2 to 6. Talking Dubs all day here on The Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. The faithful knows all too well. Sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment, everything's on track, and the next, an unexpected challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tariq, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments, right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas Law doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 1-800-INJURED. That's 1-800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They will fight to make it right.
This is Papa and Silver. on KNBR, the sports leader.
Greg Papa, Greg Silver wrapping things up here on a Wednesday. Dirty Work's going to be coming up, and they're live out at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City. So if you're out in the area getting ready to go to Warriors and Thunder, which take place at 6 p.m. tonight on ESPN, go say hi to Dirty Work. Copes and Depop hanging out.
And say hi to Bob Myers. He's back to the Bay to work the game with Dave Pash, both tonight and Friday against Kevin Durant. Sure they'll hug it out. And that is what they call a coexist in television. So that game will be seen on both NBC Sports Bay Area, and if you want to watch with Dave and Bob, it'll be on ESPN as well. We're assuming Steph Curry plays tonight after taking last night off. Oklahoma City, what a year. I mean, this is big to beat them for the Warriors' chances and overall seeding in the West and everything, but you beat them tonight. That'll be their 9th loss of the year.
Second to the Warriors,
which would guarantee that they're not going to beat you, but I don't think they're going to go 73-9. But it would be, for a while there, I was wondering, is Cleveland, when they both had those long winning streaks and played a couple of weeks ago, Oklahoma City won 15 in a row. Cleveland won 10 in a row. I thought neither one of these teams is going to get to 70 and 73 and 74. So wouldn't it be fitting if the 73-9 Warriors from years ago gave Oklahoma City their 9th loss of the year tonight before February 1st?
That'd be beautiful. That's all I can say. And there was another February game back in 2016 during the whole 73-9 season. It was one of the best regular season games all time.
Dr. Dre, he made those 2 free throws late to force overtime. That was the Mike Breen. Bang! Bang! Dave Pash will not give us a bang, bang. But Bob Myers, always great to hear Bob on Warrior games. We got him tonight against OKC, the best team in the West, and then Friday night against Kevin Durant, a guy he knows well.
Absolutely. Well, big thank you to our guests today. We had Sean Merriman, we had James Ham, and we had Tyler Fitzgerald. Big thank you to Walter as well, who brought us Walter's Wednesday Whip It Out. And that was a great segment.
And you won, so that's why you're happy with Walter whipping it out.
But like I said, you kind of set me up there nicely in the final round. I think, like he said, Greg wins it.
2-1 in overtime.
Appreciate you, Papa. We'll do this again tomorrow, and time to hand it off to Dirty Work. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
It's Dirty Work on what's today, Wednesday?
Today is Wednesday.
All damn day. Dirty Work live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb back at our KNBR studios in downtown San Francisco.
You know, the last time we were here.
No, tell me about it.
Things were different. This is the first Dirty Work show we've done here.
Ever Dirty Work. In fact, Dirty Work, Tolbert and Cope's ended the next day.
Yeah. Then we got
the last Tolbert and Cope show was done here at Harmonic Brewing.
We got a reboot of Tolbert and Copes for one day, and then
one night only.
One night only.
We have a pretty good show for you today.
Pretty good show.
It's pretty good. It's not there's no Tim Takes today. That's why.
Yeah, I know.
Tim, how was trivia last night, bro?
I don't know if Tim sat in his chair yet.
Well, is it Walter? Walter, how was Tim's trivia last night?
No, Walter's riding high. Walter's riding high from his new segment where he whips it out.
What's this about?
Yeah, this is now a new thing. It's Walter whips it out on Wednesdays.
Walter whips it out Wednesdays?
You know about that, Cubs.
I know all about that. I also heard Greg was talking C-sections earlier.
Referring to my bald head.
I'm talking cesareans, John. That's a path I did not think we were going to go down, but I got a text earlier being like, is Greg Papa talking C-sections right now?
In reference to me. Because
relative to natural births? Is that what he was getting at?
Yeah, because I have a round head, and they were talking about how the hair on Greg and Greg is the best hair combo on the station.
Boy, they're really grasping, aren't they?
So he comes by to me. Just
so hold on. Their response to us naming ourselves yesterday the greatest show in the nation, in the United States.
And Indonesia. Don't forget Indonesia.
Their response to us being labeled the #1 show in America.
We have the best hair.
We have the best hair on KNBR, don't we?
You got to pick your battles.
That's pretty good. Yeah, you got to pick them. You know what I mean? You can't win them all. You know what? I'm trying to bring the hair game strong for our show.
That's all we got.
That's really all we got.
Well, we got Tim, too.
He's doing the dice move too much. It's really all he's got. Anyway, show for you today. Danny Emmerman going to join us. Bay Area News Group, San Jose Mercury News, covers the Warriors. He's going to stop by Harmonic here and talk a little Warrior basketball as well as trade deadline stuff with us. We're also going to catch up with one of our guys, Charles Davis.
Yeah.
Love talking to Charles Davis.
At the Senior Bowl.
He's at the Senior Bowl?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Mobile, Alabama.
Are you a Senior Bowl guy?
You know, when I was at NFL Network, I had to gather a lot of Senior Bowl footage.
Now, Senior Bowl, this to me is maybe I'm an idiot here. It is the same as the East-West Shrine Bowl, yes?
No, that is
Those
different.
are totally different.
That is totally different.
What is the difference in East-West Shrine and Senior Bowl? And can you participate in both?
Well, you see, Copes, the Senior Bowl consists of seniors. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, I did, but I thought East-West Shrine was the same thing.
East-West Shrine Bowl is, I think last week, and that's where non-seniors can participate.
Ah, okay.
I believe.
That's right.
Don't quote me on that one.
Shedeur Sanders, I believe, opted out of the East-West Shrine. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe so. But
or was it the Senior Bowl? He wasn't the Senior Bowl.
I'm sorry, but I'm not well versed in my Senior Bowl and East-West Shrine Bowl knowledge.
You opened up this conversation by saying you are a Senior Bowl guy.
No. You asked me if I'm a Senior Bowl guy.
Yeah.
And I said I used to work a lot of Senior Bowls back on the day when I worked on NFL Network. But for the life of me, that is not the most riveting television, I would say.
No. Would you? I mean, you says the guy who loves the Combine.
Okay, hold on. I don't love the Combine. And by the way, it sounds like Greg Silver and Greg Pop are going to the Combine, which I'm a little jealous.
Better them than me. That's what I'm saying.
Just wait. Next year we're going.
Again, they're going to a track meet. Again, we're going next year.
Yeah, why not?
Is that the thing? I'll take Hawaii over Indy for the.
Yeah, we'll get down a little St. Elmo's, a little barbecue spot with some shrimp.
Have you been there?
No, I haven't. Always wanted to go though.
You've always wanted to go to the Combine.
Not so much the Combine. That's when all the dirt is dished as far as like who's gonna get traded. Who's going to be like looking for free agents, all that stuff. So like the John Litch press conference will be juicy this year because last time, he was at the Combine, I want to say, or maybe he wasn't at the Combine last year, but they were talking about Jimmy Garoppolo and the trade that offseason and Trey Lance. So it'll be interesting. But as far as like the measurables and this guy's 40 time, I'm not big on that, but if last year, like Xavier Worthy ran a pretty good 40 times. Like, oh, that's cool. But like, I don't need to watch all the drills. All the quarterbacks don't even throw anymore.
Yeah, because they all just throw out their own pro days.
Exactly.
They just host their own pro day.
That's what we should do. We should go to every single pro day.
See, that would be more fun. Because that'd be a bunch of travel.
Are you down for that?
I would rather go to pro days.
Tell Mike to send us to every single college pro day, and we'll go.
Well, I only need the pro days for like the top, 25, 30 draft picks.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
You want to go to like Alabama, LSU?
I want to go to Bama. I want to go to LSU. I want to see the top quarterbacks.
You want to go to Colorado's pro day?
No, not really. Oh. Actually, dude, that might be the most fun one to go to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Mike, get us to the Pro Bowl or to the pro days.
Lil Wayne will show up to the pro day.
Okay, so I have a definition for you.
Okay.
The best sports show in the nation, figuring things out on the fly here from Harmonic Brewing, trying to understand sports in real time. The Senior Bowl primarily invites players projected to go in the first 3 rounds of the NFL draft, and the Senior Bowl will be played this Saturday, February the 1st.
Well, how do they know though?
It's projected.
Yeah.
So it's invite.
Well, as we know, scouts get it wrong all the time.
It's invite by draft prospect talent and caliber, whatever it may be.
Right.
The East-West Shrine Bowl features talented prospects, but most are projected to mid or late round or undrafted free agents.
I see.
So the East-West Shrine is an opportunity for guys to go put one more game on tape.
The diamond in the rough.
Yeah, for sure. And guys to put more on tape if they didn't have enough, or maybe they were injured for part of the season, maybe they missed a bowl game, whatever it may be. The funny thing is that the top prospects aren't playing in these games anyway.
Right.
Hell, the top prospects came out last year when they were juniors. You know what I mean? Like these guys
absolutely.
played with some of the guys who came out early last year. So, yeah, are you gonna watch any of this weekend? I can't promise you I'm gonna be knee deep in some Shrine or some Shrine Bowl's tonight.
Oh, Shrine Bowl is tonight.
East-West Shrine. Oh no, tomorrow. Excuse me. East-West Shrine is tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Senior Bowl's on Saturday.
Yeah, Senior Bowl's on Saturday.
Senior Bowl is the one that gets coached by That's the one that like Kyle Shanahan and staff had to go coach after the 2017
Kyle Shanahan
season.
was dropping some F-bombs at the last Senior Bowl he was at. I remember that. And Andrew Siciliano was like, whoa, let's go to commercial.
He can hear him.
Can't say that I will be checking out the Senior Bowl nor the Pro Bowl this weekend or the Pro Bowl games. I'll just catch the highlights. Pretty much all that stuff.
Was the Pro Bowl this weekend too? I don't care.
I don't even know what the Pro Bowl consists of anymore. Like, it's just like games. It's like tug of war, and like I love the QB competitions. Like back in the day when they were in Honolulu, they were outside. They had the paint on the tip of the ball.
See, I was watching videos of that the other day where those are starting to flare up again on social media. Where it's like Dan Marino needing to hit a bullseye at like a 40-yard pass downfield at one of those moving targets. It's kind of like when you play the Madden mini games.
Yes.
Remember that used to have Madden where you could do like the coffin corner kick. I used to love that. Where you were like actually punting into a coffin.
Oh yeah.
It was like lined up at the 2-yard line or whatever. I also love when they play horse with the kickers.
Yes.
The kickers would like line up in crazy spots and try to curve balls in and hit it from, down off the field or in the stands somewhere. That stuff was always cool.
No, I mean the Pro Bowl is trying to get to like NBA Saturday night where they have all the skills competitions. So like that will be taped and I guess it will be shown this Thursday or whatnot or Friday, whatever it's going to be this week. But I still watch the NBA All-Star, like not the game itself, but the festivities. You see today that Caitlin Clark's not going to participate in the three-point contest?
Why not? Wasn't this a whole thing last year?
Yeah.
Everybody was like, Saturday, NBA better get it right next year and allow Caitlin Clark to participate. Now she's like,
she was allowed. She was invited. She declined.
Why'd she decline?
She said she wanted to, anytime that she's going to participate in a three-point competition, she wants it to be in the WNBA All-Star event.
Boy, the league cannot love that. The WNBA, WNBA can't love that she won't participate.
No, but actually, you know what?
In an arena that is one of the marquee arenas now in the NBA with an incoming WNBA franchise. In the Valkyrie. I would imagine it's kind of like in 2007 when Barry Bonds opted to not do the home run derby at Oracle Park, and I'm like, baseball's got to be so pissed about this because they're like, if he's going to chase down Hank Aaron, at the very least, put on a show for us at a crown jewel ballpark in baseball where you're the only guy who can hit him into the cove, and then nobody hits one into the cove.
No, definitely. I mean, that was a missed opportunity, but I understand why she doesn't want to do it. It's because once she does it, it'll be a bigger deal, and maybe we'll get more eyeballs on the WNBA All-Star game. But yeah, like with the Valkyries coming to town, yeah, you definitely want her to be involved in some capacity, but then you can have, we can have Steph and Clay do the three-point competition this year. That'd be sweet.
That'd be kind of cool to see them go head-to-head with each other.
Here.
Yeah, that'd be pretty sick to see that.
Instead of whatever this newfangled...
You think Clay would do it?
Yeah, why not?
Do you think Clay would want it? Like, I'm trying to decide whether or not Clay would be a guy who's like, yeah, I'll show up and do that at Chase Center against Steph Curry, or, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not going there.
I would assume he's going to do that.
I don't know.
I think he would.
Wouldn't shock me either way, I guess.
Are we on the air, by the way?
I think so.
Okay, good. I was just double checking. Sorry, I'm
forget it. He's rolling, dude. Yeah,
I'm like multitasking as producer, on-air host, engineer today. It's just, God, so many things going on today.
I will say, the last time when we did a show here, the last show, I want to say Tom and I talked for a good 3 to 4 minutes at one point, and then Tim's like, you guys haven't been on the air for a little while. Tim just like fired us to break. He's like, actually, you guys haven't been on the air for quite some time. We'll just rattle off the same things.
That's what happens to remote shows sometimes, baby.
It happens, man. You just roll with it, live radio. Yeah, so Danny Everman will join us here at Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center at 3:30, Charles Davis at 4. I think we're going to try to wrangle our guy, John Dickinson.
He's hard to wrangle sometimes.
No, he's not. He'll be here about 5:30. I think.
I would hope so.
I would hope so too. He usually is down to stop by, so we'll talk to him about what's going on.
It's a big tilt tonight. I mean, last night, the Warriors won 114-103 over the Jazz.
What do you mean when you say it's a big tilt tonight? It's you're playing a good team tonight, is what you mean.
Yes, that's just like show me something, Warriors. But from what I saw last Saturday night against the Lakers, I'm not anticipating much against the best basketball team in the country right now.
So what are they now? They're 23-23.
23-23.
13-12 at home. They're a true 500 team in terms of record. They are not a true 500 team in terms of ability. Steph didn't play last night with a sore knees. We'll find out what his status is for tonight.
Dennis Schroeder almost got hurt. Well, he did get hurt and almost left the game, but came back in. And yeah, they got the win. Good performances by Moses Moody and Pods.
It's a 10-win Jazz team.
I know.
They have 10 wins.
I know.
10 wins.
I mean, the biggest thing.
What's their road record, by the way? The Jazz.
The Jazz, they are 7-19 on the road.
Hold on. So actually, they're a dominant road team relative to their home performance.
Yeah, seriously.
They have three home wins.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
I mean, the talking point with the Warriors is going to be, are they really going to be in on Jimmy Butler? And from what Bobby Marks told the morning show today, it sounds like the Phoenix Suns, that trade is come and gone. Like the
Warriors' chance at getting, the Phoenix Suns' chance at getting Jimmy Butler
is dwindling. like the best chance for Jimmy Butler to be traded right now might be the Warriors, because for whatever reason, I don't know what the holdup is with the Phoenix Suns. They acquired the 3 first-round picks. Maybe Bradley Beal now is like he waived his no trade. I mean, he's not going to waive his no trade clause for the Bulls. There's rumors that he's going to do it for the Bucks, but yeah, it sounds like the Suns can't get the ball moving on this trade. So maybe the Warriors have a better chance than what we initially thought.
You're saying it wasn't a slam dunk for the Suns, huh?
Wow.
Nicely done. Adam Copeland,
Eat another cheeseburger.
Dude, I told
on the car ride over, Cope says to me, please, I don't want any crap today.
I didn't say please. I said, dude.
Please, Derek, you begged like Tim begs for a segment.
Whoa, why am I catching strays? Jeez.
Yeah, I groveled. I turned to Derek as we were.
That was positive for you, Tim.
Yeah, in the car on the way over here, and I was more just messing with Derek. I said, dude, I do not want to get into this today at all. I said it like serious as a heart attack, straight face. I said, but I'm having a cheeseburger for lunch. Which Tim and Derek always say I had a cheeseburger a day. I'll tell you what, this has been a heavy burger week for me.
Yeah.
It's the first burger you've seen me eat on a Wednesday, but I made smash patties at home on Sunday, which meant I had leftovers. So I had a burger on Sunday, had a burger on Monday. I had to get off the burger yesterday. I went with a bowl of pasta last night for dinner.
Ooh.
Made some bolognese.
Carb loading, baby.
Yeah, have a little leftover for tonight. Delicious pasta.
And then I saw we have a hot dog at the mix too there with the burger?
Dude, so I ate a you ready for this? This is going to make you laugh because I ate a burger, didn't get fries, went over to Gott's, and I told Derek I'm getting a snack dog so I can eat a hot dog later during the show. You guys ready for this? I got no sauce. I crushed Derek soundly.
Wow.
Soundly crushed Derek for eating a hot dog with no sauce.
That looks tasty as hell, though.
This does look good.
And by the way, from 3 different text messages, yes, our camera's off. I'll fix it, guys. There's a lot going on right now.
The camera's not working?
Michael, Tim, John Curley, I'll fix the damn camera. Just
All right.
give me some time.
Why don't we take a break? We'll go to break, and Derek will get the camera working, or he won't. Either way, you'll just have to take our word for it.
Yeah.
We're live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center. They open up at about 4 o'clock today, so come on by, have a beer, hang out. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. John Dickinson will stop by, we think, around 5:30. 3:30, Danny Emmerman. 4 o'clock, Charles Davis. But when we come on back, Jimmy Butler or bust. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah,
Get me Butler, and I'm back in.
Call me Lee Daniels, baby.
According to multiple sources, the Warriors have Lee Daniels
creeps up on you.
Lee Daniels is the Jimmy Butler, dude. Yeah, that's good. 12 years of Butler. All right. According to multiple reports, the Warriors have re-engaged in trade talks with the Miami Heat for Jimmy Butler. We'll talk about that next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Trying to remember if Derek was he a C-section baby? No.
Dirty Work is live at Harmonic Brewing at Thrive City today between 2 and 6, and the same deal on Friday. If you're a fan of great beer, excellent food, and mediocre sports takes, swing by and tell them Krug sent you.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work here at Harmonic Brewing. Derek Papa, the C-section baby, as my father referred to me earlier. Which is not true, actually.
What? Seems like it's getting into your mom's business a little much.
Yeah, I know.
That's not really like a knock on you at all. It's just like...
Trying to remember if Derek was he a C-section baby? No.
No, I wasn't.
The cesarean leader.
You did a hell of a job on that camera, by the way. Hell of a job.
Thank you. See?
Trying to remember how my firstborn was born.
Was I even there?
Is he even mine?
Well, it was April 5th, 1991, so I remember it was A's opening day.
Is that your birthday?
Yeah.
April 5th, 1991.
Me and Reggie were on the call and couldn't get away from Reg.
The Bills had been eliminated.
Was he calling?
Just a heartbreaking loss from the Bills in the Super Bowl 2 months prior.
Was he calling A's games in 91?
Yeah.
We could check and see if he was there.
He tells the story. I want to say it was a game going on that day, and my dad went to the hospital begrudgingly.
Couldn't miss the Jays coming to town for open the home slate at the Coliseum.
It was a big tilt. Kind of like the tilt tonight.
Nah, I don't know. Is it 808 KNBR? Is it a big tilt simply because you're playing a good team? Don't you have to be a good team for it to be a big tilt?
I mean, but if Steph plays, and right now Steph is probable. No Draymond tonight, no Jonathan Kuminga tonight, obviously. I mean,
that was last night has all the makings of one of those like we just don't want to play Steph on a back-to-back rest.
Oh,
days.
of course.
We're just resting him, and it's a healthy scratch, but we can't call it that.
Yeah, I mean, he's also got some banged up knees, but
everybody does, man. The dude's like 36.
Yeah, that's true.
I got banged up knees. You know what I
do
mean?
you?
Yeah.
You were a catcher back in the day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, last night was the game you want to get because it's against a lowly opponent, and tonight you're playing against, I don't know who has the best record right now between the Cavs and the Thunder right now, but they're obviously, the best of the best in the West right now, so you want to put up a fight a little bit. They beat them earlier this year, but I don't have high expectations. If the Warriors can manage a victory over the Lakers right now as the 5th seed, I can't imagine what they're going to do against a 37-8 Oklahoma City Thunder team.
Oklahoma City a half game better at 37-8.
Okay.
Cleveland 37-9.
I mean, right now, we'll get to it a little later, like this OKC team kind of giving me 2015 Warrior vibes a little bit, just how young they are and how dominant they are. But, I mean, the real thing is, a week from tomorrow, the Warriors fans, Warriors radio hosts, we're all demanding that something is done. Something has to be done.
I'm not demanding that something be done. I'm just saying I don't care until something is, because nothing is getting better.
You're right.
Nothing is improving. I can't look at last night and go, hey, look at who had a good game. Hey, so-and-so showed up, and Trace Jackson-Davis didn't play a whole lot in this game, but Andrew Wiggins played okay. He had a better shooting night from Paget. Like, all that stuff is fine and good. None of it is consistent or sustainable, which is why they're in the position that they're in.
Right.
Which is always funny to think we need to go get a much better player by using the players who aren't very good on our team to acquire said player.
Yeah, which, like you hear these rumors, I guess Matt Moore, former Dolphins quarterback. No, I'm kidding. Matt Moore of the Action Sports Network.
Former Giants starting pitcher.
Yes. There could be, by the way, Taylor Rogers is traded to the Cincinnati Reds.
We'll talk more about that at 3:15 today.
But there could be a three-way trade between, I love a good three-way trade between the Warriors, Heat, and Toronto Raptors.
Usually pay double for that kind of action.
Yeah. Well, Andrew Wiggins would go to the Toronto Raptors. Jimmy Butler would go to the Warriors, and Bruce Brown would go to the Miami Heat.
Sort of feels like if the Warriors were to pull off a trade and not give up Jonathan Kuminga, is that kind of where you're at now? Like if they were to get Jimmy Butler, you want to hold on to Kuminga? Because we sort of thought weeks ago when we were talking about this, the only way to get Butler was going to be the talent of Kuminga, but also the dollar amount and the price of the contract of Andrew Wiggins. Like now, because Kuminga hasn't played, I don't know how the league views him, what the value is. I mean, he may have peaked his value right before he got hurt, right? So he's going to be out for a little bit longer. If you could get Jimmy Butler and then bring Kuminga in, that'd be great. I just don't know how you build a lineup with those guys. You're in the same position that you're in with Andrew Wiggins, and that Jimmy Butler's going to play the 2 or the 3 for you.
Yeah.
Kuminga's not going to run the 4, at least in the starting lineup.
And as I said yesterday, not a lot of three-point shooting in that lineup except for Steph. So I'm shocked that now the Miami Heat are willing to not include Jonathan Kuminga in a trade.
Who says that?
Well, everything we hear right now is that it's Andrew Wiggins and something else.
Because there's going to have to be an offsetting dollar amount. Now,
Yeah.
that seems to me the most likely of scenarios. If you're not going to trade Jonathan Kuminga with Andrew Wiggins or whatever else you'd have to move to go get Jimmy Butler, the thought to me is that you'd have to bring in a third team in order to balance some of that money.
Not necessarily. I mean, you have to trade a ton of guys. Like it would have to be Wiggins, Schroeder, maybe Looney. He's an expiring contract. Maybe GP2 too. So do you want to trade 4 guys for one Jimmy Butler? And
what
of
are
course,
those 4 guys getting you?
Jimmy Butler.
I mean, no, I'm saying right as constructed right now. It's funny to think that way. Like, oh, do you want to give up that many players or that much depth? And I'm like, but do the sum of any of those parts equal any success this year? So if you know what
for
you
the
have,
Heat or for the Warriors?
I'm talking about for the Warriors to give those up. You already know what you have and how little success you've had with those 4 guys on the roster.
Right.
That's where I'm like, if you have to shake it up, I know a 4-for-1 doesn't look great, but a 4-for-1 in my mind, like in fantasy football, somebody ever comes to you and they want to trade for one of your players, and they're like, I'll give you 2 of these guys for that one.
What's your angle?
My angle is always that I'm getting ripped off if I'm giving up the 1 and I'm getting 2 back. I'm like, if it takes 2 of your guys to equal 1, it's not good. But for the Miami Heat, this has got to be more about an addition by subtraction.
Well, I think they're just tired of him. It sounds like he's just a locker room.
They're not going to bring him back.
Yeah, they're not going to sign him back. He's a locker room cancer at this point. Pat Riley's just like, get his ass out of here. But I'm surprised. Like the Miami Heat right now, if I look at the standings, you have it up, Copes. But if I look at the standings
Miami
right
Heat
now,
are in the 6th spot. They're 23 and 22. They're only a game better than the Warriors, but I think they're a better team than the Warriors.
Yeah, so
half game better.
Yeah, but like, you really want to trade Jimmy Butler for Andrew Wiggins and a bunch of guys that are not really good for the Warriors right now? Like GP2 could be a guy.
Well, that's why it's like you may have to get a third team in just to make the deal attractive enough for Miami. So if Bruce Brown were to come in, and hell, I can't imagine Andrew Wiggins wouldn't be thrilled by going back to Toronto.
Yeah, he'd be down for that,
mean?
probably.
So it's about getting the right combination of talent to each team, but it makes it a little bit simpler, I think, if you're not going 4-for-1 and instead you're spreading out some of that talent in order to give Andrew Wiggins to one place. If Bruce Brown ends up going to Miami, that's a good move for them.
Right.
Plus, maybe they can acquire a young talent piece, or you go get GP2, something like that. GP2 to me in a Pat Riley on a Pat Riley constructed team. Probably the kind of player he would love to have.
Oh, yeah. He would probably remind him of his father back in the day. But, no, I think that lineup with Steph and Butler and Kuminga and Draymond and TJD, that doesn't have a lot of offense for me. So, yeah, you could do the move.
Why doesn't it doesn't have a lot of three-point shooting, but you don't think it has more offense with Jimmy Butler opposite Steph?
I mean, Jimmy Butler...
He's averaging fewer than 20 points a game this year. His scoring is down.
There's going to be adjustment period. Like the ceiling for me, if you trade Jimmy Butler to the Warriors right now, is that you are a play-in team or a 6 seed. But I don't see your.
That's what I asked you yesterday. If you trade for Jimmy Butler, can you get to the 7?
You can,
because right now you're sitting at the 11. But to get to the 7, you're 2 games back in the loss column.
Yeah.
From the seed from Minnesota.
Yeah, but how long is it going to take to click too? Where he's like, he's fine with the offense and everything. I mean, I have no doubts defensively they would improve. I also know 3-point shooting. It's all going to be Steph. And you're going to have guys come off the bench.
It's already only Steph now. My point is this is what I kept saying yesterday. There's nothing to lose because every argument for not getting him is just, but look at it.
Okay, but is there a better? Hold on.
Look at how bad
But is there a better move on the horizon though that maybe you can wait?
What's the better move on the horizon? In your mind?
If for whatever reason there is a chance that Giannis finds his way out of Milwaukee.
But that's off-season, right?
Listen, Jimmy Butler's not salvaging your season this year.
he's not making you a champion. If by salvage you mean a contender, no.
Well, that's why we're making these deals, right, is to win a damn championship for the last 2 seasons of Steph Curry, right?
Yeah, but I guess my thought is if you can't be a contender on the surface with where they are right now, and you don't project them, even with Jimmy Butler, to be a championship team, can you give yourself an opportunity to make a run? Does Jimmy Butler help you make a run?
In the Western Conference, I would say no.
Okay,
because Jimmy Butler.
What you're saying is then you shouldn't make a move. Because right now, there is no other move to be had.
No, okay, Jimmy Butler is the exception. I would not trade Vucevic. I don't want to hear any more about that.
Nobody wants him.
Yeah, and the whole thing of well, it's
first-rounders.
It's going to cost you a first-round pick. He's not worth that right now.
No.
Miles Turner, maybe. Brandon Ingram, maybe. Cam Johnson, maybe. Jimmy Butler, he is the same kind of thing when you acquired Andrew Wiggins, where the team becomes more appealing in the offseason, where free agents are like, okay, a team with Steph, Jimmy Butler, Draymond, I'll join that team. But as right now, to salvage your season as far as, yes, could they make the play-in? Could they be a playoff team? Absolutely.
But so then what are we talking about? That's what I mean. It's so do you think, Derek, that they should make a move, or do you think they should trade for Jimmy Butler or not?
As long as it doesn't...
I feel like you sort of waffle back and forth every day.
No.
I feel like every day...
Because we talk about this damn subject every day.
I know, it's so obnoxious.
I need a new producer to give me better topics.
Yeah, that's you, my man. Got to start with the man in the mirror.
I just don't want this move to preclude you from doing something bigger in the offseason where you traded all your assets that you think are appealing to other teams, that maybe you can use them for something that you don't even know is out there right now.
So what other team, what assets would you have now that you think are going to have more, if not the same value later, that other teams are going to want?
I don't know. I mean, at this point...
It's kind of my point is, if you're going to end up trading for a guy like Giannis, it's not going to be about the players on your roster. It's going to be about the draft picks that you're willing to give up to go get him.
Right. No, I mean...
Because that's what a team like that is going to ask for if they tear down.
But I also believe that Milwaukee at some point would just be like, what can I... can we trade for Steph? What can we do to make it more appealing for you? We're not giving you up. That's insane. And the same thing with Matt Ishbia and the Phoenix Suns. I'm sorry. I moved heaven and earth to get you. Now I'm going to trade you away to go back to the Golden State Warriors
for picks?
That's
the NBA. That happens all the time in the NBA, though. That's the way superstars operate in the NBA.
I wonder, too, also, we'll get into this later, but... Are the Warriors really attractive to other teams right now with how competitive the Western Conference is?
You mean other players?
Yes. Right now, back in the day, yes, Kevin Durant, well, I'll join that 73-9 team.
Hell no, they're not attractive.
Exactly.
Right now, if you're like Jimmy Butler and the Warriors want you, that's the girl at it's 156 at the club. And you're you're ready to get out of there, but you're not going home alone. Know what I mean? This may be the only shot you got to end up with something.
I'm
just saying.
Sometimes I'm denied at the 2-minute warning. 2 o'clock in the morning.
And you want to make sure you get them and get out before the lights turn on.
When
they raise the lights up, and you're like, oh man, I might have to.
Now that I'm sober, you ain't that fine.
That's the question: is Jimmy Butler coming in the dark, or is he coming in with the lights on? And which Butler are they going to get? I enjoy a player with something to prove. An angry Jimmy Butler coming in saying, "Hey, I'm playing for a contract from here or from somebody," is something that can.
Well, that's another thing too. If you trade for Jimmy Butler, he has to sign a contract extension. But I don't love the idea of signing a 35-year-old Jimmy Butler to a contract extension.
Does he have to?
Well, I would hope you're going to sign him to if you're going to make a trade for Jimmy Butler, he needs to be here for the foreseeable future and not just.
Why? Why does he have to be here for the foreseeable future? Just because that's what he wants? I'm saying, why do you have to sign him?
Then why are we trading for him if he's just going to be here for the rest of this season?
So then, again, back to my question: do you think they should not make a move then at all? Because that's the only other thing that we're talking about.
I would say either trade.
Pick a side, dude. Do you want them to trade for Butler or not? Pick a side. Give a take. Pick a side.
I would say either trade for Jimmy Butler or do nothing at all. That's what I would do at this point.
That's what I'm asking. Which one do you think, dude? That's literally the two options.
I would probably lean in the direction.
I'd say my two options are the two options you just gave me. Yeah. Okay, so you're saying he's not going to help you.
I would probably lean towards not making a move at all.
Okay.
And seeing what's out there. And it's kind of like, to me, treating this like the San Francisco Giants. It makes no sense for them to go out and get a big-name pitcher or somebody or anybody else right now. They're in evaluation mode. I know that Warrior fans don't want to hear that, but that is the same scenario right now with the Warriors right now of the San Francisco Giants. I don't think there's a move out there you can do right now that's going to catapult them to the top of the Western Conference. So it's better to evaluate what you have on this team right now. I know that they've been evaluating for some time right now, but really see what you have. Is it really worth signing Jonathan Kuminga?
Dude, we have seen what they have for 2 years now. What do you mean see what they have? They don't have anything else coming. It's why they're in this position. They're 500, and they're fading fast. Like, they don't have anything else coming.
Okay, then why is
What
it
do you mean,
appealing?
see what you have. Like, the Giants are in a much different situation. The Giants aren't at the end of a championship run. The Giants are in a rebuild. The Giants are trying to get
I would say the
back
Warriors
to
are in a
prominence.
rebuild as well.
I would not, because I'm saying that they're trying to retool and keep Steph's hopes alive at winning a championship.
I don't think you can win a championship just by retooling with
I
this
agree
team.
with you. What I'm saying, though, is that they're nowhere near the same position the Giants are in. Buster Posey is taking inventory of an organization that he just took over for the first time. Mike Dunleavy's been in the organization. He was a part of the team that drafted Brendan Pajemski and drafted Jonathan Kuminga and was here when Trace Jackson Davis shows up. They made the signings this offseason based on what was available to them and the allotment of money that they had.
Right.
They do not have talent to compete in the Western Conference. There is no, let's see what else we have and evaluate this year. For what? For Steph to come back at 37 years old next year and be a step slower and maybe near the end, 1 year closer to the end of his career? I'm not saying Jimmy Butler makes you a contender. I don't believe that to be true. I think he makes you better than you are right now.
No doubt.
And if he doesn't, who cares? What do you have to lose?
But are you winning a chance? Okay, so you're cool with him just being traded for, and then we figure out after that as far as a contract.
Here's the thing. It's a player option. He could opt in and then say, trade me. Then you've got to figure that out.
Well, that's a whole can of worms.
That's a whole can of worms. I mean, that's something that they're weighing.
I just want to know, are the Warriors really interested in him again? Because it seemed from Anthony Slater and all the reporters that we talked to, Marcus Thompson, Mark Spears, everybody was like, they're not interested in Jimmy Butler. Why now? Why? Because they don't like anything else? Like, this is the most appealing. No doubt it's the most appealing move.
Yeah.
But I still don't think it makes you a championship contender. So is it better just... I'm not saying to really evaluate the roster. You know what you have.
But, I mean, if you're not a contender, do you just roll over and die? Like, is that what's the other move?
NBA teams have been known to do that.
Yeah, we've not seen this iteration of Warrior basketball do that.
I know it sucks.
With Steph healthy.
Right.
With Steph and Draymond healthy and on the floor, that's usually not what we see this organization do.
Yeah, I just think that. Yeah, sure. Trade for Jimmy Butler. I just don't. I mean, dude, it would give us something to talk about. It would be exciting. It would be interesting. I think they'd be a better team, but I'm not like holding my breath that it's going to lead them to beating the Oklahoma City Thunder in the Western Conference Finals.
No, I don't think so either. I don't know that any player that is available right now is going to help them do that, which tells me this is not a good basketball team. I just think, what do you have to lose in trading for Jimmy Butler unless they genuinely believe or have plans to make another big splash?
Yeah.
They've been, quote, big game hunting for months now, right? Tim, we got to start keeping track of all the times Derek says he wants Jimmy and then that he doesn't want Jimmy.
It's difficult.
It's a tough back and forth.
It's a vicious cycle.
That's why I planted the flag yesterday. I said, get me Jimmy and I'm back in.
Fine, trade for Jimmy Butler.
All right, this is the...
I'm into trading Jimmy Butler. There needs to be more. It can't just be Jimmy. There needs to be more after that.
Do you think if we start banging the drum for Jimmy Butler that if he gets traded here, he'll come on our show first?
Well, as long as we say we're big Hootie and the Blowfish fans.
Ooh, are we? For Jimmy, we will be.
I only know one song.
Yeah.
Or Hold My Hand. Hold my hand. All right. Tim's telling us to go.
Tim, let's go. All right, when we come on back, Bobby Marks joined the morning show earlier today, front office insider and analyst from ESPN, and he talked to Murph and Marcus and detailed how a trade could potentially work or not work for the Warriors and the Miami Heat. We'll hear from Bobby Marks next. Adam Copeland, Depop. Tim Webb is back in the studios in San Francisco. We are here live outside of Chase Center at Harmonic Brewing. They're opening up at 4 o'clock. Come on by and have a pop. It's Dirty Work, the best show in America, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb is back in our studios in downtown San Francisco. We are live at Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center where the Warriors are getting ready. I don't know if they're getting ready yet. Probably already have their shoot-around. Probably getting in a nap maybe about now. The Warriors are going to take on the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight after
a tasty nap.
The Utah Jazz last night. Where did he come down on a nap?
Oh, I'm a big nap guy. Young Tony thinks it's for babies, but, God, I love a good nap. You feel refreshed.
Young Tony thinks it's for babies.
Yeah, young Tony has strong opinions for such a young man.
He has strong opinions not really based on any merit or anything that he's ever tried. He just kind of says stuff because it's foreign to him, and so I think he has a hard stance on it.
Right. But, like, yeah, he probably was in a strict no-nap household.
Try asking that guy to, like, hang out anywhere in San Francisco. Loses his
mind.
mind.
He'll do it. He'll do it with his friends.
Yeah.
If it's a KNBR camaraderie
thing, he will not make any exception to come out to hang out to do anything with anybody. But his buddies want to go out. He's like, I got to get out of here. I got to go hang out on a boat. I got to hang with my buddies as soon as I get off work today in the city.
A mysterious kid.
Yeah, I know.
I got to go to the Lipo Lounge.
Like the kid's willing to like get a hotel room to come like hang out to get up early to go do the Murph and Marcus show in the morning.
Right.
That would he would like fill in with Murph and Mac and stuff, and he would like get a hotel.
This kid's
room.
paying for his own hotel rooms.
He was doing that, but God forbid he comes and he like accepts crashing at somebody's house to come hang out in the city.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Next time he does that, I'm bunking with him.
Dude, I know. What a
wheel in a little cot for me.
I'd like to call him a hard worker, but I won't.
I know he grinds. He grinds more than anybody else.
He grinds so hard.
He's a grinder.
He's so much harder of a grinder than anybody.
God forbid
he works harder than him. If you're not sure whether or not young Tony works harder than anybody else, just ask him. He'll tell you. Just ask him.
God forbid he doesn't come to one of my trivia nights. It's only been doing it half his adult life.
Yeah. What, did he say he won't come out?
Oh no, he'll go to somebody else's trivia night though. I'm not bitter.
He'll get mad at you for asking. He'll get mad at you for suggesting he should come. Anyway, we got. We're going to catch up with Danny Emmerman in about an hour. He'll stop by here about 45 minutes here.
Danny boy.
At Harmonic. Let's get into what Bobby Marks had to say, though. NBA front office analyst and insider joined the morning show with Murph and Marcus earlier today, and he detailed how a trade could potentially work between the Warriors and the Miami Heat. Here's what he said when he was asked how the Warriors could make a Jimmy Butler trade work. We keep hearing it'd have to be Andrew Wiggins and something else, but would there be other players involved? Would there be a third team involved? Here's what Bobby Marks says.
If you're Golden State and you don't have to give up Kuminga or Podziemski, and significant draft equity, whether it be, multiple first-round picks, I think it's certainly something to explore. So what would that look like? Certainly Andrew Wiggins, because his contract is the biggest there. You've got 3 expiring contracts with Dennis Schroeder, who could be aggregated starting on February 5th, and Gary Payton, Kevon Looney. Those numbers certainly would get you there. I think if that's what the price tag is, and we'll see how the next 8 days flush out. I do think that's something that Golden State should look at here.
It's funny to me. I love Bobby Marks, but I love how NBA insiders like Shams and Adrian Wojnarowski, they all can't pronounce Brandon Podziemski's name.
Yeah, he said like Podziemski. I was like, what is he saying?
Yeah, that is well.
Moses Moody, if you're.
And I'm not one to crap on people for not pronouncing things wrong, because God knows things like I get things wrong all the time, just like right there. But it would have to be more than just Podziemski and Wiggins. It'd have to be a lot more. It'd have to be for the salaries to match up, and maybe you bring in a third team, you're able to maneuver that a little bit better. But I think it would have to be more. You pretty much would have to trade if we're just doing a straight up Warriors and Heat trade. If I'm doing the NBA trade machine right now, it'd have to be Schroeder and Wiggins. GP2. Like it would have to be just more than Podziemski and Wiggins at this point.
Yeah, he's talking, I think, about the talent that they would want in return. You'd have to match up some contracts there for sure. Somebody mentioned yesterday on the text line to me, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, don't you know it? 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. Somebody yesterday texted and said, Copes, Moses Moody has a poison pill situation in his contract. And I said, what does that mean? And he showed me a screenshot of an article that was written that said if Moses Moody is traded, his salary jumps. Like there's a kicker that comes in if he's moved. And I'd have to look into that a little bit deeper, but it could help you out a little bit. But it's, I think, incentive for him to not be traded. Let's move on to a little bit more here in what Bobby Marks said about acquiring Jimmy Butler. If the Warriors would extend him, he's got a player option at the end of this year. $52 million for next season would be the player option.
Right.
He could opt into it, and then the Warriors could have to figure something out with it. Warriors also, I think, really shot themselves in the foot this past offseason in allowing Chris Paul's option to expire and not use it in trying to acquire any other players. We talked potentially about Chicago. What's so crazy to me is how frequently it seems that in the NBA players just they're appeased or they teams do things that sometimes don't even seem like the best thing for the team, but they do the best thing for the player who's leaving the organization. Like I think Marcus Thompson said, "Yeah, I'm not sure CP3 wanted to go to Chicago." I'm like, who gives a damn? It's not my job. Did Taylor Rogers want to get traded to Cincinnati this morning? Probably not.
Right.
But that's where he is now. You know what I mean? That's just the way it goes. So just because I know you respect a player and whatnot, but you don't have any allegiance to CP3 who was here for a season. You want to do right by a guy, but if it's not beneficial to your team, I'm not sure what the point is in that.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that there was a good trade piece in the offseason that they could have moved CP3 for, Zach LaVine, and if they were to move Wiggins back then, but yeah, he let it be known that he didn't want to go to Chicago, and the Warriors have always been kind of like that, where we're going to do what's best for the player. And yeah, like Chris Paul, he was traded to Washington the offseason that he got traded to the Warriors and didn't play a second for them. So just because you got traded there doesn't mean you have to stay there. It could have just been helping the team out. So I thought that was a missed opportunity.
Here's what Bobby Marks had to say this morning on Murph and Marcus and talking about whether or not the Warriors would extend Jimmy Butler if they acquired him.
The question is now, are you willing to extend him? He's extension eligible if you acquired him in a trade for 2 for 111. That's a big number, especially if Kuminga is still here and he's going to be a restricted free agent. Is it a rental? Is it worth a rental as far as for the last, 2 months of the season? Could his $52 million number for next year be lower? That's something that that Golden State has to kind of ask as far as if it's worth the risk. But as I said, Wiggins is under contract for 2 more years after this year. If it makes sense, I think certainly Golden State should probably look at that option.
Well, yeah, I mean, it'd be good to extend him.
I don't think it would be good to extend him.
You don't think it'd be good to extend him?
No, I mean, I mostly want him for this year. I mean, I guess it'd be fun to extend him if you have a plan to get something else. But again, if you have him and you extend him, then that's going to keep you out of the running for getting something else you need next offseason.
Right.
To me, it's more about the money next offseason than it is about having picks or whatever it may be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You freak out here because the computer shut down?
Well, yeah, our computer just died on us, and we needed to plug that back in.
Did it die?
Yep, we'll figure that out.
So anybody listening is going to lose the camera here momentarily?
Yep.
They're a little bit behind, but they're going to lose the camera.
You'll see us turn black here in a second.
Okay, excuse me.
Well,
watch yourself. Watch your mouth. One more here from Bobby Marks on the trade competition for Jimmy Butler. Suns were worth.
It's just Tim right now.
Dude, it's just Tim on the
Hello,
stream,
everyone.
dude.
It's just me.
By himself in that top box. Let's play one more from Bobby Marks, and then we'll get this computer up and running again. Bobby Marks on the trade competition for Jimmy Butler. Is there a bidding war? How many other teams are in?
Their competition is dwindling. I mean, you look at the landscape. Listen, Jimmy Butler wants to go to Phoenix. It's been well documented here. There's no path for him to get there. Miami is not trading for Bradley Beal. That is not happening. I don't care if they threw 4 first-round picks in the deal here just because of what Beal is owed. Outside of that, certainly we've talked a little bit about maybe Memphis. I don't see a path. I don't see a deal in Milwaukee. That doesn't make any sense for the Bucks here. So I do think what options Miami has is certainly exploring a potential Warrior deal or potentially kind of going through this merry-go-round for the remainder of the season here as far as Butler on the suspension list, off the suspension list, being a distraction around this team.
Surprising to me that they can't figure out a deal with the Phoenix Suns because that was the whole point of them acquiring 3 first-round picks.
That's funny though. They're like, dude, Bradley Beal's not going to Miami. He doesn't want to go to Miami.
Yeah, well, there's something where Bradley Beal gets traded. I don't know the whole holdup with him, but he's due some money, so he wants to stay on the Phoenix Suns roster. So, yeah, I mean, if it sounds like the Warriors, I guess, are bidding against themselves, or if there's any other teams that are involved right now. Right now, from what we heard yesterday, Shams Charania has said it was the Phoenix Suns and the Warriors. Those were the teams that were singled out as far as interested in trading for Jimmy Butler. So, yeah, I mean, that if you can make this move happen where you're preventing the Phoenix Suns from getting better in your own conference, and that might, piss off Kevin Durant. And then, I was thinking last week when the rumor was it was Jimmy Butler going to the Phoenix Suns, and then Bradley Beal's going to Milwaukee. It's all things that are going against you as far as trying to make this team enticing for a Giannis or a Kevin Durant. But now, if you can acquire Jimmy Butler, and then all these guys are like, damn, I'm not getting the players that I wanted, then maybe it could be appealing for them in the offseason of, Kevin Durant, he's going to be a free agent in 2 years, get me out of here in Phoenix. Giannis makes a stink. Like I said, yes, I'm all for trading for Jimmy Butler, but it can't just be Jimmy Butler. This is the move to make this season, but next offseason there's got to be more than just Jimmy Butler. Where the team would be Steph 36, 37,
yep.
Jimmy Butler 36, Draymond Green 36. You need to get younger in some spots, and yes, Kuminga's going to help you in that department, but I just don't love the aging starting lineup.
I don't know that you can play Kuminga in that starting lineup. We'll talk more about this. Are the Warriors?
You got to stink then.
Are the Warriors even an attractive destination to players like that? They're not landing Giannis. It's not happening unless he wills his way. It's just a pipe dream that everybody talks about. Man, Giannis would be great. Kevin Durant, for some reason, feels like the more likely one, just because maybe, and he's done it before, gotten disgruntled where he is. You just look at guys who have been disgruntled and go, maybe he'll get pissed off again and want to work his way out of Phoenix. Are the Warriors still an attractive destination? Something else I want to ask you, too. We don't talk to him every week anymore, but I feel like Steve Kerr probably doesn't totally want Jimmy Butler.
All right.
He doesn't feel like a player that Steve Kerr would want.
Why do you say that?
I don't know.
That's a tease.
That's a tease. We'll talk about it next. Adam Copeland, Depop, we're live from Harmonic Brewing. Tim tried his best to get us off of the stream so he could have his own video stream show.
I like that.
After
I
he gave his
didn't
own
beg for this.
yesterday.
Stop it.
Selfish Tim. Selfish Tim.
Tim was just there in his little corner, his Alex box, just dancing.
Dancing up at the top of the screen.
All
We
the
got more to
Tim
come
you'll
here.
ever need.
Yeah, all the Tim I've ever wanted. More to come here from Harmonic Brewing on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco Giants breakout star Elliot Ramos jumped in with Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss building on his strong 2024 season. Check out that podcast and all our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. The breakout leader. Should probably get that looked at.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center. Warriors and the Oklahoma City Thunder, the number one team in the Western Conference, comes to town tonight for the second game of a back-to-back after the Warriors took down a 10-win Utah Jazz team last night. Nice dub.
Yeah, huge tilt tonight.
Yeah, right, huge tilt tonight. Anyway, we're talking about whether or not the Warriors are going to end up making a trade this season, and if they don't, are they even an attractive destination for big-time stars or free agents this offseason or another big-time trade? Now, they did almost – I mean, they basically – it's kind of in the same ilk, a little bit different than that of, like, Farhan Zaidi trying to land big-time free agents and them not coming here. Like, when it came to Shohei Ohtani, you're like, look, they made the same offer. He didn't want to come.
Right.
And that's part of not making your organization an attractive enough place, maybe. Obviously, the Dodgers are a marquee organization in baseball. The Giants should be and are not viewed as that, at least, by some of these big-time free agents. They did, in fact, though, get Carlos Correa to agree to come here. They got some other guys, even though on short-term deals, to come here. Originally, Matt Chapman, a shorter deal, extended him.
Mm-hmm.
Originally, you get a guy like Carlos Rodon, but again, it was a short deal, a kind of a prove-it season. Same for Blake Snell. There's not really the same level or capacity of player like that in the NBA where you're like, hey, you got to prove it. Usually it's a guy like a Jimmy Butler who's on the last year of a deal, wants another long-term deal. Can he show up somewhere and prove that he's worthy of or worth another full-time or another long-term contract? Did we lose our camera again?
Yeah, I think you unplugged the...
I didn't unplug S.
No, nothing?
No, everything's here.
All right, I don't know why that's not working.
Little live producing. Anyway, the question is, are the Warriors an attractive organization for free agents to show up to or for big-time trades? They did get Paul George effectively to agree to come here, and then the 76ers decided to make a better offer, and they were like, well, we're going to trade for...
Well, the Clippers didn't want to deal with the Warriors.
Clippers didn't want to deal in conference with the Warriors, which I understand.
I mean, I kind of view it as, like, like the guys that wanted to play with Aaron Rodgers with the Jets, like on the tail end of his career, or like guys that want to join Tom Brady in Tampa Bay. Like, does it make sense for some guys to join Steph Curry when he's basically got 2 years left on a Warriors contract?
Well, that's where, like, Kevin Durant gets intriguing. Because it's like, if Kevin Durant...
Well, it makes sense with Kevin Durant.
Because he's been here, he understands it, right?
Yes.
But if he's looking around and he's going, how many more chances do I have to try to win an NBA title? It's not happening by myself. I'm not going to be the best player on an NBA. He could still maybe be the best player on a title team, but he would have to join a team like the Warriors. The fact of the matter is, when the Warriors were winning championships before and they were able to attract a lot of that talent, they could take flyers on guys like Boogie Cousins, right? You could take flyers on guys like Willie Cauley-Stein. You could add a guy like Kevin Durant or try to get a big-time player like Kevin Durant. And they didn't need the draft picks to be as big of a deal for them. I think the issue now is that there are other younger, more attractive teams. If you're a title-chasing player, why would the Warriors be your top destination?
No, I agree with that, too. Like, when you see the competition in the Western Conference with the Oklahoma City Thunder and, you know, Dallas having Luka, and, like, that's why some guys like Klay Thompson didn't want to join LeBron because he didn't know how long LeBron was going to be in L.A. Now, he signed a contract extension, but every year he can opt out. Like, LeBron has more opt-outs than anybody in sports right now. So why would you team up with that when you don't know what the future is going to be? Same thing, like a lot of guys didn't want to join the Lakers over the years just because they didn't know how long LeBron was going to be there. So when you see all of these teams in the Western Conference, why does it make sense to join Steph Curry right now? And even for Kevin Durant, wouldn't it make more sense for him to join up with a younger team so he can get like a Luka or like that's why De'Aaron Fox, he doesn't want to join the Warriors or anybody else. He wants to join Victor Wembanyama.
Well, he's also a younger
that's
player.
Appealing. Yes,
he's also a younger
absolutely.
superstar. He himself, though, is going to be a free agent in just a couple of years. I think he's got one more year left on his deal before he hits free agency.
Right.
But you're right in that it's funny because it's not like De'Aaron Fox going to San Antonio makes them a title contender. But it would be an awfully intriguing proposition to have two players like that. De'Aaron Fox and Wemby together would be really, really exciting. To that end, if the Warriors are still an attractive destination, it is to a much different type of superstar or a much more segmented type of player. I think a specific type of player than it is for just, hey, it's a title destination. Most spades can show up. Whoever you want can show up and just try to title chase and pick one up at the end of their career. But it doesn't feel to me like, remember before I was like, hey, we need a big man. Let's go get Andrew Bogut back from Australia. They flew him in a couple of years ago and have him come back and try to help out and be a size player for them as they make another title run. That type of player, albeit not an elite talent when they got him, that just doesn't exist anymore. That's not going to happen. No. You can't pull a guy out of retirement now to come do something like that.
No. And I think that right now with the Warriors, like, yeah, Jimmy Butler helps you for the here and now, but they really need, like, yes, the superstar they want is Giannis. But Giannis isn't coming. There's no. I can't see a scenario where he's so disgruntled that he just wants out of Milwaukee. They would do anything they can to make him happy. So it makes them like. Right now, the best scenario would be like for Steph Curry to be teamed up with a younger player, a younger superstar. Being teamed up with Kevin Durant right now sounds good. It gives me like reunited at last, and all the good feels of back in the day. But do I think of Kevin Durant?
Do you think of Kevin Durant, like if they were to acquire Kevin Durant right now over Jimmy Butler, which obviously is not going to happen this season, but if they were,
they're a top 5 team. Do they win the Western Conference? No.
Do they have a shot?
You have a shot, absolutely.
If you get Jimmy Butler, do you have a shot
to win the Western Conference?
Yes, of course, you always have a shot. But I'm looking and going, I don't really think so, though.
No.
But with Kevin Durant, I believe it. So with Jimmy Butler,
now you talk yourself out of trading for Jimmy Butler?
No, I'm just saying I have the same feeling about Butler that I did yesterday. I think that the high is a 7. Could you get to 7? Maybe you could get to 6. You're only 2 games out of that 7 seed. If you can avoid having to play in the play-in tournament or just get away with playing one of those games and having Jimmy and Steph and Draymond, it'd be intriguing. If you can get in as like the 7 seed or something like that, or the 6 seed, if you vault yourself into playoff, out of the play-in into the actual playoff structure, into the bracket, I think you got a chance because you've got those guys. With Kevin Durant, I could see them winning 3 series on the road. With Jimmy Butler, I don't know you can win 3 series.
Yeah, I know.
That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't like. Yeah, Jimmy Butler's a fine player as far as defense and offensively. I remember him putting up 46 points in the Eastern Conference Finals game to stay alive against the Boston Celtics. But it's not as consistent. And it may attract other free agents. But as far as like this is the answer, this is going to help Steph Curry maximize his last years with the Golden State Warriors.
So
no,
I
don't believe that.
But what is maximizing his years right now?
Nothing right now.
Right. So you need another player. I don't know. They're not an attractive destination. Do you think he's a Steve Kerr type player, Jimmy Butler?
I think so. I think
defensively, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that he may rub guys the wrong way, but I think also he's not going to be demonstrative. Like the reason why he didn't get along with anybody with the Minnesota Timberwolves is because he thought that Karl Anthony Towns was soft. He thought that, it's funny enough, Andrew Wiggins was soft. He didn't think that they tried as hard as him. I think that once he got here, he would realize the mentality that the Warriors have. So I don't think that anything would be like that. It's just funny to me, like I was just reading up with Anthony Slater. He says that they're open to the idea of Jimmy Butler. The Warriors are thinking that Zach LaVine's a safer trade piece or a safer acquisition. Vucevic really wants to come to the Warriors. As far as the names like that, I would be down with Zach LaVine, but if you're giving up Wiggins in the process, so then what it would be? It would be Steph Curry, Zach LaVine, Kuminga, Draymond, Trayce Jackson-Davis. Honestly, I kind of like that a little. Like defensively, you're going to lose a lot.
What's your ceiling? What can they get? Can that team get to the 7 or the 6?
I think so. I think it'd be kind of the same deal with Jimmy Butler. It's just Jimmy Butler is more of a proven player. He's been to the NBA Finals. Zach LaVine could give you something that you haven't had since Clay left. Another 3-point shooter, but defensively they would go all over him. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'd be open to that move a little bit more than Jimmy Butler. But then again, defensively he's rough. So, the bottom line is,
This whole thing sucks, dude.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Is I'm like, there's not pieces out there. We've been talking about the same thing week after week, day after day, and I don't know what the best move is. I know Jimmy Butler makes them better right now. I also don't believe that makes them a contender. And if you're not going to become a contender, this is the back and forth we're having. What's the point of making that move? It's that if you can get Steph into the playoffs, does everybody still believe Steph Curry has the magic bullet that has a shot?
I don't know. I mean,
does
yes.
Steph Curry still have the ability to win a championship and be the best player on a championship team? I think yes. I think he does.
The best player on a championship team? I would say no. He needs help in that department.
Well, if they got Kevin Durant, would he be the best player on the team, or would it still be Kevin Durant?
I mean, even Kevin Durant needs help these days. That's what they're talking about.
Everybody needs help.
I know. But like
Michael Jordan had Hall of Famers. You know what I mean?
No, of course. But I think also
LeBron needed Kyrie.
Yes. I just don't know if Steph could be the guy that's going to, like, the MVP season was amazing, or the Finals MVP season was amazing, but I don't know if I don't know right now if Steph can carry you. Like, obviously, you're not getting to the finals with just this roster right now, so you need to add somebody.
Well, then you have to be of the belief that with their prospects beyond this season, that if you don't think Steph can be the best player on a championship team, it's time to just move forward. I mean, they believe that. That's why they gave him a $60 million extension for 1 year.
Yeah, but I don't.
Right, the Warriors believe that, and that's my thing is you've pot committed yourself to that idea. So if you're pot committed to that idea after doing the two timeline thing, then you've got to continue to stay pot committed there, and that just means spending and acquiring in whatever way possible to maximize the opportunity for Steph to have a shot.
Yeah, I mean,
whether you believe the team's good enough or not, you've already pot committed yourself, and why would anybody care about what happens beyond the Steph Curry, Steve Kerr, Draymond Green era?
They shouldn't.
When they probably won't be here. I mean, this is what happens frequently. And in baseball, it's structured a little bit differently. But in baseball, like when the Giants were at the back end of their championship runs, like the Warriors' fourth title kind of could feel in some ways a lot like had the Giants made that run in 2016.
Right.
And I think a lot of people thought had they gotten out of that game against the Cubs and gone back to Chicago for Game 5, Giants were in a really good position to win that game. And had they won that game, it would have looked dangerous again after the wild card win and a come-from-behind series win against the Cubs.
But the future wasn't looking good after that.
No, but you also in baseball, you pay guys for what they did previously. In basketball, they're paying for the future. You're paying for what Steph Curry is capable of doing for you. It's why you extended it to try to maintain the attractive nature of this franchise and not go into a rebuild. Because you could just trade him. Could say, yeah, there's no trade clause. We want to jump off of him. But that's not what they're going to do. It's not happening. Yes,
No.
It's a business, but you don't make that decision halfway through a season after you've decided to extend Steph Curry for $60 million.
No, absolutely not.
So that's my thing, is you've already pot committed yourself. Go do something with it. Does it make them a contender? I don't know. And it's a valid question to say, if it doesn't make you a contender, then why make the move? Because if you don't, you're even worse, and you probably don't even make the play-in. And now you're trending in the wrong direction for the third consecutive year.
Yeah. But I just what's
how do you shift the direction?
Well, like what's realistic once you do trade for Jimmy Butler? Then you want to acquire more talent. After that, it's going to be very difficult. So I would say yes, trade for Jimmy Butler. That would help you out. I would also be open to Zach LaVine and just try to do whatever you can to win these last 2 years with Steph. I think that I doubt that they can. I think that Steph needs a lot more help than those two players. I don't think that Jimmy Butler can help you and help Steph to the point where they're beating the Oklahoma City Thunder. But, yes, you have to go for it. I totally believe in that. I think this owner wants to go for it. And I question sometimes why they're not as aggressive, because I feel like Steph is, not the same guy that's going to be demonstrative like LeBron James demanding trades. But he does kind of stand in the way sometimes where it's like, I want to do that deal. Like, I know, like, Marcus Thompson basically told us that Draymond and him didn't view Lauri Markkanen as that type of player. I would have done that. I would have done that deal. But also, there's conflicting reports that Danny Ainge...
It seems less and less about the Warriors wanting to do it
exactly.
and more about Danny Ainge not wanting to do it.
So I would say do everything you can. If it blows up in your face, at least you try. Just try to go swinging the last 2 years of Steph Curry, because then at least you can tell the fans we tried. And like I said last week, I seriously doubt they'll end up with a championship these last 2 years. And I don't think teams want to help them. They were ganging up on the league for the longest time. People didn't like that Kevin Durant came here. People didn't like that DeMarcus Cousins came here. So why would we trade you back, Kevin Durant? Why would we trade you, Giannis?
That's so funny that that's the scope, that like the league doesn't want to help the Warriors. It's like the league gave Anthony Davis to the Lakers. I don't understand.
Yeah,
why. The league's just handed players to the
but
Lakers
also
and the
LeBron
Celtics.
James has the league by the balls as well.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that a team has to trade the Lakers their players.
No, but at the end of the day, Anthony Davis, players can be like that where they're just so demonstrative, like Anthony Davis was. He's like, I'm not going to any other team besides the Los Angeles Lakers. So
it's kind of what happened when Kawhi Leonard, when Paul George forced himself to the Clippers.
Yeah,
I mean, he was in OKC and he was like, I want to go to the.
You know what Steph?
I just don't know why they oblige.
You know what Steph needs to do? He needs to tell Giannis or some other player, I need you to be the a-hole. I have my squeaky clean image. I need you to go to the Bucks and say, I don't want to be here anymore. Trade me to the Golden State Warriors. And I'm joking here, but like that is what it's going to take. In order for them to acquire a superstar, someone's going to have to throw a conniption fit and tell Shams and everybody that he wants out of that place in order to get here. That's how I see this happening.
Yeah, again, these are too many things that are out of the Warriors' control to make happen. It's why it's like we're just making stuff up now to hope that something happens at some point down the road to make them a contender again. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb is back in our studios in downtown San Francisco. We are live outside of Chase Center. Warriors and the OKC Thunder coming your way 7 o'clock tonight. By the way, John Dickinson will be with you on Dubs OT right here from Harmonic Brewing following the Warriors and the Thunder tonight. Want to jump into some baseball? How about this?
Sure.
We got Giants news today. Giants made a trade, but they got rid of somebody. Taylor Rogers, lefty. They split up the Twins. They traded him to the Cincinnati Reds. Also, the Dodgers bullpen got even better yesterday, and the Ha-Sung Kim sweepstakes have finally come to an end as he signs with the Tampa Bay Rays. Giants bullpen's going to look a little different now. Taylor Rogers is out. I think a lot of Giants fans are like, is that the right-handed submariner? Thank God. No, it's the lefty. It's the other one. Everybody hates Tyler Rogers, and everybody was, I think, pretty down with Taylor. Tyler Rogers is still sticking around, at least for the time being. We'll talk more about the move of Taylor Rogers to the Reds, what the Giants bullpen could look like, and then Danny Emmerman, the Bay Area News Group, San Jose Mercury News, going to join us right here at Harmonic, talking some Dubs basketball. More to come on the greatest show in America. It's Dirty Work, rolling on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
The Steph Curryless Warriors defeated the Utah Jazz 114-103 last night. Let's go, Moses Moody. The Dubs look to keep the momentum going versus a very tough Oklahoma City Thunder squad. Check out super reporter John Dickinson immediately after the game tonight with Dubs OT right here on KNBR, the Moody Leader.
Howdy doody to you, Derek Papa. You know, one of my fondest memories as a child is going on family vacations in an RV. Oh yeah, great times with the family screaming at each other, my father getting mad at me because I'm waking up too late when we have to hit the road, all of us having a good time watching movies in the back while my father's kind of freaking out because he can't drive the RV, just screaming at us, will you shut up? Those were good times. And you could have those good times as well when you go to the largest RV show on the West Coast, the 36th Annual Manufacturers RV Show. 500,000 square feet of new and used RVs at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Happening now through this Sunday, February 2nd, over 40 different RV manufacturers will be on display. Get a special RV show only deal on a motorhome, travel trailer, van conversion, fifth wheel, toy hauler, or truck camper. So come on down and check it out, browse around and find what's going to make you and your family very happy. Once again, that's the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, going on now through Sunday, February 2nd. Check out all the details at rvshows.net, and I'll see you at the RV Show.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
You know it. If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work.
It doesn't mean anything. I don't know what that means.
We literally haven't done a show during baseball season.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work.
Tim, just because you play it over and over again doesn't mean it's true.
It's like anything. If you say it enough, you just will it into existence.
That is true. Like
We
we're
are
the
the
number
greatest
one
show in
show in the country.
If it's Cincinnati Reds baseball, it's Taylor Rogers on the sports leader. Taylor Rogers traded today by the Giants in presumably a salary dump move here.
Yeah,
he's making $12 million. He'd originally signed a 3-year, $33 million contract a couple of seasons ago with the Giants. In 2 seasons with the Giants, 124 games pitched. He did last year have a pretty good season. 1-4 was the record, but 2.40 ERA in 60 innings pitched. Also had a 1.25 whip on the season. Giants now lose a left-handed pitcher, so Eric Miller is probably your number one lefty out of the bullpen here. They end up trading him for a minor league reliever in Braxton. What's that his name? Braxton Roxby?
Braxton Berrios.
Roxby is his name. Braxton Berrios? No. Why do you keep saying that?
He's a wide receiver.
I know. I was like, why do you keep saying that?
It's the only Braxton I know.
I know. It's not who the Giants got. The Giants got Brandon Roxby. He's a right-handed pitcher. He's going to go to the minor leagues here. But a move where the Dodgers just continue to get more rich, spend more money, and the Giants in his first year with Buster Posey at the helm have decided they were going to cut salary. Now, I was telling Derek and showing Derek, everybody's so mad about all the money the Dodgers have committed, and rightly so. $1.48 billion committed over the last 2 off seasons.
Yep.
And so much of that is deferred. Kirby Yates yesterday signed with the Dodgers, former San Diego Padre, and most recently a Texas Rangers closer, an all-star in his own right. So they get even stronger in the bullpen. He signs for 1 year, $13 million with the Dodgers to bolster that bullpen right after they pick up left-handed closer Tanner Scott. Right, so their bullpen.
They got a bullpen.
And Michael Kopech is there. They've still got who's the dude who used to be on the A's? Throws the big heavy sinker.
Trinan.
Blake Trinan, they've got him there. Anyway, they just continue to get richer, more and more rich. The Mets are the next most with the money they handed to Juan Soto. Over $1 billion committed over the last 2 off seasons. The Giants in free agent spending over the last 2 off seasons, 3rd in all of baseball in money committed.
So how many of those contracts would you say that they hit on?
I'd say we have no idea yet.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, if you go back to last season, I mean, would you say that the signing of Blake Snell was a good one? I know people are pissed that he's gone and he signed with the Dodgers, but would you say that's a good contract?
Probably not.
Why not?
Because he left immediately and went to the Dodgers.
Well, yeah, but you gave him an opt-out. So, of course, he opted out after having a decent season. I mean, he would say, I had a good enough year to get a contract.
So what is the positive of signing Blake Snell?
Well, if you don't, my point is this. You're asking how many of those did they hit on? Was he successful last season for the team?
Late.
He gave them a better chance to win than many other starters and pitchers on the roster. Just because he's here for a year and the team doesn't succeed. And with baseball pitchers, it's tough because they're playing every 5th day. It's like, would you say the Barry Zito contract was successful? He didn't perform
for him individually. No,
I think Giants fans would say $126 million Game 5 in St. Louis might have been worth the entirety of that contract.
Okay, all right.
That bunt he drops down against Justin Verlander might be worth the entirety of that contract. So, you win 2 world championships in the time of that Barry Zito contract. Who's to say it wasn't successful? Why does it matter that Tim Lincecum was making $500K and Zito was making $26 a year? Is kind of where I come down on it. How many did they hit? The wilder note is to think that they've committed that much money over the last 2
That is
offseasons
surprising.
and have very little to show for it. Right now, who knows what happens with Jung Hoo Lee? We don't know if that one's a hit yet.
Right.
That's a lot of money committed. Obviously, Blake Snell gone. That was money that you committed. Matt Chapman's still here. That might be a hit, I think, on that contract.
I would hope so.
You've got Jorge Soler. They signed to a 3-year deal. They trade him away. Now, again, you're not paying that deal anymore. You shipped him out of town, but that was still part of the money committed
swing
to
and a
free
miss.
agents this offseason. Yeah, swing and a miss on the contract and a swing and a miss for him in the batter's box.
Yes.
Again, Willie Adames is when you hand out. So they're over $400 million in the last 2 off seasons, or $460 million or something in the last 2 off seasons, which puts them only $1 billion shy of what the Dodgers have spent. That could be worse.
They're closing in.
Do the Minnesota Twins, you know what the Twins have spent? Their 30th or 29th in baseball in money spent over the last 2 off seasons on free agents. $8 million.
Good Lord.
That's less than Taylor Rogers was making. 2 off seasons, they've spent a total of $8 million on free agents.
Minnesota Twins?
The A's have committed $92 million in the last 2 off seasons to free agents.
Wait a minute. Okay, last 2 off seasons.
This is last 2. This isn't
so
just last year.
It doesn't include Carlos Correa.
It's even more incredible that it's $8 million over 2 off seasons.
Yeah, that's
It's pretty alarming.
Criminal, honestly.
It's pretty alarming. So, I don't know what this means for the Giants bullpen. Again, you talked about it being an evaluation year. It seems to me
this
like
is a true evaluation.
Seems to me like this is a piece you probably could have gotten more for if you'd waited to trade him. I'm not sure what the benefit is in moving Taylor Rogers right now, except that you're purely cutting salary, which is not something as a Giants fan I have any interest in hearing about.
Well, not even that. Like, I'm looking at his Spotrac right now. He was due $6 million this year, so you're saving $6 million?
There you go.
It?
It was an average of 11 a year, I think, is what it came down to. He was only making $6 million this year. So
right.
I don't know if you thought you were running out of spots, but you can never have too much pitching. This is a veteran guy who with closer experience and late inning relief stuff. Look, I like Ryan Walker a lot. I liked Camilo Duvall a lot 2 years ago too. But we don't know for sure when they're guys that are that young and they haven't been through the league that many times yet if they're going to be able to sustain pitching in that spot. I'm not suggesting he was a guy you'd automatically plug in, but when you get a left-handed pitcher who's got closing experience and he's a vet, he's a guy who I liked. I liked the acquisition when they got him. And he put up pretty good numbers his best season as a Giant last year and his best season in really the last 3 or 4 years. $6 million for that. He's not a mop-up guy per se, but he's a guy who's going to pitch in the middle to late innings. This is a move where it feels like they're just dump. I don't know if it's a salary dump. I don't know what the benefit is here.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're adding in this minor league pitcher, and it purely looks like a move to get some of this money off the books.
I'm just upset because we won't get any tandem Rogers interviews anymore.
Okay. Is that something we're really missing out on?
That's the joke.
Yeah, I know. And I know Giants fans are probably more upset that Tyler Rogers stays on the roster. Anyway, that's what's going on.
Real quick, Ha-Seong Kim, did you actually think that it was a possibility that the Giants were going to sign him? Because I thought it made no sense. People were saying that, and I was like, that makes no sense after Willie Adames signed.
Well, if they'd signed him, they would have put him at second base, I think would have been the thought.
Right, but
and Tyler Fitzgerald is just kind of your super utility guy. Tyler Fitzgerald, I believe, is going to open the year at second base.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And Marcus and I, when we were driving down to Giants Fan Fest on Saturday in San Jose, Marcus had said to me, did you see that list? Because the MLB put out their list of the top 10 shortstops in baseball, and Adames was number 7 or 8 or something. So I was like, cool, nice to see him on that list. And then they put out a list of their top second basemen. Tyler Fitzgerald was listed as 6th or something, as the number 6 second baseman in all of baseball entering this year. And my first thought is, and this is not meant to be a knock on Tyler Fitzgerald, but I just thought, well, if that's the case, there is not a lot of depth at that position. One of the most underrepresented in the Hall of Fame in baseball history. But, for my money, he didn't play that many games at second base last year, did he? In 2024, Tyler Fitzgerald played a total of 6 games at second base. He started 4.
Wow, he's number 6.
That's what I mean. I was like, what the hell are we talking about
That's
here?
a hell of a list right there.
That's a hell of a list. We'll talk more about this as we get closer to baseball season. Of course, you got another Fan Fest event going down up in Sacramento this Saturday. But our guy Danny Emmerman is here as we are live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center. 7 o'clock tonight, Warriors and the Oklahoma City Thunder will square off. Number 1 team in the Western Conference for the Dubs after they beat a 10-win Utah Jazz team.
It's a huge tilt, baby.
Last night. Steph Curry presumably is going to play. He's probable for tonight's game after I know he was sore yesterday with the knees. Just felt like it was the front end of a back-to-back sort of healthy scratch in my mind. We'll talk more about this with our guy Danny Emmerman, covers the Warriors for the Bay Area News Group. We'll do it next from Harmonic Brewing, only here on Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, with you live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center, where the Warriors getting ready to get waxed by the OKC Thunder tonight.
Oh, you're calling it already?
Get your candles, get your wicks out, because Dubs are getting waxed tonight by Shea Gilgeous and the number one team in the Western
Full
Conference.
Kelly Clarkson, huh?
Dude, Danny Emmerman joins us, the Bay Area News Group, friend of the show, don't you know?
What's up, Danny?
KNBR alum. What's up, dude?
Not much, guys. It's always a pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for joining us today. The Warriors are no fun to watch. It's kind of where I'm coming
How's
down.
it covering them?
Yeah, how's it covering these Dubs right now, man? It just seems like they're a team going nowhere fast.
So I think it says a lot about how watchable the Dubs are, where you think about Quinton Post and how much of a breath of fresh air he has been. It's been a lot of fun watching him play for the past 4 games.
Yeah.
But he's a second rounder, They didn't plan for him to be in the mix this year, and he gives them something new and exciting, and that's been fun to watch, and that tells you a lot about where this team's at.
23-23, they're a 500 middling team, but they don't feel, and the eye test wouldn't tell you that they're a 500 team, because they started 12-3. Since then, what? I guess 11 wins.
11-20.
It's not good. I mean, that to me now seems, and I think we all know it was more fool's gold than anything. Sure, losing DeAnthony Melton was an issue for them, and they needed another scorer there. But if that was what the entirety of this season hinged on, you were put together with chicken wire and bubble gum. We've been debating the Jimmy Butler thing, and then it begs the question: how high can they get in terms of seeding? If they were to acquire Jimmy Butler, what would you have to give up in order to get him? I think he makes you better personally. I don't think he makes you a contender. But I also sit back and I'm like, what do you have to lose? Where else is there to go? Because otherwise, if you don't make a move, you're sitting there next year with an aged Steph Curry, another year in Miles on Draymond Green, and another year past where you've paid Steve Kerr to be here, and you're running out of time fast. Like, I don't know that you have the time or anybody has the patience to sit back and wait for them to make a big-time move this offseason.
I often think back to this conversation we had with Steve Kerr in Hawaii in training camp, and he was kind of railing against championship or bust culture in all sports, not just basketball, but how he was saying, there's value in being competitive. There's value in playing hard, putting out an entertaining product, keeping some of fan favorites together. So when you talk about a move that they can make in a week at the trade deadline, there's no move that's going to make them a contender, just in terms of actual championship level contender. You're going to see a championship contender tonight in Chase Center, and it's going to be the Thunder. They're nowhere near that level. But there is value in improving and being respectable and being competitive. Steph Curry doesn't want to be on an average team. So if you can get a guy in here who can be a number 2, and not even a number 2 at a championship level, but a number 2 who can get you into a playoff series and then anything can happen, I think there's a lot of value in that.
So would you want to make a move for Jimmy Butler if it means trading Andrew Wiggins? And it sounds like, surprisingly, Jonathan Kuminga's off the table, which I'm like, I don't know what his rehab's going on right now. It sounds like there's like 2 more weeks and then he'll be back. But what are you willing to give up for Jimmy Butler right now, if you had to say?
I think it's more of a question of what the Heat want for him.
Yeah.
I was talking to someone within the team when this first Jimmy Butler saga started, and it's kind of played out how I imagined it would, where he's become such an issue and he's blown it up so badly. He's burned so many bridges. His stock is tanking. His trade value is not where it once was. A team could probably get him for expiring contracts.
Wow.
A pick or 2. That's as far as I understand it. And if that's the case, then the Warriors have enough to get him. The question then just becomes, do they want him? There's a lot of issues with Jimmy Butler. He's an enigmatic person.
Yeah.
He burns a lot of bridges. Every single situation he's been at has ended poorly. I'm not sure personally I would want to be in the Jimmy Butler business, but I don't have the same level of intel that the Warriors front office and people around the league have.
So I know we talked to you a couple weeks ago, and a lot of writers we talked to say like the Warriors are not interested in Jimmy Butler, and it probably would be a locker room thing. Is it because of how much his value has diminished that they're okay with trading away expiring contract of a GP2 or Kevon Looney, where they're like, it's worth it at this point? Like, why now is it okay that they can accept a locker room guy like that?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if things have really changed in terms of their appetite for Jimmy. But if the price does change, which it seems like it has, I think there will be more meetings about it, more conversations. I come from the point of view where the Warriors aren't in a position where they can be picky.
Yeah.
You know, they're a 500 team who's played like a lottery team for 2 months. So if you think that Jimmy Butler is going to come in here and play hard and, you know, not miss team flights and walk out of shoot-arounds, then that's a guy you'd probably want to get in the building and see what you have in them. Go to war with Steph and Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. You know, those are competitive dudes who you probably wouldn't want to face in a playoff series. But, again, that's a big if.
Talking to Danny Ellerman from the Merc here. We're live outside of Chase Center at Harmonic Brewing. Warriors and OKC Thunder tonight at 7 o'clock. At this juncture, are you of the belief that Jonathan Kuminga will not be traded?
That's my understanding. You know, things can change, and I don't want to get aggregated by your goon social media squad. But
You will.
Oh,
You're
goons.
here.
Bunch of goons.
What else do we have to post? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's my understanding that Kuminga is going to be a Warrior for the rest of the year.
And would that then mean that he'll be handed a big-time contract at the end of this season? And I guess the question is, how much money will that look like based on what we've seen to this point?
These are future Danny questions.
I'm not here to project. He's going the opposite of McGuire on us. I'm not here to talk about the future. I'm here to talk about what's happening with this Warriors team right now. So does it seem more likely then that they're standing pat? Because I know you're saying, yeah, they could add something else, but does it feel like they're just standing pat and trying to be a competitive, developing team in the way that Steve Kerr, which I think is sort of funny, or like he says there's value in that, the championship or bust mentality. It's not the best one. I'm like, easy for a guy with 9 rings and 4 titles in his only head coaching tenure to say that. But I do agree with what he's saying. Is your mind that they're probably going to just work on development for the remainder of the year?
No, I would be shocked if they didn't make any transactions in the next week. That could go a few different directions. You know, they could try to shed some salary and get under the luxury tax, which that's kind of what teams do when they're in this position. When you know you're not going to win a title, you probably don't really want to pay a tax. Or they could aggregate a few contracts, try to get a guy like Vucevic, stretch 5. You know, you could try to get a role player that would make other players on the team make a little bit more sense, slot them into better roles. I would be surprised if they did nothing. So this next week will be interesting.
Me and Coach were talking about it before you hopped on. Do you still feel the Warriors are an attractive destination for free agents or trade possibilities? Obviously, they have Steph, but Steph is on the tail end of his career. Do you think that, you know, like as it was back in the day, obviously Kevin Durant wants to play with Steph Curry and DeMarcus Cousins wants to sign here. But is it as attractive when Steph Curry, we don't even know what his future is going to be in 2 seasons?
I think as long as they have Steph, they're a destination. It's hard to measure because they're a team that hasn't had cap space to sign free agents in a long, long time because they're winning every year. But yeah, I would say that they're a destination. You know, I saw a report today that Vucevic views the Warriors as a team that he would like to play for, and you know, the system makes a lot of players better. Steve Kerr is really well respected around the league. Steph Curry's the ultimate teammate. You know, I think that the team is definitely a destination still.
Are some of the other big names, and I'd say big to pseudo big names out there available that we've heard? Guys like Miles Turner, Brandon Ingram, Cam Johnson, maybe even a Zach LaVine. Do you think that caliber of player is still on the table? And if so, how is that acquired without moving Jonathan Kuminga?
I think that caliber of player is probably in discussions when they're talking about the deadline. When I think about a guy like LaVine, I was writing in July that they should have got him when his price was probably 0 or basically free. They
he
might
asked for
have
a
given
trade
you
like
something.
3 years ago, and he's still there.
Yeah, they've been trying to trade him for a long time, and he's playing awesome.
Yeah.
He's having a really good season, and I think he'd fit great next to Steph. And they had a chance in the summer to get him. They thought that they could do better with a bunch of different players who could kind of add up in the aggregate to what he might be able to provide. It's pretty clear at this point that they were wrong in that calculation. And now as LaVine's price has gone up, they could still be in the mix for him. And you probably wouldn't necessarily need to move Kuminga given LaVine's contract, his injury history. His value still isn't too high. But there's probably a way where you could use draft picks, big contracts. Wiggins would probably have to be in that deal.
How much of a mistake was it, do you think, at this point, when you look back in hindsight, to let the Chris Paul option expire without using that to potentially go get a guy like LaVine? Might have been able to use that this offseason.
It was definitely a miscalculation. And that was part of the Jordan Poole deal. And when you go back to the Jordan Poole, Draymond Green punch, that's one of the most important moments in this dynasty's history. It's become infamous, and it altered the trajectory of Poole's career, of the Warriors franchise, and they chose Draymond over Poole. I would have made the same decision. I think it was the right decision, given how Poole played last year. He's having a bounce-back year, but I'd still rather have Draymond Green on my team. And then with the Chris Paul deal, I do think that they tried to shop it around. There was limited interest. But when you think about that potential Levine trade over the summer, Chris Paul's contract would have been involved with that. And I think that would have been a good use of that opportunity.
Last time you were on with us, I asked you about Dennis Schroeder and how he's been on this team, and I was suggesting maybe he'd come off the bench, and obviously it was very early on when he was acquired. But now that we've seen him, I don't know how many games it's been right now, but he hasn't gotten better. Last night he had a good performance, but when you talk about shedding salary, do you think that that's a guy, I know he just was acquired a couple months ago, or not even, but do you think that that's a name that probably could be traded at the deadline?
Yeah, he'd be under consideration.
Yeah.
And I think he's someone who still has some value. He's making $13 million. He's on an expiring deal. He's played in a lot of systems. Yeah. Some have fit better than others.
Yep.
I think he's played all right recently for the Warriors. That they really like his defense. It's not exactly what he was, not even close to what he was with Brooklyn, but he's provided some value, and I think they can trade him after February 5th.
Yeah, it's the day before the trade deadline for whatever reason.
So there's a tight window where they're even allowed to trade him, but I imagine that he's someone who's going to be a topic of conversations.
Danny Emmerman with us outside of Chase Center at Harmonic Brewing. In terms of, I know it's your first full season covering the Warriors, and you covered them for part of last year, but in terms of being in the Bay Area and watching Steph Curry and watching his attitude, obviously things are easier. It's easier to have an upbeat and a good attitude about things. Not that he's got a bad one, but when you're winning and you're on top of the mountain, it's easier. How would you evaluate Steph's demeanor, candor, mood, things that he has said this year in relation to the roster? It certainly seems to me it's the most publicly frustrated he's ever been.
Definitely the most frustrated he's been, but still unrelentingly positive. Irrationally positive. And I wrote about this a few weeks ago. Like, when you think about the way LeBron James has operated in his career, he's someone who pressures his front office, and he gets coaches fired, and he asks for specific guys to be traded and to trade for. That's not really how Steph operates. He's in meetings with the front office. Like, don't get me wrong, he knows what's going on at the highest level. He makes his voice heard, but he's not public about it. He's not super forceful. He's not banging down doors. And there's an alternative reality where he does do some of that stuff, and this team looks a little bit different.
There's sort of a belief, and Derek has said this a lot, sort of definitively, and I've had to sort of pull back and be like, I don't know if we're definitive on that, but Draymond and Steph have made it sound like they don't want to mortgage the future to go get a player like Vucevic if you've got to give up too many picks, or go get a player like Lauri Markkanen, whether that was in the cards or not this offseason. What's your take on their thought about using those picks? Is it really about the future, or is it about maintaining the assets for the right type of player, maybe this offseason when he becomes available?
I think it's a combination of both. I think it's a very human thing to want people who you've worked with for a decade plus to succeed even after you're gone. Like, I understand that feeling, even though you don't really see it in sports very much.
You're still rooting for KNBR?
I'm still rooting for the sports leader.
Not a kid.
Absolutely. Like, I feel that.
I don't know if I believe you.
Well, someone has to believe in us these
Somebody's
days.
Somebody's got to,
you, Coach just asked about the vibe with Steph Curry. What about the vibe with everybody else in the locker room right now? The other younger guys must feel pressure about trying to maximize Steph Curry's last two seasons here. There's obviously a lot of pressure, and I've heard there's good vibes with the coaching staff. Jerry Stackhouse and Terry Stotts coming in. Everybody loves them, but just with the losing and hearing Steph in the press conferences just kind of say I don't know how we turn things around with this offense. What is the vibe amongst everybody else in the locker room?
I had an interesting conversation with Brandon Pajemski about this last night. You can read about it in the Mercury News and East Bay Times, wherever you get your papers.
Bay Area News Group all over the Bay.
everywhere but the Chronicle. We were talking about the pressure he feels when people talk about maximizing Steph Curry's window and doing anything they can to do that. And, it's not that hard to read between the lines and say, like, they want to trade me to do that. And what he was saying is, as a competitor, me and Jonathan Kuminga, we feel like we can do that now. We feel like we can help Steph and Draymond win a title now. We feel like we hear the noise, but we want to be those players that the fans want, that the media wants. So they definitely hear it, and they've got to put, words into actions real soon here.
Yeah. Danny Ehrman, the voice you hear, nice enough to join us here as the Warriors get ready to take on the Oklahoma City Thunder. Just a thought on the Thunder real quick as the Warriors get ready to play tonight at 7 o'clock. Steph didn't play last night against Utah with the sore knees. I'm not denying that his knees were sore, but it certainly felt like the front end of a back-to-back rest day against Utah. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, a perennial now MVP candidate. Does this Thunder team have the vibe of any of the, Derek said, the 2015 Warriors? They're young. They appear dominant. This could be their year.
It could be, but I'd like to see it in a playoff series.
I'm with you.
People said the same thing about the Warriors back then. They could totally do it. Who knows? But I'd like to see it first. When we talked about the Warriors and their 12-3 start and how real it was, Warriors beat the Celtics and the Thunder in the span of like 4 days.
Yeah.
I was drinking the Kool-Aid.
On the road.
I thought it was real.
5-game roadie. They go 4-1.
They were playing great. They beat some legit teams, and the Thunder were one of them. The Thunder are as legit as it gets. Even with their injuries, they don't really have a center right now.
Holmgren went down,
Holmgren's down. Hartenstein's down. So they're going to play 5 out. It's going to be an interesting game, especially for a guy like Quentin Post. They're going to be targeting him in pick and rolls. They're going to be drawing him outside of his comfort zone, away from the rim. That's a look that he hasn't really played against in his life, ever. So it's going to be quite the test for him, and I'm excited to see how he holds up in those situations.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot here. You think they're going to make a move? What's the name that you would anticipate they're going to trade for at the deadline?
Oh, man, you can't put me on the spot.
I am doing it, Danny. I'm doing it.
What do you think, Papa?
I go back and forth on the Jimmy Butler trade. Something tells me that
he's going back and forth like in segments.
Yeah,
where he's
I know.
Like, get him, and then he's like, don't get him.
Something tells me that I don't think that they're legitimately interested. I think that this is kind of a thing where Pat Riley's lowering the asking price to go around to see what other teams would give them. I think there's a holdup in the Phoenix Sun trade, and that's where Jimmy Butler really wants to go, and that's where I think the Heat will get the most assets. If I had to guess, I don't think they're getting Jimmy Butler. I think that probably they do end up getting Vucevic, and everyone's kind of like, oh, womp womp. But, that's what I think happens. I don't think it's a big enough move where everyone's like, oh, my God, they're back in championship contention. So if I had to guess, I think it's going to be kind of a lesser move that everyone's like, okay, that's nice, but it's not going to really catapult us to the next level.
So how come you wouldn't be excited about Vooch?
Because I don't think that I kind of want to see what they have in Quentin Post a little bit. Not that he's the starter or anything, but I think that they're fine with TJD, and they could use a stretch 5. I would rather prefer like Miles Teller.
Miles Teller?
Sorry, not Miles Teller. Miles Turner. He's really good on the drums. I don't know, like the Vucevic move, like maybe it's just recency bias, but I don't watch enough of him, so I really can't say. But
Derek saw that one game the other night, and he was like, hell no.
Well, what do you think, Coach? What do you think?
He just doesn't, he doesn't move me, but it's about what is your scope or your lens in which you're watching this team. Are you looking at what Danny said about Steve Kerr's conversation in Hawaii in training camp about there's something to being competitive and value into being a tough team and developing? Does he make you better? Absolutely, he makes you better. At what cost? I still wonder, if you're not going to give up a ton and you're holding on to assets for the future, and I'm of the belief, if you can go get somebody, use everything you have, because what do you have to lose at this point? But if it costs you too much or first-round picks to go get Vucevic and it prevents you from something this offseason, then you may look back. They've already miscalculated things once with how to handle the Chris Paul thing. We haven't seen what's going to happen in terms of how they'll move assets or what they're willing to do. I want to move assets to go get a difference maker. Is Vucevic that player, and can you go get something else beyond that this offseason and come into next year with Vucevic and another piece? That would be intriguing. If it's just Vucevic, then you got to figure something else out for next year.
Yeah.
It's not as sexy, obviously.
Vucevic is appealing for a number of reasons. Okay. I think his play on the court is good and would fit the Warriors system, and it would unlock a player like Kuminga, being able to play him next to a stretch 5. He's also on a tradable contract. You can get him now, and you can flip him next year.
Yeah, that's true.
So there's a few variables with that would make him an appealing option.
Danny Emmerman, make sure you're reading him.
I think you just answered my question.
There you go. I don't know if Derek just talks himself in circles. Danny Emmerman, make sure you're reading him, following him in the Bay Area news group in the San Jose Mercury News. He'll be out here tonight for the Warriors and the Thunder. Thanks for stopping by, bro.
Thanks, guys. Dirty work.
Dirty Work, the #1 show in America. All right, we're going to take a break from talking Warrior basketball. We are live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center, where the Warriors take on the Thunder at 7 o'clock tonight. We'll catch up with our guy Charles Davis of the NFL Network, who is, by the way, out at the Senior Bowl, getting ready for February 1st play.
Oh, yeah.
At the Senior Bowl. Not East-West Shrine. That's a whole different game. That's
totally
going
different.
Tomorrow. East-West Shrine tomorrow, Senior Bowl on Saturday. We'll pick his brain about what's going on at the Senior Bowl, and we can talk a little NFL and Super Bowl with him, as well as Robert Saleh's return to the 49ers. Friend of the show, Charles Davis, joins us next. Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader.
Thank you, man.
Could a Jimmy Butler trade even work financially for the Golden State Warriors? ESPN front office expert Bobby Marks has the answer. Check out that morning show podcast and all our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work live from Harmonic Brewing in Chase Center. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, outside of Chase Center. Copes has to correct me on everything.
I think there's some legality to that.
Oh, yeah, that actually might be the case.
Not that I care. I'm just saying I think there is some.
Little news.
That's the thing is we have to act like we don't care.
That's
Even
true.
when we do. That's the bit of Dirty Work.
That's the dirty work.
That.
We have to act like we don't care when we do. A little bit of news before we get Charles Davis on. Former 49ers defensive coordinator Steve Wilks is going to be the Jets defensive coordinator. It's official now.
Oh, for Aaron Glenn, huh?
He'll be calling the defensive plays for Aaron Glenn this year.
By the way, I want to point that out. Like we were talking about Robert Saleh. We were talking, don't forget about how badly everybody thought Steve Wilks performed as the DC last year. And I think there were flaws. I think Kyle Shanahan viewed there were flaws, or saw that there were flaws. They also didn't have the talent.
No.
We talked a lot about this with Robert Saleh's proven ability to turn defenses around and do it as a head coach and do it as a defensive coordinator. When he took over the Niners, remember, we said they were like 25th or something? 26th in the league in yards per game allowed in 2017. They didn't turn the ball over at all. 2018, they jump up to like 13th or 14th. The following year, they're in the Super Bowl, and they jump to like 3rd or 2nd in yards per game allowed.
Right.
Nick Sorensen's defense this year only allowed the seventh fewest yards per game to opposing offenses, and they were like top 4 until the final couple games of the season where they got run off the field a couple of different times where things just went really bad for that defense and ultimately sealed the fate, I think, for Nick Sorensen. I'm a believer in Robert Saleh's ability to turn things around. The one thing that gives me pause is can they acquire more talent? We've talked about this. We gave our wish list and stuff yesterday, who we want them to go after. And it doesn't necessarily look like they would land a guy like B.J. Hill and or D.J. Jones. I mean, they'd be two of the more expensive guys in terms of interior defensive tackles in free agency. And the other thing that gives me pause is how long is Robert Saleh here? I mean, Matt Mayoko talked to us yesterday about this, and they could very well, the 49ers, be in the exact same situation at this time next year that they're in right now, for good or for better or for worse.
Well, that's a risk I think you're willing to make when you have
He's the best available DC out
absolutely.
there, right?
And it's a total upgrade over Nick Sorensen. I mean, I would say 2 years ago I thought they had the talent with Steve Wilks. It's just that he didn't have the proper scheme. They kind of, like in hindsight, I mean, I think that was the wrong move to make, to fire Steve Wilks. Now looking back on this season, obviously they went to the Super Bowl, and firing him kind of set you back. Decision that late in the game, you were deciding between Nick Sorensen, who was already on staff, or Brandon Staley, who most people hated at that point.
I mean, that's part of it. Is the reasons to have a big part of the reason Staley ends up as your DC. You're making a good point. Not Staley, Sorensen is because of how far they went last year.
Absolutely.
By going to the Super Bowl. We've made the connection with our guy Charles Davis in the NFL Network, who is you can see him this week in coverage of the Senior Bowl. Are you in Mobile, Alabama, Charles? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing
well,
fantastic. We're getting ready for a little Warriors Oklahoma City Thunder tilt here at Chase Center, but always a good thing to check in with Charles Davis and talk some football. So, how's Senior Bowl stuff going? We had a whole debate at the beginning of the show: Senior Bowl versus East-West Shrine Bowl. East-West Shrine tomorrow, Senior Bowl on Saturday. But you're a Senior Bowl guy, huh, Charles?
Yeah, I'm at the Senior Bowl. That's where I was assigned. And listen, I'm a bowl game aficionado for all these kids trying to come out and get ready to try and make it in the NFL. So, if you're a scout, if you're a personnel, evaluator, if you are working on the draft, your season has begun. Okay, whether it's East-West, whether it's Shrine, whether it's East-West Shrine, whether it's the Senior Bowl, whether it's the Hula Bowl, the Tropical Bowl, there are a bunch of these things out there.
The Belk Bowl, you got a whole bunch.
Right, but the Hula Bowl, as you guys remember, used to be a really big deal. Like to go to Hawaii and play, and they were the ones that would mic up players. And we thought that was so cool because we could get into the huddle and do that. And, that game, of course, now the Hula Bowl's played in Orlando, Florida. So
that's a Disney Bowl now, right?
Yeah, nothing says hula like Orlando, Florida. But in any event,
exactly,
it's that time of year, and all these kids are getting their opportunities, and all the teams are going from bowl to bowl to bowl to evaluate them.
So let's start there, Charles. So the 49ers are in huge need of defensive line help. So who has stood out so far this week to you as far as a defensive end or defensive tackle?
Well, Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M has played well this week. He's been a heck of a player. I'm going to tell you that I'm pulling up my list here because I want to make sure I get these names right of the guys I'm seeing. Josiah Stewart from Michigan has done a nice job here. Donovan Ezaraku from Boston College, one of the top sack leaders in the league in the country. Mike Green from Marshall, who's a Virginia transfer. Those guys have been really good off at the edge. Inside, there are some people who are just massive. Cameron Jackson from Florida, I wouldn't call him a great pass rusher, but you're about creating rubble inside. 6'6", 339 pounds. Okay? Deion Walker, Kentucky, 6'7", 340 pounds. And when he plays with good pad level, look out, Deion Walker. Walter Nolan from Ole Miss has probably been the best defensive tackle here at the Senior Bowl. Incredible first step, get upfield, create havoc. He's a guy who's probably going to be ranked on most people's boards somewhere in the 20s, top 20 player in the country. The weird part, guys, is when you look at stats will throw you and screw you up. Because you remember last year Chop Robinson from Penn State was supposed to be one of the best pass rushers out there? 4.5 sacks his senior year. Okay? Adafe Owe, who's with Baltimore now, was known as Jason Owe. His senior year at Penn State had 0 sacks. Was still a first-round pick. So numbers like that, try not to focus on them because you'll go, is my team nuts? And oftentimes they're not. Those numbers, for whatever reason, just don't register quite the same as we might expect.
Talking to Charles Davis of the NFL Network. Nice enough to join us from the Senior Bowl, which is in Mobile, Alabama. Will be played this Saturday. I want to just jump into some talk as it relates to the 49ers. Your thoughts on the return of Robert Saleh to the Niners as defensive coordinator? And before you came on, I was saying, when you look at his numbers and what defenses have done under him, he's done a really good job, both as a DC for the Niners and as the head coach of the Jets, turning things around within just a couple of seasons and making them two of the elite defenses, at least in their respective divisions and leagues. It's about talent, sure, but how big of an impact do you think Robert Saleh makes in what really could just be 1 year in San Francisco?
As you guys know, coaches and players and teams all have those buzzwords and buzz phrases that sometimes we probably hide behind our head, our smile behind our hand when we're going, oh boy, here we go again, right? Mm-hmm. New coach comes in, we've got to change the culture, right? And they have whatever buzz phrase that they've got. But there's one that I do believe in, and it's called you get what you coach. You get what you demand. And that's where Robert Saleh comes into play. He's not going to compromise on what he's wanting from these players. Are they going to like playing for him? Absolutely. But only if they're doing the things that he wants them to do. And he's not going to slide on it. And that's why those defenses have been good. These guys respond to him. Yes, you're exactly right. If you don't have talent, I don't care how good coach you are, you're only going to get so much. But you combine talent with his coaching style and their scheme, and you have a very good defense. Look, that defense was never the issue for him with the Jets. They just couldn't ring the bell on offense. That was the issue, and we kept thinking if he can get the quarterback, i.e. Aaron Rodgers at the time or whoever, who can score enough points for him because the defense is going to keep you in every game, there's your formula. Well, it just didn't work out ultimately. But I think Robert Saleh back in San Francisco, that's a flat-out home run for Kyle Shanahan.
So what do you think about some of these head coaching hirings this offseason? I know a couple of years ago when you were on with us, with Tom, you spoke glowingly about Ben Johnson. For the Lions, like in his first year. You got Pete Carroll coming back to coach the Raiders. What'd you make of some of these head coaching hirings?
Let's start with Ben Johnson because he could have had this job, quote-unquote, a job in the NFL, 3 seasons ago?
Yeah.
And he decided to stay with Detroit. And sometimes I think that's a major league plus. Sometimes you learn more in that opportunity of staying in one place, adding experience, going through more situations. Now he's actually been a spotlight guy, so everything he did was starting to be scrutinized. So when he moves over one step to the head coaching place, it's always going to be different. But at the same time, it's not foreign to him. Like when he first hit the scene, we were like, oh, wow, what's going on over there? Who's their coordinator? What's going on? Now, any Lions game you turned on, he was one of the feature players. And he had to answer for things if things went wrong, and very rarely did things go wrong. Like, it got so good for him that they could run all those trick plays, and all of us would just stand and applaud, and they run one more in the playoff game, and Jameson Williams throws an interception. We're like, what are you doing, Ben Johnson? Right? That's where he got to. I think it is a great hire for Chicago because they had one priority. They have to make sure Caleb Williams has a chance to be successful. And if he does, then the Bears have a chance to be successful. And Ben Johnson, as we know, knows how to do that. Having Pete Carroll come back, I'm thrilled, okay? Because I'm old too. I love old guys getting jobs. And here's the thing. Pete's got me by like 13 years.
Yeah.
And he makes me look like I'm the one that's got 1 foot in it. All right? The time away. Did you see Pete at the press conference? Did you see how he did?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
I was texting with someone because I know Pete enough. I'm not going to sit here and say we're buddies. He's going to call me or anything like that, but I know him. He helped me when I was a young coach in a number of ways. I'm a big Pete Carroll fan. I texted someone and said, look at Pete at the presser. As soon as he leaves the presser, he's going to organize his first 3-on-3 hoops game today. That's just who Pete is, right? They're going to be out there doing their thing. He's going to attack with enthusiasm. We know all these. I'm not going to take the Harbaugh phrase and use it for Pete, but that's how he goes about his job too. And he gets one more opportunity, and he knows it. I think it's a great hire for the Raiders. Now, the key is, will the Raiders be able to let Pete just go coach the team? And can they break their string? Because it can't just be the coaches that have come in that have had the Raiders this bad for this long. It just can't be they've made nothing but bad coaching decisions. It's the whole organization's got to get this thing figured out. I hope that Pete can help them do that.
Talking to Charles Davis of the NFL Network, nice enough to join us, courtesy of the UMA guest line. Just sort of bouncing around a bit. When you look back at the AFC Championship from last week, it's hard to think that or if I had to imagine, that's not the last time we're going to see that matchup between those two quarterbacks in the AFC Championship. It's been year after year in the playoffs. What would you say about Josh Allen and where he is and his legacy right now? We were saying, like, if Lamar Jackson's career ended yesterday, he'd be a Hall of Famer based on the accolades he's put up. Josh Allen may be right there too, but a lot of great guys didn't win Super Bowls. He hasn't been to one yet. Does he need more help? Where are we with Josh Allen and the Bills?
He's right there, and I would posit that this edition of the Bills got to an AFC Championship game ahead of schedule.
Sure.
Because I think if we go back to preseason, how many people did you hear say this is the Bills' year? I think you heard more people say they might have missed their window because they were looking at that roster, the loss of Diggs, Gabe Davis is gone, this guy's gone, that guy's gone. Can they hold up here? Can they do that? And instead what happened was Josh Allen, in his prime, tried to emulate what Mahomes has kind of done the last couple of years. You ascend your level of quarterbacking based on what your team is. And Mahomes' team changed. They went from offensive-centric to defensive-centric. And he changed along with them. He plays the game to what he has on defense. Hey, better for me to take the sack here than make the wild throw because my defense will take care of me. You see where I'm going? Josh Allen did a lot of that this year, but he still had that. Look, I don't know if you guys are into horse racing, okay? My guy Randy Moss, the horse racing Randy Moss, not the football Randy Moss. Yeah. I call Randy all the time, and I was like, hey, I like this guy. Give me a horse that kind of fits his style of play. And I went with War Admiral for Josh Allen. War Admiral was the horse that Seabiscuit beat, okay, in the great movie, right? The Unbeatable. And Randy goes, oh, God, Charles, you're so old. He said, look, try Justify. Triple Crown winner, 2018. Okay, boom. Well, whoever it is, that's who Josh Allen is right now. I'm totally with you. He is a Hall of Fame-type quarterback. He would love to have that championship. But my goodness, someone said to me the other day, if Josh Allen's playing for Kansas City and Mahomes is playing for Buffalo, maybe Josh Allen has the championship.
Well, and Charles, I mean, that's one thing. Yeah, we were talking, cursed franchises in sports. And, everybody looks at, like, baseball, really, because it goes back so far. And, it was cool to watch the Red Sox, of course, in 2004, and the Cubs, exercise their demons and get one. And now you don't hear that much about the curses. But to be a Buffalo Bills fan, man, 4 consecutive Super Bowl losses with Jim Kelly. And then to think back and go, boy, they were on the clock, and Patrick Mahomes was there. And they traded the pick to Kansas City, and now he sends them home every year. I mean, I don't know. That's a tough pill to swallow, man.
It is a tough one, but think of it this way as well. Since they've gotten Josh Allen, right, these playoff games with Kansas City are a killer because during the regular season, who's winning the games? Buffalo.
Buffalo.
Right?
Yeah.
They win the games. They know they can beat them. They're right there. But the playoffs, Mahomes, the defense, the magic, it works. They find a way to win. I'll just leave it at this. Someone said to me before the game, hey, you think Josh Allen can get this done? And I said, Josh Allen's already gotten it done. They're like, no, he hasn't beaten them yet. I said, listen to what I'm about to say. He threw the game-winning touchdown pass in Kansas City a few seasons ago, and there were 13 seconds left on the clock.
Yep.
13 seconds. That's on Josh Allen? No, it's not on Josh Allen. Plus, the coaching staff didn't put the ball in play on the kickoff to take more time off the clock. They let him kick it out of the end zone. No time came off the clock. Mahomes did his magic. They kicked the field goal with Butler, a monster field goal. Give Butler some credit now. And they go to overtime, and then he beats them in overtime. Of course, now everybody wants to change the rules in overtime because not everybody's touching the ball. All I'm saying is it wasn't that Josh Allen didn't respond in big moments, because he did. You need a little help sometimes to finish off the moment. That didn't happen then. And in this one, you can argue about the spot of the ball. You can argue about did Worthy catch the ball? Although people have missed, there was a defensive holding call in the play. They were going to get a first down anyway. Just wouldn't have been first and goal right there. So there's a lot of things that go with it. And by the way, I'm just going to address it now. Everybody's screaming about the calls. The Chiefs are getting everything. Someone sent me a cartoon today that in the midst of the second Brady run of Dynasty, they had the cartoon of Brady going something like, oh, wow, I can't wait to go to another Super Bowl. And in the background, there were three guys in officials' things saying, go Tom,
They
go.
did the same thing for Brady.
Yep. Look, dynasties get calls. Pick your sport, pick your place. They get calls. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's whatever. But those guys who get calls are in positions to get them because they're great. Don't pick at Kansas City like the thing's rigged. That's just ridiculous. It wasn't rigged for Tom Brady and the Patriots to have their success. It wasn't rigged when the 49ers were dominant under Bill Walsh. It wasn't rigged for any of those times. But guess who's going to get more calls? The better teams are. It's almost human nature.
Yep. Charles Davis of the NFL Network, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. Charles, just your quick thoughts on this, early thoughts on this Super Bowl matchup. I know you've seen both teams this year.
Yeah.
I think some people think it's a foregone conclusion that the Chiefs are going to three-peat, but I don't know. I think with the Eagles' run attack, I think it's going to be very hard to stop.
Yeah, not a foregone conclusion. I like where you just went. To me, if I'm Philadelphia, I'm going to test them. Plus, as you guys know, Philadelphia is not shy about going for it on fourth down. If they are in range, and it's not just the tush-push, they will go for it and try and pick up first down. I think that Philadelphia is going to try and make this a four-down game the entire way. Because if they're able to do that, you know what it blunts on Kansas City defensively? Steve Spagnuolo's ability to blitz you at the worst possible time and create a big play. Spags' blitz package doesn't work quite as well on 3rd and 3, especially on a team that will go for it on 4th and 1. But Spags' blitz package is going to work much better when it's 3rd and 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You see where I'm going? 4th and 5. That was a blitz that they brought, and I heard one of the Buffalo players say, hey, we thought that they were in a pattern of wherever they showed blitz, they blitzed opposite. This time they showed blitz from one side, and they came from that side, and they got us. That's the beauty of Spags. He's a tremendous coach. But to me, if you can blunt that by being able to run the ball and keep him out of situations that he can call those blitzes, to me, that's Philadelphia's advantage, and that's how they're built. I would press that advantage. I wouldn't get away from it. I'd hand the ball to Saquon Barkley until he just couldn't carry it anymore. I would be like John McKay, the old USC coach. And I hate to bring O.J. Simpson into it, but when O.J. won the Heisman, he was averaging 30-something carries a game. And a reporter said, Coach McKay, that's a lot of carries. Like, O.J.'s averaging 30-plus a game. Like, are you worried about running him too much? Do you remember what John McKay said? He said, no, because the ball's not that heavy. Next question.
Charles Davis, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line of the NFL Network. Hey, Charles, before we let you go, I love talking pop culture with you. I love talking movies and TV with you. Have you watched Landman?
Oh, my God. Are you freaking kidding me?
Bro, I'm all in on Landman, dude. I am a Landman.
Evan Washburn turned me on to it. And I didn't watch it during the season. And every week he'd go, "Did you watch this week?" And I was like, "Evan, I'm trying to get ready for the game." He goes, "No game's that good." He's like, "Watch Landman." He's like, get mad at me. And finally the season ended, and I started it. That show is spectacular. Billy Bob.
I peeled it
Thornton,
off in like 2 days, dude. I did the same thing. As soon as the Niners were done, I went all in on Landman. Yeah.
Billy Bob is so good in this thing, and the things that he says and the phrases and when he's talking to different people, whether it's advice or he's having a dispute, I just think the writing is incredible. I just love the premise of this show, and I'm like 2 episodes away from being done with season 1, and I want to find Taylor Sheridan and say, "Where's season 2? I want it right now."
Yeah, Pat, dude, exactly. This guy's a wizard, man. The stuff he's coming up with Yellowstone
God.
and all the spin-offs of that, 1923, 1883. He's got the three
You know what's
nines
so
coming. There's
cool?
a whole bunch of other stuff coming. What's that?
You know what's so cool? I've heard this story. Have you guys heard this? This is how good Taylor Sheridan is. He has this empire of shows that you just reeled off, right? And he's writing on all of them and doing everything, right? He has bought, like where those ranches are and you see all this stuff, he has bought a lot of this land. And guess what? They're shooting those shows. This is his land.
He's shooting on his own property now?
Yes, and from what I've heard, not only is he shooting on his own property, like I've read this, heard this. Now I hope if I'm wrong, Taylor Sheridan, please don't sue me. This is what's out there, okay? That not only that, he's able to actually bill for the shooting back.
This guy's a wizard. This guy knows what he's doing.
Landman himself.
And Taylor Sheridan, if you hear about this, I'm not mad at you. I'm thinking genius. Absolute genius. And anytime you want to adopt someone, I'm available. I will happily be your 60-year-old kid. Okay, just write me into the inheritance. But he is unbelievable what he's doing. He's prolific. But this show grabbed me because Evan told me, and he was so right. Like I loved Yellowstone.
Yeah,
I think I like Landman a little better.
It starts a little quicker. I think I'm with you on that. And we'll have to circle back then after you finish. I don't want to give anything away.
Yeah,
But you get a good cameo
circle
and a
back,
good setup
but
for
I'm
season
loving
2. Yeah, we get a good cameo and a good setup for season 2 at the finale, dude. So.
And all I'm going to tell everyone, if you are of a certain vintage where Varsity Blues was a big part of your life,
oh, dude, let them know. Let them know.
You should watch Landman.
Let them know, bro.
To see where one of your favorite Varsity Blues characters has gone in life, and ladies and gentlemen, life is good.
Charles Davis of the NFL Network. We were talking Awakenings yesterday, and that might have been a lot of people's in our listening audience. Dude, Varsity Blues. Charles, have a great time at the Senior Bowl. Enjoy the finale of Landman, and we'll talk to you soon, bro.
Thanks, Charles.
Thanks a lot, guys. You take care of yourselves, okay?
You too, man.
Appreciate
the
you.
great Charles Davis. We love talking to him. You see him and hear him all year long on NFL games.
I'm missing out on Landman.
Dude, you're missing out on Landman.
Well, I haven't watched Yellowstone. The only Taylor Sheridan show I've seen is Tulsa King. I've only watched the first season.
Is that him too?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm a King man too.
Well, he's got like 10 shows going on?
He basically owns Paramount.
Yeah, he runs the Paramount Plus
He might have bought
service.
that mountain that Paramount is using as their logo.
Yeah, if you got a show, I think we said before, like if you got a show that deals with narcotics or land, oil, Sylvester Stallone is a gangster.
Getting out of prison, need to buy a marijuana shop, whatever the hell's going on. Taylor Sheridan is your guy. Adam Copeland, Depop, live from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center, where the Warriors are tipping off with the OKC Thunder coming up at 7 o'clock tonight. By the way, John Dickinson will be here for Dubs
Confirmed.
OT. Dubs OT, he'll be here for after the game at Harmonic Brewing, and he'll be here with us in about an hour at 5:30. We'll take a quick break. We'll come on back, and then we'll get into a little 49er stuff at the bottom of the hour at 4:30. Still to come, a sound soiree, a 30th anniversary that we got to talk about.
Yep.
And then John Dickinson at 5:30. Plenty more to come. Dirty Work rolls on. It's the best show in America. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work is live at Harmonic Brewing at Thrive City today between 2 and 6, and the same deal on Friday. If you're a fan of great beer, excellent food, and mediocre sports takes, swing by and tell them Krug sent you.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here with my good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. And Steve, tax season can be stressful for a variety of different reasons, especially if you've got a bill and you can't pay your taxes. If that's a problem somebody's got, what should they do?
They should call us. That is such a common situation, and people make all kinds of mistakes, like not filing the return. If you didn't file the return, that's okay. We can file all the old back returns, get it right, and then make a deal for you. Also, I've seen horrible things happen over this. All preventable. I've seen suicides. I saw a kid given up for adoption because of this. I've seen divorces, business, marriages, lives, businesses ruined. None of it has to be. There's a lot of good solutions. Like, if we can qualify, you just pay part of what you owe and they forgive the rest. Or get the penalties forgiven. Sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the tax. Or get monthly payments that you can actually afford. Not what some IRS agent says you can afford, but what you can really afford. And there's a lot of other good solutions. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of this for me.
Steve Moskowitz can help with all your tax stresses and needs. 188-TAX-DEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
It's dirty work, and it's freezing cold in the studio. Right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work live from Harmonic Brewing, right outside Chase Center. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, T-Dub. Just got done with Charles Davis. Copes has got a big old quesadilla in his mouth. See, I told you guys quesadillas were good. I just wasn't BSing in the promos.
What's the dia?
Quesadilla.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff from Charles Davis. He thinks that the Eagles have a good chance to win the Super Bowl. He likes the addition of Robert Saleh. And some names he threw out for potential Senior Bowl guys for 49er fans to watch out for this Saturday that could be good pickups for defensive ends and defensive tackles. I'm sure Larry Krueger knows all the names.
Do you have a feel yet on the Super Bowl itself? I mean, what you said I think is true, that a lot of people are just of the mindset. It's like automatic that.
It was, yeah.
That was just me flipping on the open sign, by the way, for Harmonic. I was just making sure everybody knew they were open. We're at Harmonic Brewing. That's out of Chase Center. No, but you said you think it's a foregone, that some people believe it's a foregone conclusion that they're just going to win it. The Chiefs are.
I think that people kind of view it as the same thing of when the Patriots went 16-0. Like when you're on the verge of history like this, people are like, oh, they're going to do it. I wouldn't be so sure. I think that this Eagles team is a hell of a lot better than what it was 2 years ago.
Now, Jalen Hurts isn't playing as well, but the run game is exponentially better. We looked at the numbers from the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
Yes.
There's a lot of similarities in the two teams. I mean, there's not tons of differences between the two teams. Saquon Barkley
the biggest difference.
Is the biggest difference, right? They had both pass catchers in A.J. Brown and in Devontae Smith, right? Devontae Smith had a big game that day. The Eagles outgained, and basically in every statistical category, I believe with the exception of rushing yards.
Yeah, you would be right.
Top of the Kansas City Chiefs in that game. The Chiefs just scored 7 touchdowns. All 7 of their scores came on touchdowns versus the all 5 of their scores came on touchdowns versus when they win 38-35. 38-35. So they kick 1 field goal there.
Yeah.
They end up winning that Super Bowl. But the leading rusher for the Eagles in that game was Jalen Hurts. He had like 70 yards on the ground.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be
Boston Scott, Miles Turner. Not Miles Turner. See? We just did it. See, now it's messing me up.
Miles
Sanders, excuse me. Better than Miles Teller. And then who's the other back they had back there?
Boston Scott. I mean, a lot of it, Kenneth Gainwell.
Gainwell, that was the other
who's still there. I think the biggest difference in this matchup is Saquon Barkley and just the time of possession that the Eagles can have this time around. And I can't see, I know Steve Spagnuolo is a defensive genius. I can't see him coming up with a scheme that could stop this run game.
Well, nobody's stopped this run game to this point. That's the thing. Saquon, I mean, he goes for over 2,000 yards on the season. We were looking at Washington going, how are they going to stop Saquon when they give up 148 on the ground on average? And they didn't. I mean, he just gashed him again. He's having one of the greatest running performances. By the way, I saw his numbers up against the 2018 postseason. We'd have to go look at it. The 2018 postseason that Sony Michel had.
Yeah.
It's comparable to the postseason that Saquon Barkley was having.
Sony Michel?
Isn't that wild? When I saw those notes side by side, they're like, nobody's talking Sony Michel as a major weapon.
For the Rams?
I think it was for the Patriots.
Oh, for the Patriots.
The Patriots that year. Yeah, we'll go back and look at those numbers.
He has ridiculous postseason numbers?
In that one postseason, they're similar in terms of yards per carry.
Sony Michel.
Total yards and touchdowns.
Well, be damned.
I want to say at this point he might have had more touchdowns scored than what Saquon has in the postseason.
I wouldn't be surprised by that one. And Sony Michel had it wasn't really a high-flying passing offense for the Patriots that year. I thought you'd go when Todd Gurley was hurt, that one Rams run. Who they have? C.J. Anderson.
Yep.
I was like, Sony Michel, C.J. Anderson. We were going in that.
Cal Berkeley's own.
Yeah. Now, if I had to lean one way right now, we still got a lot of time. We still got a whole week and a half.
Chiefs are favored. They're minus 125.
I would lean Birds right now.
The Chiefs are favored minus 125 on the money line. In terms of the spread on the game, a point and a half.
Yeah. Spell it out. And even the defense right now I think is better. They don't have the pass rushers they did in the past, but I think this team can cover a hell of a lot better than it did last time around. They picked on James Bradbury, who Deebo Samuel referred to as trash.
I would be surprised in this game if the Chiefs put up 30 points.
I would be too.
It's the best defense in football. Is it the two best defensive coordinators going head-to-head in football? Spagnuolo and Vic Fangio?
Yeah, I would say so, and I think that the only way to stop Patrick Mahomes is not have him have the ball. So I think the key to this game is just run the hell out of Saquon Barkley and keep the time of possession going. Jalen Hurts can make plays here or there. I mean, I'm diminishing his value as a quarterback. He definitely can if he needs to. But I think that they kind of save Saquon, which is kind of crazy. Like, isn't it kind of weird? Like, at some point during that game, did you think that something was wrong with Saquon with how little of carries he was getting? He did get 15, but it felt like there was like times where he could have got more and more and more, and they just kept passing. And it may have been like you saw Saquon nursing that calf injury on the sideline. And
they got up so big, too, that it was like they didn't need him. I don't know. They were up so big that then they stopped even needing him on the field.
No, definitely. But, like, yeah, they got a pretty good lead, and I don't know if they just wanted to milk the clock, and in the end they ended up running with Will Shipley.
I mean, it's back-to-back games where he's averaged 8 yards a carry.
Well, this is the game where I think you need to go all out and give Saquon Barkley 30 carries maybe. But, yeah, right now I would lean in towards the Eagles' direction. And, I think the Eagles are right now top to bottom. I know that the Chiefs went 15-2. I think right now, overall, I think they're the better team.
He's had one game all season, by the way, in which he had 30 carries. And it was the final game of the regular season.
Just to get him that 2,000 yards.
He had 31 carries for 167.
I don't know if you heard this, Copes, but according to Adam Schefter, Sunday of the Super Bowl will be Saquon Barkley's 28th birthday, in which he will turn 28.
It's his golden birthday. The year he turns on the day that he turns it. So,
yes.
And if only it were Super Bowl 28, then Schefter would. I want to get you Sony Michel's numbers from that postseason that we were just talking about.
In 2018 with the Patriots?
I think it's a 2018 postseason that people were talking about. I will get that for you momentarily here. But I'm with you. I'm of the belief that Philadelphia has as good of a shot as they had a couple of years ago. I think they played that game tough, and I thought in that game at one point that they were going to win, that Philadelphia was going to pull that thing out. It's funny in that I think they are a more complete team now. The defense is better than it was
100%.
then. The run game is exponentially better than it was then. And while Jalen Hurts isn't playing as well, they don't need him to play as well. I don't think they need to get A.J. Brown going to win this one. You don't need him to throw for 300 yards. He did that last time that they played Kansas City in the Super Bowl, and they fell short. 2018 season, 71 carries for Sony Michel in 3 games, 336 yards. He had 6 touchdowns, and he was averaging 4.5 a carry, 112 yards.
In the postseason.
This is just in the postseason. And I'll get you what Saquon Barkley is doing this year on the same clip.
Now, that's incredible.
In terms of postseason. Yeah, I think we just forget that. So, Saquon Barkley on the season this year, he's at 66 carries for 442. What did I say Sony Michel was at? 71 for 336. So, he's already topped him in yards. And Saquon's got 5 touchdowns to the 6 of Sony Michel. He may end up with more just about, but it is funny. Like, it's more to me about the explosive runs. It's like every time you look up, Saquon's running for 60 or 50 yards to the end zone.
And I think
Sony Michel didn't have that. He was punching near the goal line.
I think that Saquon only needs 30 yards to get the most rushing yards in a single season combined with the regular season and postseason, eclipsing Terrell Davis. But this is a conversation we have next week. If the Eagles end up winning the Super Bowl, I think this will piss off more Niner fans, because Niner fans, if the Chiefs win, they're like, well, damn it, they did history. They won 3 in a row.
The Eagles win it. They will have been. Jalen Hurts will have been just the 3rd quarterback to beat Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs.
And I'm sure Niner fans will be like, how come we couldn't do that? How come we couldn't do the same thing that the Eagles are doing? We're better than the Eagles a year ago. Why did this happen now?
Were the Niners better last year than the Eagles are right now?
That's a good conversation for another day.
For next week?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, all right.
Let's table that one.
Mark it down. We'll table that one. We're the 49ers last year.
Going to write down that segment?
Yeah, table that one for next year.
I need all the help I can get, Coach.
Because we have another topic of discussion. Is this the most important offseason in the John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan era?
I think so.
It may carry the most weight. We'll talk about that next, and then our guy John Dickinson's going to join us at 5:30, but not until we get you a big 30th anniversary today as it relates to the 49ers and a sound soiree. But first, is this the most important, the biggest 49er offseason under Kyle and John Lynch? We'll talk about it next on the Here on the Sports Leader.
ELGS, Eagles! Let's go, Birds!
It's Dirty Work. All the sports you'll ever need. On KNBR 104.5 at 680 AM, the sports leader.
All the dirty you'll ever need.
Is that a new one, by the way? All the sports you'll ever need on the Dirty Work rejoin?
It's Dirty Work. All the sports you'll ever need.
We should have him say, we got to have him saying it in different tones. All the sports you'll ever need?
All the sports you'll ever need.
Adam Copeland, Depop with you. We are live from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center, where Marcus the Waterboy Boucher just showed up. Walter's here. Anything he can do to get a
Hey,
free
young
meal.
Tony just showed up.
Young Tony's not here.
Yeah, I know.
And Tony making a
I don't
drag
wanna
out to the
get,
city.
I don't want to get people's hopes up.
Marcus checked in, though. He said he had to stop by and see the #1 show in America.
His words verbatim.
His legit words as he walked up. Got to see the #1 show in America.
He took exception with the Greg saying they're the #1 hair show on the station.
He did. He said, I don't know about that. I said, I don't know, man. I think I'm going to ride with the Gregs on the hair. Combined lettuce on the show? You got Walter,
Murph?
too?
Murph got a good hair situation.
I don't want to come at Murph, but he might have.
I'm not one to talk by any means when it comes to hair.
But he might be rocking one of the same things as the new Thin Tim. That meaning, you know what I mean, Tim? A little thin up top.
Little thin up top, that's okay. But again, if that's your counter, we're the greatest show in America. You have the best hair at the station. Feels like a little fall off, right?
It's a little hollow.
There you go, man. We're popular in America and Indonesia.
Look at what's going on, dude. See what happens? This is what I meant by we needed to stir the pot more. We need to be the heels of KNBR. I'm all about it. Where are you? Is this the biggest offseason in the tenure of Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch?
Hands down, because I know last year everybody was like, "Oh, this is the last dance. This is it." I think now you could say like we're getting closer and closer to the window being closed. The window is closing.
The window is still open, but it's closing, and it could close this year, just depending on what happens and how things shake out. In hindsight, how big was last offseason, though?
Well,
you lose a defensive coordinator coming off a Super Bowl loss. Christian McCaffrey is dealing with bilateral Achilles tendonitis. You didn't know necessarily you were going to deal with that.
You needed to sign Ayuk.
You knew the Ayuk situation would be there. You knew the Trent Williams situation would be there. You knew the Brock Purdy thing was going to be pending.
Yeah, I mean, the only I guess like going into the offseason, the biggest question mark was, are they going to sign Ayuk or are they going to trade him? And that was drawn out all offseason. It sucked. It was terrible. But then, like the expectation was still they're going to go back to being a playoff team and maybe even the Super Bowl. But this time around, it's a mix of finally signing a quarterback to a long-term contract. It's, competing in the NFC still, seeing the opponents you have next season, and you're thinking like, wow, we should not only be an NFC, like we have aspirations to be a Super Bowl team, but we should win the division with the AFC South and NFC South teams we're playing, and just kind of balancing between being a competitive team, being a Super Bowl team, and also realizing that you may have to shed salary little by little each offseason now. So I think there will be casualties. I think that I keep bringing up Deebo Samuel. I know that Matt Mayoka and others disagree with me. I just think that it's time to move off of him. I think that you could bring him back just because.
Is that all based on performance from this year?
I think so. But also, I just don't think he fits anymore. Like, if McCaffrey comes back at full strength, McCaffrey does the things that Deebo was basically doing for you before.
But if in fact Deebo Samuel would only net you like a fifth rounder, like you were talking about,
I think it's worth it.
I think you should check out anybody who didn't hear Matt Mayoka with us yesterday. Check it out, KNBR.com in the app, because
he tore me to shreds.
Well, he was kind of in the same mindset of us, though. Like, I don't know how you value draft. It's hard to figure out how teams value draft picks versus the player itself, because he said every year at the trade deadline, players are like get moved or traded, and you're like, oh man, if that's all it was going to cost, this team could have done that. XYZ could have done that. You looked at he brought up the Zadarius Smith trade to the Lions and said, well, the 49ers could have gotten away with doing that. If he only nets you a fifth rounder, is he more valuable than what that fifth rounder would give you?
Well, when you don't have a fifth rounder to begin with because of what happened last offseason with the accounting error, I think that some GMs really value having a pick in every round. I don't know if John Lynch is that guy, but then they will take all the compensatory picks they get when a coach leaves. So I think that it's a mix. Like, we probably could hear, like, I would not be surprised if Deebo Samuel stays. I would also be not surprised if we hear trade rumors for the longest time. Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport do their thing on certain shows and say that, the Niners could move off of Deebo Samuel. And it gets drawn out because the Niners don't like the trade value. And in the end, they settle on a fifth-round pick. I could see that happening. But this offseason is just the first one where they finally have to pay Brock Purdy. And they will. People are going to complain about that.
But does that solely make it the most important? Because for me, it's less about just that. It's that paired with the idea that they probably I think what we're saying is they probably need more this offseason to regain the competitive edge than they have at any point.
But they don't have the resources to do it as in years past.
Their resources are strained relative to where they've been in the past.
No, definitely it's not the most important offseason just because of Brock Purdy. It's the balance of, like, if they were good last season, it's like, okay, pay Brock Purdy. But now that they had a terrible season where they went 6-11, finished 4th in the division, now it's a mix of, should we pay Brock Purdy? And you should pay Brock Purdy. But also it's...
I think they put that to bed. I mean, listeners and fans have it, but then I just pretty much put that to bed.
No, but that's just the talk around it. But at the same time, yes, they're going to pay Brock Purdy with also, well, Brock Purdy's not the end-all, be-all. You need to have help on the defensive line and offensive line. So it's a mix of solidifying the quarterback position, something that they were willing to get by with in the past with Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, this is the first time they're going to pay a quarterback in the offseason since Jimmy Garoppolo in 2018. And that's when they really didn't have Super Bowl aspirations. Now they do, while simultaneously also trying to get better as a football team, trying to improve the defensive line, trying to improve the secondary. Actually, secondary is okay right now. You could probably improve here or there. But, like, they're not... Even though we think they're a Super Bowl team, there's still a lot of holes to fix. So it's not just like the season where they went 6-10 and moved 3 first-round picks because they knew they had a stacked roster. They just needed to get a quarterback, and they thought that guy was going to be Trey Lance. This time around, it's a mix of signing Brock Purdy, improving the defense, maybe trading Deebo Samuel. You can't just keep running this back every year with the same squad with the salary cap. It's going to be impacted eventually. It may not be this offseason, but eventually you're going to have to move off of somebody. So this is the first offseason where it's a mix of being competitive, but also planning for the future.
Well, we've continually talked about Deebo Samuel as a salary relief move, right?
Yes.
Like if they were to move on from Deebo, what it would allow you to do. Somebody on the KNBR YouTube chat checked in and said, yeah, if they move Deebo Samuel, you could get 3 guys. Like, I don't know exactly how that would line up, but it's all about dollar amounts, too, when you go out and add players through free agency. But we saw last season the way it all was able to restructure for Brandon Ayuk. They were able to renegotiate Deebo's contract or restructure Deebo's. They did the same thing with Trent Williams, gave him more guaranteed money. Same thing happens with an extension for Christian McCaffrey. Fred Warner, there's some reports out there, not reports, there's rumors out there in thoughts and looking at guys on the roster who are expensive and players you could restructure. If you restructure Fred Warner's contract, you could save up to $12 million in cap space.
Yep.
I would anticipate, and this is why it's so hard relative to that of like baseball free agency, where you just go, we'll just go spend that money. You know what I mean? Yeah, you might have to go over some luxury tax or competitive balance threshold where you've got to pay a little bit more because you've gone over that threshold for a number of years consecutively. But if you can restructure contracts to alleviate some of that pressure, that's the unknown and the unforeseen thing that could happen this offseason that would allow them to make another big move. What Matt Mayoko did say to us yesterday is the Javon Hargrave thing kind of came out of nowhere and it happened fast. He said he anticipates the Niners will be busier and more active in the second wave of free agency rather than the first wave when all the big-name talent or the top talent, the most expensive talent, ends up jumping off the board immediately.
Yeah, just looking at the cap space for this offseason, Patriots have the most, Raiders are at second, and the Niners are at ninth, right behind the Detroit Lions.
Niners have $51 million in cap space.
Yes. So they can add more if they decide to move off of Deebo Samuel. I think Deebo would count, I think it's $22 million.
It's also however they structure Brock. It doesn't necessarily mean he's getting the 50 this year.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because he's got 1 year left. You could restructure that, give him some of that in a bonus now, and then pay him more later on.
But I do think they can make a big splash, not along the defensive line, because they may save that for the draft. I wouldn't be surprised if they make a big splash as far as the position, but offensive line. And I have to look at who the best offensive linemen are available at free agency this year. I think there's Ronnie Staley, and you don't want to having Trent Williams' replacement be Ronnie Staley. You want to probably get that in the draft at some point.
Do you believe Trent Williams is back?
I do, yes.
I do too.
I think Trent Williams is back for one more season. I think that's it.
I'm kind of
and I think that if you love left tackle in this draft at 11, then go for it, because eventually you need a plan for having his replacement. You could also say, well, we need somebody at the defensive line immediately. So, yeah, I hear Matt Mayoko when he's saying I think they would probably go more day 2, and that most likely will be the likely scenario. But I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility that they see this window and they do want to get aggressive, and not a trade by any means, but just a high caliber defensive player, or a good guy on the offensive line. And yeah, I do think that they'll probably restructure Fred Warner's contract, and trading away Deebo Samuel, it may hurt you in the receiver department. I also think you can easily replace him, but it does help you with the salary cap. That's the biggest move why I would do it. Get value for him right now, even if it is a 5th-round pick, because he did diminish as a player, and most likely you're not going to bring him back after next season. So why not get what you can? You don't have a 5th-round pick this year. You can draw it out as long as you can. You can make this a whole thing of when we're in the summertime. They haven't traded Deebo Samuel yet. I would trade Deebo Samuel just to free up more salary cap and just get you better offensive players. I think that Deebo Samuel, the whole shtick of him.
You want to trade Deebo and get better offensive players, though?
Yes, I do.
But I think offensive line, though, is what you need. I'm not really concerned about the skill position players.
Well, okay, I'm saying just have an easy replacement. Obviously you can.
The replacement is Ricky Pearsall. I mean, that's why he was drafted.
No, I think you're not going to need somebody else though when Ayuk is out for probably the first 6 games.
It's going to be Juwan Jennings, Deebo Samuel, and Ricky Pearsall is my thought. It's part of why I think they probably won't move off of Deebo, and you don't have to.
I know you don't have to, but I think it's like
so that's what I mean is if you're saying get more position players, you're going to need somebody else. Then why trade him for a 5th rounder if you're going to need somebody else by moving?
Because you get somebody cheap in free agency. A better receiver, a better all-around receiver.
Yeah, somebody who you're saying is not going to play much anyway when Ayuk comes back. Like you talked about this yesterday, and we were rattling off names, and you said, well, are they going to be okay just being a focal point of the offense momentarily and then maybe not once Brandon Ayuk comes back? And if that's the point, then that talent is a much lesser talent in my mind.
Probably is, but just for the time being, I would make that risk. I think that, honestly, I think at this point, Deebo,
I don't think I would take that risk because you don't know where Ayuk stands. Not that Deebo was great, but I mean, he obviously had a terrible year.
It may be a thing out of necessity. You need him, and I think Kyle still sees a value in him. I just think that when you think about it, I mean, if they're a good team, why would they trade him at the deadline next year? I think that's good. I think it's good right now to get value for Deebo Samuel when you can.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, with you from the Harmonic Brewing, right outside of Chase Center. Warriors and the Oklahoma City Thunder a couple hours away, coming up. Tip-off at 7 p.m. And John Dickinson is going to join us at 5:30. We'll talk more about this one. Still, any word on Steph for tonight? He was listed as probable.
Anything. Yeah,
we'll get you the update on Steph.
I'm assuming he's going to play tonight.
As soon as it becomes available to us, I'm assuming he's going to play tonight as well. If you're coming by, make sure you stop by, have a pop, say what's up to us, and we'll talk to John Dickinson coming up at 5:30. Larry Krueger at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock with Niners Nightly. But when we come on back, 30 years ago today, the Niners had their last Super Bowl victory, Super Bowl 29.
Where were you?
I was at Ben Westfall's house in San Leandro at a Super Bowl party with my parents and like a bunch of other people. First time I ever played a football game in the backyard, which in my mind, like Ben's backyard was huge. But I was like 6, you know what I mean? I was like 5, so it probably wasn't as big.
Small,
It's probably not as big as it actually, like in my mind, he had this big, long backyard. Probably was pretty tiny.
Yeah.
But we were playing tackle football in the grass in the backyard. I tell you, I don't remember anything about it. I just remember being at the party. I remember the celebration. I remember drinking a can of Coca-Cola after the Niners won.
Oh, nice.
Like late night Coca-Cola on a Sunday. I know my parents let me splurge a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, champagne shower. No, Coca-Cola shower for me. I don't remember a lick of it. That's why to me I'm like, who was it yesterday? Was it Tim who brought it? Man, that Super Bowl loss to the Niners or for the Niners, and I said which one? It's so tough now that we have to qualify these losses. 5-3 now in Super Bowls are the 49ers. We'll talk more about the 30th anniversary of the last Niner victory. It was a 49-26 over the Chargers. That's coming up next. From Harmonic Brewing, Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb's back in the studio. It's Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco Giants breakout star Elliot Ramos jumped in with Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss building on his strong 2024 season. Check out that podcast and all our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. The breakout leader. Should probably get that looked at.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And Ricky Waters to the right. And a play fake. Young goes deep middle. He's got Jerry Rice. Touchdown 49ers! First touchdown of the game comes after only a minute and 24 seconds. 44-yard touchdown pass to Rice. He sets another record. Young with a play fake. Drops back to throw. Deep middle. Waters a great over-the-shoulder catch. Bounces away again. Oh, what a bonanza! A spectacular touchdown catch by Ricky Waters, beating Stanley Richard again. 51-yard touchdown play. Young, quick pass, slant in. Jerry Rice, another touchdown. Jerry Rice continues to set records in the Super Bowl.
So does
Dwayne
Steve
Harper
Young.
couldn't stop him, and Steve Young is now number one all time with 6 touchdown passes, Dwayne. Super Bowl 29 has come to a completion. The San Francisco 49ers are the first team in the 75th year of the National Football League to win 5 Super Bowl championships.
And nonsense.
Yep.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. Tim Webb's back in our studios. We're live from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center in San Francisco here, getting ready for the Warriors and the OKC Thunder. But 30 years ago today, Sunday, January 29th, 1995, the Niners topped the San Diego Chargers 49-26 in Super Bowl 29. You don't remember this one, do you?
I don't. I mean, I've seen enough NFL films footage of it to know it pretty well. But
Watching America's Game on it and all that.
yeah, of course. And NFL films, like, I love that. That's how I grew up loving football and the NFL. It was just like moments like that where you see Steve Young on the sideline screaming to somebody, "Someone take the monkey off my back," or like him going to the locker room and he's just like, "They can't take it away from us, and no one can ever take it away from us." You could tell how much it meant to him for that game, because obviously he was, at that point, he was living in Joe Montana's shadow, and he eclipsed him that night, throwing 6 touchdown passes, and Joe threw 5 in the previous 49ers Super Bowl victory.
Would you say George Seifert got the monkey off his back too?
No, because he was fired 2 years later.
Yeah, but I mean, like, imagine. I just think about like where sports talk radio would have been back then, with how people think about Kyle Shanahan now, and Kyle's cost him has lost 3 Super Bowls. Offensive coordinator, 28-3. It's like, first of all, it's the most outrageous thing ever.
Yeah, I hate that he's
nobody blames
that.
Dan Quinn, right?
Nope.
Dan Quinn's defense just gave up 55 points to the Philadelphia Eagles, dude. But no, he didn't cost.
That was Cliff Kingsbury's fault.
He didn't. Yeah, that was Kingsbury's fault that they coughed that game, right? Because he didn't have the lead. So if you have the lead and you blow it. But if you never get the lead, then it's always on the offensive coordinator.
Well, Kyle, you need to add in more points.
I'm just saying, Seifert was handed like the. I just feel like Seifert could have been like the Mud Dogs coach, not the Mud Dogs coach. Who's the school that kicks Bobby Boucher off the team? It's another fake university down in Louisiana, right? Down in the bayou. Anyway, the Mud, like it's the Coach Klein's playbook. It's left behind. He was the offensive coordinator for that team, and they just kept on winning because they kept running his plays year after year after year.
You know, you bring up an interesting point with how demanding Eddie D was back in the day as an owner. I mean, he fired George Seifert after a winning season, but it wasn't good enough for him because they didn't go to the Super Bowl. He fired Steve Mariucci after having the all-time comeback against the New York Giants, and they got blown out by the Buccaneers, and it wasn't good enough for him.
Yep.
I wonder if Eddie D was still owner of the team, how long he would have tolerated, Kyle getting to the Super Bowl but not fulfilling the destiny.
Yeah, I mean, because Seifert wasn't the head coach in '89, was he? Or was he?
No, he was.
He was. So he got the first one.
What
I'm saying is, you had to feel after he got the first one, and I think that's the one where everybody goes, okay, but that was Bill Walsh's Super Bowl.
Yes.
Right? Bill Walsh left one on the table.
Right.
George Seifert ran it back. It's the old Bill Callahan with John Gruden's playbook, right? It's like the very next year.
You're going to be the dumbest team in America?
But then you figure at 1990 they go 14-2.
Yep.
Don't get it done. The next year they go 10-6, don't get it done. Another 14-2, don't get it done. Another 10-6 year, 93, don't get it done. Then 13-3, a Super Bowl, 11-5, 12-4, and he gets the axe.
He got a 12-4 season.
12-4 season, and they fired him.
God.
They moved on. I mean, like 49er fans, like that's. But see, that's also where I think the 49er fans of a different generation have a different level of expectation than what it is that we have. That's Eddie D going, you didn't get enough done. You've wasted seasons and opportunities to get it done.
Yeah. But I think for that Super Bowl, it was basically every 49er fan being like, all right, Steve Young, you're good with us. Like a lot back then was he's not Joe. They kept losing to the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, really, the Super Bowl.
And Joe had beaten the Cowboys to get there.
The Super Bowl was the cherry on top. Like the real game was when they kicked the crap out of the Cowboys the 2 weeks before, 38-28, and Larry Brown said that he owned Jerry Rice, and Jerry Rice took him to school, and Steve Young, did a curtain call around Candlestick. Like that's the big moment that I think Niner fans were like, all right, finally we slayed the dragon. This game, I mean, yeah, I've seen enough America's games and Brent Jones talking about it, Merton Hanks, and the biggest thing they're in the locker room preparing for the game. And Steve Young's talking to Mike Shanahan about all the different reads, all the different, checks he's going to have in this game. And Mike just says to him, like, an hour before the game, just saying, we should kill him.
We're going to destroy this team. We're going to kill this
There's
team.
no way they can definitely hang with us.
Yeah.
And that's the way it was. Like, that's when the Super Bowl went on a run for a little while, where the NFC just dominated. And not even just, like, winning. I think it was, like, from 1983 to 1996, the NFC kept winning Super Bowls. And it wasn't even like close games. Like the closest game might have been the Bills and Giants.
Yeah, there was a big stretch, the wide right game.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, there was a big stretch of Super Bowls there where it was just blowouts. That they were all duds.
And this was, I want to say this was the biggest point spread ever in a Super Bowl. I remember Tom talking about how he bet on this game. But yeah, the spread on this game, I think it was like 14 or 17 for a Super Bowl. No one thought the Chargers would win this game, and yeah, they didn't. I mean, it's one of the.
Tom asked Steve if he knew what the spread was.
Yeah, he did. But I think and next to the Niners kicking the crap out of the Broncos, 55-10. This is the most dominant performance I think I've ever seen in a Super Bowl. Like Steve Young wins MVP, throwing 6 touchdowns. I want to say Jerry Rice scored 3 and Ricky Watters scored 3 too.
Yeah, the New York Giants win by 1, 20-19, right?
Yes.
Over the Buffalo Bills. Then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We go 6 more years before there's a one-score game in the Super Bowl. 7 more years before there's a one-score game in the Super Bowl. Packers.
And that was an AFC team with the Broncos.
That was the Broncos doing it. And then it was another blowout. You go 23-16 Rams-Titans. That was an NFC team just barely getting it done.
Yeah.
I know, by the hair on their chin. And then, a handful more blowouts before you get another one before you get 2017 Patriots taking out the Rams 2 years later.
Tim, you remember this better than us. Where were you when the Super Bowl went down?
Oh, I was at a party with a bunch of friends, so I was a little bit older than you guys. So at this point, 94, 95, I'm 12, 13, yeah.
Yeah.
And my buddies and I were all big Niner fans as much as you can when you're that age. We were definitely paying attention to sports. And I remember when they won, all the guys, there was probably like 20 of us were in a dog pile because everybody was so ecstatic about it. And, it was incredible. I think I ate like 47 peanut butter bonbons and vomited the next day.
Was there a bacon tower in attendance?
There was no bacon tower at age 13. There was definitely a bacon tower for about 7 Super Bowls, though. I'll get you guys a bacon tower, okay?
No, I think we need the bacon tower to the studio, and none of us have to. Like, we'll probably try to refrain as much as possible from eating it, but we just want to see this thing in person.
Oh yeah, the construction of it's more than anything. And the whole thing is again, it has to be. You cannot have any flaccid bacon. If your bacon is wimpy, you get no tower. It just doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to ask Tim to make 2 bacon towers.
No, you get one.
For the studio and one. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I don't want to eat this. I don't want him to bring the same one in that's at his Super Bowl party.
So he's got to make 2?
Yeah.
Don't worry. I won't make a bacon tower for the Super Bowl party this year. I'm not on the hook for that this year, so it's okay. I'll do one for our studio.
What do you mean on the hook? Who said you're not making this? Like, if I'm throwing a party and I'm like, I know this guy makes good mac and cheese. I know this guy's making good wings. If I invite Tim, like he's bringing the bacon tower.
Oh no. Well, that is a really good point because people get known for bringing specific things. I've moved on to being the beer guy, and I'm okay with that.
Well, that's a good name.
I'll tell you what, though, I could go to any Super Bowl party in America, and I'm gonna have beer. I can go to one that I know of that could have a bacon tower.
Oh, real quick, Copes, are you saying you're inviting us to a Super Bowl party that you're throwing?
We're all going to Young Tony's. Don't you guys know this?
Oh, yeah, that's right. All the listeners. Hey, Pat H., we're having a Super Bowl party at Young Tony's. Remember?
Pat H. is here, by the way. Pat H. has been here since.
Pat H. is here with us.
The Pat H. crap section, yeah.
Pat H. might have beat me and Derek to Harmonic today. He was here at like 1:30.
He was ready to go. And unfortunately, Pat H., no crap section today. You're here. No, he understands. He understands. Okay. All right. Maybe we need to rename this thing because Pat H. just told me we don't need the crap section every day.
Derek, so I don't need it. Yeah, Pat looked at it. She's like, "Oh, I don't need the crap every day."
So it became the Pat H. crap section because Pat H. was calling for it every day. That's why we named it after you.
All right, okay. He's saying like maybe crap like every other day.
No, he didn't ask for it, too. That's what he said.
No, he said he was begging for crap every day, and then we just named it.
What's the rule of radio station? You never ask for your nickname. It's the Pat H. crap section. You didn't have to ask
it's
for
too late. It's too late, Pat H. It's the Pat H. crap section.
Yeah, but you're not getting it today. It's all right. We got some Pat today. We didn't get his crap.
Pat can have some of the bacon.
Oh, his family texts him about it.
His family texts him about the Pat H. crap
We made you a star on the #1 rated show in the country.
How about that? Adam Copeland, Depop, Pat H. hanging out with you here from Harmonic Brewing as the Warriors are getting ready to take on the Oklahoma City Thunder coming up at 7 o'clock tonight. It was one of the most dominant Super Bowl performances of all time. Steve Young, 6 touchdown passes. It went down 30 years ago today.
And it's all been downhill since.
It's been, I don't know there'll be all downhill since. It's just that the 49ers have
all downhill.
Not won a Super Bowl since. Where did you come down on the thought that, and we'll talk about this more with John Dickinson, who's going to join us in about 20 minutes. But it's funny the notion that Steve Kerr put out there that could never survive in the NFL, where Danny Emmerman was saying, back in training camp for the Warriors when they were in Hawaii, Steve Kerr said he sort of clapped back at the notion of the championship or bust mantra or mentality, saying that there is value in being a tough team, a competitive team, and being a developing team. I agree with you to some extent when your goal is not always to win a championship. But that's where 49er fans have come down now.
Yeah.
Is that you're at the point where you heard Joe Starkey on the call there at the end of Super Bowl 29, the first team at that point in the 75-year history of the NFL to ever win 5 Super Bowl titles. They were 5-0, the only team to be 5-0 and undefeated, and now they've lost 3 consecutive. I mean, it's tough. That said, fans have a expectation of this organization. We just showed you what George Seifert went through in terms of how many winning seasons he had. Goes 12-4, and he gets axed after winning 2 Super Bowls because there was probably that notion, well, the first one wasn't his, and it took him a long time to get the second one and couldn't get back over there, and the Cowboys' dominance kept going on and on and on. So as Kansas City continues to win championships, and if they beat you twice in the Super Bowl, I understand the frustration of Niner fans, like, where is it?
Right.
When are you going to get over the hump? There's no moral victories. Not that Steve Kerr's talking moral victories for a professional team, but in the NFL, that's never there's value in being a tough and competitive team. If you have a chance to win it, you are expected to win it.
I mean, it's funny that Danny brought that up because I vaguely remember Steve Kerr saying that. And that's interesting to remember now with how the season's going. Like, we don't think about that quote when they're 12-3 start.
Yeah,
but now that they are 23-23, you're like, did they kind of expect this? And if that's the case, then I kind of understand it, but I think it's 2 years too late. I think that you could have done the whole evaluation or becoming a competitive team, a rebuilding team much sooner. And I think as far as relating it to the 49ers, the Niners are not in that window right now. They're not in evaluation mode. They need to win right now. And I think that with the 3 teams that we cover, the Warriors, 49ers, and Giants, because of the expectation in the past, and more recently the Giants and Warriors, we've all gotten spoiled. There is an expectation to win and win now. And when the front office or coaches come out and say, we're going to evaluate and everything, it's easier when Buster Posey does it or Steve Kerr does it. But there's also like a no. We're the Giants, we're the Warriors, we're the 49ers. We need to win now, damn it.
Baseball's almost easier to accept that there's so much more variance.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Barry Bonds, the greatest hitter of all time, he went to 1 World Series. Doesn't matter. He could hit 73.
He didn't even win.
Hit 73 in a year and missed the playoffs. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter because you can hit every home run when your team's down 8-1. Like, you could come up and drive in every run all season long for your team, and it wouldn't matter. You could be the greatest player of all time, like what Shohei Ohtani did for years down in Anaheim. It didn't matter how good he was because the roster around him and the team couldn't pitch. They didn't know how to win around Shohei. So baseball has much more variance in just the nature of the game itself. Basketball, you have a superstar, kind of have a chance. You need things around him. But if you have a superstar, it feels like, hey, maybe we have a window here to get something done. In football, while the variance isn't there, the windows close faster than in like any other sport, just because of the nature of how teams are designed in the NFL. We're at Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center. Warriors and the Thunder coming up at 7 o'clock. John Dickinson will join us in about 15 minutes. He'll also be here at Harmonic following the game tonight with Dubs OT. And by the way, we'll be back here on Friday for coming out for the Phoenix Suns game. Warriors and Suns on Friday night. We will be here.
Hopefully our camera's working better then.
Yeah, or not, or you'll just get a whole lot of Tim, which I know nobody wants. Kind of nice being away from the
Nobody wants that.
Kind of nice being away from the studio today. No Tim.
Yeah.
I hope you guys are having a great time.
I haven't even had a beer yet.
Yeah, I know.
So you're at a brewery, didn't have a beer? I told you, I'm the only real beer drinker on the show.
I might get a beer and just throw it away, just to mock Tim.
You give me one of those crawlers to go, by the way, Jimmy. What's up?
No, he can't hear you, and I'm not bringing you one.
No, we're having a great here in Harmonic. It's a different feel than when it was last time. Oh, you know what? Just got a text from Mike. He wants to see us all tomorrow.
Yeah, stand by.
Separate.
Stand by for a text in about 40 minutes from now that says, hey, can you guys meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. and you'll have a different show after that. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. The Sound Soiree is coming up next, and then John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Could a Jimmy Butler trade even work financially for the Golden State Warriors? ESPN front office expert Bobby Marks has the answer. Check out that morning show podcast and all our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland.
Get it together.
Adam Copeland.
Sorry, we were talking about Peronis.
Just a casual off-air conversation about Peyronie's disease. Stay tuned for the next segment.
We'll critique all of the commercials on KNBR today.
Would you rather talk Peyronie's disease or whether or not Derek was a C-section baby?
Let's not remind the audience about my C-section, which is a lie. A total lie, Walter. Walter, the producer of that fine program, just lets that buffoonery go.
The cesarean leader, Adam Copeland, T-Pop. We are live from Harmonic Brewing. I'm sure they love being associated with that. All right, outside of Chase Center. As the Warriors
Walt still got a scooter
to take on the Oklahoma City Thunder. Ride home safe, Walt. Ride home safe on that little scooter. Anyway, John Dickinson going to join us momentarily here. But there are some sounds from across the sports world that we may have missed, or that you may have missed. Dude, I'm telling you, you shot the load on the coach speak the other day, man.
What do you mean?
Don't we normally do coach speak on Wednesdays?
Yeah, well, I mean, coach speak is kind of an in-season thing, though.
I mean, don't coaches talk all the time? Why does it have to be NFL coaches only?
No, you're right. I mean,
just because that open says, when NFL coaches speak, we listen.
Well, I think we got all that sound before anybody else.
Why don't we just have Tim cut over it? When NBA coaches speak, we listen.
When NFL coaches speak, we listen.
Yeah, so I mean, we didn't just cut it over. When no.
I mean, coach speaks, sound soiree, same crap.
It's just new coat of paint. So why don't we open it up here for Wednesday, January 29th. It's Dirty Works Sound Soiree.
Brought to you by Peyronie's disease.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think it means party.
On the sports leader.
We're talking Peroni.
Stop it,
Talking
dude.
Peronis.
Stop.
Hey, I got some news for you. Steph Curry's going to play tonight.
Oh, what a shock. Steph Curry, who missed last night's game against the Jazz.
It's sounding like Quinn Post could start tonight.
Was that a surprise? Did we think he wouldn't start tonight?
From Anthony Slater and John Dickinson, Stephen Curry will play for the Warriors versus the Thunder tonight. Sounds like Quinn Post could enter the starting lineup. Steve Kerr wouldn't reveal, but joked he's trying to set a record for most starting lineups used in a season.
You think he and Tom have a bet?
Now?
How many starting lineups can Steve use?
Dude, did you hear the broadcast the other night in Sacramento? Bob Myers is calling the game tonight as well.
Yeah.
But he opened the broadcast by saying, like, they've had 25 different lineups this year? Good Lord. Almost like mocking Steve for that.
Like Bob Myers was like tongue-in-cheek being like, is this guy serious right now?
Yeah, it's like 25 different lineups.
I mean, it just shows you the state of the team, right? I mean, it's not 25 because they're being creative. It's 25 because they don't have much of a choice.
Right. Quinn Post, we'll see.
Quinn Post. Trace Jackson Davis started last night, but he only played 6 minutes.
Yes.
In the game. So Quinn Post and Danny Ehrman said, they'll try to use him. They'll try to exploit him with OKC in the pick and roll. Now, he did say they're playing without a center. I think Hartenstein's out there tonight.
Okay. I haven't watched
a
ton of Thunder basketball to know.
Well, get with it.
Sorry.
They're good. All right, let's get the sound soiree. Derek's least favorite football player. Who do you think I'm mentioning when I say that?
You're asking me?
Yeah, Deebo Samuel. I know you typed it in here.
I made the list.
I know you're looking right at the list.
Just because I want him traded doesn't mean I don't like him.
Yeah, sure. Deebo Samuel.
Podcast so.
He's on a podcast. This isn't his podcast.
Yeah, it is.
What, does his podcast change names all the time, or has it always been the?
It's always Cleats and Convo.
Come on. It's not even a good one. Anybody who craps on us for the name Dirty Work, it happened again yesterday. Somebody was like, it's dumb name. It's just some honest feedback. I love when people crap on that. I love when people crap on you and then they tell you it's just honest feedback.
Just some honest feedback. Dirty Work, the name sucks, but it's the #1 show in the country.
Honest feedback. You guys
Why are you so sensitive about it?
Here's a Cleats and Convos pod. I know everybody's been listening to this. I'm telling you, the only time I ever get any of this is when we play sound from this or Kay Adams, who appears all the time on the Sound Soiree. Debo's explaining why he's rooting for Philly. He's rooting for the Eagles against the Kansas City Chiefs. Here's Deebo Samuel.
They just keep aggravating. They done beat me twice. It's like I got all the reason to hate. First of all, I think on Philly end it starts with the D-line that they got, the amazing players they got up front. As you can see, they just been dogs all year long. For us, kind of recap of the Bills and and the Chiefs game, it's just like every time Pat Mahomes caught them in man-to-man, they were just running straight race routes. And then, like, I mean, you're going to get picked. So I was just like, when are they, like, going to pop out in zone, this, that, and the third? But it never happened. But you always got to tip your head off to the Chiefs for sure, always finding a way to win. So we got the Chiefs and the Eagles. You know, I got love-hate for both. But, you know, I got all love for my brother, A.J. Brown over there, so I definitely want to see him win. I definitely don't want to see Mahomes get the third one. So yeah, I'm rocking with AJ and Saquon with this one for sure.
Okay.
I'm not gonna be too
like
much in tune of the game, but I would like to see the outcome of it for sure.
By the way, Mahomes going for his fourth one.
Yes.
This is his fifth Super Bowl,
Yeah,
Debo.
yeah.
He's already got his third one. It was against you last year.
I would give some advice to Debo Samuel as far as being a podcast host. It's best to invest in a microphone.
Look at you. All of a sudden, you know everything about podcasting, huh? And hosting.
Well versed in podcasting.
Yeah.
Now, hosting radio shows, I don't know about that.
It's just these things, like where somebody gets the idea that, I mean, I don't know what this thing's getting in downloads. Obviously, it's just because he's a name. I understand when guys like Gronk or Julian Edelman are like, they have some interesting conversations. Edelman's been great on his podcast. I watch a lot of those videos.
No, it's really good.
It's really good. He gets a lot of good stories. Rich Ohrnberger and him are fantastic together, dude. We got to get Ohrnberger on again.
What
too.
is that, Games with Names?
Yeah, and they tell hilarious stories. They're charismatic. They're funny. But Ohrnberger's been doing this for a long time. He's a host.
Yeah, no, he's really good.
Debo Samuel has zero chops at this and doesn't have anything to say. Ever. Ever. What do you get less out of, Debo on the field or Debo on the podcast? Jesus, dude. It's been brutal
And
for this
he
guy.
hedged both ways. Well, I don't like that. Well, I don't like them. I'm rolling with Philly. It's like, okay.
Which is very interesting because the last time around when the Eagles won the Super Bowl, he basically went to Media Row and said James Bradbury is trash.
Yeah.
And didn't say, it didn't say who he was rooting for, but just that. He's like, oh, I got love for A.J. Brown. It's like,
that's my boy A.J. Brown.
Where's the Eagles 49ers rivalry? What happened to this? This is supposed to be the two biggest teams in the NFC for a little while, and it didn't happen.
Well, he just said he doesn't want to see Mahomes get a third. And I was like, that's too late, bro.
I'm telling you what, man. I
late.
think that Niner fans would be more pissed if the Eagles win.
I guess we'll find out on the 10th, Monday the 10th. You here for that?
I'm here for that.
When do you leave to go out of town? When are you going to Florida?
I'm flying out that Friday.
You getting picked up at the airport by your guy Meatball Ron?
Yeah, he's coming to pick me up, and I mean, he dropped out, so he's got time to kill now.
He's got time to kill now. He's only governor of Florida, no big deal.
Yeah.
Here's Adam Silver, NBA commissioner, talking about. Well, I guess he's on the Dan Patrick show.
Yes.
And he's talking about. Oh, dude, he's going the way of He's going the way of baseball now.
He's going Manfred.
He's going Rob Manfred. The NBA, too many games. Are the games too long in the NBA? Is that the question? Here's Adam Silver to Dan Patrick on shortening the game.
Something else that I'm a fan of, and I'm probably in a minority, as we get more involved in global basketball, the NBA is the only league that plays 48 minutes. And I am a fan of 4 10-minute quarters. I'm not sure that many others are. I mean, putting aside what it means for records and things like that, I think that a 2-hour format for a game is more consistent with sort of modern television habits. I don't think people in arenas aren't asking us to shorten the game, but I think as a television program, being 2 hours, that's Olympic basketball is 2 hours. College basketball, of course, is
but
is
if
40
you like it, I'd say it has kind of a little bit of a push there.
Yeah, but it's such a dramatic change to the game. I mean, I think something like that would have to be talked more about over time. I mean, incidentally...
But the pitch clock was dramatic, Commissioner.
Yeah, no, I get it. And I'm a fan of what baseball did. I'm a baseball fan, and I think some of those changes have really increased sort of the engagement, the entertainment value of the game.
Well, what do you think about that? I mean, like, as far as baseball, do you think that's increased the engagement factor as far as fans?
No, I don't. I think it shrank the time of the game. And again, this is so counterintuitive. All these commissioners do this. All these commissioners decide we have to be able to challenge every little bit of everything. We have to be able to go back and review everything to make sure every call is done correctly. And I get it. The calls should be made correctly. That said, we're frequently using replay. for things that are not in the spirit of the rule and why replay was established or invented or added to any of these games. So when Adam Silver says it's improved the game, it's certainly shortened the game of baseball. It's made it go a lot quicker, and I know that we don't get the runaround second and extras, but I still hate it. I still absolutely hate it. And I do hate that there are times where the game goes too quickly. Where because of the pitch clock, the game has gone by way too... Like, don't get me wrong, baseball was going way too long. I agree that there had to be something done. But you can't add reviews and evaluations that are timeless for every single element of the game and then go, well, the game is taking way too long.
Yeah, I never thought that a basketball game was too long. I think this is just...
I think the problem with basketball is there's maybe 2 minutes.
There's not enough people playing in the regular season.
That's the problem.
That's the problem right now.
It's a superstar league, and you don't get half the superstars playing on a given night.
Exactly. There's too much load management, and the real thing is they want to compete with the NFL, and I would just tell Major League Baseball and NBA,
just take your lumps. You're not going to. You're
own
a regional
the summertime.
Sport.
Own the summertime.
You're a regional sport. It's different than the NFL. The smallest markets in the NFL are going to be entertaining when the team is good.
So I don't think Adam Silver needs to tweak the rules here and there. Like, I don't think anybody. I mean, like, true NBA fans, hoop heads, will be into the Emirates Cup. But the reality is, no one gives a damn about that. I don't even know who won it this year. I think it was the Bucks. But no, you don't need to take it with the game. Basketball is fine. Just tell your players they need to start playing more in the regular season. That's hard to regulate.
You know what's funny is when you play NBA 2K and you play franchise mode, which I play, every year, if you're like the owner of a team, they have the CBA comes out, or like the potential rule changes, and you can vote on rule changes, right?
Yeah.
There was one time where I played in a league where, and my whole thing is any rule changes that happen, I don't ever, because you can void them or nix them, but I just think it's funny to play the game however it happens. There was one time where the shot clock got moved from 24 seconds. Is it 24 second shot clock in the NBA? Because I think college is 30 or whatever, right?
24.
It goes from 24. They moved it to 15. And so, dude, all the scores were like 175 to like 180. You know what I mean? Like, because everybody had to the second they got that, like, there were so many more shots taken in a game.
You'd be a terrible commissioner.
Teams were shooting like 7. I wasn't the commissioner. It was like the League of Owners voted on it. I was just like, I won't.
You allowed those votes?
I won't veto anything that comes across, like addition of teams or changing of rules across the league. There's also sometimes where they'll raise the level of the shot clock from 24 seconds up to like 35 seconds or something, or 30 seconds, and all the games are like 68 to 70. Like, dude, this sucks. What a terrible product this is. Guys just dribbling out the clock every time.
That's awful.
Moving on to the Sound Soiree.
Let's go to Bonds, because the Belichick one, like, that's just him, like, at the end being like, oh, they should change the trophy to Brady joking around. That wasn't a big deal today.
We see his big thing now is he's removing the turf in North Carolina.
Oh, Belichick?
Belichick. I think they're getting rid of the artificial turf. They're putting in grass now at that field.
Well,
for the 1 year he's going to be there. Here's Barry Bonds. He's on foul territory. How about Bonds is just out in New York, never does media, and he went on foul territory today, and he has a take
him
on...
and Przinski are boys.
Played together that one season. Yeah. He has a take on whether or not on Shohei Ohtani, the pitcher and the hitter, and he thinks he has an idea as to how Shohei Ohtani should go about the remainder of his career. Who's Barry Bonds?
And then he's going to pitch again this year.
I think he needs to stay at DH and do what he does best.
You think so?
He's a great. That's going to tire him out. I think it's just too much on him. I think what he does and what he brings to that team right now, why change something that's going great? I think maybe come in as a reliever because he's so solid, so hard throwing. He's got that great slider, split and everything. It's great. Come in, throw an inning or two or something, but maintain what you do well.
So I think Barry's playing chess here and everybody else is playing checkers. I think Bonds is just acting as a Giants fan. He's like, we don't need to see him on the hill. Got to see him enough in the batter's box. We don't need to see him on the hill.
You think so?
If Barry were real smart and wanted to skew things, he'd go, nah, he should only pitch. Never hit again. He should only pitch. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It all sucks. That's actually a thought I've had, though, is that Shohei Ohtani, you might get more value out of him in pitching if he were a relief pitcher. Because you could throw him on different days. You could throw him fewer innings. You could have him as a closer if you wanted. Leave him in the lineup. You could bring him in at any point in the game. Have him throw a couple of innings here.
But that's why you signed him, too, is he's an attraction in that way. If he can pitch and he can hit, I mean, they don't need him as far as a pitcher or in the bullpen right now, but you'll gladly take him because he's that much of a freak.
I mean, they're playing. I mean, he's going to be at the top of the rotation, the thought is, this year, right?
Really? Is he?
He's going to be one of them.
Wow.
Ohtani's going to be in the rotation this year. What's the
No. Like a top of the rotation, or where exactly?
He was the one for the Angels. I wouldn't be shocked if he was the one for the Dodgers. Just depends on if he's healthy for opening day. Yeah, why not?
I just don't know with the health and everything.
If his arm's ready to go, I think he's the... I mean, it doesn't really matter. Once you're into the season, the one is the one, and you line it up however you want when you get off days and whatnot. I would imagine, though, that... I mean, he's a Cy Young Award winner, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this guy's been fantastic. So he was elite as a pitcher.
They just got so much depth there, and would you say he's more valuable as a hitter?
Who is it? It's him. It's Glasnow. It's Yamamoto. It's Roki Sasaki, and it's Snell.
Jesus.
It's pretty incredible.
I mean,
but again, Yamamoto.
You can put him anywhere you want.
Yamamoto's not the one. He's Sasaki will probably open the season as their 5. Could be Glasnow. Could be Snell as the one of those guys. But I assume Ohtani, if he's healthy, is going to be the one or the 2.
Yeah. I mean, last time he was pitching with the Angels, we saw him in opening day against the A's. Yeah, he was the one.
Yeah, that's right. Played fantastic in that game. A's won. A's won that game.
They did.
He pitched great, and the A's ended up walking off in that game. All right, Adam Copeland, T-Pop. We are live from Harmonic Brewing. Right outside of Chase Center. Warriors tipping off in about an hour and a half against the Oklahoma City Thunder, and a man who will be here to see it all and then walk you through the postgame is our guy John Dickinson. He'll join us next. He's boots on the ground right here next to us. We'll talk to him next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday evening where the Warriors are taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder. As I introduced our last basketball guest, is John Dickinson joins Derek and I here at Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center. We had Danny Emmerman on earlier of the Merc. And I said, Warriors getting ready to get waxed by the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight. Steph Curry is going to play, though. Is that right?
Yeah, so that gives them a fighting chance, I guess.
Yes,
against
got a puncher's chance.
And they did beat them back in November Oklahoma City in a game where Chet Holmgren got hurt, and that was part of the 12-3 start. I think the Warriors were 9-2 at that point.
They're a different team.
Well, a little different team. Couple months
You
later.
think?
And Oklahoma City's just been incredible. Top defense in the NBA. And just switchable players all over the court. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's been amazing. And so, we're going to find out whether they have an opportunity to, they're one of the teams. You look at the Warriors, can they make a move? Do they, what level can they make a move? But then you start to look at a team like OKC and you say, hey, well, is there any move they can make where the Warriors can get into that category? And I think the answer is still a resounding no. They are loaded. They got a little bit of a taste of it last year before Dallas knocked them out.
Right.
And we'll see if Chet Holmgren comes back and how impactful he will be once he is able to come back. But then they've just got picks on top of picks to be able to try and make one more big move if they want to try and get over the top. So, incredible job that has been done there, and with Sam Presti, and he's been there for a long time, and they got a shot to win it.
So let's talk about the trade deadline coming up a week from tomorrow. And the latest is that the Warriors have re-engaged with the Heat about talks about Jimmy Butler. We don't know about, if the Phoenix Suns trade is going to go down, or there's Vucevic, there's Zach LaVine. Right now, JD,
We talk about it every week with you. Who do you want the Warriors to trade for at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you the short answer. I mean, it's Cam Johnson's the guy that I think could help them the most. But again, he's been injured, and his name hasn't really been on the radar of late. I would expect there probably ends up being some kind of a Cam Johnson rumor between now and a week from tomorrow again, because I think that's truly where the Warriors are at right now. They really are checking in on everybody, but they're trying to see if they can get a bargain deal. I mean, I think that's what it is. With a guy like Vucevic, it's take it down to the final day and see if they can get him for basically salary filler and future second-round picks. And if it's a guy like Jimmy Butler, I think they're literally trying to get him for Andrew Wiggins and salary filler and no future picks. And does the price come down to the point where it makes it interesting? Obviously, you want to flush out all of the bigger name players, Jimmy Butler first, because you don't want to give up something in a Vucevic deal, doing it too quickly, that you would need to give up or make it more attractive to give up in a Jimmy Butler deal. So.
What's the point of making a move for a guy like that at this juncture?
For Jimmy Butler?
If you're of the belief, and we just all said we were, that there's no trade that's going to put them up there with OKC, is it just you want to make a trade that might get you into the playoffs? Is that it? Is that the goal now?
I think in part it's shake it up a little bit, and if it only costs you Wiggins plus players that aren't going to be here next year anyway, why not do it? But then the question becomes, is Jimmy Butler going to be happy? Can you work out a contract extension with him? Is it going to be a 2-year deal? Is he going to demand a 4-year deal? Or is he going to come in and just immediately be ticked off at you like he's ticked off at Miami? All of those things would have to be worked out in front. But the case for Jimmy Butler, in terms of just from a basketball standpoint, is you're getting a clear cut, even at 35 years old, number 2, next to Steph, that has proven in the playoffs that he can put a team on his back a little bit. So maybe it's not so much can you win a title, but it's can you get in and win it. I mean, we just saw it 2 years ago. I mean, they were the 8 seed in Miami, and again, it's the East. It's a little bit different, but he got them all the way to the finals, basically with him and a bunch of guys. So now it would be him with Steph and a bunch of guys in a West. The West is obviously more talented, but I think if you're the Warriors, it's appealing to where if you only have to give up Wiggins to get Jimmy Butler, and maybe you can win a playoff series or 2, or at least have a chance to win a playoff series or 2, even if OKC or somebody else knocks you out, then you see how close or far you are in the offseason, and you're also not giving up any of your major future draft capital to get this deal done, or your younger players to get this deal done. So you still have that as potential ammo to go out and make another deal that could set you up to make a more legitimate run next season.
But so do you think the main thing of why this has changed, because a couple weeks ago we were talking about how Steph basically was telling the media, like, oh, you guys are coming up with trade ideas, basically kind of poo-pooing the idea.
Well, it's the price. It's the price.
Yes.
It's the price coming down. Like, they don't want to give up anything for
But
him.
now that's worth it if they think that he might be a locker room cancer? Just
well,
the price
I mean,
down?
they went pretty hard on some of the things that were leaked and reported as far as that. And so, yeah, I mean, that they obviously would have to deal with that. I think a lot of that was talk to try and not appear to be desperate. And we've had that conversation a lot. The Warriors are really trying in all of these deals because of their place in the standings. Other teams, I think, are looking at them as like, well, they're primed to make a real stupid move, and we have the ability to take advantage. So what do you do to try and combat that? You just shut everything down, which is what, Copes, we've seen the Warriors do. They just shut everything down for this reason, that reason. But now, if it's – I mean, I was looking at the numbers. I'm sure you guys saw it yesterday, the comparison between the year that Wiggins has had this year and the year that Jimmy Butler's had this year, right? Basically even in points.
Yeah,
Jimmy,
it's like 17 and a half and all that. Yeah.
And Jimmy Butler's completely quit
right.
on his team, and we're praising Wiggins for like, hey, this is a bounce back year.
Yeah.
This is like a dog year for Jimmy Butler. Like, this is an awful year for Jimmy Butler, where he's literally quit on the franchise that he currently plays for, and he's still putting up comparable to better numbers, unmotivated, walking out of shoot around, refusing to play, getting himself suspended. So I think because the Warriors do have to be cognizant, and this is one thing at a minimum that I've said, they need to use the expiring contracts that they have.
Yeah.
At a minimum, even if just to extend those roster slots for players that are under contract next year so you can make another trade in the offseason. If you don't move GP2 or Kevon Looney, then you're losing those guys. And they're not going to be on the team next year, and then you can't – those are assets that you cannot – put in a deal attached to some draft picks if somebody you would really like to get is available, where at a minimum a Nikola Vucevic would be somebody that you could use to aggregate salaries in a deal for somebody bigger.
It begs the question, if you don't use it, do you lose it? And in this case, the answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes. John Dickinson with us. He'll be here from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center with Dubs OT following the conclusion of the Warriors and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Have they played themselves out of options with Jonathan Kuminga, and now he's got to be here?
Well, I think they want him to be here.
Well, they want him to be here because he played himself into being here and played himself into a contract. Have they played themselves out of having all the say in the world to say, we've evaluated this enough, we can make a decision ourselves? Or are they like, we just don't really have anywhere else to go, and now we've got to keep him?
I think they like him. I also think they view him potentially as somebody that's going to be more of a bargain than people think. If you look around the league and who has cap space and who's going to be willing to use that cap space, there are very few teams. And so there's sort of been this sentiment that he's going to get this $30, $35 million a year, 4 or 5 year contract that's going to get into that $170 million range, and the Warriors are just going to do it. The Warriors don't have to do that unless somebody else offers it. And what I think you could see is the Warriors playing hardball with Jonathan Kuminga and basically saying, hey, man, like, we'll
sign a trade.
What if we offer you? Either sign a trade, or what if we're only going to offer you $4 and $100, or so it's not going to be this 170, type of a deal. And if you can't get better, you're kind of forced to take it, and that puts his value as a young player. He would have, I think, at that point, an ability to continue to grow and outperform the contract, and the Warriors would look smart in doing so.
Sure.
They don't have to bid against themselves on Jonathan Kuminga as much as maybe. And look, it only takes one. If there's one team, if it's Detroit, if it's Detroit's played well this year. Do they want to bring somebody that wants to be a feature? Is it Brooklyn potentially? We'll see on that front. But I think this thing is set up to where if the Warriors play hardball, they could kind of bleed a lot out of that deal to the point where maybe his contract doesn't wind up being as much as we've all sort of just assumed that it was going to be, and that makes him more valuable as a trade. Because the worst thing that could happen is they sign him to a $35-40 million a year deal, and then he immediately is he's just a good role player, just a good young role player. Then he becomes an untradeable commodity. So I think the Warriors have to be careful. As much as they like him, he's still somebody I think they would want to use in the future to go get a big name. But if you put his contract so far out there to where another team doesn't think he's that kind of a player, you're really hurting yourself in that point. So I think the Warriors are going to look to be I think they're going to look to really be sticklers on that contract to try and make sure that they don't overpay him as much as they do like him, and it looks more and more like he is going to be around and is going to get a contract.
If I told you a month ago before he got injured that he was not going to be traded, would you be surprised?
If you told me a month ago, No, I wouldn't be surprised. Again, they have long viewed him as not so much the future star, but the guy that at a minimum would be the piece included in getting that star, and that deal has – and it's the difference in where things stood with Jimmy Butler a month ago and where things stand now. 2 months ago, it would have been Wiggins and Kuminga at the front end of that deal. The Warriors are like, whoa, Wiggins and Kuminga? Yeah. Wiggins has to be in the deal for the salary purposes, but now you got to give up Kuminga for Jimmy Butler, and we don't have Jimmy Butler's going to be here and be ticked off. We're going to pay him $60 million a year when he's 37. Like, all these things start to come into play. But if you now take Kuminga out of the equation there, and it's just the salary, so I think he's an interesting, relatable example to the change in their thinking as it relates to Jimmy Butler. And look, I don't think personally Jimmy Butler being on the roster helps Jonathan Kuminga's development, but again, so that also maybe the price comes down a little bit in that front, and he becomes sort of a super. But the other part of it is, if you're going to have Jimmy Butler on the roster, you also, I think, need to go get a stretch big. Like, they want to get a stretch big anyway. I think you need a stretch big even more if Butler's going to be on the roster and Kuminga still is going to be on the roster.
Quentin Post could be in the starting lineup tonight. Is that what you're thinking?
Sounds like it. Yeah. It sure sounds like it. Steve Kerr got a big old grin on his face when asked about it during the pregame press conference, and then joked that he didn't want to reveal it, but acknowledged the fact that he is trying to break the record for most different starting lineups for a team in the NBA.
What is the record? Do we know what it is?
I'm actually, I didn't have a chance to look it up. The Warriors, I think, are at 27.
Yeah,
right
so
now.
it would match last year's total, correct?
Yes, and he basically said, yeah, I'm keeping Quentin Post in my back pocket because I know if I put him in there, that'll be another one,
right?
Another different combination. But yeah, I mean, you look at this thing; it's 27. It would be 28 tonight in 47 games.
Oh wow,
which is incredible to think about. I mean,
yeah, we set the over/under at 9.
This is their 47th game.
Yeah,
and they're at 27 right now. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, I mean,
we're looking it up, but that
it looks like the Grizzlies set the NBA record last year.
Okay,
the Grizzlies unveiled their 50th starting lineup on April 9th, 2024.
Oh my God,
5-0.
So 50 and 82.
By the way, that was a loss.
So we got time.
That was a loss, 102-87 to the Spurs last year for the Grizz. So again, you're rolling out 50 different starting lineups in 82.
Good. So 50 and 82, and the Warriors are at. Let's just say they do put Post in there, so they're at 28 in 47. So that. They got action, boys.
Yeah, on pace. We got some.
Steve's got action.
We got some notes to watch for this season. John Dickinson will be with you on the
JD Dubs OT Diamond Notes. Award-winning.
Stay tuned for the award-winning JD Dubs OT Diamond Notes, and you'll find out just how close the Warriors are going to come this year to getting their setting the record for starting lineups in a season.
Just one quick one before we go out of here, JD. If it comes next Thursday and they do not make a move, what will your reaction be?
I think Warrior fans should be disappointed if they don't make any move at all, because I've said it. I mean, this team is not going to be significantly – they're not going to be a playoff team if they don't make a move. Like, they might – I actually think, and we'll see, the De'Aaron Fox news, I think, changes things. We'll see what Sacramento ultimately does. But I feel like there's a realistic shot if they don't make a move that they don't even make the play-in tournament.
Right.
Like, they're currently 11th, and maybe Sacramento, if they end up trading De'Aaron Fox, they are more apt to fall out of the play-in tournament. Phoenix could be the team that moves up if they end up being the squad that gets Jimmy Butler, and then who knows? Maybe San Antonio gets De'Aaron Fox, and that propels them into the play-in tournament from a team that's below the Warriors currently. So we'll see how all that potentially shakes out in the next week, but I'm kind of leaning Warriors don't make a move, Warriors don't even make the play-in tournament, which leads to a lot of real dull basketball for the final 2 months of the year.
I'd say so.
That's kind of what I mean. It's like, what's the move you can make that's going to vault you into the play-in, or maybe even as high as like 7? Could you get to 6 with any move potentially, and then maybe you're in business? There are only 2 back in the loss column of that 7 spot, but it's kind of like what I said this yesterday. The comp to that is like last year when the Giants were only 3 back in that 3rd wild card, but there was like 5 teams in front of them, and we're like, there's no way. There's no way they're getting there. They would be intellectually fraudulent to think they're getting there.
And the unfortunate part, Copes, and I think I've said this to you guys, is the Warriors tend to view the fact that they're still so close as a reason to not to stand pat.
That's insane.
Like because they're 9 and 20 or something,
and
10 and 11 and 20.
And I view it as go take it.
Yeah.
Like, it's not hard. Like, that's why I've been so adamant about even a guy like Cam Johnson, who I really do think can open a lot of different things up just based on his floor spacing and just being a guy that'll make the right pass, and he just would fit in, unlock a lot of things with Steph Curry. I think more than Vucevic, but I do think they should go get Vucevic. Because again, all that would be, I think, when push comes to shove, and I wouldn't send a first-round pick out, although there's reporting today that the Warriors are dangling Anthony Slater, the Athletic. Warriors are dangling a protected 2025 first-round pick for the right deal, and so that's not for Vucevic, though. But if it's Looney and GP2 for Vucevic, and he's under contract one more year, which means you can throw him in another deal, you may have to wait till 12 noon, an hour before the deadline on Thursday, to get the Bulls to co-sign on that deal. But I think even that would have the potential to. This team just needs a little bit of an infusion. I mean, in baseball, it's all the time. Like, teams that are kind of hanging in, but you add, it gives the guys that are there a little bit of a boost to continue to fight for something. And I feel like if the Warriors don't do that, I think they're kind of dead in the water and like could even go the opposite direction and start shutting guys down the back end of the year.
Yeah, I can see that.
John Dickinson, the voice you hear, he'll be on Dubs OT. Get his diamond notes on Dubs OT immediately following the Warriors. And OKC, have a good day. Good show tonight, JD.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks, JD.
All right, we're going to wrap things up here as we're live from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center. We'll hand it over to Larry Krueger. Niners Nightly coming up at the top of the hour. We'll put the show to bed when we come on back. Dirty Work, the best show in the nation, continues on the Sports Leader.